After working for 30 days straight, I suddenly died of a heart attack, and when I opened my eyes, I found myself as a child in the world of One Piece. Ugh. My head hurts that I worked nonstop for 30 days last month. Every day, I worked over 12 hours that this hard-working ox finally couldn't take anymore. I'm only 23. I haven't even enjoyed life. Why, this how my life ends? No way. Cursing my heartless boss in my mind, I was suddenly awakened by the conversation next to me. It's been 3 days. Why hasn't he woken up yet? Didn't the doctor say he was fine? Woo, Carl, my poor Carl. Can you wake up and look at mommy? Don't worry, dear, he'll be fine. Dr. Daniel said Carl just scraped his arm a bit and might have a concussion. He'll wake up in a couple of days. But it's been 3 days already. Carl still hasn't moved. Woo. What's going on? Didn't I die of a heart attack? I can still hear people talking. Ugh. My head hurts. Suddenly, my head felt stuffed with a bunch of things. I sat up abruptly, holding my head and banging it with my hands. It hurts. Ugh, Carl. You finally woke up. Woo, my child. The woman next to me hugged Carl and began to cry. The man also had red eyes. They'd already lost one child before. Good that you're awake. You're not allowed to go to the back mountain anymore. Your mother has been so worried these past few days. Carl was still processing memories. The original body was named Carl Porkis D. Carl Porkis D? Isn't that a surname from One Piece? I've crossed over and into the world of One Piece. My goodness, the world of One Piece is a high-risk zone. Ordinary people can't survive. It's worse than working overtime every day in my last life. No, it's not safe even for nobles. The powers of devil fruit users are terrifying. Pirates don't care if you're a noble. If you have money, they'll kill. What should I do? Seeing Carl in a daze, the woman became anxious again. Carl, what's wrong? Don't scare mommy. Mom, I'm fine. My head was hurting a bit, but it's much better now. Just as I finished speaking, my stomach growled, haha. Are you hungry? Mommy will go get you something to eat. You must be starving after lying down for 3 days. The woman wiped her tears and went out. Good that you're awake. Don't go to the back mountain again. You have no idea how worried your mother was. The man said it, I know, Dad. I just followed a lot of animals running to the back mountain out of curiosity. Those animals were so big. They go to the sacred mountain for pilgrimage. They do this every year during these few days, like a ritual. The woman came in with food. All right, enough about Carl. Come eat. Mommy made your favorite apple pie. Thank you, Mommy. Carl jumped out of bed and rushed over. The food in anime looks delicious. Eating it. It's really amazing. He finished one in a few bites and grabbed another to stuff into his mouth. Slow down, Mommy made a lot. The woman stroked his head. I'm going to work now. I took 3 days off. That guy Dorsey is definitely going to blow up. The man said as he walked out. Remember to buy ingredients for the cake. Tomorrow is Carl's 8th birthday. I'm going to make an apple cream cake. Got it. A response came from outside. Carl walked to the bathroom, took off his clothes, and lay in the bathtub while filling it with water, recalling the events from a few days ago. Finally, I figured out why the original body only fainted after falling down the mountain. That day, he followed the animals to the sacred mountain and saw a large group of tall animals bowing to a statue. There was a legend in the town that from June 25th to 28th, hunting in the forest was forbidden. These days were the animal pilgrimage days. Disturbing them would lead to trouble. He went around to the side of the statue. It was a tiger-shaped statue over 80 meters long and 50 meters high. I could see looked like a tiger, but had 2 horns, resembling a mythical creature. It was very imposing, but he accidentally stepped wrong and rolled into the cave behind the statue. Inside was like a grand hall, and in the middle, there was a box on a chair. Curiously, Carl opened it. Inside was a giant banana, or it didn't quite look like a banana. It had strange patterns on it. He could see that moment, his stomach was growling. Thinking it should be edible, he took a bite. My goodness, I thought Uncle Darren's cooking was the worst, but this thing was 1,000 times worse. After a few bites, I couldn't swallow anymore. Suddenly, my body began to swell, horns grew from my head, and I transformed into a tiger-like monster. I couldn't control my emotions, leaping wildly and breaking through the grand hall, jumping up the mountain, and a tiger roar echoed everywhere. Just when I was feeling majestic, I suddenly changed back into human form and fell down the mountain. Fainting, the animals in the forest were scared and scattered in all directions. The ground rumbled with the sound of animals running. A single tiger roar made the entire town flee. What kind of monster was that? The townspeople also heard the roar, terrified out of their wits. With the animals charged out, the town would be finished. Everyone rushed to the coast to take refuge. After a few hours, when they didn't see any animals charging out, the chaos gradually calmed down. As they walked back, they were still shaken. That tiger roar was too frightening. It felt like it could pierce the heavens, making people lose the courage to resist. When Carl's parents returned home, they found that Carl was missing. They instantly panicked. Carl, Where are you? The woman rushed to the neighbor Darren's house. Darren, have you seen Carl? No, he's missing? Darren also panicked. Carl often came to play. He watched him grow up. We searched the whole house and still didn't find him. Carl's dad was anxious, rubbing his hands. Don't panic. Let's search together. A group of people searched the town all day. When it got dark, they still hadn't seen him. The woman cried helplessly, woo, woo, woo. My Carl, he might have gone into the forest. We'll go take a look. Darren grabbed his sword and was about to leave. Wait, we'll go together. Carl's dad followed. It's too dangerous. The town chief stopped them. The animal disturbance just passed today. It's too risky for you both to go in. Let's have more people go. Eddie and you guys come too. These two were over 2 meters tall, strong men from the town's boat crew. Okay. A group of people entered the forest holding torches, quietly calling out Carl's name, too scared to speak loudly. After walking for a long time, they finally found the unconscious Carl at the foot of the holy mountain. Carl. How are you? Berg shouted. Don't panic. Take him back. It's too dangerous here. Berg picked up Carl, and the group hurried back. When they reached the edge of the town, everyone finally relaxed. The commotion today had been truly terrifying. Carl. What's wrong with you? Emma rushed over, her eyes swollen from crying. He fainted. We should take him home to see Dr. Daniel. Once home, Dr. Daniel conducted a careful examination and said, it's just a mild concussion. I'll wake up in a few days, everything else is fine. Thank you, doctor. I really appreciate it. Emma repeatedly expressed her gratitude. You're welcome is what I do, the doctor said. After he left, Darren yawned and headed back, saying, this kid is so bold, daring to run into the forest. Thus, Berg and his wife took care of Carl for 3 days. When he finally woke up, he was no longer the same Carl. While soaking a bath, Carl slowly pieced together the situation. Their island was in a windless zone, rich in minerals, and had a stable climate. Most villagers grew crops, with every household planting fruit trees, mainly apples. The fruits were uniformly purchased and shipped out for sale, and they bought back clothing, salt, and other supplies to wholesale to the stores. The villagers had lived like this for generations. In the world of One Piece, this life was simply paradise. Suddenly recalling the devil fruit he had eaten, Carl laughed out loud. Sure enough, as a transmigrator, he was lucky. A mythical zoan-type, even rarer than a Logia. With good training, he could definitely make a name for himself in the world of One Piece. However, he didn't understand training techniques and could only start with running and push-ups. No, Uncle Darren, the guy had gone to sea and been a pirate when he was young. He used to boast to Carl that he could cut through the sea with one sword. Carl had thought he was just bragging and had pestered him to talk about many things outside. Now that he thought about it, Uncle Darren might be a great swordsman. In the world of One Piece, swordsmen could unleash sword energy, and the strong ones could split the sea into hundreds of meters deep abysses. Right? I should ask Uncle Darren to teach me. Carl jumped up and ran to Darren's house. Uncle Darren, are you home? Carl's awake. I just made lunch. Do you want some? No, my mom just gave me apple pie. I'm really full. Just thinking about Uncle Darren's cooking made Carl shudder. The taste was enough to make one's soul tremble. He really didn't know how he had swallowed it down. Then what do you want from me? I'm going to the orchard after I finish eating. I don't have time to tell stories. Uncle Darren, I want you to teach me to train. I want to learn swordsmanship. Haha, didn't you say you didn't believe in it? Why do you suddenly want to learn? Learning swordsmanship is tough. You definitely won't be able to stick with it. Don't underestimate me. As long as you teach me, I can definitely stick with it. All right, after I finish eating, you come with me to the orchard. I want to see how your perseverance is. Just so you know, my training is very tough. I can definitely do it. Thank you, Uncle Darren. Haha, he'll be waiting to see. After Darren finished eating, the two walked to the orchard. Darren said, if you want to learn swordsmanship, first you need to build a strong body. Fill a bucket with water from the river and water these 500 fruit trees. Huh? Uncle, are you just making me work? Stop talking nonsense. Do you want to learn or not? If you can't finish this, then don't bother learning. Darren lightly kicked Carl's butt. Just you wait. Carl grabbed a bucket and ran to the river. Darren, smoking a cigarette, watched from the side as Carl ran back and forth carrying water. An afternoon passed, and he finally finished watering the last tree. Exhausted like a puddle of mud, his chest felt like it was glued together, and his mouth was dry. All done, Uncle Darren, he gasped, unable to speak in full sentences. Not bad. You managed to persist. Here, drink some water. Glug, glug. Carl gulped down a few mouthfuls and felt revived. What are we learning next? That's enough for today. Tomorrow, well, officially start swordsmanship training. Yay. I will definitely work hard. Carl followed Darren home. His parents hadn't returned yet, and he was so tired that he collapsed into bed. He was awakened by the delicious smell at dinner time. Mom, what for dinner tonight? It smells so good. Wash your hands first. I made your favorite goat meat, the M.Y. favorite dish made by Mom. Carl sat down and devoured his food. By the way, Dad, I'm starting to learn swordsmanship from Uncle Darren tomorrow. Sounds good. He's been to sea, and learning some skills for self-defense will be useful for hunting or sailing in the future. No sailing allowed. Emma suddenly became agitated. Anything is fine, just not going with the fleet. Mom, they'll listen to you. Emma hugged Carl and started to cry. Carl understood that his mother was reminded of his sister, who had gone missing 4 years ago. She had secretly gone to sea with the fleet and vanished while out shopping, with no news since. Now it was the year 1488 of the Sea Circle, and Ace was born in 1500. He had to go to Bartolomeo Island to find his sister before 1498. He was only 8 years old now, and by the time he was 17 and went to sea, a year should be enough. After dinner and a bath, the family went to bed early. In the middle of the night, Carl quietly sneaked out and ran into the forest. He needed to figure out what kind of mythical zoan he had eaten. When he reached the depths of the forest, Carl tried to transform into his full beast form. As he sensed his abilities in an instant, he was so excited he almost shouted. It was a bien, the cat fruit, mythical zoan bien form. The bien resembles a tiger, is known for its litigation, and has immense power. It is depicted on ancient prison gates, symbolizing both prisons and the guardian of the people. It is said to be righteous, discerning right from wrong, and exudes a majestic aura. Besides prison gates, its likeness can also be found on both sides of the government hall. When officials sit in court, it is depicted on the boards that command silence and hold placards, fiercely maintaining the integrity of the court. Looking at his full beast form, Carl felt delighted. Flames and clouds swirled around him, with 2 horns on his head and a body like a tiger, emanating an aura that made the surrounding animals dare not approach. Taking advantage of the flames and clouds, he flew up to the holy mountain. Upon seeing the statue, he realized just how small he was. Now he was only over 10 meters long and more than 8 meters tall, making him look like a small version compared to the statue. Perhaps it was because he was too young. Glancing at the cave entrance nearby, he jumped down. There was an oil lamp next to the great hall that a flame ignites burning fruit. Even dogs won't eat it. Now I see clearly. The great hall is filled with treasures, so dazzling that one can't open their eyes. I'm going. I've struck it rich in this life and the next. I've never seen so much money. Fortunately, no one comes to the holy mountain. Otherwise, it wouldn't be my turn. Excited for quite a while. I slowly calmed down. Now I have money for going to sea. So refreshing. Jumping out in front of the great hall, he moved a huge stone to cover the entrance, fearing wild beasts would come in and cause damage. He transformed into beast human form and flew back. Just before reaching the town, he changed back into human form, suddenly feeling weak. So tired. My physique is too poor. In One Piece, strong fighters calculate battles by the day. Looks like I need to train my body well. Dragging his body home, he collapsed in a bed and fell asleep. What he didn't know was, Darren watched him enter the forest, only relaxed when he returned. This kid has quite a few secrets. Forget it. Who doesn't have a few secrets? I need to train him well tomorrow. Early the next morning, as soon as it was bright, Carl got up. His mom made breakfast. After eating, he ran to Darren's house. A blade cutting through the sea for hundreds of meters? This great swordsman is too amazing. Carl, come back early today. It's your birthday. Bring Darren over too. Got it, Mom. Carl ran next door. Darren, uncle, hurry up and get up to practice swordsmanship. Already awake, you little brat. Let's go to the other side of the town today. Darren picked up a katana over a meter long. That stance was incredible. He must have been a handsome guy in his youth, but definitely not as handsome as me. What are you laughing at? Hurry up and keep up. Arriving at a small plain at the other end of the town, Darren said, run around here. Run until you can't move anymore. Okay. Carl ran in circles, his clothes soaked, throat burning. Uncle, I can't run anymore. He bent over, gasping for air. Take this sword, calm down, and feel it. Whenever you have no distractions in your heart, swing it. Keep swinging until I say stop. Received. Carl closed his eyes and gripped the sword, adjusting my breath, slowing my heartbeat. Following Darren's instructions, his heartbeat steadied. He suddenly swung forward with force. That's it. Keep that feeling going. Carl swung the sword again and again. The more he swung, the more absorbed he became. He couldn't hear the sound around him. Only the whoosh whoosh sound of the blade cutting through the air remained. He didn't know how long it passed. Darren called to stop. Carl felt dizzy. His arms felt like they weren't his own. He lay flat on the ground, gasping for breath. What did it feel like to swing the sword? At first, I was exhausted. Then I couldn't hear anything. It felt like the whole world was just me and the sword. Good. The first step for a top swordsman is to feel the breath of the sword. Treat it as part of yourself. Only then will it listen to your commands. Saying this, Darren drew his sword. With a downward slash, a cutting attack flew out. With a boom, it split the sea, creating a chasm hundreds of meters wide. Carl jumped up suddenly. Oh my, is this the great swordsman? So explosive. I must learn this. Ha ha. That's right, this is the great swordsman's slash. That's enough for today. Well, continue tomorrow. By the way, it's your birthday? Yeah, my mom wants you to come over for dinner. As the sun set, the two walked back. The distant sea was stunningly beautiful. When they got home, dinner was already prepared by his mom. His dad brought rum. Darren, I'm going to get you drunk today. With your drinking capacity? Dream on. First, eat the cake. Carl, Mom made your favorite apple cream cake. Wow. Thanks, Mom. I want the biggest piece. First, light the candles and make a wish. Carl closed his eyes and clasped his hands. Wishing for my parents to be healthy. Wishing my sister to be safe. Wishing Uncle Darren to be healthy too. Whoosh, he blew out the candles. Everyone applauded and cheered that Carl is 8 years old now. Happy birthday. Quick, eat the cake. Carl gobbled it up. His parents and Darren watched him and smiled. His dad and Darren drank, while he and his mom had cola. A simple yet warm birthday. After dinner, Carl took advantage of everyone being asleep and ran back to the forest. He had to secretly practice his devil fruit abilities. He couldn't slack off. Transforming into full beast form, he flew to the holy mountain, familiarizing himself with his powers. In human beast form, he sat cross-legged, closed his eyes to feel the surroundings. The Baizé can distinguish right from wrong and penetrate the heart. This feeling was like a special observation hockey. He practiced both the fruit and hockey. Until dawn before returning home, days passed by. Carl trained tirelessly every day. In a blink of an eye, 5 years passed. He grew to 1.8 meters tall and became a handsome young man. By the coast, Darren said, feel the breath of the surrounding objects. Calm down, and you will feel it. Your swordsmanship will break through. Carl settled his mind. Suddenly, everything around him became quiet. With one swing, a faint red slash flew out. I did it. Uncle Darren, I can finally perform a flying slash. I'm a swordsman now. He jumped up excitedly. He had envied Mihawk slashes while watching One Piece. Now he could do it too. This feeling was so refreshing. Ha! Carl, your talent is amazing. Keep practicing. You'll definitely become a great swordsman. Plus, with your mythical beast fruit. In the future, there will definitely be a place for you in this sea. Just becoming a swordsman and getting a 21 Works great blade as a gift? This treatment is too amazing. My body is still a bit weak. I was in a spar with you yesterday, and it hurt so much. That's why I need to keep training my physique. Once my body is strong enough, I'll be able to awaken my armament hockey better. Let's stop here for today. Go back now. I'll definitely work hard. Carl hung the tang, sword at his waist, and walked towards the town. This sword was specially forged for him by Darren, a top-quality knife at the 21st craftsmanship level. Absolutely amazing. As they passed by the tavern, Darren said, from tomorrow on, you practice on your own. I've taught you everything I know. The rest is up to you. After saying that, he went into the tavern to drink, humming a tune. It was clear that he was particularly happy today. Yes, Uncle Darren, thank you for your hard work these past few years. Carl bowed to him, feeling very pleased inside. When he got home, his mom hadn't returned yet. He put down the knife and started preparing dinner. He was in a really good mood today, just floating along. Half an hour later, his parents came back. Carl, why are you back so early today? Mom, I've graduated. I've become a swordsman. Uncle Darren said I can practice on my own starting tomorrow. Really? My Carl is amazing. But you can't be arrogant. You have to keep working hard. I know. By the way, Dad, I want to go hunting by myself tomorrow. I can earn money while practicing my skills. Okay, but don't run too deep into the forest. There are plenty of prey around the edges. Got it. Time to eat. Today we're having curry beef rice, my specialty. Little did his parents know, Carl runs to the holy mountain every night, familiar with the depths of the forest. He explains things clearly to his family, so they can feel at ease. It smells so good. Carl is both handsome and a good cook. Whoever marries you in the future will definitely have a good life. Mom, I'm only 13. It's too early to get married. All right, let's eat. Bird, come out quickly. The family enjoys a harmonious meal together, just missing Sister Lu Jiao. Sister, wait for me. After taking a shower and lying down, it feels so comfortable. A few years ago, I practiced in the holy mountain until midnight every day, but today I can finally sleep early. Before long, I fell asleep. In the morning, I got up, had breakfast, and headed to the forest with a knife. On the way, I met Uncle Ed and Uncle Ian. Good morning. Are you going hunting too? Yes, we're going out to sea in a few days to store some meat. Are you going too? Yes. Uncle Darren said, I'm ready to go out on my own to practice in the forest. I've told my parents about it. Remember not to go too deep. There are fierce beasts in there. I know. I'll stay close to the edge. Once in the forest, Carl separated from them and began his own training. He planned to face the fierce beasts head-on without transforming, as this would help him build his physique and reactions. 2 years later, he had tamed all the fierce beasts in the forest. Deep in the forest, Carl was roasting meat, specifically a dinosaur tail. The dinosaur looked battered and was trembling nearby, feeling quite wronged. Haha, I won't eat you tomorrow. I'll practice somewhere else. After 2 years together, I feel a bit reluctant. Why don't you come with me? The dinosaur shook its head vigorously, looking unwilling. Just kidding, go back quickly. With part of its tail missing, do your wife and kids still recognize you? As soon as he finished speaking, the dinosaur ran away without looking back. Time to eat. This roasted dinosaur tail tastes amazing. After eating my fill, I drag home a sheep weighing over 200 pounds. Mom, today we're having lamb stew. I hunted it. Great, Carl, you're becoming more capable. Today, I'll make a whole lamb feast for you two. Awesome. I'll help you out. Almost done. Carl took a leg of lamb and some lamb chops to Darren's house. Uncle Darren? No one answered, probably still at the tavern. He pushed the door open, put the meat in the fridge, and then went home. Dinner was very lavish. Carl had eaten his fill early in the forest, but his strong physique and quick digestion meant that almost half a sheep had gone into his stomach. Over the past 2 years, he had grown stronger, and his appetite had increased as well. Fortunately, there was plenty of game in the forest. Otherwise, he could have really eaten his family out of house and home. After eating and drinking his fill, he washed up and went to sleep. In the past 2 years, fighting wild beasts had built up his physique, and he had also awakened the ability of armament hockey, which he could cover partially. However, fighting wild beasts was becoming less and less challenging. Next, he needed to practice resistance to seawater, as seawater was the nemesis of devil fruits. In the future, this weakness would be too deadly at sea. The next day, Carl went to the beach. He took off his shirt, showcasing his muscular build, and walked into the sea. As soon as he entered the water, he felt weak. This sensation was really unpleasant. He continued to walk further in, and when the water reached his thighs, he nearly lost his balance. Gritting his teeth, he swung his sword, slowly adapting to this feeling of weakness. When he could hardly hold on any longer, he would go ashore to rest, and then continue practicing in the sea. To slice through the sea hundreds of meters deep, this great swordsman was really outrageous. After practicing in the seawater for a whole day, he was even more exhausted than when he first started training. But being able to endure it on the first day was already very satisfying. I'll continue tomorrow. Another year passed. Carl can now move freely in the sea. He still feels weak, but it doesn't affect his ability to wield a sword. Over the past year, his physical strength has become extraordinarily powerful, and he can completely cover himself with armament hockey. The next step is to learn to unleash it externally and cause internal damage. Uncle Darren has already taught him the techniques. He just needs to practice step by step. The most impressive part is that his Conqueror's hockey has also awakened, and he can release it freely, but he still can't attack precisely, so he needs to keep training. He's almost there. Carl came ashore and walked into the forest. Before long, he dragged out a wild boar and slaughtered it, letting the blood flow into the sea. After a while, a small sea creature swam over, ready to eat the wild boar. Carl seized the opportunity and delivered a decisive strike. Done. This is the hunting skill he learned this year, particularly effective in the calm belt. There are countless sea kings here. He cuts off the valuable parts and drags the rest back to town to sell. With this method, he earned over 10 million berries this year. The cost of living in the small town is low, but the prices outside are 10 times higher. However, Carl sells it at a lower price. Carl, have you caught another sea king? Brother Carl, my mom wants 1,000 berries worth of meat. The tavern wants 500 gene. Same old rules. One at a time, don't crowd. Everyone gathered around, eager to buy. In no time, everything was sold out. Carl walked home with money and meat he left for his family. Mom and Dad, I'm back. As soon as he arrived, he heard some commotion. Did you catch more seafood? Yeah, it's all sold out. This is what I saved. Mom, let's make seafood dishes today. Okay, you can help me prepare. Emma smiled gently. The family happily cleaned up for dinner. The seafood meat is really delicious, and they have been eating it often this year. Everyone's health has improved. A joyful day passed in laughter. The next morning, Carl went to find Jason. Jason is the navigator of the fleet. Once they leave the doldrums, they can no longer rely on the dog-headed Sea King for navigation. Being exposed would cause trouble for the fleet, so the navigator is essential. Carl has recently been learning navigation skills to prepare for going to sea a year from now. He doesn't understand how to find direction or read the weather. Going out without this knowledge could be deadly. On the great sea routes, the scariest thing isn't pirates, but extreme weather. Large storms can easily wipe out a big fleet. Back in the day, Gold Lion's fleet was supposed to win against Roger, but a storm sank most of the fleet, leaving hardly any elite members. Otherwise, who knows who the Pirate King would be? Carl, you're here. Today we're learning how to read the weather at sea. All right, Uncle Jason, thank Thank you for your hard work. I'll learn navigation in the morning and exercise by the seaside in the afternoon. This is how I'm preparing for going to sea. Life on the island is peaceful, but the outside world is in turmoil. If I remember correctly, Roger's pirate crew completed their voyage this year and became the Pirate King. We need to hurry up. To be honest, Carl really doesn't want his sister Lucio to be with Roger, even if he is the Pirate King. Sigh, how to convince Mom? It's giving me a headache. Carl lay on the grass by the seaside, pondering how to get Emma to agree to let him go out to sea. Although everyone knew he was incredibly strong now, the depth of a mother's love was something one could hardly imagine. Should he sneak out, find his sister, and come back right away? It shouldn't take long. With his current strength, as long as he didn't encounter any general-level monsters, he could handle it. It's settled then. All along, Carl is avoiding it. There are too many people in this world with extraordinary powers. He has to practice until he can at least contend with the generals before daring to go out to sea to find Lucio. After all, he's afraid of death. He came to this world to live well, not to die. Forget it. He'll go into the mountains to hunt. Recently, it has become difficult to catch sea kings. He can only make do with the animals in the forest. After finishing dinner at home, Carl counted the money. Over 15 million berries. He left 10 million for his family and took 5 million with him, which was enough. There were treasures in the holy mountain temple, and he planned to take some out to exchange for money. That would be enough to buy a ship. Thinking about going out to sea, he fell into a deep sleep. Another year passed. Carl is 17 years old, standing by the sea with his eyes tightly closed, maintaining a sword-drawing posture. Now, slash the waves. With a loud shout, he swings his sword, and a massive strike cleaves the ocean, creating a chasm hundreds of meters deep. Whoosh! Carl let out a sigh. He finally reached the realm of the great swordsman, and he could now accurately unleash his conqueror's haki. This year's training was worth it. It was time to set sail. Dragging his prey home to prepare dinner, his mind was filled with thoughts of going out to sea. His parents returned home without noticing anything. Carl, I've called you several times. What's wrong? Do you want to talk to Mom about what's on your mind? The great swordsman vomited for the first time after killing someone. The contrast is too big. I'm fine, Mom. I just feel a bit tired from today's training. I'll be okay after a rest. Carl came to his senses and said to Emma, if you're tired, go rest. Mom will make dinner, and I'll call you when it's ready. I'm really fine. Let's do it together. Hurry up. Dad'll be back soon too. Carl is really sensible. Mom wanted to pat his head, but found she couldn't reach it. Carl has grown up, much taller than Mom. From now on, Mom and Dad will rely on you to protect them. Carl is now over 2 meters 60, which is not considered top tier in the One Piece world, but still average. I will protect you all in the future. The fleet sets sail tomorrow, so we need to get ready tonight. Carl quietly ran to the holy mountain while his family was fast asleep. He brought back some treasures, organized his luggage, and sat at the table to write a letter for his parents. Lying in bed, he couldn't fall asleep no matter what. After coming to the world of One Piece for so many years, he was finally going out to see it. He felt both excited and worried. If his parents found out he was going to sea, they would surely be frantic. But to change his sister Lucio's fate, he had to go. He thought a lot and eventually fell asleep in a daze before dawn. Carl walked out with his luggage, looked back at home, and headed towards the seaside. Kid, going out to sea without telling your master? That's unfilial, Darren's voice suddenly rang out. Carl turned around. He was standing at the door. Uncle, thank you for your guidance all these years. Carl put down his luggage and bowed. Go. Man, don't waste time in this small place. Go out to the sea and make a name for yourself. I will. Carl continued walking with his luggage until he reached the seaside. It was still dark, and there was no one on the ship. He quietly hid in the cargo hold, which was filled with fruit, and covered himself with the fruit. He leaned against his luggage to rest. After more than an hour, there was some movement on the deck as the crew boarded the ship to prepare for departure. Carl closed his eyes and used his observation haki to probe. Sounds came from beneath the ship. It was the dog-headed Sea King that carried the ship. Before long, the ship began to move. The crew didn't notice him. He had to wait until they were out of the windless zone to go out. Otherwise, he would definitely be sent back. The ship was sailing on the sea, and there were occasional sounds from the Sea Kings below, but they did not attack. Carl relaxed and fell asleep. He didn't know how long it had been when the ship rocked and woke him up. Using his observation haki, he saw that the Sea Kings beneath the ship were gone. They must have passed through the comm belt and entered the Grand Line. He was so excited that he moved aside the fruit and took his luggage up to the deck. Carl, what are you doing on the ship? What did you get on? My goodness. Captain Dillon. I hid in the cargo hold before dawn. Sorry, but I had to set sail. You all know I'm quite capable. Do your parents know? Definitely not. If your mom finds out, she'll go crazy. Don't worry, Uncle Ed. I left a letter explaining that I'm looking for my sister. They know I'm strong now, so they won't be too worried. How are you going to find her? The merchant ship is heading to the Waterland Kingdom. After selling the goods, we'll buy supplies and return. I've made an appointment with the Sea King Griffiths. I'm all set and brought enough money. I'll buy a small sailboat and go find her myself. All right, I'll help you look then. I know some people at the shipyard. Thank you so much, Captain. Go rest now. Ian, arrange a place for him. Carl followed Ian to the cabin, placed his luggage, and lay down. He had been cramped in the cargo hold for too long. His back and waist ached. He soon fell asleep. After a while, the sound of cannon fire came from outside. Carl rushed to the deck with a knife. It's a pirate. More than 30 people watched the one-sided battle. Captain Dylan and the others are capable. There are also a few who can use armament hockey. After running a ship for so many years, if it didn't have some skills, they would have been gone long ago. He also joined the fight, and not long after, the pirates were wiped out, leaving only broken ships behind. There was a disgusting smell in the air. Although Carl often fights beasts and has killed many sea kings, it was his first time killing so many people, and he couldn't help but vomit. People are indeed different from animals. The great swordsman threw up after killing pirates. The next moment, he just picked up 50,000 berries for free. Haha, is Carl okay? These are all ruthless pirates, so there's no need to feel sorry for them. I'm fine, Uncle Ian. It's just that it's my first time killing someone, and it feels a bit off. I won't feel sorry for them. That's good. Now that you're at sea, there will be more of this in the future. Don't ever show mercy. They are here to kill you. Remember, never hold back against enemies. This was Carl's first experience in a pirate battle. It turns out that conscientious pirates are few and far between, and adventure crews like Luffy's, who don't steal, are even rarer. In the future, when dealing with others, he needs to be more cautious. The outside world is much more treacherous than he imagined. What he saw in his past life was just the tip of the iceberg. Whether it's the Navy or the pirates, he has to be on guard. The crew was cleaning the deck, and Dylan noticed that Carl was uncomfortable, so he told him to go back to the cabin to rest. Carl took off his clothes and took a shower, then lay on the bed pondering about going to the South Sea. To reach the South Sea from the Great Maritime Route, he had to pass through the inverted mountain. His sailing skills were average, and he was really afraid he wouldn't be able to handle the weather along the way. Looking at the nautical charts, the kingdom of Watland wasn't far from the inverted mountain, just 4 islands away. He just needed to wait for the recording needle to fill up with magnetism, which would take some time. After passing the inverted mountain, he could reach Badalira Island faster. In the next few days, they encountered 2 waves of small pirates. But Carl didn't even need to take action. Dylan and the others took care of it, and they arrived safely at the kingdom of Watland. The port was bustling with ships coming and going, looking quite prosperous, but the workers were all thin and haggard. It seemed that no matter where one was, the rich were always the ruling nobles. Captain, I'll go exchange the treasure for berries first, and then I'll find you. All right, be careful. Carl carried the treasure and, as Dylan suggested, found the World Bank. He exchanged for over 50 million berries, enough to buy a ship and still have some left. After leaving the bank, he noticed someone was following him. He walked into a secluded alley and came out shortly after. Only 50,000 berries. Free money. Can't pass it up, Back at the port, Dylan and the others were still busy. Once they finished, the captain came over and said, "Let's go. I'll take you to the shipyard." "Sorry to bother you, Captain. Don't be polite with me, you little brat." At the shipyard, Dylan found a sturdy middle-aged friend. "Ha, Baker. Long time no see." "Oh, Dylan. Long time no see. What's up?" "Nothing, I still have to work." "So busy. If you want a drink, we can go now." "This is Carl, my nephew. He wants to go out to sea and order a ship." "Oh, Carl, nice to meet you. What kind do you want?" "Hello, Uncle Baker. I want a small sailboat with 4 rooms, a bathroom, kitchen, and storage. Simple. Over 20 million will do. How long will it take?" 7 days. "Come find me then." "Thank you, Uncle." "No problem, Dylan's nephew. I'll take care of it. I have to get back to work now. Drinks can wait for another day." "All right. I have to get busy too. The cargo isn't unloaded yet." Dylan walked towards the port. Carl found a hotel nearby to stay in and lay down on the bed to rest. Speaking of the world of One Piece, the will of D is really prominent among everyone. The front desk manager was quite attractive, almost tempted him. "Hiss, can't think about it. Time to rest for a bit." Carl went out for dinner and asked the boss lady for recommendations on delicious restaurants. When he reached the door, he could smell the aroma. He entered and found a seat by the side. "Boss, I'll have one of everything on the signature dishes." "Sure, please wait a moment." The dishes were served quickly, filling the entire table. Carl was rude and finished a plate in just a few bites. After eating and drinking enough, it was already dark outside. Things out there were really expensive. The meal cost 200,000. Never mind, considering how delicious it was, I won't fuss about it. Time to go back and sleep. The girl across the street looked over. Huh, the outfit of the person in the alley must be a CP agent from the world government, right? What are these guys up to again? I'll follow them and take a look. There's nothing else to do anyway. Carl found a secluded alley and jumped onto the rooftop, using his observation hotkey to follow from a distance. Is this direction the royal palace? Hee, looks like there's something juicy to discover. Not long after, Carl followed the CP agents to the palace, but didn't go inside. He used his observation hotkey outside. Wow, the people inside the palace are so weak. A few agents easily made their way deep inside. On the other side, there were more patrolling people around the main hall. The king should be there. But the agents weren't going for the king. Were they looking for something? He continued to follow. Carl quietly sneaked in and watched as the agents charged in. A few of them have quite strong auras. He got it. He picked up a small stone and flicked it with his finger, hitting one of the CP agents in the back. Who dares to infiltrate the palace? Peeking at the agents fighting and even stealing from the palace treasury? What a move. Immediately, the two groups started fighting. Carl sat in the shadows, crossing his legs while watching the show. Now this is what you call lively. The two sides are about evenly matched, so it's likely to go on for quite a while. Given the situation, the agents won't be able to escape. The Kingdom's army has surrounded them. Since we're already at the palace, we might as well check out the treasury. I'm sorry for all the hard work I put in tonight. Let's get to it. Carl slipped down from behind the palace. A squad of royal soldiers passed by, and he immediately used his conqueror's hotkey to knock them out, leaving only the captain. Where's the royal treasury? Carl held a knife to his neck, his gaze sharp. Behind the princess's dormitory, the squad leader pointed in a direction. Carl knocked him out with the back of his knife, and then finished off the soldiers of the kingdom one by one. There was no choice. His face had been seen, and he couldn't be exposed. After a few moments, he found the princess's sleeping quarters. Upon sneaking in, he was shocked to see how fat the princess was. Even with such a fierce battle outside, she hadn't woken up. She had quite the nerve. As he walked to the back and didn't see a storage room, he was sure there was a mechanism. After searching for a while, he stepped on a sunken tile, and a hidden room opened up. Wow, it was incredibly wealthy, blindingly bright with piles of treasure. There were also scattered items nearby. If only he had a spatial ring. As he looked around, he found two small boxes. Without thinking, he knew they contained devil fruits. Upon opening them, there were indeed two. Strange, what were the CP agents sneaking around here for? It couldn't be just for the devil fruits. The world government had plenty. Those celestial dragons even fed devil fruits to slaves for entertainment in their duels. If it wasn't tea for the fruits, then what was it for? Carl flipped through the box and found a design drawing and a book in the corner. When he opened the book, he was surprised to see it was a devil fruit encyclopedia. He thought, hey, this is useful, and happily took it. The design drawing seemed to be for a ship, but he couldn't understand it, so he took that too. With two devil fruits in hand, he exited the secret room, closed the door, and slipped out of the palace. Tonight's haul was great, and he was happy. Back at the inn, he climbed through the window into his room, set down the box, and opened it. One fruit looked like an apple, and the other like a banana. They should be a paramecia and a zoantype. He checked the encyclopedia and confirmed. Paramecia, ice fruit, zoan, bird fruit, ancient type, golden eagle form. Not bad. The ice fruit is a lower version of the freezing fruit, and the golden eagle is a rare ancient type. He planned to give them to his companions later. Time to hide the good stuff. Carl is asleep. Staying up late can cause hair loss, so sleep. The next day, when he woke up and opened the window, he saw that there was no movement outside and no searches going on. It seems that the palace people recognized him as a world government agent and could only swallow their anger. They didn't dare to make a fuss. At most, they would find an excuse to protest a few words during the World Conference. Carl went out for breakfast and strolled around. The clothes here are nice, so he bought 3 sets for his parents. Then he went to find Captain Dylan. When he arrived at the port, he learned that all the fruit was sold out. Dylan was drinking with a few people while others were out gathering supplies. Oh, Carl's here. How did you sleep last night? Pretty good, Captain. I bought some things for my parents. Please help me take them back and tell them not to worry. I'll take care of myself. All right. Come on, Carl. You're an adult now. Have a drink. Sure. Carl sat down to drink, and before he knew it, it was already afternoon. The person in charge of procurement returned, and the supplies hadn't been delivered. The quantity was too large, and they would arrive tomorrow. Carl was a bit drunk and went back to the hotel to rest. At the front desk, the boss's wife took advantage of him, grabbing his hand and trying to pull him into her desires, while also continuously touching his chest muscles. After a lot of effort, he managed to break free. Back in his room, it was terrifying, such horror from her desires. The next day, He was awakened by hunger. Just as he was about to go out, he thought better of it and decided to leave through the window instead. He couldn't afford to mess with the boss's wife. With a flash, he jumped to the rooftop across the street and then made his way to the restaurant. It was still the familiar restaurant, still the same table of dishes, and still the familiar 200,000. What a wasteful spending. Eating for 200,000. Thinking of the treasures from the holy mountain, his mood improved. Having money, spend it freely without fear. He was walking down the street with a toothpick in his mouth. It was less than 2 hours to the nearest naval base. The street was relatively peaceful, and there were also pirates docked for supplies. But no one dared to cause trouble. The Navy in One Piece is quite contradictory. If we talk about justice, they can launch a massacre order on the islands at the command of the world government. If we say it's not just, some Navy officers are indeed protecting the lower class. Sigh, never mind. It's all the Celestial Dragon's fault. I'm not a savior anyway. The main character of this world is Luffy. He just needs to deal with them. I haven't been to a tavern yet, so today I'll go take a look and gather some information. He walked towards another street. Boss, a glass of rum. Carl shouted from the bar. Okay, coming right up. Is there no bandit looking for trouble in the tavern? The next moment, he directly slashed at the pirate with his sword. The tavern was very noisy. Some people were chatting about which pirate crew was the best. Others were guessing how much treasure the Pirate King had hidden, and some were discussing which woman was exciting last night. Carl drank while listening, which was quite interesting. He didn't encounter any bandit kings looking for trouble. After all, not every bandit is called Sig. He sat in the tavern for half a day, but didn't hear anything useful. Sigh, what a waste of time. He returned to the inn and lay on the bed, pondering the next journey. The next island is Monlon, which would take about 2 days to get to. He could reach Upside Down Mountain in half a month, so there was enough time. The next day, he woke up. Carl walked to the port. Captain Dylan and the others were going back today, so he had to send them off. When he arrived at the port, he saw bags of goods being loaded onto the ship. The sailor Jason, who hadn't been seen for the past few days, finally appeared. Good morning, Uncle Jason. Where have you been these days? I couldn't find you. It's none of your business, kid. You'll know in the future. How's your ship? It'll be a few more days. It's all set, then. All right. Take good care of yourself at sea. Got it. Where's Captain Dylan? In the cabin, helping everyone with the cargo. An hour later, all the cargo was loaded. Carl, we're ready to go. I've told Beck about your ship. Just find him when the time comes. Okay. I'll go back and tell my parents not to worry. I'll come back once I find my sister. All right, let's set off. He watched as the ship slowly sailed out of the port until it was no longer visible. Carl just returned to the hotel. Sigh, suddenly feeling a bit lonely. I really have to navigate on my own for the next few days. Carl eats when he's full and sleeps when he's tired. When he's bored, he goes to the tavern for a couple of drinks or flirts with the landlady back at the inn. His courage grows bolder. On the last morning, Carl packed his luggage and walked out of the hotel. The landlady's eyes were filled with tears as she muttered about his lack of conscience. Carl felt a bit embarrassed but still took his leave, thinking to himself, wait a minute, I haven't done anything wrong. It's her who took advantage of me. Forget it. I won't hold it against her. He walked to the shipyard and found Beck in the dock. Uncle Beck, I'm here. Is my boat ready? Look, Carl. A small to medium-sized sailboat with 4 rooms, 2 bathrooms, a kitchen, and storage. The fridge is stocked, and the deck is laid with grass. Come up and take a look. Carl boarded the ship and found the cabin to be quite nice. He was very satisfied. He paid the final payment and took the ship out of the dock to go to the port for supplies. Fortunately, he had contacted the supplier yesterday, and they delivered today. When the ship arrived at the port, he saw the delivery person, paid them, and loaded the supplies onto the ship. After checking everything, it was all set. They departed, heading towards the mountains. The sailboat slowly sailed out of the port, securing the canvas. Carl was holding the ship's helm and felt quite comfortable, but it wouldn't last long. He had to keep his eyes on the ship to ensure it didn't stray off course. It was tough. He needed to find a windless place to anchor for the night. When night fell, Carl found a suitable area to anchor the boat, lowered the sails, and prepared dinner. After eating, he lay on the deck chair, spending his first night alone on the boat. It felt quite refreshing as he fell asleep to the sea breeze. The next morning, he woke up to find the boat had drifted a little, but fortunately, it wasn't a big deal. He made breakfast, finished eating, and set off again. When it was almost dark, he arrived at Monlon Island. The boat sailed into the harbor, paid the management fee, and took important items to find a hotel. It was much more comfortable on land than on the boat. After paying, he asked the owner for dinner, went back to his room to take a shower, and went to sleep. Lying in bed and stretching his legs, he thought that a stable bed was still more comfortable. He slept soundly that night and felt good in the morning. After checking out, he bought fruits and vegetables and replenished fresh water before setting off again. Today, the wind was a bit strong and it felt stuffy hinting at rain. Sure enough, it started pouring in the afternoon. Luckily, he had taken down the sails in advance, and after more than an hour of rain, he finally got a break. During the rain, he was busy and flustered alone. After resting for a while, he went to the kitchen to prepare curry beef rice. Just as he was getting ready, cannon fire sounded outside. Damn, he was in a bad mood today, wanted to make something delicious to comfort himself, and someone was causing trouble. He grabbed his rapier and went to the deck. Opposite was a medium-sized sailing ship with about 70 people on board. Captain, there seems to be only one person on the other side. What? Just one person? What a waste of cannonballs. Get closer and prepare to board. The medium-sized sailing ship approached. Captain, I'm going in. A pirate wielding twin blades leaped towards Carl to attack. While still in midair, a strike split him in half, and he fell into the sea. Swordsman. Captain, he is a swordsman. Run. The captain didn't expect that either. Carl, the swordsman, was a bit flustered but quickly calmed down. What are you running for? I am the captain of the giant bull pirates with a bounty of 50 million berries. What is a swordsman to me? Everyone attack. Unable to stand by, Carl jumped onto their ship and started slashing away. A few minutes later, there was no one left standing on the deck except for the captain. What nonsense! I am a water buffalo man who has eaten the bulbul fruit. I cannot be defeated by you. After saying this, he transformed into his beast form and charged at Carl. Carl said nothing and simply jumped up, delivering a kick that knocked the water buffalo man down, unable to get back up. How is this possible? I couldn't even block one move. Who are you? The water buffalo man transformed back into his human form, coughing up blood as he asked Carl. Carl did not answer him and quickly delivered a fatal blow. Since you chose to attack, you must bear the consequences. He then walked towards the cabin. With everyone wiped out, it was time to collect treasure. Upon reaching the captain's quarters, he found treasure worth about 20 million berries and chuckled at the small fortune. Just as he was about to return to his ship to set fire to this one, he suddenly heard a noise. He walked to the kitchen and saw two children, about 12 or 13 years old, huddled together, trembling. Carl walked in and was about to ask them when the boy suddenly stood in front of the girl, arms outstretched, and said, "Don't hurt my sister. As long as you don't hurt her, I'm willing to work for you." Interesting and quite brave. You don't seem like pirates from this ship. How did you end up on this ship? We're not pirates. This group of pirates attacked our village and killed everyone. I was strong enough that their captain took a liking to me and wanted to bring me on board. I didn't want to, so they threatened me with my sister, and that's how we ended up on their ship. All right, I believe you. The pirates on this ship have all been killed by me. You can go back now. This ship is yours, Carl said as he started to walk outside. Wait a moment. The girl shouted at Carl. What is it, little sister? I don't have time to take you back. No, big brother, I was wondering if my brother and I could follow you. Everyone in the village is dead, and our parents are gone too. There's nothing left for us to go back to. With that, she started to cry softly, and the boy also lowered his head. I won't support idle people. First, tell me what skills you have. I know a bit of medicine. I learned from my dad. My brother is very strong. No 5 people in the village could beat him. Carl stroked his chin and looked at them, saying, well, your brother is somewhat useful. He can steer the ship. But little sister, how old are you to already know medicine? The boy excitedly replied to Carl, my sister is really amazing. When we were in the village, she could help Dad treat patients all the time. And Dad said my sister has a high talent for medicine. This was quite unexpected. The little girl looked to be only about 45 meters tall, probably around 12 or 13 years old, and she could actually treat people. Well, if she is trained well, she could serve as the ship's doctor. That's settled then. All right, you can come with me. Now, go pack your things and come with me. Thank you, big brother, for taking us in. We'll pack right away. After the little girl finished speaking, she pulled her brother to go pack. Carl watched them run out, and that little girl was quite clever. He chuckled softly, took the treasure, and loaded the supplies from the pirate's ship onto his own ship. The 2 children followed him. As for that pirate's ship, it could probably sell for quite a bit of berries. Never mind, there was no time to deal with it. So he tossed a torch over to burn it along with the pirates' bodies. You 2 can stay in room 3 and room 4. Go take a shower first, and then prepare for dinner. All right, big brother, we'll go right away. Carl finished making the curry rice and started eating in the small dining area of the kitchen. Before long, the 2 little kids finished washing up and came out. Come in, the food is in the pot over there. Help yourselves, Carl said to them. Thank you, big brother. The siblings immediately grabbed bowls and got to work, looking quite hungry as they gobbled it down. Carl looked at the 2 kids. The girl was about 1'4" to 5 meters tall, quite delicate looking with a bit of playfulness, clearly very clever. The boy was over 7 meters tall, more robust, and had a somewhat simple-minded feel. Definitely one with a single-minded personality. After finishing their meal, the three of them went to the deck. Carl lay on a chair, while the siblings stood beside him. I forgot to ask, what are your names? How old are you? I'm Ellie, 12 years old this year, and my brother is 1 year older. His name is Benson. All right, don't be nervous. Since you're on the ship now, we're family, so don't just stand there, sit down. Benson sat down on the lawn, and Ellie ran over to give Carl a shoulder massage and said, Hee, big brother, what is your name? How did you manage to sail out here by yourself? My name is Upas Kid. Carl, you can just call me Carl. Okay, then I'll call you Brother Carl from now on. No problem. As for why I'm out at sea, I'm looking for someone in the South Sea. You'll find out more later. By the way, Benson, go take a rest. You'll take over for me at midnight. It won't do if no one is watching the ship. Okay, Brother Carl. I'll get up at midnight. With Benson's personality, it'll definitely be hard for him to find a partner. Ellie, you should go rest too. You must be tired. All right, Brother Carl, I'll go rest now. Good night, Brother Carl. Good night. Off you go. It really is fate. Not long after setting sail, they encountered two talented kids. Given time, they'd surely be able to stand on their own. Thus, after more than 10 days, the trio arrived at Reverse Mountain. I wonder if Kuroka's is at the lighthouse now. He should be. After all, the Roger Pirates have disbanded. Captain, we've arrived at Reverse Mountain. I know. Ellie, come out for a minute. Coming, Brother Carl, what is up? I'm taking you to find a highly skilled medical senior. Really? But there's no one here. Benson, steer the ship towards the lighthouse and stop there. Okay, Captain. Once the ship was steady at the big lighthouse, they disembarked and headed towards it. Kuroka's, someone has here to drink with you. Soon, an elderly man in flower shorts emerged from inside. This was the ship's doctor of the Pirate King, Kuroka's. Kuroka's looked at the young man before him and felt that he was full of energy, definitely not an ordinary weakling. Hello, young man. How do you know me? I don't think we've met before. Well, now we have, right? My name is Upas Kid. Carl, just call me Carl. Even though I haven't met you. As the ship's doctor of the Pirate King, your fame is well known. The siblings were startled. The ship's doctor of the Pirate King? That is a big deal. Oh, huh, interesting. So, tell me, what do you want with me? I don't believe you came just to have a drink. Having a drink is one of the purposes. Come on, let us drink here. Benson, go get some meat from the ship. Barbecued meat and wine make for a great combination. Okay, Captain, I'll go now. The four of them enjoyed barbecued meat and drinks together. Old man, this is Ellie. She is the ship's doctor on my ship. Don't be fooled by her age. Her medical talent is quite high. I'm here for your medical skills. Hee. Ellie blushed a bit, feeling shy to be praised for her talent in front of Senior. Ha, I knew it. You definitely didn't come just to drink with me. But what will you use to exchange for my medical skills? A piece of news. What news could be so valuable? You must know that my medical skills are among the best in the world. Brooke isn't dead. No, he has come back to life. How do you know about Brooke? At your age, you shouldn't have met him. And what do you mean by come back to life? The reason is complex. And I can't tell you how I know about him, but Brooke is indeed alive. He was originally dead, but fortunately, he ate the Yomi no Mi and came back to life as a skeleton without flesh and blood. Moreover, he still intends to fulfill his promise to Laboon. However, I can't say where he is. When the time comes, he will naturally come here to fulfill his promise. All right, kid. I believe you one lie to this old bone of mine. I'll give my medical notebook to this little girl shortly. Thank you so much, old man. Thank you, Dr. Kuroka's, Ellie said excitedly. No need to thank me. It's a nice feeling to have a successor for my medical skills. The four of them ate and drank until the evening, and Kuroka's finally went to get his medical notebook, handing it to Ellie. Little girl, take a look first. If you have any questions, ask me tomorrow. I'm old now, I'll go rest. Okay, thank you, Dr. Kuroka's. Ellie excitedly took the notebook and began to look at it. It seems this trip was worth it. Ellie indeed has great talent, and with Kuroka's medical skills, she will surely become a highly skilled doctor in the future. They stayed at the lighthouse for 3 days before continuing their journey to the South Sea. These 3 days were mainly to allow Ellie to ask Kuroka's any question she had, and Kuroka's praised her talent. Goodbye, old man. When we come back from the South Sea, I'll treat you to a drink. All right, I'll wait for you to find me. Goodbye, Dr. Kuroka's. Goodbye, Dr. Kuroka's. Upon reaching the South Sea, there was no need to store magnetic force anymore, aside from replenishing fresh water and food along the way. They just needed to follow the nautical charts directly to Bartolomeo Island. Benson, let us first go to the nearest island to replenish our supplies. Then head straight to Bartolomeo Island. Okay, Captain. In the afternoon, they arrived at the first island in the South Sea. After paying the harbor fee, they took important items into town to find a place to stay. Since Roger hadn't surrendered yet, and the Great Pirate Era hadn't begun, the security on the island was still decent. At least there were no signs of violence. The three found an inn to stay in, and for dinner, they asked the innkeeper to prepare something simple. After dinner, they went to sleep as they needed to replenish their supplies the next day. The next morning, they checked out, had breakfast, and went to the market to shop, spending the whole morning to get everything sorted. Thus, the three continued their journey towards Bartolomeo Island. Along the way, they encountered a few groups of pirates with bounties of only a few 100,000, which were just practice for Benson. They could also collect the bounties for the pirates' heads at the nearest naval base, making this voyage feel like a guaranteed profit. A month and a half later, they finally reached the destination of this journey, Bartolomeo Island. After mooring the ship, the three took their luggage and treasures and walked towards the town, where Sister Ruja's home should be on the mountain. Carl closed his eyes and released his observation hockey, sensing a powerful presence on the back mountain. It must be the Pirate King, Roger. Damn it, just thinking about that bastard makes me angry. But I'm also glad that I still have time to change my sister's fate. Ellie, how's the research on that life-enhancing medicine you've been working on lately? Carl asked as he walked. I already have a feasible theory. As long as I can conduct experiments, I will definitely be able to develop it. Ellie replied. Ellie is indeed a genius. Back at Reverse Mountain Lighthouse, she worked with Kurokas on researching life-enhancing medicines, and now she already has a feasible theory. This medicine is meant for his sister, Lugio. He had thought about taking his sister away in advance before coming here, but if they just left like that, they would definitely be tracked down by the world government's agents. At that time, the world government would surely be able to find our island located in the doldrums, which would endanger the villagers in the town, and his sister would definitely not want that. After more than half an hour, they finally arrived at the small villa on the back mountain, where Roger was standing at the door, but Lugio was nowhere to be seen. Carl put down his luggage and said to the two siblings, Benson, Ellie, you wait for me here. I have something to discuss with this bearded man. Okay, Captain. Yes. Brother Carl. Ha ha ha. Little brother, do we know each other? Why do I feel such strong hostility from you? Roger said with a smile. Want to know? Then come with me. After saying that, Carl walked deeper into the forest, and Roger followed him. Once they reached the depths of the forest, Carl calmly asked Roger, When did you arrive here? Ha ha. I've been here for a few months, little brother. I can clearly sense your hostility towards me. But there's no malice in that hostility. Can you explain why? Want to know why? Then let us have a fight first. After saying that, Carl slashed with his knife and attacked Roger. Roger also drew his sword and began to clash with him. After dozens of exchanges, Carl was forced back several meters by Roger's sword. Carl's hands began to tingle. Indeed, he was still far from the top combat power in this world. Carl transformed into his Beastman form, which is his strongest state. He swung his sword with his right hand, sending a flying slash toward Roger, while his left hand immediately struck at Roger. Roger reacted quickly, shattering the slash with his sword, and then began to engage Carl in a melee. After more than half an hour of fighting, Carl had not managed to injure him. He could only unleash his strongest move, Slash Wave Breakthrough. Carl used all his strength for this ultimate strike. Divine Avoidance. Roger used his Divine Avoidance to shatter Carl's Slash Wave Breakthrough, and the backlash sent Carl flying several meters away. Carl got up and spat out a mouthful of blood. Roger was also not feeling well, breathing heavily, likely due to his physical condition. Otherwise, he would have handled it more easily, as Carl's understanding of Conqueror's hockey was far less profound than his. Carl adjusted his breathing, sheathed his knife, glanced at him, and walked back, the surroundings in disarray. Hey, little brother, you still haven't told me why? Carl ignored him. It was time to see Lugio. Back at the villa entrance, the two siblings looked at Carl with concern. I'm fine, let's go. The person I'm looking for is inside. Roger also sensed that Carl meant no harm, so he didn't stop him. Carl took a deep breath and pushed open the door, finally seeing the image of his sister in his mind. When he was young, Lugio took great care of Carl, and a wave of familial emotion surged within him. Sister, it's me, Carl. I finally found you. Tears streamed down Carl's face. Lugio looked incredulous, staring at Carl with a shocked expression, and after a while, she confirmed that this was indeed her brother. Carl, my brother. She rushed over to Carl and began to cry, and Carl hugged her tightly, tears flowing freely. After a while, they separated, and as Lugio pulled Carl toward a chair, she said to Roger, Roger, hurry up and go hunting. Today, I'm going to make a big meal for my brother. Ha, okay, Lugio, I'll go right away, Roger said, scratching his head, feeling a bit embarrassed as he headed to the back mountain to hunt. Carl, quickly tell me how you found this place. It's so far from the Grand Line. And how did you get out of the comm belt? Does Mom know you're out? Lugio bombarded Carl with several questions. Let's not talk about that for now. Let me introduce you. These two are people I rescued from a pirate crew in the Grand Line. The The boy's name is Benson, and the girl's name is Ellie. Benson. Ellie, this is my sister, Lugio. Hello, Sister Lugio. Hello, Sister Lugio. Wow, Sister Lugio, you're so beautiful. Ellie came over to hug Lugio, making her laugh. Lugio covered her mouth and smiled slightly. You must be exhausted. Come, let me arrange a place for you to rest. Thank you, Sister Lugio. Thank you, Sister Lugio. Sorry for the trouble. It's no trouble at all. I haven't had this much excitement in a long time. I'm actually really happy. Lugio said, Carl, your room is the first one on the left upstairs. Go put your things away first. I'll help these two little ones get settled. Okay, I'll go put my luggage away first. After placing his things in the room upstairs, Carl heard Roger's voice from outside. Lugio, I'm back. Come out and take a look. This Sea King is pretty good, right? Ha ha ha. Lugio came out to take a look and was quite happy. Good job, Roger. You handle it first, and then I'll start cooking. Carl followed behind with a blank expression, only muttering, humph, the sour smell of love. Then he went over to handle the seafood and said to his sister, Sister, let me do it. You're pregnant, and it's not suitable for you to be in the kitchen. The smoke from the oil is bad for the baby. Besides, I often make seafood dishes at home. And Mom even praised me for how good they taste. Wow, then it's hard work for you, Carl. Huh, how did you know I was pregnant? I didn't tell you. Did Roger say something? Carl snorted at Roger, pulled out the new pavilion marquee, and chopped off the best part of this Sea King type. Then dragged it into the kitchen to get busy. Wahahaha. Lugio, Carl's observation hockey is really impressive. What is observation hockey? Well, Carl's observation hockey should be a special sensing ability. It can perceive everything around him. Very powerful. Is that so? All right, you handle the rest of the meat. Then go in and help Carl. He should still be mad at you. Okay, I'll take care of it. Wahahaha, Carl. Is there anything I can help you with? Roger came in and said to Carl, his expression showing a hint of flattery, probably because his sister told him something. No need. Just take care of my sister and prepare the tableware. All right, I'll head out. Carl thought about the upcoming events while cooking. It's already June. Roger should be leaving soon. Carl's current strength is still not enough to protect his sister and her children, so Roger should still ask Garb for help. Sigh. Still not strong enough. This damned world government. We'll see what happens then. At least my sister's fate must change. Not long after, Carl prepared dinner and called Bansan and Ellie down. Lugio introduced Roger, saying, These two are my brother's crew members, Bansan and Ellie. Then she said to the two siblings, Bansan, Ellie, this is Roger, my husband. The two children quickly stood up and said, Hello, Uncle Roger. Waha, hello. Sit down, don't be nervous. Sister, why does this person look so much like the Pirate King Roger in the newspaper? Bansan whispered to Ellie. It has seemed like it. Uncle, are you really the Pirate King Roger? Ellie asked Roger cautiously. Roger replied, That's right, I am the person in newspaper. How about that? Pretty impressive, right? Wahaha. Although the two siblings were a bit prepared, they were still stunned to receive a confirmed answer. After all, it was their first time dealing with such a significant figure. Now, they were eating at the same table, feeling awkward, seeing that the two siblings were a bit nervous. Lugio said, All right, Bansan, Ellie, don't mind him. He is just an ordinary long-bearded uncle. Let us eat. Then, except for Lugio, everyone else began to eat voraciously. By the way, Carl, you haven't told me how you got out yet? Asked Lugio. I said, I sneaked onto a merchant ship that came to the island and hid in the cargo hold. I've already written to Mom and Dad, telling them I came out to find you, and then I would go back. After I came out, I found some gang forces and investigated how you went missing back then and followed the clues all the way here. I couldn't just say I knew you were here because I read the original work, so I had to come up with a reasonable excuse. Back then, after I followed the fleet outside, I was captured by human traffickers at the port and shipped to the South Sea with a group of other kidnapped children, intending to sell me as a slave to those nobles. I was terrified at the time, but later, the kind Caribou couple bought me. They were very nice to me, treating me like their own daughter, so I haven't suffered much over the years. It was just 2 years ago when the Caribou couple went out to sea and were killed by pirates. I couldn't manage such a large estate alone and was afraid others would covet it. So I sold everything I could and came to live by myself in this house in the back mountain. Then I met Roger. Carl listened to his sister recount her experiences over the years and thought to himself that he was lucky to have met good people. If he had encountered those vile creatures, he didn't know what kind of torment he would have endured. He felt a wave of relief. At least his sister's life had been quite good these years. Those despicable human traffickers. From now on, I'll kill one on sight. Carl said fiercely. Ha, Carl. That's just treating the symptoms, not the root cause. If you want to eradicate this malignant tumor, you have to start from a source. Of course I know that. It's just those pigs on the red Earth continent, right? Since coming to this world, I've realized how disgusting the celestial dragons are. Their actions are completely inhumane. To them, anyone who isn't one of them doesn't count as a human. Carl, don't touch those taboos until you have enough strength. And it's not the right time yet. Roger said to Carl with a serious expression. I know that, and I have family to protect. So I won't act impulsively. Thinking of his parents on the island, he looked at his sister and said, all right, today is the day I reunite with Carl. So let us not talk about unhappy things. Sister, try this. It's my best apple pie. Mom taught me how to make it, and she said it's already at 9/10 of her level. He then picked up a slice of apple pie and handed it to Rugio. It's been so long since I've had Mom's apple pie. I miss it so much. After dinner, Carl and Rugio sat in the yard chatting, while Roger recounted his past experiences to Benson and Ellie, with occasional gasps of surprise coming from them. Sister, how is Roger's health? I can sense that his condition isn't good. He told me he has about 4 months left to live, and he seems to be nearing the end. He said he has one last thing he must do. How about this, sister? After Roger is gone, let us go to Tiger Roar Island. There won't be any outsiders to disturb us, and you can rest easy during your pregnancy. No, I can't go back. If it were just me, it wouldn't be a problem. But I'm carrying Roger's child, and the world government won't let his bloodline go. Even though our home is in the Comm Belt, I heard Roger say that the Navy has already developed warships that can enter and exit the Comm Belt. Carl fell silent. That was indeed the case. If they returned, the people on Tiger Roar Island might not escape. Many people would die outside, but comparatively fewer. Ace's denial of being Roger's son is probably because of this. In such circumstances, anyone would inevitably feel oppressed for the rest of their lives. Moreover, Carl sensed that his sister had already resigned herself to death. Perhaps it was only because she was pregnant that she hadn't shown it. But Carl's special observation hockey allowed him to clearly sense a person's emotions, so his sister couldn't hide it from him. Let us go, sister. You can't stay up late when you're pregnant. You need to sleep early. I want to hear this little guy call me uncle as soon as possible. It might take a while for him to call you uncle. Rugio laughed and said to Carl, then got up to go back to sleep. In the dining room, Benson and Ellie were cleaning up the aftermath when Roger walked out. Carl, I'll be leaving in a few days. I'll ask an old friend to take care of the child, but until he arrives, I'll have to trouble you. Roger patted Carl on the shoulder and said, do you really have to go? I must go. It's my mission. He looked at Carl, his eyes very determined. I understand. After saying that, Carl went back to wash up and sleep. Lying in bed, he thought that he could only hope that Ellie's life-enhancing potion would be developed soon. The next day, before dawn, Carl went to the sea on the back mountain to train. The cut he exchanged with Roger yesterday made Carl realize that he still had a considerable distance to go to reach the world's peak. He had to keep working hard. Standing in the sea, he simply attacked the giant rocks by the shore with his fists for 2 hours, then continued practicing swordsmanship. After swinging the sword 10,000 times, he returned. Back at the villa, Rugio had prepared a lot of meat dishes, all made from that Sea King class creature. Carl, hurry up and eat. We're going to place together. Okay, sister. While eating, Carl said to Roger, hey, Pirate King, can you help me train Benson these days? He is really suited for the path of physical training. No problem, Carl. Just leave it to me. Wahaha. What Pirate King? That sounds terrible. Don't be angry. Carl, he is also your brother-in-law. I haven't acknowledged that yet. Let's go, sister. I'm full. I really can't do anything with you. Come on. Take that bouquet of flowers over there and walk with me. Okay, sister. Benson, make sure to learn well from our Pirate King. Got it. Ellie, just continue research. All right, Captain. Don't worry, Brother Carl. I will definitely figure out. If you need anything, just go to town and buy it. No need to tell me. Then Carl followed Rugio as they continued up the mountain until they reached a grave. It turned out to be the grave of the Caribou couple. The Navy had found the Caribou couple's merchant ship and brought their bodies back, and Rugio buried them here. Uncle Caribou, Aunt Lillian, this is my brother. He came to the South Sea to find me, and he will take good care of me from now on. Don't worry, I won't be bullied anymore. After saying that, she took the flowers from Carl's hands and placed them in front of the tombstone, then bowed. Carl held Rugio's hand and stood quietly with her for a while. Let's go, Carl, we should head back. By the way, how are Mom and Dad doing? Rugio asked. They're doing well, and I often catch sea kings for them to eat. Their health is great now, so you don't have to worry, sister, Carl replied. The two siblings chatted and laughed all the way home. Roger was exercising Benson by the sea and didn't see Ellie. Using his observation hockey, he realized she had gone to the town to buy something. By the way, Carl, if I'm not mistaken, you should be 18 years old now. Have you met any girls you like? Rugio asked with a smile. No, I'm still young. Marriage is too far off, Carl quickly denied. If you do, you have to tell your sister, okay? I'll definitely help you win her over, Lucio said with a gentle laugh. They continued chatting about childhood memories and Carl's training over the years. A few days later, Roger was about to set off. Carl, this is what I've organized over the past few days regarding my insights on hockey. I'm giving it to you. Thank you, Uncle Roger. Ha. I'm grateful that you call me uncle. I'm not a qualified husband. Lucio, thank you for understanding me. Roger said seriously to Lucio. Go, fulfill your final mission. I will always support you. Well then, goodbye everyone. After saying that, Roger boarded the small boat and set off. Goodbye, Uncle Roger. Thank you for these days. Mr. Roger. The group watched as Roger's small boat disappeared into the distance. This time, it seemed there would be no chance to meet again. Standing by the shore, Carl watched Roger leave, feeling a bit complex. At first, he thought the great pirate era sparked by Roger's last words had caused chaos at sea. However, once you see the evil in this world, you understand that conventional means cannot save it. One can only break the pot and sink the boat to forge a path out of death. Because the evil of pirates is far less than that of the celestial dragons. The four returned home, and everyone knew Lucio was feeling down. Carl subtly signaled to Ellie to keep Lucio company. So, Sister Lucio, when do you think the baby will be born? Can I be your aunt? Ellie asked playfully. Hearing the mention of the baby, Lucio's eyes softened as she stroked her belly. That's fine, but it's still early. I'm only 3 months along. What about the name? Have you thought of one? Roger had already decided that if it was a boy, he would be named Ace, and if it was a girl, she would be named Ace, and Those are nice names. Lucio chatted with Ellie about various topics regarding the baby, and her mood improved considerably. Carl also thought about Ace, the boy with small freckles who was somewhat handsome. He was the pain in every fan's heart. Sigh. Speaking of which, in his previous life watching One Piece, it seemed that Lucio gave birth to twins, with one girl being in the Revolutionary Army, named In. If they were indeed twins, they should bring the girl back to Tiger Roar Island. With Ace drawing fire outside, no one would suspect and was also Roger's daughter. Okay, let us do that. Time to train. Sister, I'm going to continue training by the sea. I'll be back a bit earlier for dinner, and I'll cook. So don't go into the kitchen, okay? Got it. Go ahead. Don't worry about me. Lucio knew that Carl was aware that Roger's departure would upset her. But thinking about the baby and knowing there was still a mission for her made Carl feel at ease. Banson, you come with me. From today on, I will train you. Okay, thank you, Captain. Banson said happily. Clearly, having Carl guide him made him feel more relaxed. Roger's guidance might have left this straightforward boy a bit bewildered. After all, he was the Pirate King. Days passed in an orderly manner. In August, news came that Roger had been captured. For a moment, it seemed a fierce storm had swept across the sea. Roger had been captured. The Navy also decided to execute the Pirate King in Lowtown in the East Blue next month. Everyone was in disbelief. How could a man who had everything in the world be captured? New World Whitebeard pirates, Dad. Not good. Big news. Marco, with his pineapple head, excitedly told Whitebeard as he read the newspaper that had arrived by the newsbird. Garara, Marco, what happened? Calm down. We are the Whitebeard pirates. Whitebeard said, exuding an overwhelming aura. Dad, Roger has been captured. The newspaper says the Navy will execute the Pirate King in Lowtown next month. Whitebeard, upon hearing this news, remained calm. He had met with Roger not long ago and knew how he was captured. However, very few knew about their meeting, and outsiders were unaware of what they discussed. On a floating island, the legendary pirate Shiki the Golden Lion looked furious upon seeing the news. Roger defeated me. How could he be caught by the despicable Navy? Most importantly, I haven't taken my revenge yet. With the Supreme Ship S-helm stuck in his head, he thought, if he defeated the Navy headquarters, wouldn't that prove he was stronger than Roger? He flew angrily toward the Navy headquarters, which was in chaos. Half of Marineford had collapsed under the combined might of Admiral Sengoku and the Navy hero Garp. Shiki the Golden Lion was defeated and imprisoned in the underwater prison impelled down. This news stirred up the sea again. Everyone wondered if the end of pirates had arrived. The Pirate King had just been captured, and the legendary pirate Shiki had also been caught. Cake Island, Big Mom Pirates, Mama. That idiot Shiki actually won a fight at the Navy headquarters, and Roger did too. But with this, there are 2 fewer competitors for me. Mama. A wave of Conqueror-s hockey spread across Bartolomeo Island. Lucio and Carl had already known about this matter for a while, but their mood was still affected. Carl held on to Lucio's hand, reassuring her that she still had her brother Carl to rely on, telling her not to be so tense. I'm fine, Carl. Roger will tell me what he wants to do. I've been mentally prepared for it. I'm the woman of the Pirate King. I'm not that weak. Lugia said softly. All right, sister, is there anything you want to eat today? I'll make it for you right away if I can. Meanwhile, in the Navy headquarters dungeon, two bearded men sat facing each other, one inside the cell and the other outside. Roger, do you have anything else to say? Kapu, can I trust you? Roger looked directly at Kapu, as if seeing through his heart. Karp didn't say a word, just stared at his old rival who was both an enemy and a friend. When Roger saw the expression on Karp's face, he knew he could trust him. Karp, I have a child, but it's only been 4 months since the pregnancy. You have to help me. Impossible. You should know that the world government would never allow someone with your bloodline to survive. So Karp, only you can help me with this. He's just an unborn child. Even if I have sinned, it can't be blamed on him. Roger said seriously as he looked at his old friend. Karp stopped speaking and then stood up to leave. Roger also knew that Karp had agreed, and a smile appeared on his face. In the EC, more and more people were flocking to Logtown from various places, all wanting to witness the execution of the Pirate King, Roger. In a hidden spot, 2 boys, one with a red nose and the other with red hair, sat together. Hey Shanks, the captain is about to be executed. What are we going to do? Said Buggy, the owner of the Conqueror's Hockey. This is Captain Roger's own choice. We can't interfere, Shanks said in a deep voice. In Logtown, Don Quixote da Flamingo, Dracula Mihawk, Gecko Moria, and Crocodile all appeared. They were a group of young individuals with their own ambitions. Time quickly moved to September, and Logtown was crowded with people, especially around the execution platform, where it was packed to the brim. Everyone was watching the execution platform, where Admiral Sengoku and the Navy hero Karp were standing guard. The square was silent, and suddenly the sound of shackles clanking came from the execution platform as the Pirate King, Roger, was brought up and forced to kneel on the platform. The execution time was approaching, and everyone in the square was silent, all watching this man who had everything. Hey, Pirate King, where did you hide your treasure? The legendary One Piece, a very ordinary-looking person, suddenly shouted. In an instant, everyone reacted, realizing that yes, the Pirate King was dead, but his treasure was still out there. Then everyone turned to look at Roger. Ha ha, no talking. The executioner scolded. Want my treasure? If you want it, go find it on the sea. I've hidden it all there. The executioner raised his sword and pierced Roger's body. Instantly, the square erupted in chaos, and everyone in the world who could see the live broadcast was in an uproar. They had all heard the words of the Pirate King just before his death. The world began to welcome the arrival of the great pirate era, to search for the legendary treasure left behind by Pirate King Roger. Countless ambitious individuals set sail, fighting amongst themselves, and the seas became even more chaotic. On Bartolomeo Island, Carl knew he had to start preparing. Ellie, how's the drug research going? Brother Carl, I experimented with monkeys from the forest yesterday and made progress, but I haven't started human trials yet. Then let's start human trials tomorrow. I'll build you a house deep in the back mountain. I'll also go back to the sea to catch some notorious pirates for you to experiment on. Okay, Brother Carl. In the Panga City of the world government, the 5 elders were discussing a message sent by the CP organization. The CP organization found out that Roger had spent a long time on Bartolomeo Island in the South Sea, and it was likely that he left behind descendants there. The scientific defense god, Jagersha Satan, said, we must eliminate them. This evil bloodline cannot be allowed to exist in this world. The bald man with a long white beard under his nose, the justice god, Topman Wokuli, said seriously. The Navy headquarters received this order to assist the CP organization of the world government in handling this matter. In the conference room, Admiral Steelbone Kong said, because of that bastard Roger's dying words, more and more people are turning to piracy at sea. The Navy is severely understaffed. I've submitted a request to the world government for an expansion, but this will take time. Crane, you speak first about your thoughts. The Navy can temporarily give up the second half of the Grand Line and focus all efforts on dealing with troubles in the 4 seas and the first half of the Grand Line. To buy us time, we need to push the pirates into the New World and let them cause chaos there first, said Vice Admiral Crane, the Navy's chief advisor. All right, let's proceed as Crane suggested. There's one more thing. Before Roger came to the Navy headquarters, he visited the Whitebeard Pirates base in the New World and met with Whitebeard. However, we don't know what they talked about. The world government is worried that Roger might have said something he shouldn't have. So we need someone to monitor the Whitebeard Pirates. Sengoku, you and Karp handle this matter. You don't need to engage them. Just monitor their movement from the outside. Yes, Admiral Kong. Karp, what's wrong with you? Kong noticed that Karp seemed a bit distracted. Oh, it's nothing. Don't worry, Admiral. I will assist Sengoku in handling this matter. Ha! It seems I can't go to Bartolomeo Island for now, Karp thought. On Bartolomeo Island, Carl wanted to take a trip to Water 7 before the Navy arrived. After instructing Banson to watch over the house, Carl transformed into his full beast form and flew towards Water 7. Now Carl could use flame clouds for longer flights. Water 7 was a bit far, but he could rest a few times to replenish his strength. The design he obtained from the treasury of the Waterland Kingdom turned out to be a submarine design capable of sailing in windless zones. What would be difficult to build? Only the fisherman Tom might have the ability to do so. 3 days later, in Water 7, Carl used observation hockey to cover the entire city and found fisherman Tom, then saw him in a somewhat dilapidated shipyard. Tom had been brought to inOne's lobby for trial for building ships for Pirate King Joel D. Roger. However, he explained the design and concept of the sea train to the presiding judge, which changed the trial, temporarily giving him time to research. Tom was now likely under surveillance and unable to leave Water 7. Hello, Mr. Tom. My name is Carl. I have a fantastic ship design and would like to ask you to help me build it. Can we talk somewhere else? Oh, sure, Mr. Carl. Let's go to my office to discuss. In Tom's office, Carl took out the design and showed it to him, waiting for him to finish looking. This is indeed a wonderful design, but building it won't be easy, and it requires sea stone and atom wood. These materials can only be found in the underground black market or the world government. To build it, you'll probably need 3 billion berries. Then, Mr. Tom, if the money is sufficient, do you have a way to get the materials? I can manage, but it needs to be quick because I'm researching the sea train, and in a few months, I will need to change locations to focus on that. No problem. I'll bring the money to you tomorrow night. Then that's settled. Just come find me tomorrow. Afterward, Carl left, thinking 3 billion I'll have to borrow from some corrupt noble kingdoms, the kind I won't pay back. No sooner said than done. That night, Carl raided a kingdom's treasury and even obtained a devil fruit, though he didn't know its ability yet. He would have to check the encyclopedia when he got back. The next day, Carl changed locations, exchanged all the treasures for berries, and rushed to Water 7. This trip netted him over 3 billion berries and a devil fruit. In the evening, Carl found Tom and handed over the 3 billion berries. Now I'll be relying on you, Mr. Tom. How long will it take to build? No problem. It will take about 2 months to complete. Okay, then I'll come back in 2 months. By the way, here is my den mushy. If you have any problems, just contact me directly. Taking advantage of the night, Carl set off for Bar Taylor Island with the devil fruit and some remaining money. Finally, after 3 days, he returned in the evening to find that the town was already garrisoned by the Navy. In the forest, he found Ellie, who was conducting experiments, injecting drugs into the bodies of pirates. In this laboratory, there were a dozen notorious pirates, all shackled and secured to the beds, with Benson assisting nearby. Ellie, how's it going? Carl walked in and asked. Carl, you're back. Ellie replied. Things are going well. The two inside were weak after 3 days, but after I injected them with the drug, they're much better now, and I didn't feed them anything for 3 days. But I found that their vitality has indeed increased, which proves that my drug is effective. I'm currently calculating the dosage. Ellie, that's amazing. I'll make you 10 chicken legs to eat tonight, Carl said while patting Ellie's head. Hee. I'm glad to help you, Brother Carl. Well, I'll head back first. You all finish the experiment and come back early. After saying that, he returned home to see his sister, Lugio, watering the flowers. Sister, I'm back. Carl, you're back. By the way, the Navy has stationed in the town last night. I feel like they might be looking for me. What should we do? It's okay, sister. As long as you're wearing a dress, no one can tell you're pregnant. Just wait until they finish searching and leave. And I'm here. Even if they find out, I can help you escape. So don't worry. Okay, I understand. In the following days, people were being arrested every day. Children from 0 to 1 year old and pregnant women. Anyone they found was taken away for investigation. And if there were no issues, they would be released. However, as time passed, it became clear that no one who had been taken away was returned, and no one knew where they had gone, causing even more chaos in the town. Lugio felt very guilty because she knew it was because of her and the baby in her belly, and Carl felt distressed as well. Sister, don't worry. I know where they are held. If they really take action, I will save them, so don't worry. Carl comforted her. Carl, they are really too cruel. If you have a way, please make sure to rescue them, okay? I will, sister. 2 months passed, and the Navy and CP organization searched the town thoroughly, taking away all the pregnant women. Lugio lived in the mountains and often wandered in places where the Navy was present, using cloth to bind her belly and wearing a dress, so she was not suspected. Every time she returned from the town, she felt down, and Carl knew he had to rescue those children and women as soon as possible. Moreover, the ship was ready, and after rescuing them, they could not return to this island and could only send them to a remote, uninhabited island first. As night fell, Carl dressed in black clothes and shoes, covering his head to reveal only his eyes. and then went to the town to take down the Navy and those from the CP organization. Carl found the men whose wives had been taken away, as well as the families whose children had been kidnapped. He worked hard to persuade them to follow him, although they were skeptical of Carl. Having hope was better than having none at all. The group followed Carl to the place where the captives were held, where they could hear the cries of children, the cries of women, and the sounds of interrogation, creating a chaotic scene. Carl jumped onto the rooftop and then unleashed his conqueror's hockey, stunning the guards and those responsible for the interrogation. He then allowed their families to come in and find their children and wives, but dozens were already dead. Sigh. Dozens of families were shattered just like that. The scene was chaotic, and he led them toward the port. The townspeople saw everything, but said nothing. They boarded the ship and set off immediately. This large ship had been prepared in advance, and the food stored inside was enough for these people to eat for a month. As they sailed further away from Bartellera Island, Carl used his hockey again to stun everyone. There was no choice. He couldn't let them know the route. Under the cover of night, they sailed according to the compass, arriving at their destination just before dawn. After waking them up, he had them disembark and move all the supplies down. From now on, you can only live on this island. If the world government and Navy find you outside, they won't spare you. This is an uninhabited island, close to the doldrums, and there are plenty of fruits and suitable land for crops. I believe you can live well here. I can only help you this far. Thank you, benefactor. Otherwise, my wife might have been in great danger. Thank you, benefactor. Thank you. All right, you all get busy now. Fix your living space first. Then Carl boarded the ship and left. Once the island was out of sight, he flew into the air and cut the ship in half with a sword. His mission was complete. He couldn't leave any clues behind. This ship was also stolen from pirates, all of whom had been dealt with by Carl and fed to the fish. Watching the ship sink into the sea, he finally felt relieved. He flew back to Bartellera Island, returning to the villa through the forest. Carl, how did it go? Did you rescue everyone? Ruji asked with a worried face. Don't worry, sister. I've rescued them all and settled them. That's good. You should go change your clothes first. Okay, sister. Carl quickly changed his clothes and came down to drink a glass of water. The agents in Navy should have realized that the people were missing by now, which would make them suspect that the person they were looking for was among those who escaped. So the search on the island shouldn't be as strict. Oh, by the way, this morning someone called you on the snail phone. It was a guy named Tom. He said the ship you asked him to build is ready. I see. I'll give him a call back. He went upstairs, picked up the snail phone, and dialed Tom's number. BRR, click. Once connected, the snail phone transformed into Tom's image. Mr. Carl, the ship is ready, and it's been tested. It's a really great ship. When are you coming to pick it up? Hello, Mr. Tom. I'm sorry I've been a bit busy and missed our scheduled time. I still don't have time to come over now. Could you please keep the ship for me for a while? It might be a bit long, about a year and a half before I can come get it. Is that okay? No problem, no problem. Just contact me directly with the snail phone when you come. Okay. Thank you so much, Mr. Tom. After hanging up, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. If Mr. Tom couldn't keep it, it would have been a real hassle, especially since Carl couldn't be away for too long right now. In the year 1499 of the sea calendar, February. Sister, if it really becomes unbearable, can you please give birth now? It could cause a lot of harm to your body. Carl, I'm fine. I just need to delay the delivery by a few months. I can hold on. The agents in Navy haven't left yet, so I can't let this little one be born. That would expose us. We've held on for so long. If I give birth now, it would all be in vain. All right, sister, but if you really can't take it anymore, you have to promise me to give birth right away. Okay? Okay, I'll listen to you. In the laboratory in the forest, Ellie had made significant progress on the medicine. Ellie, what are you looking at? Brother Carl, I'm reading a book about childbirth, hoping it can help Sister Ruji when the time comes. That's something you need to study more. By the way, how much of the medicine have you prepared now? Brother Carl, don't worry. I have enough ready. By the way, why don't we leave now? The Navy shouldn't be able to stop you. It's not that we can't leave, but we mustn't. Ever since that bastard Roger came here, we haven't been able to leave. As soon as we leave, the world government's agents can trace our whereabouts, and wherever we go, there will be trouble. We can only stay here without being discovered. After they leave, we can reduce the chances of being found out, understand? Oh, I understand. Well, since the medicine has been successfully developed, let's move back to the villa. I'll go deal with those pirates first. Carl buried those pirates deep in the forest. After all, they were not good people, but rather notorious for their evil deeds. In the New World, near the Whitebeard Pirates base, Sengoku said, "When can we go back? It's been almost half a year, and we haven't seen any action from Whitebeard. We should be able to stop monitoring now, right?" Carp felt a bit anxious because he had promised Roger to take care of his child. Not yet. Even though they haven't made a move, it doesn't mean they won't. We don't know what Roger told me, so let's wait a little longer. All right then. On Bartolomeo Island, 2 months had passed since the last incident, and the search by the Navy and world government agents on the island had eased significantly. They believed the person they were looking for had already been rescued, and that person was among the group that had been saved. Not yet. It's not time, Rookie said slowly while rubbing her belly. She was already 11 months pregnant, and every time she felt intense pain, she endured it without giving birth. Sister, if it's really too much, just give birth now. Look at how much pain you're in. And those world government personnel have eased their search. They think the target has already been rescued. Carl, not yet. Waiting a little longer will reduce the risks. This pain is nothing compared to ensuring this child can live safely in the future. And didn't Ellie already develop a medicine to enhance vitality? I trust you and Ellie's medical skills. Seeing that Rookie was unmovable no matter how he tried to persuade her, Carl knew he had to compromise. Ellie, give Rookie the first injection. Okay, brother Carl. First, help Rookie back to her room. I need to carefully observe her body changes after the first injection before I can determine the timing for the next dose. After helping Rookie back to her room, Ellie gave her the injection. After a while, Rookie's complexion improved significantly. Sister Rookie, how do you feel now? I feel stronger than before the injection, and the pain is bad. Ellie, your medicine really works. That's great, Ellie said happily. Brother Carl, can you step out for a moment? I need to check Rookie's condition. Okay, Ellie. Carl returned to the hall and sat down. It seemed that Ellie's medicine was effective, allowing his sister to hold on until the baby was born without risking giving her a devil fruit. Although devil fruits could enhance vitality and physique, those with weak constitutions who consumed a zoan-type devil fruit might uncontrollably go berserk and transform into a beast. Paramecia-type devil fruits only granted a certain superpower without significantly enhancing physical strength. Before long, Ellie came out. Ellie, how is she? Don't worry, brother Carl. Sister Lujuan is doing well now. I put her to sleep. She hasn't had a good rest these days because of the pain. Well, thank you, Ellie. By the way, I have a devil fruit that suits you very well, a paramecia type, the medicine fruit. Do you want to eat it? But once you do, you won't be able to swim in the sea. Ah, really? Then I want to eat it. I don't like swimming anyway. Wait a moment. I'll go get it for you. After saying that, Carl went upstairs to retrieve the pear-shaped devil fruit. Here, Ellie, the taste of devil fruits is very unpleasant, so you need to be prepared. No problem, I often try various medicines. I've tasted many unpleasant things. Ellie took the devil fruit, bit into it, and her expression immediately changed. She struggled to swallow it and quickly ran outside to vomit. Ha, Ellie, what does the devil fruit taste? Is it delicious? Ha ha. Oh my God, how can something taste so bad? The moment I swallowed it, I felt like I was going to die. It was terrible. Ha ha. The devil fruit is known as the most disgusting thing in the world. Here, drink some milk to rinse your mouth. Carl handed Ellie a bottle of milk. After drinking a bottle of milk, Ellie said, Phew, I feel revived. I want to try things like that again. Ellie, you must remember, a person can only eat one devil fruit. Eating a second one will cause the body to explode, understand? Carl said seriously. Yeah, I understand, brother Carl. Now, quickly feel it and see what superpower you have. Ellie quietly sensed for a moment and said, I feel like I can more easily distinguish various medicines, know the properties, and also use different medicines to create ones with magical effects. I still need to explore the specifics, and by the way, I can optimize the life-enhancing medicine to better suit Sister Lujuan's constitution. That's even better. For now on, we'll rely on our little ship's doctor, Carl said, patting Ellie's head. I'm not little anymore, brother Carl. I'm already 13 years old. Look, I'm over 6 meters tall. All right, not little anymore. I'll go catch an animal in the forest for dinner tonight and call your brother back. You stay here and take good care of Sister Lujuan. Okay, brother Carl. Don't worry. In the forest, Carl caught a wild boar weighing about 500 pounds and found Benson, who was dragging stones with an iron chain. Benson, now 14 years old, was already 2 meters tall and surprisingly strong. Benson, let us call it a day today and head back. All right, Captain. By the way, Captain, I encountered a huge tiger in the forest today. It was very strong and charged at me, but we ended up fighting and neither of us could do anything to the other, and then it ran away. That's just the king of this forest. I've encountered it before. Starting tomorrow, you should go find it for sparring every day. Your training alone has limited improvement. Fighting it will enhance your combat reflexes and help you better awaken your observation hockey. Got it, Captain. By the way, do you want to eat a devil fruit? I still have a paramecia-type ice fruit and a zoan-type bird fruit, ancient species, golden eagle form. Benson thought for a moment and then said to Carl, Neither of those devil fruits seems suitable for me. I prefer strength-based ones. Let us talk about it when a strength-type devil fruit comes along. All right, as long as you know what you want. I'll try to find you a strength-type devil fruit in the future. Otherwise, your talents will go to waste. Thank you, Captain. Okay, let us head back. When they returned home, Carl did not see Lujuan. Ellie, is Sister Lujuan still not awake? Not yet. She's been too tired these days. So it's good for her to sleep a bit longer. Well then, I'll go make dinner first. Brother Carl, I'll help you. Sure. After an hour, dinner was ready. Ellie, go call your brother down. We'll eat first, and when Sister Lujuan wakes up, I'll make her something else. Ellie went to call Benson down. Benson also had a big appetite, so the supplies on the ship would surely be consumed quickly. Sigh, what a headache. After dinner, Lujuan was still not awake, and it seemed she would probably sleep until tomorrow. The few of them went to wash up and rest. Days passed, and soon it was the end of the year 1499 in the Sea Circle calendar. Brother Carl, Sister Lujuan. Today I went to town to buy fruits and noticed there were no Navy personnel around. After asking, I found out they withdrew last night. We still can't let our guard down. There might still be people lurking in the shadows. Anyway, the little one is doing well, and doesn't he seem ready to come out yet? Let us just wait and see. Okay, sister, if you feel any pain, make sure to tell me right away, okay? You can't hold it in this time. All right, Carl, I know this past year has worried you. I'll listen to you from now on. Thanks to Ellie's improved life potion, Lujuan's condition was much better than in the original story. However, it was still tough every day. After all, carrying a big belly for so long was uncomfortable for anyone. With just 2 days until the new year, Carl went to town to buy supplies and saw 2 people, Marine Vice Admiral Garp and his aide Bogart. They weren't wearing Navy uniforms. Vice Admiral Garp, hello, I'm Carl. Garp appeared a bit nervous at the sudden appearance of the young man. After all, he had come secretly and didn't he want to attract attention. And the person before him was clearly a strong individual. Waha, hello, young man Carl. May I ask what you need from me? Bogart was also a bit wary. Relax. Vice Admiral Garp, I'm Lujuan's brother. I presume Roger asked you to come here? Upon hearing this, Garp relaxed. Yes, I'm sorry for coming so late. I've been carrying out duties in the New World this year. Since Sengoku was also tied up, I just returned to the Navy headquarters and rushed over. How is the child? The child hasn't been born yet. My sister is worried that if she gives birth too early, the world government will find out. So, she's been holding on. Recently, the world government's CP organization has also withdrawn, so it's likely that she will give birth in the next couple of days. What? The baby isn't been born yet? How is your sister doing? Cap is indeed a trustworthy person, and he is currently the only one who can protect the child well. My sister is doing well now, and we have a great doctor, so the situation is still good. All right, after the child is born, I will take him away immediately. It's not very safe right now, and I can't stay here for too long. I feel sorry to take the newborn away from his mother, but there's no better way at the moment. It's okay. I believe my sister will understand too. Let's go. You can stay at our house for the next couple of days. Carl brought Carp and Bogart back to the villa. Sister, these 2 are Mr. Carp and his aide, Bogart. Roger asked Mr. Carp to come. I know. Roger told me before he left. Thank you, Mr. Carp. Ha. It's nothing. This child has been entrusted to you all since before birth. Carl, please arrange for Mr. Carp to rest first. Okay, sister, General Carp and Mr. Bogart. Please come with me. After Carl settled them in, he went to prepare dinner. Speaking of which, I need to find a dedicated chef in the future. Otherwise, cooking for ourselves all the time won't do. On the last day of the year of the sea, 1499, everyone was resting when suddenly they heard Luja's voice and woke up. Ellie, hurry and go check if she's about to give birth. Okay, Brother Carl. You all wait outside. I'll go take a look. After a while, Ellie came out. Brother Carl, hurry and prepare hot water. Sister Luja is going to give birth. Oh, okay, I'll go right away. Since the necessary items had been prepared in advance, there was no panic. After Carl handed the hot water to Ellie, he anxiously waited outside with everyone, while heartbreaking sounds came from inside. The hot water was changed again and again, but the baby still hadn't been born. Ellie, how's it going? Carl shouted towards the room. Brother Carl, it's twins. And because the pregnancy has lasted so long, it's a bit difficult, but everything is basically fine. So don't worry. As the clock struck midnight, Carl sat in front of the door, feeling very anxious, while Admiral Carp walked back and forth. Bogart and Benson also sat nearby, looking serious. After a while, the sound of a baby crying came from inside. Brother Carl, the first one is a boy. You hold him and take him to wash. Ellie handed the baby to Carl and went back inside to continue her work. Carl took the baby to wash, and the second child was born. Ellie said while holding the second one that it was a girl and took her to wash first. I'll take care of Sister Lugio. She's a bit weak right now. Carl handed the boy to Carp and then took the girl to bathe. After a while, he came out with the child wrapped up and saw the boy crying. So he gave him the prepared beast milk. Ha ha ha, so cute. Vice Admiral Carp held the boy and fed him milk, looking very kind. At that moment, Ellie came out, Brother Carl, it's all cleaned up inside. And Sister Lugio is feeling much better. She said she wants to see the child. I'll carry her in right away. Sister, how are you doing now? I'm fine. Let me see the child quickly. Carl handed the child to Lugio, and Vice Admiral Carp also passed the boy over. Vice Admiral Carp, this is what I think. Can you take the boy away and leave the girl here? Even if the world government finds out later, they won't know that Lugio is carrying twins. Mr. Carp thought for a moment and said, all right, I have to leave now. The longer we wait, the more dangerous it is for the child. By the way, does the child have a name? Yes, Roger already named them. The boy is called Ace, and the girl is named In. Now both names are used, Lugio said. Ace In, okay, I got it. I'll take Ace with me, Carp replied. Lugio cried, gently hugged Ace, and then reluctantly handed Ace over to Carp. From now on, I entrust Ace to you, Mr. Carp. Don't worry, I really like this little guy, Carp said seriously. He then took the child and quickly left, hurrying away. Sister Lugio held and cried. Don't worry, sister, Mr. Carp will take good care of Ace. Plus, entrusting Ace to him is indeed the best and safest choice right now. I know, but I just feel guilty for letting him leave his mother right after he was born. Sister, after all, Ace is the son of the Pirate King. His fate is destined to be extraordinary, and there are many things waiting for him in the future. He will grow up to be a strong man. And there's also an... Okay, I understand. Then Ellie gave Lugio some medicine. Sister, you should rest for a while. Let me take care of Anne. You need to recover quickly, and we need to leave soon. Okay, and be good. After giving her a kiss, she handed it to me and fell asleep. Carl also carried Ellie out with Anne. You worked hard tonight. Go rest, he said. Vincent, too. Go to sleep. We'll be leaving in a few days. Okay, Brother Carl. The night passed without any danger. The next morning, I woke up to see that Anne was also awake, her eyes surprisingly open, not crying or fussing. It was truly amazing, although she was still a bit wrinkled. Carl got up and brought beast milk for her to drink, then carried her downstairs. The sister also woke up and entered the sister's room. Sister, Anne's eyes are open. Quick, take a look. Really? Let me see. Carl handed it to her and drank the milk while looking at Lugio. Mine is so good. She looked at him drinking the milk with tenderness, treating her like a treasure. Sister, what do you want to eat? I can make it for you right now. Anything is fine. I'm feeling very hungry right now. Okay, just wait a moment. I'll have it ready soon. After saying that, she stepped out. The mood is finally not so heavy anymore. After 2 years, I can finally relax a bit. I walked into the kitchen and started making breakfast, and soon I had a table full of delicious food prepared. Benson, after breakfast, go check our ship and see if there's any damage, then ask the town shipwright to repair it. Ellie, check what medicine you need and restock it. We set sail in 3 days. Yes, Captain. Got it, Brother Carl. 3 days later, Lugio was holding the child, standing at the door of the villa, watching. Let's go. Sister, in the future, when it grows up, if there's a chance, we can come back. Carl supported Lugio as they walked towards the forest. Benson had already taken the ship over there. They reached the edge of the forest, boarded the ship, and slowly departed, with Bartella Island growing further away. On the other side, Carp had also returned to Windmill Village in the East Blue with Ace. Naval warships are indeed fast. At this moment, in Windmill Village on Galbo Mountain, the mountain bandit leader Dayton and her gang were kneeling in front of Carp after being beaten up. Ha ha ha. Dayton, this child is Ace. My grandson. I will leave him in your care from now on. I will come back to visit him often. Upon hearing this, Dayton lost her composure and immediately jumped up, shouting at Carp. What kind of joke is this, Carp? You want me to take care of your grandson? I refuse. Ha ha. Well then, I guess I'll have to throw all of you in jail. Damn, Carp. Reluctantly, Dayton took Ace. After handing the child to Dayton, Carp left immediately. From that moment on, Ace settled down in Dayton's bandit house, in the West Sea, at O'Hara, the location of the Tree of Knowledge. Admiral Akainu and Akiji were leading 10 warships to launch a massacre order against O'Hara. The Tree of Knowledge was destroyed, and O'Hara became a hell. A ship carrying civilians tried to escape, but was discovered and annihilated by Akainu's meteor volcano attack. Akiji, witnessing this scene, began to doubt the righteousness of the Navy for the first time. At that moment, 8-year-old Robin escaped with her life under the protection of Vice Admiral Saul, possibly also due to Akiji's leniency. From then on, 8-year-old Robin began her restless wandering day and night. The O'Hara incident once again showcased the Navy's might on the seas. After all, it was the place with the Tree of Knowledge. They were just a group of scholars. In the South Sea, Carl and his group were heading towards Reverse Mountain. Because the ship was small, the supplies were easily depleted. So this time of speed was not as fast as when they came. After all, Carl and Benson had very good appetites now. One day, a news bird flew by in the sky. Ellie waved, and the news bird flew down. Ellie handed it 50 berries. After accepting it, the news bird gave Ellie a newspaper and then flew away. Nowadays, the birds have become quite clever. Brother Carl, Sister Liju, look, something big has happened. O'Hara was destroyed by the Navy's massacre order. That place with the tree of knowledge. Carl was taken aback. Did the O'Hara incident happen at this time? Ellie, show me the moment when Lucio was holding in and said to Ellie, why is that? The newspaper said O'Hara was found guilty for researching the taboos of the world government, and those scholars along with the civilians of O'Hara were killed. What exactly did they study? Sister, you still can't touch these things right now. Since it's called a taboo, it means it's the bottom line of the world government. Until we have enough ability to protect ourselves, we shouldn't be curious about these things. The mistake of those scholars in O'Hara was underestimating the hypocrisy of the world government. They challenged their authority without the ability to protect themselves. Therefore, the outcome was already determined when they started their research. I understand, Carl. I just feel sorry for them. And this Nico Robin, having a bounty of 79 million berries at just 8 years old, that's too pitiful. Robin? Sigh. Carl felt a bit complicated. When he watched One Piece in his past life, he knew how pitiful Robin was. She had no one to trust from childhood to adulthood, living in an environment of betrayal and being betrayed. It wasn't until she met the Straw Hat crew that her life finally had light. If I encounter her in the future, I'll help her out. Wow, wow, wow. An's crying voice came. Lucio immediately headed towards the cabin. Carl, hurry and squeeze some milk. I must be hungry. Carl immediately picked up the milk bottle and walked towards the several mother leopards on the deck that had just given birth. The poor leopards had thus become An's food supply. Sister, here, he said, and drank the milk and immediately quieted down. Her little face had opened up, and she was really adorable. When we return to Tiger Howl Island, Mom and Dad will definitely be very happy to see such a cute granddaughter. I also want to see Mom and Dad soon. Carl, how much longer until we reach Upside Down Mountain? Probably a little over a month, since we've been taking our time. But it's okay. Once we reach the Grand Line, I have the permanent pointer to Water 7, so we won't waste too much time on the Grand Line. Captain, there's another pirate ship coming towards us. I'll be right there, sister. Please keep an eye on in the cabin. Okay, be careful. Carl came to the deck and looked at the pirate crew across the way, about 20 people. This was the fourth wave of pirates he had encountered in the South Sea. More and more people were choosing to go to sea as pirates since the age of exploration began. Benson, you handle these guys in a bit. Yes, Captain. Let us get the ship closer. There are only 3 people over there, and one of them is a woman. Whoever takes out those 2 men first gets the woman. The pirates immediately cheered. Ellie was a bit scared standing behind Carl, and Carl patted her head, saying, Ellie, don't be afraid. These people are just a bit stronger than ordinary people. They aren't real pirates. Your brother can handle them. Hearing Carl's words, Ellie felt a bit more at ease. Benson, don't hold back. Take them out quickly. Before the pirate ship even got close, Benson jumped onto their ship and began a one-sided slaughter. After a few minutes, there were no standing people left, and he returned with over 2 million berries. Well, he was already very familiar with looting. After Benson came back, Carl immediately executed a flying slash, causing the pirate ship to slowly sink. Benson, when the battle starts, try to use armament hockey. You just learned it, and these pirates in the South Sea aren't strong, so it's a good chance for you to get familiar with using hockey. Remember, in this world, hockey is the most powerful force. I understand, Captain. Captain, can I learn swordsmanship from you? I feel so weak. Ellie, you're not skilled in swordsmanship. There are many ways to confront an enemy. You could try using poison. That should be easy for you. But you also need to train your body to improve your physique. A strong body is necessary to awaken hockey. Upon hearing Carl mention using poison, Ellie's eyes lit up. I got it. I'll go prepare right away. It just feels like this girl's future direction is a bit off. Forget it. As long as she has the power to protect herself, it doesn't matter what means she uses. Benson, go wash up first. I'll keep an eye on the ship. Okay, I'm going. At this moment, Luju also came up holding in and sat on a lounge chair. Carl, do you think he did the right thing? It's hard to say. The beginning of the Great Pirate Era has led more people to choose to go to sea as pirates, which is quite understandable. They can't survive in their hometowns, being oppressed and exploited by the nobles every day, with less and less space for them to live. The world government's rule for 800 years has made them feel deep down that they cannot resist, which is wrong. So now that the Great Pirate Era has begun, gradually some people will realize that there is still such a thing as freedom in this world, and they will learn to resist oppression and exploitation and various injustices. Only then can this world change. As for whether Roger was right or wrong, let future generations comment on that. Roger just gave them the opportunity to make a change. But whether the change is good or bad will be judged by later generations. We just need to do our own part. You make a good point. I just feel a bit uncomfortable seeing so many people going to sea as pirates, leading to so many deaths. That's their own choice. And it has nothing to do with you, sister. Don't think too much about it. Okay, Carl, you hold it for a bit. I'm going to rest. I was restless all night, and I didn't get a good rest. All right. Do, and you have to behave at night. Sleep well at night to grow up quickly. Carl took in and held her, bringing his face close to her, making her giggle. Holding in and looking at the beautiful and mysterious sea, it indeed exuded a kind of magic. But now, to live freely on this sea, one must possess certain strength. In the West Sea, on an island. Don't run. Where the hell did that son of a devil go? You guys go right. The others come with me. In a dark corner of the street, Robin had just escaped from capture. The West Sea is an area filled with gangs. And the people here are far more brutal than in other seas. Because if you don't work hard to survive, you might be eliminated the next day. And the only result of being eliminated is death. Robin thought that she couldn't die yet, and she definitely couldn't be caught. She bore the hopes of all the scholars from O'Hara on her shoulders, and she had to find out the blank history of the 100 years in their stead. She had to go to the Grand Line, no matter how difficult it was. Brother Carl, look at the poison I just made. This one makes people fall into illusions as soon as they smell it. This one explodes when eaten. This one causes immediate bleeding from all 7 orifices when consumed. Carl looked a bit bewildered as he watched the girl in front of him pull out various poisons bottle by bottle. This guy has a little devil inside her, creating so many poisons in such a short time. Ellie, is it safe for you to carry these things around? I mean, what if someone on the ship accidentally gets poisoned or something? No worries, I prepared for that. Look at this bottle. As long as you take 1 pill, you won't get poisoned again. So even if you encounter it, it's fine, and it's very safe. Even can take it. Then hurry up and get one for me, and are you kidding? Who isn't afraid of poison? No matter how strong your body is, there's still a risk of poisoning. So, after sailing the South Sea for a while and destroying many pirate crews, the Navy began to pay attention to Carl and the others. Although it was always Benson who took action, Carl and Lugio still ran the risk of exposure. So they planned to hide on a relatively remote island in the South Sea for a while. They then arrived at the kingdom of Trino, also known as Bird Island, where Chopper from One Piece was blown here by Kuma. There were various medical books here for Ellie to study. The locals were a bit exclusive, but after some friendly negotiations, they agreed to let Carl and the others stay for a while, requesting their help to fend off attacks from large birds. There were indeed some giant monster birds still living here, and not everyone could speak with animals like Chopper could, so Carl couldn't resolve their conflict. No, Chopper was originally a beast, so of course, he could speak animal language. After getting to know the locals, they were quite friendly. After expressing their desire to see the medical books, the locals readily agreed. Ellie, take your time to look at the medical books here. Benson, come with me. I'll help you train your observation hockey during this time. 2 months passed, and Ellie absorbed a lot of knowledge about herbs, becoming a competent doctor. Benson's hockey training also made some progress. After more than 2 months, it was time to leave. Sister, let's leave tomorrow. The Navy shouldn't notice us now. You decide. But the people here are really kind and straightforward. It's quite relaxing here. Indeed, they live quite simply, and this lifestyle is pretty good. Let's go tell them, and then we'll leave tomorrow. The next day, we left Bird Island with reluctant expressions from the people of the kingdom of Trino. Along the way, we resupplied and continued toward Reverse Mountain. Brother Carl, are we almost at Reverse Mountain? Yes, soon. It will take about half a day to reach the sea. Then we can see Dr. Kurokas again. When he sees me, he'll definitely be shocked by my medical skills. Ha, that's what you call surpassing the master. Carl, who is Kurokas? He was the ship's doctor on Roger's pirate crew. Roger was able to complete the Grand Line because of Kurokas's medical skills. Roger's ship doctor? I want to meet him too. This afternoon, we'll cross Reverse Mountain and see him. He stays at the lighthouse there. In the afternoon, we finally reached Reverse Mountain and safely entered the channel. After a leap at the peak, we finally arrived at the Grand Line. There were noticeably more shipwrecks here, likely because pirates from the Four Seas had their ships wrecked due to poor quality. Old man Kurokas, it's good to see you again. Dr. Kurokas, we're back. Ha, Carl, Ellie, and Benson, it's great to see you all. It's been a long time. By the way, let me introduce you. This is my sister, Portgasti Lugio, and this child is in Gold. Oh, is he Roger's child? Yes, hello, Dr. Karokas. I'm Lugio, Roger's wife. It's a pleasure to meet you. Ha ha. I never thought Roger would end up with a wife and have descendants. It's hard to believe. Can I hold the child? Of course. Kurokas took in and looked at the cute little guy with joy. Benson, bring out the wine. We need to celebrate today. Everyone enjoyed roasted meat, drank wine, and chatted. So, where are you all planning to go next? Are you going to hunt for that great treasure? No, I'm not that kind of person. I might join in the fun later, but the purpose of this trip has been accomplished. I need to take my sister in and home. I thought you would go for it too. With your strength, you'd have a good chance. I'm still far from that. By the way, where's Laboon? I haven't seen him today. Laboon? He probably went off to play. Ever since he found out that Brooke is still alive and will come back to fulfill their promise. He hasn't been crashing into Reverse Mountain. Also, can you tell me where Brooke is exactly? Brooke has his own adventures. You'll find out in the future. They chatted until midnight and then each went to rest, preparing to set off early the next morning. Karokas, goodbye. Next time I come out, I'll treat you to drinks. Goodbye, Mr. Karokas. Goodbye. Karokas watched the departing ship and thought, what an interesting young man. Carl, should I go directly to Water 7 now? Yeah, I have a permanent pointer to Water 7. Just go straight there. Benson, keep an eye on the ship. I'm going to take a nap. Karokas can really drink. I'm still dizzy. Okay, Captain. I told you not to drink so much, but you wouldn't listen. Go rest. Ellie, I haven't heard how you guys ended up on Carl's ship. We met on a pirate ship. At that time, that pirate crew killed everyone in our village, and the two of us were taken aboard the pirate ship. Then we met Brother Carl's ship in the Grand Line, and those pirates tried to rob Brother Carl. But they were all taken care of by him. He initially wanted us to go back by ourselves, but since there were no relatives left in the village, I asked Brother Carl if I could go with him, and he agreed. I'm glad I spoke up in time. Otherwise, the two of us might not know where we would be wandering now. So that's how it is. It's okay, Ellie. From now on, you two will be our family. Carl was sleeping soundly when suddenly the sound of cannon explosions came from outside. He grabbed his sword and rushed to the deck. It's really impossible to get a good night's sleep. Benson, I'm coming. Hiss, Brother Carl, are you angry? Is it wrong to be angry? This is called waking up anger. Oh, no, I was woken up. Get ready to dock, everyone. This is our first battle as the Wild Lion Pirate crew in the Grand Line. Make it clean and quick. However, as soon as the captain's voice fell, a flying slash came, and the ship was split in half. Let's go, Benson, keep sailing. Poor Wild Lion Pirate crew had just arrived in the Grand Line for a short time when it disbanded like this, leaving only various cries for help. Oh good, every time I see Brother Carl's swordsmanship, I think it's so cool. The little girl, Ellie, looked at him with admiration. Don't be envious. You can't learn my skills. Oof. I can use poison too. Using poison is cool too. By the way, sister, where's In? She just drank milk and fell asleep. The explosion didn't wake her. She can sleep better than me. I'm going to sleep a bit more. So they continued to fight monsters along the way, with most of the supplies contributed by those pirate crews. After more than half a month, they finally arrived at Water 7. Bloop bloop clack. Wow ha ha. Brother Carl, have you arrived at Water 7? Yes, Mr. Tom. We just arrived at the port. Should we go directly to your shipyard? Yes, just come over. Okay, Mr. Tom. We're on our way. Clack. Sister, let me hold, and you wear the cloak and cover your face a bit. There are quite a few CP organizations here. We need to be careful. Okay. The group went directly to Tom's shipyard with their luggage. Mr. Tom, long time no see. Wow ha ha. Brother Carl, you finally come. Now I'll take you to see the ship. The group arrived at the dock, and a submarine was in front of them. Brother Carl, let me introduce this ship to you. It's 50 meters long, 23 meters wide, with 8 rooms, a bathroom, a kitchen, a medical room, and the remaining space has been converted into a warehouse, as you requested. This ship can dive to a depth of 80 meters because it has 2 small generators. So the power is guaranteed, which also ensures it can cross the doldrums. Normally, it can sail on the surface using sails. Look, the submarine can open up to the sides and retract back. Then, press this button, and this retractable iron mast will rise. When the canvas is tied up, we can use the wind to sail on the surface. How about that? Pretty good, right? Very good. Thank you so much, Mr. Tom. I'm very satisfied. Wow ha ha. Then this ship is yours. I won't disturb you. Okay, goodbye, Mr. Tom. The group went down to the ship's cabin to explore, especially the power room, which felt very novel. Carl, can this ship really sail in the doldrums? Of course. This ship uses a lot of sea stone, which emits a breath similar to the ocean, so sea kings won't attack our ship. First, let's take the ship to the port, replenish supplies, and we'll stay here for the night before setting off tomorrow. Carl and Benson went out to buy a bunch of supplies and also bought a lot of local specialty, water meat, which is really delicious. Early the next morning, they took the opportunity to say goodbye to Mr. Tom, then handed over the small boat for him to deal with and set off. Because there are members of the CP organization here, and most importantly, Carl killed a CP0 last night and obtained the training method for the Navy's 6 styles from him. They had to hurry up and leave. Carl, are we going back directly? What's wrong, sister? It's nothing. I'm just a bit nervous. It's okay. Mom and Dad won't blame you. They will be happy to see you. By the way, don't mention Roger's name when we go back. As for in, just call him Port Gasti. And the fewer people who know that it is Roger's child, the better. Okay, I understand. After sailing for several days, they finally arrived at the doldrums. Captain, how do we tell the direction? Don't worry, I have the permanent record pointer from the island. Just follow the direction of the pointer later. First, let's take down the sails. Next, we will use the electropower system to cross the doldrums. The doldrums is indeed one of the great mysteries of the One Piece world. There is absolutely no wind, and it's hard to understand how it forms. Sailing in the doldrums is really thrilling, and they occasionally see sea kings. Several days passed. Sister, let's prepare and rest on that island in front. Those few leopards are almost out of milk, and we need to change into rations. I also want to go ashore. I've been at sea for so long. I feel like I'm going to suffocate. Ellie immediately said, let's all go ashore and rest for 2 days. Anyway, we don't have to worry about the ship being attacked, since no pirates can come here. This is an uninhabited island. Carl used his observation hockey to check and found that there are many large beasts on the island. Suitable for some adventure. Ellie, prepare some insect repellent. Uninhabited islands sometimes have various poisonous insects, so we need to be careful. No problem, Brother Carl, just watch me. Everyone brought insect repellent and went ashore. The trees here are very strange. They grow very large, but are only about 10 to 20 meters tall. Carl, I'm not going in. I'll wait for you here. Captain, I'm not going in either. I will stay behind to set up the camp. I don't really like treasure hunting, Banson said, scratching his head. That's really a pity. How can a man not like treasure hunting and adventure? Banson, I tell you, if you are too dull, it will be hard to find a girlfriend in the future. Ha. Ellie, let's go. Banson's face turned red after hearing this. Let's go. There must be a lot of interesting things inside, Carl said. In the end, only Carl and Ellie entered the forest. Brother Carl, what kind of fruit is this? It looks like a pineapple, but it isn't one. I've never seen it before, but it should be edible. Let me try. Ugh, it's edible, but it's very sour and not tasty. Then I won't eat it. Suddenly, a rhinoceros over 10 meters tall blocked their way, looking very angry. Brother Carl, aren't rhinos herbivores? Why is it blocking us? This should be its territory. It doesn't want us to intrude. It has quite a sense of territory. Carl slightly released some Conqueror's hockey, and it got scared and ran away in a sweat. Why did it suddenly run away in fear? That's the use of Conqueror's hockey. You wouldn't understand. Let's go. Wait a minute. There are a few rare medicinal herbs here. I want to dig them up. Ellie has already dug up quite a lot of medicinal herbs along the way. It feels like this trip was just for collecting herbs. Brother Carl, look. Is that a devil fruit on the tree? It really is. Looks like we're in luck. Carl jumped up and picked it, then examined it closely. This should be a Zoan-type devil fruit. I'll check the encyclopedia when we get back to see what specific ability it has. Then let's go back. I want to see what kind of devil fruit this is. All right, anyway, we found the treasure. Let's go. Back at the shoreline, a campfire was lit. We're back. This treasure hunt was really good. We found a devil fruit. Really? What ability does it have? Let me see. I don't know what ability it has yet. I'll go get the encyclopedia to compare it. Brother, I feel like this devil fruit should be suitable for you to eat. I don't know. Let's see what specific ability it has first. Banson was also a bit excited, feeling that this devil fruit was very suitable for him. Sister, give me the devil fruit so I can compare it. Flipping through the encyclopedia, she found a Zoan-type and quickly found it. Zoan-type, bull fruit, ancient species. Longhorn, giant, rhinoceros form. Banson, it seems this devil fruit is suitable for you to eat. It's a power type. How about it? Will you eat it? Carl was very happy. An ancient species, devil fruit. Captain, I'll eat it. Okay, I believe you will definitely like this devil fruit. Carl handed the devil fruit to Banson and told him to eat it a bit away from camp, as Zoan-type devil fruits will cause the eater to beast out after consumption. Brother, you have to eat the whole devil fruit to better use its abilities. Remember, Carl thought to himself that Ellie was indeed a girl with a little devil living inside her, and she was quite scheming. Benson walked to the edge of the forest and quickly devoured the devil fruit. The expression on his face, and then looking at Ellie's expression, well, they were like siblings. After Benson ate the devil fruit, his body immediately swelled up, transforming into a giant rhinoceros over 10 meters tall, feeling full of power. Benson, how is it? Can you adapt? Captain, I feel like I can control it. Then transform into your hybrid form and C. The zoan-type devil fruit is strongest in hybrid form. With that, Benson transformed into his hybrid form, a rhinoceros man about 6 meters tall. Very good. Take some time to adapt to the power of this devil fruit. Okay, Captain. I feel like I'm filled with strength right now. But Benson, you must remember, the power of the devil fruit is just auxiliary. Hockey is the true force that crushes everything. You can't slack off on hockey training in the future. Yes, Captain. Today was lucky. They found a devil fruit, an ancient type, second only to mythical types. The next morning, Carl's first task was to milk the cow. His niece woke up before dawn every day, hungry and crying. In the morning, as soon as she cried, his sister Lu Jiu handed her over to Carl, sighing in frustration. You should be a little nicer to your uncle. I raised you from a baby, Carl said while milking. The key was then it was very happy, giggling. Did she understand or not? Sigh. As soon as it had her milk, she quieted down. Ellie, why are you up so early? Brother Carl, I'm hungry too, Ellie said while rubbing her eyes. Have some bread first. I'll make food later. I need to feed him first. Oh, then hurry up. After saying that, she went back to find some bread to eat. Sigh. It seems finding a chef is urgent. Benson went to the forest early in the morning to train. He could handle it himself. Otherwise, he would be exhausted. After resting on the island for 2 days, they set off again. 4 days later, they finally arrived at Tiger Roar Island. They docked the ship, and the people around were very wary. Who are you? Outsiders are not welcome here. Hurry and leave. Carl heard a familiar voice. It was Captain Dylan. Captain Dylan. Kid. Hello. I'm Carl. Carl, you're back. Did you find your sister? The crowd relaxed their guard. Captain Dylan. Long time no see. Sister Lugio immediately stepped forward and said, You are Lugio? You've grown so much, it's good to have you back. Let's see if you dare to sneak out again. Is that your child you're holding? Captain Dylan asked. Yes. This is my daughter, named in. Good, you all hurry home. You have no idea how worried your parents have been, especially after Carl left. We'll head home right away. Before they even reached home, Mom and Dad came running over. Carl, you little rascal. You've grown up and don't need your mom anymore. Huh? Do you know how worried I've been about you? You left without a word. What would your mom do if something happened to you too? Mom scolded Carl angrily while crying. Carl hurriedly hugged his mother. I'm sorry. Forgive me for going out to sea without your consent. I'm sorry, but I found my sister. Look, you have a granddaughter now. Mom and Dad looked at the woman next to Carl who was holding child and crying. How could they not know this was their daughter? Dad, Mom, I'm back. Dad said with moist eyes, It's good that you're back. Is this my granddaughter? Yes. Her name is Un, and she has my surname. Sister Lu Jiu handed into Dadberg. It's good that you're back, then took his granddaughter, Mom, I'm sorry, and then came over to hug Mom. It's fine as long as you're back. The family was finally reunited. Let's go home. Then the group returned home. Dad, Mom, this is Benson and Ellie, and they were rescued from pirates at sea. Oh, hello. Just treat this place as your home. No need to stand on ceremony. Berg said to the siblings. Thank you, Uncle, the siblings said. That night, the family prepared a lot of delicious food, and Carl called Darren over. This guy had aged a lot over the past 2 years, making Carl feel quite emotional. Carl, I heard in the tavern that the Pirate King was executed, but he left behind the treasure of the Pirate King, One Piece. Aren't you going to fight for it? Uncle Darren said. Uncle Darren, One Piece isn't that simple, and there are only a few of us. We don't have the foundation to confront the world government. What's more, the Navy has developed warships that can sail in the doldrums. If they find us on Tiger Roar Island, they definitely won't let it go. Warships that can sail in the doldrums? Is it like the ship you brought back? Yes, they use similar technology, but it's very expensive, requiring a lot of sea stone. Only the world government can produce such ships in large quantities. If that's the case, we are indeed a bit dangerous. The world government CP department is no good people. I need to discuss this with the mayor tomorrow. I'll go with you tomorrow. I also have something to discuss with him. The next morning, Carl and Darren found the mayor and explained the situation, and he looked worried. Mayor, my suggestion with Uncle Darren is to select about 100 strong teenagers in the town to form a guard team, and then Uncle Darren will take them into the forest for training. Also, I have the training methods of the Navy's 6 styles. As long as they learn 1 or 2, they can quickly improve their combat power. As for how to select people from the town, it depends on you and Uncle Darren, Carl said to the two. This is indeed the most suitable suggestion right now. Good, I'll go gather everyone to discuss this, Darren. You come with me, and then hurriedly left. Everyone would definitely support this. Although most of the people here had never been outside, it didn't mean they didn't understand anything. Plus, the news and newspapers the fleet brought back from outside gave them an idea of what the outside world was like. Brother Carl, is the outside world really that wonderful? I heard everything you just said. Adrian, the outside world is indeed wonderful, but it's also very dangerous, especially now in the era of great pirates, where there are pirates everywhere at sea. One mistake could cost you your life. I'm not afraid, Brother Carl. If you go out to sea in the future, can you take me with you? I want to see the outside world. Adrian said with excitement in his eyes. Didn't you say you wanted to join the fleet? I remember you were training with Captain Dillon all along. He was grooming you to be his successor. Adrian paused and said, I'll talk to Captain Dillon clearly. Actually, I've realized that I'm not suited to be Captain Dillon's successor. I don't like dealing with outside merchants. I believe you will understand me. Then first convince your grandpa to let you go out to sea. If your grandpa agrees and Captain Dillon agrees, I can take you. I will definitely convince them, Brother Carl. All right, then for the next 2 years, you can train with the guard team. I won't be going out to sea in the short term. I also need to continue getting stronger. There are many strong people outside. Yes, I understand, Captain. Then he ran off to find his grandpa. They're all young people with dreams. Wait, Carl is only 20 years old now. And he is still a young man, too. When they got home, Mom, after becoming a grandmother, started to enjoy taking care of children, and Sister was much happier after returning home. Everything is moving in a good direction, nice. Benson, Ellie, come with me. I'm taking you somewhere. Okay. Where are we going, Brother Carl? You'll know in a bit. Then he led them into the forest. Wow, the trees here are so tall. There must be a lot of rare herbs in this forest. Captain, I feel like there are many monstrous beasts here. Benson said excitedly. This place is called Tiger Roar Forest. There are many large beasts in the forest. The king here used to be a giant dinosaur, and now, well, the king is me. Thinking back to that dinosaur, I kind of miss it. I wonder if its tail has grown back. Then why is this place called Tiger Roar Forest? You'll know soon. Do you see that mountain in the distance? We call this mountain Sacred Mountain because every year, the animals in the forest go to Sacred Mountain to worship at a fixed time, including that dinosaur. So far away, climbing up there will be exhausting. Ellie, from now on, you need to train your body too. Otherwise, I won't take you out to sea in the future. Although your poison is very powerful. Many people can defeat you before you can use it. Oh, I'll just train. Starting tomorrow, you all practice the Navy's 6 styles with me. Close combat with the Navy's 6 styles is very strong. After more than 2 hours, we finally reached the top of the mountain, mainly because Ellie was too slow. Wow, there's such a big tiger statue here. No wonder this place is called Tiger Roar Island. Sister, that's not a tiger. Benson said very seriously. This is indeed not a tiger. This is a baizé. It's an ancient divine beast. And the devil fruit I ate is the animal type cat fruit. Mythical beast species baizé form. After saying that, Carl directly transformed into a baizé over 20 meters tall. Benson was a bit stunned, and Ellie was also shocked, because Carl had never used the devil fruit ability in front of them. The only time he fought was when he first arrived at Bartolira Island and fought with Roger. And they didn't see that either. When they went to Water 7, he didn't show them. Looking at this majestic divine beast surrounded by flames and clouds, they felt a bit oppressed by its aura. Brother Carl, can you shrink down a bit? I'm a bit scared. After Carl released his devil fruit powers, he said, What are you afraid of? I'm just showing you my abilities. Captain, what is a mythical Zoan? Benson asked. The mythical Zoan devil fruit is even rarer than the Logia type. In addition to possessing the physique of a Zoan, it also has various abilities. For example, mine can create flame clouds for flight, control wind and fire, and it allows me to have a special type of observation hockey. Let's go. I'll take you to a place. After saying that, he walked over to a large stone slab and moved it aside, revealing a big hole. Come on, let's go in here. Upon entering the great hall, he lit the surrounding lamps. So many treasures. Brother Carl, we have struck it rich. Where did all this treasure come from? I don't know where it came from, but it's all ours now. I'm planning to take a portion to fund your research, to continue developing the life potion that can truly extend human lifespan and make people younger. Yeah, with so much money, I can definitely research it. Just tell me what you need. I'm preparing to build you a laboratory on this mountaintop. Benson can cultivate here, although there are no people around. There are many fierce beasts, but Benson can ensure your safety here. Okay, I got it, Ellie said excitedly. Don't be too happy. First, you need to strengthen your physique. Conducting research also requires good physical fitness to keep going. The two siblings went to train, while Carl got busy himself. He directly used a knife to chop out piles of stone bricks and slabs needed for building the laboratory. He also needed a generator set, and he thought, Mr. Tom has connections. Bluru ka clang. Waha! What can I do for you, Brother Carl? Mr. Tom, I wanted to ask who manufactured the generator set on my ship. I want to have 5 more made. Money is not an issue. Well, this was made by an old friend of mine. His name is Derek. and the generator set design was included in the blueprint you provided last time. I see. Could you ask him if he would be willing to work somewhere else? I will offer a generous reward, as long as he is willing to come to me. I can meet all his demands. Okay, I'll ask him. I believe he will be very willing because his hometown was attacked by pirates, and he used all his money for its reconstruction. So now he doesn't even have money to buy drinks. If you can provide him with enough berry, I think he will be willing. That's good. If he agrees, I'll go pick him up in a month. After finishing the call with Tom, he thought about what to do next. He needed to go out to procure a batch of equipment for LES research, and also buy materials needed to build the generator set. There are quite a lot of things to do. I'll try to get everything done in one trip. Half a year later, a laboratory and a villa had been built on the mountaintop. Derek is truly a genius. Carl only told him the principle of the air conditioning, and he actually managed to produce it. The generator plus air conditioning is really comfortable. Derek has now settled in the town, and his family has been brought over because the living environment here is so good. The town's guard is also training in an orderly manner, preparing for the year 1501. Next, he needs to work hard to achieve a significant breakthrough in hockey. Ellie, Benson, in the next few years. I plan to go find an uninhabited island to train my hockey. You just need to follow the training plan I wrote and train accordingly. Especially you, Ellie. You must at least learn Soru and Jeppo from the Marine 6 styles. I will come back occasionally to check, understand? Okay, Captain. Got it, Brother Carl. 1 year later, on an uninhabited island in the Grand Line, Carl was wrapping his fists with hockey and was striking the mountain, one punch after another. He only stopped when his hockey was exhausted, waiting for it to recover before continuing. In this year, Carl had already learned Conqueror's hockey. However, the amount of hockey was still not enough. True strong fighters can fight for several days, and if there's not enough hockey, they might get beaten to death. Just like Luffy in Dressrosa, when his hockey runs out, he becomes weak. If he weren't the son of destiny, he would have been taken out by Doflamingo long ago. So, it is essential to have a sufficient amount of hockey. Carl lay on the ground, panting, and rested for a long time before getting up. It was time to head back and take a look. This island was almost destroyed by him, and he would need to find a bigger island afterward. After saying that, his stomach started to growl. First, he needed to eat. An hour later, Carl had devoured a giant fish that weighed about 500 pounds, leaving a complete fish skeleton beside the campfire. His belly was swollen to an unusual size, but then he returned to normal after a life restoration. This skill is really useful. It's almost like cheating. Feeling full and satisfied, he headed home. Carl was surrounded by flames and clouds as he flew towards Tiger Howl Island. In this year, he had developed the devil fruit to the point where he could create flame clouds for flight without transforming into a beast. Mom, I'm back. Where's Dad and Sis? Oh, you still know how to come back? It's been a year since I last saw you. They went to the orchard. After saying that, she continued to tease, and it felt a bit strange. Shouldn't she be scolding me? It's been a year since I came back, and this is all I get? I guess having a granddaughter makes her forget about her son. Carl kept looking at him and suddenly had an idea in his heart. And, do you miss your uncle? Then he rubbed her little face, causing her to cry. Whoa. Grandma. Carl quickly ran away, Mom. I'm going to find Benson and Ellie. Then he dashed out of the house, and he could still hear his mom scolding him from afar. Huh? Did I just hear him talking? That's right. She is almost 2 years old now. Time flies so fast. I wonder how Ace is doing. Sighing, he immediately flew towards the holy mountain. Ellie, why are you here by yourself? Where's your brother? Carl, you're back. She rushed over and hugged him. You're so big now, still so reckless. Carl teased. Then push her away. The little girl is 15 years old now, standing at 8 meters tall, and she's not small anymore. The little girl is grown up. Carl, don't you miss me? Oof. My brother went to the beach to train. Of course I miss you. All right, don't be angry. We'll have dinner together tonight, and I'll cook. Then I want to eat a lot. Anything is fine, as long as you can eat. By the way, how's your 6-style training going? I said I'd check when I got back. I've learned shave and paper drawing, and I'm close to mastering moonwalk. Not bad. I thought you would slack off. If I wouldn't I don't want to just be a decorative vase. Okay. Our Ellie, the ship's doctor, is getting better and better. Let us go find your brother, and then head home. Walking to the beach, they saw Benson doing training to adapt to the seawater. It seemed like he had just started, as he looked quite weak. Benson, how's it going? Captain, you're back. I feel okay. The first time I came into contact with seawater, I almost couldn't stand up, but now it's much better. Very good. You can't rush the training to adapt to seawater. Let us head home first. We'll all have dinner together tonight. Once they got home, everyone happily enjoyed a reunion dinner. Carl, how is your training going? Are you still going out? Sister Lu Gio asked Carl. Well, although I've made a breakthrough, it's not enough. I'll be leaving in a couple of days, and this time it might take a bit longer, maybe 3 or 4 years. That long? Yeah. The next stage of training needs to be more focused. Don't forget to take the phone bug with you, okay? Got it, Mom. And come here and give your uncle a hug. I want to hug you. You bullied me today. I promise I want to bully you in the future, come on. Give your uncle a hug. Oh, fine, just a little hug. Carl hugged Ando, making her giggle. 2 days later, Carl set off again, this time finding a large, harsh island in the doldrums with many mountains. This should be enough to pound. For the next few years, there were rumbling sounds coming from the island every day, scaring the animals on the island to stay far away and resolutely not approach. In the year 1507 of a sea circle, the desolate island had truly become barren. The mountains had been flattened, and a large, deep pit had formed in the middle of the island, which now turned into a big lake. Now, simply cultivating has become very difficult, but my strength has reached the world's top combat power, so I don't need to be in such a hurry anymore. It's been 5 years. If I don't go back, Ando won't recognize me. Over the years, I went out a few times to replenish supplies, and in February, I even went to the Sabati archipelago to chat with Rayleigh, mainly to find him for a fight. I can confidently say that Rayleigh is no longer Carl's opponent. That's great. Although he agreed to the sparring condition of helping him with something, it still felt really good to be able to spar with all my strength. Blurp, blurp. Who's looking for me at this time? Carl was a bit puzzled and answered the phone worm. Ha ha ha. Carl, did you forget the thing you promised me? I haven't forgotten. Old Ray, can you tell me what it is now? You'll find out when you get to the Sabati archipelago. Hurry up. Click. This Rayleigh, forget it. I've already promised him, so let's go. He then changed into gray-black traveling clothes, covering his head and leaving only his eyes exposed. There's no way. I don't want to be famous and attract the attention of the Navy and the world government just yet. After changing clothes and grabbing the black sword, he flew towards the Sabati archipelago. Over the years, he had fed the sword with hockey and finally turned it into a black sword. Soon, Carl flew to the Sabati archipelago and immediately entered Shacky's bar without any hesitation, sitting directly at the bar. Sister Shacky, a glass of rum, where's Rayleigh? He called me over, but I don't see him. It's you, Carl. It turns out he was calling for you. He went out for something and should be back tonight. Shacky handed Carl a glass of rum and said, he didn't go gambling again, did he? Calling me over but not showing up? Unreliable, Sister Shacky. You need to keep an eye on him. Shacky chuckled. After sitting in the bar for an afternoon, Carl watched several waves of pirates come and wanted to dine and dash, and unsurprisingly, they were all robbed clean before being thrown out by Shacky. Carl's eyes twitched. Shacky, I'm back. Oh, Carl, you're here too? Let me introduce you. This is the former emperor of Amazon Lily, Gold, Roger, and this is Tiger from Fishman Island. Carl suddenly figured out. Rayleigh, your help isn't related to Mary Geos, right? You guessed it, huh? Ha ha. I always feel like I've been tricked by you, but whatever. I'm here anyway, and I hate those pigs. Rayleigh, why haven't I seen this Carl guy before? Oh, I met him earlier. Carl is an even stronger fighter than I am. Ha, no. I'm still far from it. Carl didn't tell Rayleigh about Roger, mainly because this guy has a big mouth. Then I'm even more confident about this operation. Thanks, Carl. Tage's expression was serious. So when do we act? Let me see if I have time to prepare some big sacks. What do you need big sacks for? To store the treasures. Didn't you say those pigs are very wealthy? That's true. Wow. Really started thinking seriously on the way. It seems Xia Qi is a bit strict. Stop joking around. You all should rest first. We need to focus tonight, Xia Qi said. Then everyone went to rest. That night, at the edge of the Red Continent. Climb up directly? Yes, after all, we can't fly. Once we get up, I'll be responsible for releasing the people. And if we're discovered, Tage will set fire. If an admiral from the Navy comes, then it'll be up to you, Carl. Then Xia Qi and Girolio will prepare the ship to pick up the people. No problem. I'll go up first to assess the situation. Once you arrive, just act. No need to worry about me. If we get discovered and strong enemies come, I'll hold them off. All right, then let's get started. After saying that, Carl flew up. I heard that the celestial dragons have many devil fruits, so I have to take this chance to get some. If I can get some rare abilities, that would be even better. Before long, Carl flew up to the Red Continent, in the area where the celestial dragons live. Using observation hockey, he took a look. It was truly a sight that was hard to bear. So I'll wait for a bit. Once those two guys climb up, you can go out. Carl sneaked into a seemingly wealthy manor and easily found the treasure vault. Perhaps those celestial dragons thought that no one would ever come here. 4 devil fruits. Not bad. I'll take them. And these 2 swords look good too. I'll take those as well. After a quick look around, these were the only valuable items. The rest were just treasures. Let's try another place. This one has a bit stricter guards, but the higher the risk, the greater the reward. Let's go. A little over 10 minutes later, he successfully entered the vault. Why are there only 3 devil fruits and no famous swords? Well, these 3 devil fruits don't seem like ordinary varieties. I'll know for sure when I get home and compare them to the encyclopedia. Is someone over there? He went over to take a look, and wow, a dozen teenage girls, all curled up in the corner. They looked very nervous upon seeing him. Don't be afraid. I'm here to save you. Hearing Carl say the word save, their eyes lit up a bit, but no one moved. If they were discovered trying to escape, the consequences could be worse than death. They were slaves of the celestial dragons and knew very well what that meant. Don't worry, someone will come soon. Many people will be saved tonight. Is what you said true? A tall girl with a dirty face asked. It's all true. I'll give you the key. You unlock the locks first and don't move. I'll go out and check the situation, and as soon as the time is right, I'll come back to take you out. Carl quietly ran outside, and sensed that Rayleigh was releasing the slaves while Tiger was sneaking towards the area with more celestial dragons. Everything was going according to plan. After a while, a sudden explosion was heard. They must have been discovered. Carl found that the CP agents in the manor rushed into the house to protect their master. There was no time to waste. He quickly dealt with the few CP special forces with a few strikes, but the nearby pig-like creature angrily shouted, "You lowly slave. How dare you kill the servants of the gods?" After saying that, it opened fire at Carl. Carl directly flashed over and cut his leg with a knife, then ignored his screams and dragged him towards the slave cells. Little girls, I brought him to you. Don't be afraid. He's just an ordinary person, not a god. You can take revenge if you have grievances. After saying this, the little girls went from panic to calmness, and then approached with determined expressions. Carl stepped outside and watched. Then more intense screams came from inside. Sigh. I hope this will make them feel better in the future. Not long after, a few girls came out and thanked Carl, saying, "Thank you, benefactor. Come here, this is this guy's treasure trove. Take whatever you want, but be quick, it's chaotic outside." After a while, some took a few valuable items, while others didn't take anything at all. "Let's go, I'll take you out." Carl continued to cover his head, exposing only his eyes, and headed towards Rayleigh. Outside, many places were already ablaze. It was very chaotic. "Rayleigh, how's it going?" "It'll take a little more time. Sending people down takes a lot of time. Next, it's up to you, kid. Don't worry. By the way, take these dozen little girls away quickly." Rayleigh-san, did Sister Shaki send you to rescue us? Hancock, finally found you. Where's Sandersonia and Marigold? They're here too. After saying this, the 2 little girls stepped forward from behind. "All right, Rayleigh, someone is coming. You all hurry and leave. I'll hold them off." "Okay, be careful, kid." Then they quickly left with the others. Oh, how scary. They actually dared to come to Mariehawa to free slaves. "It's Admiral Kizaru. Jo, Uncle Kifaru. How are you? Did you come alone?" "Kal greetet Kizaru casually." "Oh, today's young people are quite scary. Do you know me?" After saying this, a laser beam shot towards Carl. Damn, no martial ethics. Carl drew out his black knife to block Kizaru's laser beams, and then they started fighting. "I definitely know you. I've heard the Navy's salary isn't high, and they often work overtime without extra pay. Is that true? How about you come work for me? I'll pay you 3 times the salary. How does that sound?" "Oh, we can't spread rumors now. Young man, your voice sounds very young. Can I see your true face?" Then the 2 continued to grapple, exchanging moves back and forth. It was hard to tell who was holding back. "Young man, it's about time to go. Tiger is being chased by the CP organization. I thought you could come here, but it's okay. Just let me know if you want to come in the future. No need to work overtime, for sure. But I can't just let you go like this." 8-foot Cheongoyu. Wow, Uncle Air, you're not following the martial arts code. Songlong break. Carl blocked his uncle's powerful move with a sword, then rushed to his side and shouted, "Tiger, you go first. I'll hold him off. I'll catch up with you in a bit." "Okay, be careful." As soon as the CP organization saw Tiger running away, they immediately tried to stop him. Crossing the 8 directions, Carl wrapped his black sword with Conqueror's Haki and struck, sending the surrounding agents flying. So scary. It seems the little brother is a master of the sword. Ame no Murakumo no Tsuruhi. Uncle suddenly drew a lightsaber from somewhere and charged at Carl, and the 2 began to fight fiercely. Suddenly, 2 masked figures appeared. Stormleg, 6 King Spear, Dam, and Ambush, Azure Dragon Break. This time, Carl used his Conqueror's Haki seriously to unleash a powerful move. The sound of a new pavilion marquee breaking the air was accompanied by roars, and the 2 CP0 agents were instantly cut away with explosions all around. So terrifying. Uncle put away his casual demeanor and became serious. "Not at all. I'm still far behind compared to you, Uncle. Seriously, Huang urge you. Are you really not coming with me?" Uncle unleashed a full-powered H-Shaku Yaguruma, giving Carl his answer. Well, if that's the case, I'm leaving first. Dragon Roar Slash. Carl unleashed his ultimate move with all his strength, and Uncle was caught off guard and sent flying. Huang urge you, until we meet again. Then Carl quickly flew away from Mariewa with his backpack, as he had no choice. More and more powerful beings were arriving. There were two presences stronger than Kizaru, and if he didn't leave now, he might be in trouble. Carl found Rayleigh and the others on the sea near the Shambody archipelago. Rayleigh, I'm back. What about the others? Oh, Carl, you've worked hard. The others were taken away by Tiger. They prepared a lot of boats, and the fishermen's boats are quite fast, so they left first. The longer we stay here, the more dangerous it gets. Tiger asked me to thank you. Hey, no need to thank me. I gained a lot too. Hee hee. Where are you going next? Are you heading straight back to Nine Snake Island? Yes, I need to go back right away. I've been out for a long time, Giroliosa said. Carl, can you take off your hood so I can see? It was too dark up there, and I couldn't see what my benefactor looks like. Oh, I'm sorry. I completely forgot I was wearing a hood. I remember your name is Hancock, right? You're such a beautiful girl. Though I'm quite handsome, don't fall for me. After saying that, Carl took off his hood. Hancock glanced at Carl, and then cupped her face with her hands, blushing. Wow, this love-struck girl won't fall for me, right? Giroliosa stood in front of Hancock with a wary expression. We should be leaving soon. Carl, are you heading back directly? Yeah, I need to go home. It's been too long. By the way, Hancock, here are a few bottles of medicine for you. This medicine can remove all kinds of marks and scars. This was made by Ellie for Carl, as she was worried he would get hurt and leave scars. Thank you, brother Carl. Thank you. Hancock excitedly accepted the medicine. All right, I'm off. Really goodbye. Okay, Carl, be careful on the way. In no time, Carl flew out of their sight. Giroliosa looked at Hancock, who was staring dreamily in the direction Carl had flown away with a worried expression. Ha. Giroliosa, brother Carl is young, handsome, and powerful. It's normal for a girl to have a crush. Rayleigh, shut up. Get out of here. Giroliosa shouted angrily. Set sail, back to Nine Snake Island. As expected, Rayleigh was kicked off the ship and swam back to the Shambody archipelago. The next day, newspapers all over the world were shocked by the news. Fishman Tiger climbed onto the Red Soil continent and freed a large number of celestial dragon slaves. A grave sin. A bounty of 230 million berries. However, there was no news about Carl and Rayleigh in the newspapers, probably erased. Then, Fishman Tiger became the leader of the slave liberation movement and a great hero of Fishman Island. At the same time, he also became a major enemy of the world government. At this time, Carl was strolling on a small island in the Grand Line, looking at the newspaper in his hand. The world government is really interesting. Are they trying to put pressure on Fishman Island? I'm hungry. Let's find a place to eat. As expected, a group of small pirates in a restaurant saw Carl devouring a large amount of food and thought he was wealthy because he was carrying a big backpack. The result was that all these pirates were taken out, with the captain's head left for the restaurant owner's payment, 5 million berries. Sir, you kill my captain, and I have nowhere to go. Why don't you take me in? A girl with a good figure but slightly dark skin suddenly said to Carl. Are you Nico Robin? Carl recognized her. You have mistaken me, sir. Since you want to take me in, I'll leave. After being recognized, Robin looked a bit flustered and tried to leave. I know the location of some historical texts. Carl immediately said to her. Sure enough, she stopped in her tracks, looking directly at Carl. Carl also looked at her with a complex expression. If we were to say which character in One Piece has lived the hardest life, it would definitely be Robin. She has been hiding since she was a child, living in an environment filled with deceit and betrayal, with no sense of security. Come with me, I won't harm you. After saying this, Carl walked ahead. Robin hesitated for a moment, but then followed him. The meaning of her existence is to find the true history and uncover the blank 100 years of history. Now that she has a clue, she definitely can't let it slip away. Carl walked to the seaside and sat cross-legged, waiting for her. It wasn't long before Robin arrived. Sit down first, don't worry. I mean you no harm. Robin also sat down facing Carl, but still looked at him with some wariness. Nico Robin, I know your story, and I actually sympathize with your situation. I didn't call you over just to tell you where the historical text is, although I certainly know where it is. Then what do you mean by asking me to come over? Don't be nervous. I'm not telling you because with your current strength, you can't even access the historical text. You're still too weak. But no one is helping me, and this is something I must do, even if it means death. Sigh. Are all the people in One Piece this stubborn? Once they have a dream, they won't change it. Robin, you're still young. If I remember correctly, you should only be 15 years old, right? You can first improve your strength and then look for it when you're strong enough, can't you? Plus, I can teach you stronger skills. Think about it. Robin thought for a long time, then said to Carl, what do I need to give up if I go with you? You don't need to give up anything. It's just my own sympathy at play. Don't worry. I'm not some pervert who likes little girls. Sir, you're really rude. I'm not that little anymore. All right, I agree to go with you. Looking at Robin's developing figure, Carl muttered, she really isn't small anymore. Ahem, since you agreed, let's go. I'll buy you some clothes first, then take you to our island. By the way, my name is Porgasti. Carl, just call me Carl. Okay, Mr. Carl, thank you for your generosity. The two returned to the town, where Robin bought some clothes and then walked to a deserted beach. Mr. Carl, how do we leave? There are no boats here. Ahem, sorry, Robin. Carl hugged Robin and then activated the flame cloud, quickly flying up into the sky. Robin screamed in surprise. Mr. Carl, could you please tell me beforehand if you can fly? It's scary. Robin said a bit angrily in Carl's arms. Haha, don't pay too much attention to details. Just hold me tight. I'm going to speed up. After saying that, he looked at the record pointer and flew towards Tiger Roar Island. Half a day later, they arrived at Tiger Roar Island and landed directly on Holy Mountain. Here we are. This is my base on Tiger Roar Island. Come with me. I'll show you where you'll live. He took her into the villa and assigned her a room. From now on, you'll live here. Come on. I'll introduce you to an older sister who will teach you. Then they walked towards the laboratory. Ellie, I'm back. Are you in there? As soon as he finished speaking, there was a clamor from inside the lab, and Ellie quickly ran out. Is it really you, Carl? She immediately hugged him and cried. Brother Carl, you finally came back. I thought you didn't want Ellie anymore. You haven't been back in 5 years. All right, I'm back now. Besides, I usually keep in touch with you using the snail phone. It's been 5 years. Let me hug you. There are still people here. Come. Let me introduce you. This is Nico Robin. I think you should know her. Robin, this is Ellie, our doctor, and a very skilled one at that. Nico Robin? Is she the little girl you mentioned before who was chosen at 8 years old for 79 million berries? Yes, that's her. From now on, she will also be our companion. Hello, Robin. You can rest assured living here. No one will bully you. Ellie said, holding Robin's hand. Thank you, Ellie. And thank you, Mr. Carl. Robin cried. Ha ha. Don't worry. If anyone bullies you, just tell Ellie, and she'll help you get revenge. Ellie has all kinds of poisons. Very powerful. Brother Carl, I've learned hockey now, okay? And I can be really strong. All right. Then Robin will be entrusted to you from now on. You'll teach her hockey and the 6 powers of Navy. Don't worry, Brother Carl. I'll teach Robin well. Then I'll trouble you, Ellie. Robin said with a smile. Let us go home first. By the way, where's your brother? My brother is teaching the guard hockey with Uncle Darren. There aren't too many people on the island who know hockey, so Uncle Darren asked my brother to help. I see. Well then, let us go home. Not long after, they returned to the town, and before they even entered the door, they heard a child's cries. Sister, I'm back. What happened? Why are you hitting it? Wha? Uncle, I miss you so much. Mom hit me, and it hurts. All right. Uncle will protect you from Mom hitting you. Don't cry. Carl, why didn't you let me know you were coming back? Don't stop me. She rummaged through your room and ate your devil fruit. At such a young age, what if she can't control her abilities? She is too naughty. Don't stop me. The little one saw her mom, still wanting to hit her, and quickly shrank into Carl's arms. All right, sis, she ate it, so what? Besides, she is fine now. By the way, which fruit didn't eat? It should be the ice fruit. It has the label you wrote on it. The ice fruit? That's not bad. This devil fruit can rapidly lower the temperature of the surrounding environment and freeze it. If used well, it can even freeze the sea. Goodness, Ace has the flame fruit and has the ice fruit. They are opposites. I wonder if the two siblings will fight in the future. By the way, sis, this is Nico Robin. She will be living with us from now on. Nico Robin? Poor child. You can live here from now on. We are all your family. The sister said, holding Robin. Robin, this is my sister, Porgasti Lugio. Thank you. Robin cried again. All right, no more crying. Hurry in and rest. Carl, you go cook. Goodness. This is what it's like after not seeing you for 5 years. Sigh. I'll go right away. Can come down first? Uncle will make you something delicious. Then Mom won't hit me anymore, right? She won tea, but you can't eat things randomly in the future, okay? Especially devil fruits. A person can only eat one. If you eat 2, you'll explode. I don't want to eat anymore. It's so disgusting. Han, be good. Uncle will first go put away the luggage, and then make you something delicious. The little one is really too cute. That night, everyone had a sumptuous dinner together. After washing up and returning to his room, Carl took out the devil fruit encyclopedia and began to compare the 7 devil fruits he obtained. Goodness, what a big gain. After checking the devil fruit encyclopedia, Carl was a bit excited, 1 Logia type devil fruit, 2 ancient zoan types, 2 paramecia types, and 2 ordinary zoan types. What a big gain. The Logia type cloud fruit should be the upgraded version of the smoke fruit. If developed well, it will definitely be valuable. The 2 ancient zoan types are the dragon fruit, ancient type side dragon form, and the cat fruit, ancient type saber-toothed tiger form. Hiss, if Kaido finds out, he will definitely come to snatch it. The 2 paramecia types are the paramecia type scent fruit and the paramecia type speed fruit. The fragrant fruit user can emit a charming aroma that can lead people into hallucinations, causing them to be poisoned without realizing it. The speed fruit, as the name suggests, increases one's speed, allowing all actions to become swift, but it requires a strong physique. Although speed is power, the force exerted at high speeds must also be borne by the body. The remaining 2 fruits are ordinary zoan types. One is the mantis fruit, and the other is the owl fruit. These 2 fruits have average upper limits, but if used well, their abilities can still be formidable. Indeed, there are many good things among those pigs. I'll go again if I get the chance. However, it might not be possible in the short term, as the last turmoil not only freed the slaves, but also resulted in the death of a celestial dragon. There are also 2 swords, both of good quality. I already have the black sword, so I'll keep these 2 for collection. Suddenly, I remember that kid Adrian. I'll go see how his training is going tomorrow. The next day, as soon as dawn broke, Carl was woken up. Uncle, wake up, and is hungry. Can we go to town to buy food? This little girl is really annoying. Do kids wake up this early? Can you ask your mom to go with you? Uncle is still very sleepy. No, Mom doesn't let me eat outside. She rarely buys me food from outside. I heard that every time Grandpa Dylan and the others come back, they bring a lot of delicious food for everyone to sell, but it has never eaten any, and is so pitiful. After saying this, she looked at Carl with teary eyes. I can't take it. Why is she so cute? All right, Uncle will take you to eat. You go wait outside for a bit, okay? Uncle will wash his face first. Okay, then hurry up. After saying that, she ran out with a patter of footsteps. Sigh, time to get up. Carl, when did you come back? You've been gone for years, right? Good morning, Uncle Ed. I came back yesterday. Hurry and call everyone, good morning, Grandpa Ed, and said cheerfully, haha, and is really good. Are you going to the cake shop today too? Yes. Uncle, let's go quickly. Otherwise, it will all be sold out. And urged Carl to hurry. Uncle Ed, I'm leaving now. After saying that, she followed him away. Do you go to the cake shop often? Not really, just occasionally. Mom doesn't give me money to buy things. The little one's eyes looked a bit evasive. Oh, Uncle, let us hurry. Otherwise, an S favorite cream puffs will be sold out. All right, but next time, don't lie to Uncle, or I won't take you out anymore. I know, let us go. When they arrived at the cake shop, wow, there were quite a few people. They waited in line for a long time before it was their turn. And is here today too? How many do you want to eat? 1,030. Sister Karen, give us 30, and counted on her fingers and finally glanced at Carl. Okay, that will be 300 berries. Uncle, hurry and pay, and urged Carl to give the money quickly while looking at the cream puffs. Okay, Carl took out a 1,000 berry note and handed it to the owner, Karen, and after getting change, he left with it. And when did this cake shop open? Carl asked this because he had never seen this Kareem before, and he was sure that her strength was not weak. It seems she came here with Grandpa Dylan 2 years ago. Uncle, do you like Sister Kareem? The little one asked with a bit of curiosity while eating a cream puff. Like? I just think I haven't seen her before. Let's go. We're going to Grandpa Mayer's house. Mayer, is Adrian home? Carl is back. Yes, he is at home, probably practicing shooting in the backyard. Oh, he likes firearms? I'll go in and see him. Go ahead. Walking to the backyard, the sound of gunfire bang 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 was heard. It seems Adrian likes to be a sniper. Adrian. Brother Carl, you finally came back. How is it? Are we going to set sail? No rush on that. By the way, do you want to be a sniper? Yes. Uncle Darren said I have great shooting talent and encouraged me to develop in this direction. And I also like firearms. Not bad, by the way. I have a devil fruit that can greatly enhance vision and observation hockey. Do you want to eat it? Really? But I heard devil fruits are very expensive. It's okay. You're my crew now. Don't worry about that. Thank you, Captain. Uncle Adrian, let me tell you, you have to eat the entire devil fruit for it to be effective, and ate it all at once. And suddenly interjected. Wow, this little girl is quite shrewd. Ha. Thanks for the reminder, and let's go to my house first. I'll get the devil fruit for you. After returning home, Carl took out the owl fruit. This is a zoan-type owl fruit. After eating it, vision and observation hockey will be enhanced, and you'll also be able to fly. Carl handed the devil fruit to him. Thank you, Captain. Adrian took a big bite. His face changed, and then he forced himself to eat it all. Hiss. Truly a warrior. How is it? Try out your abilities. Adrian closed his eyes to feel it. I feel like the range of my observation hockey has increased. I can also accurately lock onto targets through a kind of brain wave. And I can see very far now. This devil fruit is perfect for me. Thank you, Captain. Ha ha. As long as it suits you, go back and adapt to your abilities first. I'll notify you when it's time to set sail. But it probably won't be that soon. Okay, then I'll head back. Uncle Adrian is so silly, and only took one bite of the devil fruit and was fine. But he actually ate it all. And is the smartest. By the way, you're still young. Don't use your abilities casually, or you might accidentally hurt others. I know Mom told me. Uncle, I'm going to find Mom now. Go ahead. Next, let's see Uncle Darren. Walking to the camp in the forest. This is where the guard trains. The guard has now increased to 200 people, and each person has learned 1 or 2 techniques of the Navy 6 styles, with some already awakening their armament hockey. Uncle Darren, how many people have awakened armament hockey now? 33. That's already a high percentage, especially since they didn't have systematic training before. Having this effect in just a few years is quite impressive. That's great. And this power is strong even in the Grand Line. By the way, where's Benson? Didn't he come to help you? Everyone's strength has reached a bottleneck now, so I sent him back since we don't need him anymore. All right, then I'll go find him. I have something for him. Then he found Benson training by the sea. Benson, come here, I have something for you. This is a sea prism stone bracelet I found in the Celestial Dragon's treasury this time. Thank you, Captain. Now I won't have to run to the sea to train anymore. Let's go back to the mountaintop. At the mountaintop camp, Robin was practicing the Navy 6 styles, and Ellie was guiding her. Ellie, how is Robin doing? She's okay. Just her physique is a bit lacking. She needs to practice more. But Robin is very hardworking. She should be able to build a good physique quickly. All right. By the way, how is your research going? I finished it a long time ago. Didn't you notice that Uncle and Aunt haven't changed much? That's impressive. Thank you for your hard work, Ellie. By the way, Brother Carl, when are we going to set sail? I haven't been out for years. No rush. It's not time yet. Plus, you're still very weak. You still need to practice your hockey more. Look at your brother. He's working hard. You're just being lazy. I don't want to become a muscular girl like him. All right. Suit yourself. Robin, come here. Put on this sea prism stone bracelet. It will help you train your physique better. Is this specifically for ability users? Yes, with it on. You won't have to worry about running into sea prism stone weapons. Thank you, Mr. Carl. Days passed quietly, and soon 2 years went by. After 2 years, Carl had developed the devil fruit to the point of awakening, and his aura became more and more imposing. Several companions had also grown significantly stronger, and Little One was already 9 years old. Ever since she saw Carl slay a sea king, she had been clamoring to learn swordsmanship from him, and she was now learning quite well. Plus, after eating the ice fruit, she exuded a cool aura, and her personality had become less lively, turning into a high-cold little girl. Robin, are you sure you want to set sail by yourself to search? Yes, Mr. Carl, I have thought it through. All right, since you have made up your mind, I will respect your decision. Thank you very much for your care these past 2 years. Robin said tearfully. All right, stop crying. You're a big girl now. Captain Dillon, I entrust Robin to you. Ha ha ha. Don't worry, Carl. I will safely take this little girl to the Grand Line. Okay, set sail. Goodbye, Mr. Carl. Take care, Robin. Make sure to look after yourself. Ellie said tearfully. The two girls had become inseparable over the past 2 years. Let's go. Ellie, we will be setting sail soon too. Really? Are we finally going to set sail? Yes, by the way, how is the matter I entrusted to you? Corinne has agreed, but she said it would be best if you invite her. I feel like she has something to say to you. Then I'll go find her later. Let's go home. Carl took Ellie's hand and walked home. They're already a couple. Mom, Dad, sister, I'm preparing to set sail in a few days. Have you prepared the supplies? Make sure to take care of Ellie, okay? I know. Uncle, can I go to sea with you? And asked with a slightly cold voice. You need to ask your mother about that. Mom, I could take care of myself. Luju looked at Carl without speaking, her eyes seemingly asking if he could protect her, especially considering and special identity. Don't worry, sister, on this sea. There aren't many who can match me. Mom agreed. Thank you, Mom, and said while hugging her. Remember to take care of yourself. You've been here and haven't interacted with outside people yet. There are many bad people out there. So, listen to your uncle when you're outside, and don't act willfully. Okay? Got it, Mom. I will listen to my uncle. That night, at Corinne's cake shop. Corinne, I heard you only agreed to get on my ship after meeting me. Is there something you want to tell me? Mr. Carl, please come in and have a seat. Actually, it's nothing much. I offended the celestial dragons outside. That day, our country was holding a culinary competition, and the king invited the celestial dragons to watch. However, one of them took a liking to me and wanted me to be his slave. I refused and barely escaped. So, Mr. Carl, if I go out with you, can you protect me? Ha ha ha. I thought it was something serious. You don't need to worry about that. I've already taken down celestial dragons. Why would I fear those noblemen from the kingdoms? Don't worry. With me around, no one can harm you. You've killed celestial dragons? Karine was shocked, her face filled with disbelief. Yes, I was one of the masterminds behind the shocking events at Mariewa. The pigs up there are no different from ordinary people. What? Didn't the newspapers say that was Fisher Tiger's doing? P.S. also the leader of the slave liberation. That's just the world government trying to deceive the public. They simply don't know who I am, so their bounties have no effect. And they just covered up the news about me. All right, I will be the cook on your ship from now on. Please take care of me, Captain. Karine, from now on, our stomachs will depend on you. I can eat a lot. Ha ha ha. 5 days later, the Tiger God ship, which had been docked for 8 years, finally opened the deck's cover again. After bidding farewell to everyone, the Tiger God slowly sailed away from the port, heading towards the outside world. There were a total of 6 people. Ellie was the ship's doctor, Benson was the helmsman, Adrian was the sniper, Karine was the cook, and our little swordsman set sail. Our first stop is Water 7. Let's see if we can find a ship right there. A few days later, in the Grand Line. Is this the Grand Line? Adrian felt it was very novel as they just exited the Calm Belt. Actually, the difference between the Grand Line and the Calm Belt is that there are fewer sea kings and various extreme weather conditions. Benson, full speed ahead. Let's hurry and leave this sea area. Yes, Captain. Uncle, what's happening? A heavy rain is coming, and there might even be a tornado. A tornado? They looked excited, having never seen one before. Listen up. The most dangerous thing in the Grand Line is not encountering pirates, but various extreme weather conditions. Back in the day, during the naval battle at Eitwall between the Golden Lion Shiki's pirate fleet and the Roger Pirates, the Roger Pirates were retreating step by step, but they encountered extremely severe weather, which caused most of Shiki's pirate fleet to be sunk. Otherwise, who knows if there would have been a pirate king afterwards. Hurry and leave here. Sure enough, not long after, that sea area was hit by heavy rain and tornadoes, looking like something beyond human resistance. What a terrifying natural disaster. Huh, Captain, a pirate ship is coming towards us. Adrian said, go meet them. Take them down. Everyone was a bit excited, and looked eager to try and use your devil fruit abilities more in battle. This will help you develop your powers. Yes, Captain, and excitedly replied, thinking she wouldn't be able to participate in the battle. Holding the good sword Snow Cherry that Carl gave her, she felt ready to charge in. She had taken down quite a few beasts in the past 2 years. Captain, the opposing ship doesn't have a pirate flag. There are only 6 people. Be cautious. I sense that a few of them are quite strong, but we don't need to be afraid. I am the Blood Wolf Leaf with a bounty of 210 million berries. Let's go. Roar. Benson, prepare to board. Hey, hey, hey. Little girl, being a pirate isn't a game for someone as small as you. A fierce-looking big guy raised a large cleaver and swung it at him, and dodged and stabbed the pirate in the back leg, mainly because she was shorter and the pirate was too tall to reach her. Then the pirate was frozen into an ice block. You are the little girl. You all are little girls. And then the people around her slowly froze. The other battles also went smoothly, and 2 devil fruit users were already battered, presumably the captain and his subordinate. Half an hour later, these pirates were lying all over the place. Aren't strong people like you supposed to be in the New World? How did you end up in paradise? The pirate captain said angrily. Well, we are newcomers, just setting sail. Do you have any questions? If not, I'll send you home. As soon as he finished speaking, he immediately transformed into his human beast form, preparing for a desperate fight. Die, little girl. And then he rushed madly toward and shave. Benson stood in front of him, reached out, and grabbed his neck, twisting it, and the captain's adventure came to an end. Let's collect some supplies and continue to Water 7. Yes, Captain. And how are you doing? Are you adapting? En's face was a bit pale. Uncle, I'm fine, just a bit scared earlier. You did well for your first battle. But remember, you can't let your guard down until the battle is over. Yes, I remember. Let's go back and wash up. Being dirty isn't cute. Uncle, you're still stinky. And then she walked back to the cabin with an arrogant expression. Hee, Carl Brothers seems to be sulking. Ellie teased from the side. Sigh, the more they grow up, the less cute they become. Come on, Ellie, let's go wash up too. I don't want to. You go wash by yourself. And then she ran away. Captain, why are these pirates so weak? Didn't they say pirates are all ruthless? Adrian asked. Firstly, this is the first half of the Grand Line. The pirates here are mostly newcomers from the 4 seas, and very few can use hockey. So their strength isn't strong. The first half of the Grand Line is also called Paradise. Strong pirates are mostly in the second half, where most of them can use hockey. And anyone who can establish themselves, there is no simple character. The second half is almost the world of pirates. The Navy has little say there. So the second half is called the New World. When we go to the New World? Adrian asked excitedly. No, we will first go to the North Sea to find a moving country. There's also a moving country? You'll know when the time comes. Kareen, let's celebrate our first battle victory with a feast. Okay, Captain, I guarantee you'll be satisfied. And thus, the first battle after setting sail came to an end. Cheers! A few people raised their glasses and started drinking. I had milk, and while holding the milk, he was devouring meat, insisting he wasn't like a girl. Ever since Kareen boarded, I've been much more relaxed. From now on, I'll be the one cooking. Kareen, let me tell you, he brought you on board because he's lazy and doesn't want to cook. But what you make is indeed tastier than what Brother Carl makes. I also like what you cook, Kareen, and said while biting into the meat. Ha ha, I am a national culinary champion. How can the captain's cooking compare to mine? And help me chill the wine. And reached out and touched Kareen's wine glass, and a glass of ice-cold beer appeared. Yes, Kareen's cooking is the best. Let's toast to the delicious food. By the end, they were lying on the deck without any image, and then secretly drank a glass of wine, getting tipsy. The pirate world's feast feels so good. No wonder pirates love to have parties for no reason. The next day, when they woke up, Kareen had already prepared breakfast. Captain, drink some soup first. This soup works wonders for hangovers, and I guarantee you'll feel as good as new after drinking it. Thank you, Kareen. Indeed, it's better when professionals handle this. It's delicious. Thank you for the compliment, Captain. By the way, are they still not up? Benson is on the deck. The others haven't gotten up yet. All right, I'll go check on the deck. On the deck, Benson was working out. Benson, exercising the day after a hangover isn't suitable. It's okay, Captain. I wasn't drunk last night. I feel uncomfortable if I don't work out every day. All right, you continue then. After saying that, Carl lay on the lounge chair, sipping tea, feeling comfortable. Before long, everyone else woke up. And, is your head still spinning? Not anymore, Uncle. I'm going to start exercising. Then he walked aside to practice sword swings. Captain, there's a merchant ship ahead. Don't worry about it. No, get closer. What's wrong, Captain? Is something wrong? Adrian suddenly said, Uncle, and also looked at Carl. Next, I'll show you the evil of this world. Everyone gathered on the deck. Quickly get out of the way. We are a merchant fleet under the world government. Attacking us will get you wanted by the Navy. The other side shouted arrogantly at Carl and the others. Carl did not say much, and the overwhelming hockey of anger enveloped the deck of the merchant ship, leaving only a few people conscious in the blink of an eye. Go over there. Who are you? How dare you actually take action? No matter who you are, you're all dead for sure. Ha ha. Carl remained expressionless as he lifted his foot and crushed the man's head with a single stomp. Cut off all their heads and throw them into the sea to feed the fish. Although everyone was unsure why Carl was so angry, they complied, and soon the deck was stained red with blood. Let's go to the cabin. Upon entering the cabin, they found many people imprisoned inside, including the elderly, young people, and children, as well as some rare races like mermen. The captives looked pale and terrified as they gazed at Carl and the others. Hey, Carl said, the slave-catching crew of this ship has been killed by us. You're free. Didn't you hear? You're free. He walked over and unlocked their shackles. Those who had never seen how slaves were treated here found it hard to understand Carl's current feelings. Thank you, benefactors. Voices of gratitude filled the air. All right, no more thanks. The Navy might arrive soon. Is there anyone here who can operate a ship? We need to leave immediately. A few men and 2 mermen stepped forward, saying they could sail. Then hurry up and follow our ship. Thus, the slave ship followed the Tiger God's ship out of the waters, and a few hours later, the Navy arrived. By that time, Carl and the others had already reached an uninhabited island. All right, we will escort you to this point. You can stay on this island or leave by ship. It's up to you to decide. There is plenty of food on the ship, which should last you until you reach the next island. Thank you, benefactors. One of them said, Can I join you? I'm a boatman from Merman Island. I was looking for Captain Tom, but I was captured by the slave catchers before I could reach the 7-water city. Oh, you're a boatman? How skilled are you? My skills may not match Captain Tom's, but I'm a well-known boatman from Merman Island. I can definitely handle the duties on your ship. That's great. I was planning to find a boatman in 7-water city, but it seems I don't need to anymore. Welcome aboard. Thank you, Captain. Ha ha ha, by the way. I haven't asked for your name yet. My name is Jerry. I look forward to your guidance in the future. Jerry? Are you sure your name is Jerry? Carl almost choked on his saliva. Tom and Jerry? Captain, do you know me? Jerry asked, puzzled by Carl's reaction. Oh, no. I just heard Tom mention your name before and praise your skills. Wow, Captain Tom is overpraising me. I'm still far from it. All right, let's get on the ship. Now, I don't have to go to Seven Water City to find a boatman. This place is close to Long Chain Island. Let's head there first, and then hold a banquet to welcome our boatman Jerry. Half a day later, the Tiger God ship docked at Long Chain Island. Captain, why are the animals here so strange? It might be due to the unusual geographical factors of this place. As they looked at the various long animals on the island, everyone felt quite curious. Super long dogs, tall bears, and long-necked giraffes. Those necks could really grow. Not long after, on the beach, let's welcome our boatman Jerry to the crew. Cheers! Cheers! Then they raised their cups in one hand while grabbing meat with the other and started a feast. Uncle, why did those merchants capture so many people? Asked him as he placed down his milk. They're not merchants. They just disguised themselves as merchants to capture civilians or rare races from all over the world and sell them to the nobles, and replied. Moreover, some rare races are auctioned off, making the nobles compete to buy them. Then why doesn't the Navy do anything? Isn't the world government against the slave trade? Adrian asked naively, unaware of the outside situation. Because the biggest buyers of slaves are the high-ranking celestial dragons. The Navy is controlled by the world government, and the world government is controlled by the celestial dragons, and seemed to understand a little, while everyone appeared deep in thought. All right, just know this. Whoever wants to bully us will beat them so badly they won't recognize their own mother. The captain is right. Drink up. Cheers. Hey, uncle, you just swore. Don't mind those details. After the banquet, 3 women chased after the animals of Long Chain Island to play. Adrian cleaned his gun, and Benson took Jerry to the ship to understand its specifics. Well, the next island should be Gaia Island. Do you want to check out the Sky Island? The sky fish there should be delicious. And Carl, who has eaten the rumble fruit, seems to like it. He should have become the god of Sky Island by now. When we get there, we can subdue him and bring him on board for additional combat power. We might even modify the Tiger God ship to give it flying capabilities. All right, let's do it. Everyone gather around. I have something to say. Then everyone gathered around. The next island is Gaia Island, and above it exists the Sky Island, where the natives and the Shandians live. Moreover, the legendary land of gold, Shandora, is located on the Sky Island. What do you think? Should we go? Sky Island? Land of gold? Isn't that a story from a book? That's real. Sky Island truly exists, and so does the land of gold. It was just pushed up to the Sky Island due to the knock-up stream 400 years ago, becoming part of it. Let's go. Let's go. The eyes of several women sparkled with excitement. Okay, now let's discuss how to get to Sky Island. We have 2 options. The first is that I use my abilities to create flame clouds to lift the ship directly into the sky, which is safe. The second is to calculate the timing of the knock-up stream after we reach Gaia Island, and then ride it directly to Sky Island. How about it? Which method do you prefer? The second one, riding the knock-up stream. Yes, Captain, that sounds more thrilling. And also excitedly looked at Carl. Then we'll set off for Gaia Island first thing tomorrow morning. Yes, Captain. The next morning, the Tiger God ship set off again, and 2 days later, they arrived at Gaia Island. I'll go to the island to ask about the specifics of the knock-up stream. Who wants to come with me? I'll go. Brother Carl. I want to go too. Uncle, I want to go too. Carl glanced and said, all right, Benson, Jerry, and Karina will stay to watch the ship. You all come with me to the island. Walking through the town of Magic Valley on Gaia Island, fierce-looking pirates were everywhere. Magic Valley Town is an illegal zone, filled with many pirates. Don't mind them. We'll go to the tavern, get the information, and leave. Upon entering the tavern, they walked straight to the tavern owner. Boss, do you know how long it has been since the last surge of the sky current? When will the next one appear? Just tell me what I want. And this 1,000,000 berries will be yours. Carl took out 1,000,000 berries and placed it on the bar, releasing a hint of his conqueror's haki as he looked at him. The last time was 5 days ago, and if nothing unexpected happens, the next time should be tomorrow. Very good. This money is yours. At this moment, the people in the tavern all gathered around. Hee hee. 2 little beauties, they belong to me. Hey, hurry up and hand over all the berries on you. If you also give us these 2 beauties, we'll let you go. How about it? Carl looked at them with indifference, just as he was about to take action to understand them, and said, Uncle, leave them to me. Frost appeared on Anne's eyebrows. All right, consider it practice for you. Carl agreed. After all, these pirates would not be a match for Anne, who possessed the ice-size fruit. World of Ice, and activated her ice-size fruit ability, and the temperature around her rapidly dropped. The tavern's floor was instantly frozen, and the pirates couldn't move their legs. She is a devil fruit user. Someone exclaimed in terror, and didn't give them a chance to talk, wielding her snow sakura and slashing at these people one by one. She didn't seem like a nearly 10-year-old girl at all. Before long, The tavern was left with a ground full of corpses. Not bad, not bad, great progress. Suddenly, Anne felt a bit unsteady, and Ellie quickly supported her. You must have overused your ability. Your body is a bit weak. Just go back, eat something, and rest for a while, and you'll be fine, Ellie said. After all, a girl under 10 years old didn't have enough stamina to sustain the explosive power of a devil fruit. Then let's go. We have things to do back on the ship. Carl carried Anne on his back, and everyone returned to the ship together. If the tavern owner wasn't lying, there will be a skyward current tomorrow. But we need the south-south bird for that. This bird's head always points south. And tomorrow we need it to indicate the exact location of the skyward current. Where can we find a south-south bird? Adrian asked. There are some in the forest of Gaia Island. This bird likes to come out at night. Adrian, you will be responsible for catching the south-south bird tonight. Its feature is obvious. Its head only points south regardless of the situation. Okay, Captain. Jerry, we need to add wings to the ship with planks to better catch the skyward current. Time is tight. Let's move. By midnight, the ship was equipped with wings, and the south-south bird was caught back. Everything was ready, just waiting for the skyward current to erupt tomorrow. Kareen, do we have anything to eat? I'm so hungry. Sister Kareen, I want to eat too. Then I'll make some late-night snacks for everyone. Just wait a moment. After finishing the late-night snacks, everyone went to rest. The next morning, the weather was a bit gloomy, feeling like it was about to rain heavily. It's almost time, Benson. Head towards the direction the south-south bird is looking. At noon, a large whirlpool appeared in the sea, as if it was going to suck everything in. Time is running out. Hold on to the ship, Benson. Head into the whirlpool. Carl shouted. Then the ship spiraled towards the center of the whirlpool. Uncle, is this reliable? And asked a bit fearfully. Absolutely reliable. Don't be scared, Carl said, a bit uncertain. Suddenly, the center of the whirlpool slowly rose like a spring. Hold on. The skyward current is about to erupt. Carl shouted. Indeed, as soon as he finished speaking, a massive water column shot up into the sky. The Tiger God ship was also lifted up. Reel in the sails. Ride the skyward current. It will take us to the Sky Island. And so, the Tiger God ship soared into the sky. We really flew up. Ah! Hold on to the ship. The Tiger God ship rushed through the cumulus clouds with screams, riding the skyward current up into the White Sea. We survived. Adrian gasped. The others also looked a bit pale, but fortunately, it was a close call. Ha ha ha. Exciting, right? Everyone adjust your breathing. The air here is thin, and you might feel a bit dizzy at first, so adapt a little. Captain, is this the Sky Island? Why is there nothing here? We haven't reached the Sky Island yet. This is the White Sea at about 7,000 meters, and the Sky Island is above 10,000 meters in the White Sea. First, open the sails, then sail over there. We need to go through the gate of heaven. Is this the gate of heaven? It should be. Outsiders. To enter the kingdom of God, each person must pay a tax of 1 billion ik, an insidious old woman said. Carl quietly looked at her without saying a word. This old woman must be the only annoying person on Sky Island. Let the express shrimp take us up to the White Sea. Yes, my lord. Then an express shrimp pulled the Tiger God ship forward. Captain, was there something wrong just now? That old woman is not honest. The currency on Sky Island is different from ours below. The currency here is called IQ, and she just said everyone has to pay a tax of 1 billion IQ. In reality, it's just 100,000 berry per person because 1 berry equals 10,000 IQ. She deliberately didn't tell us this because she wants us to feel it's too expensive and then can't afford the tax, leading us to break in. Because here, the law states that if you enter Angel Island without paying, you will face legal punishment. She's so wicked. Carl, let me go back and hit her. So, Captain, does that mean we have violated the law here? It's okay. I was originally looking for the god here. God? Is there really a god? Everyone was a bit surprised. How is that possible? It's just a natural type devil fruit user. Before long, the Tiger God ship finally rushed up to the White Sea. Wow, it's so beautiful here. Are those angels? There really are angels? All right, let's disembark. We have things to do. Hasso, are you from the Blue Sea? Hasso, you guessed it right. Do you know where Gonfuer is? I need to find him for something. I don't know where the former god is. Why are you looking for him? This uncle looks a bit scared, afraid of Enel. Forget it. You wait here for a moment. I will go find that somewhat delusional god. After saying that, Carl flew towards Appiato, where Enel was. A few minutes later, in the shrine, Carl looked at Enel, whose ears were really long. Yahaha, Blue Sea people. You dared to break into the shrine without permission. Are you ready to accept your punishment? Damn, this delusion needs to be cured. So arrogant. Enel, I give you two choices. Surrender and become my crew, or get beaten up by me and then become my crew. Which one do you choose? Yahaha, Blue Sea people. You are making the god very angry. D. 30 million volts, Thunderbird. A Thunderbird rushed towards Carl quickly. Damn it. I can't take it anymore. Carl used a teleportation and appeared in front of him, covering him with armament hockey and pressing him down to the ground, continuously hitting his face. Let it be a god. Let him be delusional. Let him not listen to advice. Carl punched him repeatedly to cure his delusion. Angel Island was already in chaos. An even cloud-hidden village heard the commotion. From the shrine came inOne screams, and the Shandians thought the opportunity had come and rushed over, with Gonforer appearing as well. Are you convinced now? Not convinced. He continued to hit. All right, if you had spoken earlier, we could have avoided this. Really? Then he carried him and flew towards Angel Island. The Shandians, including the people of Angel Island, were shocked. Is this still the invincible inOne? He's being beaten and can't even catch his breath. Ellie, treat his wounds. Brother Carl, is this the god here? Ellie was a bit incredulous. He's just a lucky guy who ate the rumble fruit, relying too much on his fruit powers. Doesn't even know armament hockey, but his observation hockey is strong. Rumble fruit? It has been a long time since a user of the rumble fruit appeared, hasn't it? Yes, it's been a long time. But this guy has developed the rumble fruit quite well. I plan to recruit him onto the ship. I support the captain. A natural type fruit user has very strong combat power, especially the rumble fruit. This esteemed one from the Blue Sea. What do you plan to do with inOne next? You are gone for, right? Indeed, it's me. I want to know how you will treat the residents of Angel Island in the future. We'll talk about that in a moment. The Shandians over there, come here. Which one of you is the chief? What do you want? The somewhat young battle demon, Wiper, said with a wary expression. Don't be afraid. I won't do anything to you. How many years have you been fighting amongst yourselves? Over 400 years. We must reclaim our land. Suddenly, both sides were a bit on edge. I say, haven't you thought about living in harmony? Aren't you tired of fighting for so long? From now on, I will be in charge of Sky Island. So I have decided that the Shandians and the people of Angel Island can live in Appiato from now on. You're their chief, right? Indeed, I am. We don't want to fight either, but we have our own mission. I know where the Golden Bell is. If you ring the Golden Bell, can you live in harmony? You know where the Golden Bell is. If you can really find out where the Golden Bell is and let us ring it, we are willing to live in harmony. The chief said excitedly. The Golden Bell is at the top of the giant vine. Let's go see this Golden Bell together. Banson, find a sea prism stone handcuff to lock inOne up, and we'll deal with him later. The group climbed to the top of the giant vine and finally saw the huge Golden Bell. The Shandians cried with excitement. We finally found the Golden Bell. We can finally ring the Golden Bell and fulfill our promise to Nolan. A group of big men started crying. Captain, this Golden Bell is too big. How much is this worth? This is nothing. There's still the Golden Land beneath this vine. All right, the Golden Land. All right, Chief. You can ring the Golden Bell now. Thank you, esteemed one, for allowing us to fulfill our promise. Wiper. Yes, Chief. Wiper used a reject dial to ring the Golden Bell, and the huge sound of the bell pierced the sky, reaching Gaia Island in the Blue Sea, where another person was crying. This sound is truly wonderful, so beautiful. Of course, the sound of money is never unpleasant. Hey, Captain, you are so shallow. Suddenly, a hissing sound came from below. It's the master of Sky Island. What should we do? It's okay. It just heard the sound of the bell and cried. I will go down and talk to it. Carl jumped down and hit on the head, and then it cried even harder. Be obedient and go back quickly. You're not allowed to come out and hurt anyone. Then the big snake ran away in a hurry. All right, the bell has rung. Let's go down. It's time to solve your problems. A few women were still gazing longingly at the Golden Bell. Then we're talking about Klitsch, Carl thought to himself. Back at Angel Island, everyone gathered around waiting for Carl's instructions. This is what I think. In the future, the Sky Island will be jointly managed by Gonful and the chief of the Shandians. Both sides can come and go freely. You can stay wherever you like. I believe you two can manage it well. Then you two will be directly responsible to me. By the way, my name is Porkasty Carl. You can just call me Carl. We Shandians have no objections, Lord Carl. I have no objections either. After fighting for so many years, I'm already tired. The people of Angel Island just wanted peace. Since we have agreed, let us pass the order down and get along well from now on. Yes, Lord Carl. Then, let us hold a banquet. Oh. Everyone cheered happily. That night, everyone performed various shows, singing and dancing. Come on, everyone, cheers. Cheers. inOne, quickly raise your glass. inOne reluctantly clinked glasses with everyone and drank it all in one gulp. He was feeling very gloomy. During the day, he was the god of Sky Island, and at night, he became someone else's subordinate. Don't be unhappy. It's normal that you can't beat me without hockey. The Sky Island is too small. Once you reach the blue sea, you will see how powerful the strong people in this world are. Don't worry, I will teach you hockey in the future. Upon hearing this, inOne finally felt less gloomy. He must learn hockey. Captain, the fish from Sky Island tastes really good. I need to stock up a bit. Karen said, Sister Karen, give me another serving of Sky Island cuisine. You cook it so deliciously. And ran over to Karen and said, inOne, do you have a design blueprint for a flying ship? How did you know? This ship needs too much gold, so I haven't had the chance to build it. Don't worry about how I know. Starting tomorrow, you will work with Jerry and the people from Sky Island who can build ships to see if we can modify the Tiger God ship to make it fly. Got it. My head is spinning. Ellie, give me a massage. Carl rested his head on Ellie's long legs. It felt so comfortable. Brother Carl, your alcohol tolerance is really poor. We will stay on Sky Island for a while longer. During this time, let's have fun on Sky Island. Next, everyone got busy. The Shandians were busy moving to Apaya to build houses. The people of Angel Island were busy planting crops, and Carl's group was busy treasure hunting. Captain, this is so spectacular. It turns out the Golden City Shandora really exists. Brother Carl, we struck gold. After searching for most of the day, they finally found the Golden City Shandora beneath the clouds. It was indeed spectacular. inOne, you can use the gold here freely, as long as it can make the Tiger God ship fly. No problem. With so much gold, we can start the modifications tomorrow. However, it might take a bit longer. Maybe a year or two. Does it really take that long? I thought it could be done in a month or two. How could that be? Just making the precise parts needed from the gold will take a lot of time. This is for flying. All right, then starting tomorrow, I will create a training plan for you. The air is thin on Sky Island. Training here will have better effects on your physique. When will you teach me hockey? How many times have I said it? You need to call me Captain. I don't care. After you teach me hockey, I will call you Captain. You first need to smelt the gold parts needed. Then I will start teaching you. By the way, the modifications to the Tiger God ship must not show any gold on the outside. Otherwise, when we sail in the future, others will be eyeing your ship. This God knows. Everyone split up to look around. There should be a stone with inscriptions here. Then several people scattered to search. This ruin is truly spectacular. No wonder Robin likes to study it after seeing it in the anime. Captain, come see if it's this one. Adrian shouted. When he walked over to take a look, it was indeed the historical text, with inscriptions made by Pirate King Roger and others. This is it. This is the historical text. Later, find something to replicate the content on it and give it to Robin. Is this what Robin is looking for? So, ancient writing looks like this. All right, after being busy for half a day, everyone is hungry. It's time to go back to the shrine for dinner. In the year 1511 of the Sea Circle calendar, by the river, Jerry and inOne were sparring, of course. inOne could not use his devil fruit abilities. Over the past year, these two finally learned hockey, and without using devil fruit abilities, inOne was no match for Jerry, whose physique was much stronger than inOne's. Fishmen indeed have a natural advantage in physique, something ordinary people cannot envy. No more fighting, no more fighting. Without using devil fruit abilities, I am not your opponent. After sparring for most of the day, inOne finally admitted defeat. Ha. Just in terms of physique, you're a bit weaker than me. I am a fishman, and my natural physique is 10 times stronger than that of humans. Over the past year, inOne finally integrated into the new group. However, he still referred to himself as this god, which Carl often corrected him with a stick, and eventually, they gave up on changing him. The two sat down cross-legged and started eating the various meats prepared. The fish from the sky is truly delicious and never gets boring. Fortunately, there are plenty of fish in the river. Otherwise, they would have been eaten to extinction. Captain, the ship has been modified. When will we continue our voyage? Adrian asked a bit anxiously. Yes, Uncle, I'm almost dying of boredom. And also said. Carl looked at him and couldn't help but feel a bit sentimental. That little girl from before had now grown into a big girl, almost 4 meters tall. What's wrong, Uncle? Did I do something wrong? No. It's just that time flies so fast. You're almost 12 years old now. Come on, let's get back to the Divine Palace and prepare. We'll set off in a few days. Back at the Divine Palace, Carl asked someone to call Gonfu Air and the chief over to inform them before leaving. Lord Carl, are you leaving? Yes, we've been here for over a year, and we need to continue our voyage. From now on, just continue to cultivate the sky shells as I instructed. They are very useful. The combat power of sky shells is still quite strong among ordinary people. And later we can sell them to that guy Dorag to make money. Don't worry, Lord Carl. We will cultivate more sky shells. 2 days later, at the gate of heaven, although the Tiger God ship could fly, everyone still felt that sailing on the sea was better. Otherwise, going out to sea would be meaningless. As the Tiger God ship slowly descended, The Qinghai Sea was getting closer, bringing back the long-lost feeling of the ocean. Yahaha! Is this Qinghai? It's indeed vast. Let this god conquer this sea. Yahaha! Ugh, this guy calling himself this god is acting all childish again. You can't even defeat me. How can you conquer the sea? Benson suddenly said. Benson was the only one on the ship, aside from Carl, who could suppress Enel. Just you wait. I'll defeat you before long. Ha ha. Enel, you need to put in more effort if you want to defeat Benson. Next, I'm going to Water 7. Let us go. Yes, Captain. The Tiger God ship quickly advanced towards Water 7 with the dual power of sails and electric propulsion. I'm really looking forward to it. I'm finally going to see Tom again. I wonder if his sea train research has succeeded, Jerry said. It should have succeeded. When Mr. Tom sees this ship, he'll definitely be surprised. After all, it can fly and enter the sea, ha ha ha. At Water 7, Benson stayed behind to watch the ship, while the others went directly to Tom's shipbuilding company. Waha, Mr. Carl, it's been a long time. Has it been 11 years? Yes, 11 years. Mr. Tom, I heard the sea train has been developed successfully? Yes. This is the greatest masterpiece of my life. Wahaha, Tom, long time no see. Jerry, I heard you became Mr. Carl's shipwright. It seems that's true. Looks like you've been doing well with Mr. Carl. Haha, it's also thanks to the captain giving me the opportunity. Mr. Carl, though I shouldn't say this, you all need to leave first. Otherwise, I might implicate you. Are you worried about the CP agents around? Don't worry, I haven't put them in my eyes yet. Enel, go out and take them all down, so they won't keep hovering around us. Yahaha, I felt those little mice were tracking us as soon as I landed. I want to take them out for a long time. With that, he disappeared in a flash of lightning. Even if you've created the sea train, the world government still doesn't plan to let you go. What are your plans next, Mr. Tom? Waha, I'm a proud man. Even if the world government wants to kill me, I won't frown. After I die, they have no reason to target my disciples Ace and Flam. They'll be safe, Tom said with a carefree attitude. Have you thought about leaving here? I can take you to a place where the world government can't find you. Thank you very much, Mr. Carl. I can't leave. The sea train will still need Ace and the others to maintain it. I must protect them. Everyone has their own mission. Perhaps this is our mission. All right, I respect your choice. You can give my snail phone to your disciple Ace. I can help him solve a problem he can't handle later. Thank you so much, Mr. Carl. Then the group left Tom's shipbuilding company and went to the street to buy supplies. At this time, Enel also returned. Captain, I dealt with those little mice. Not even a decent, strong person among them. There will be plenty of opportunities to fight strong opponents later. The people here are too weak. Let us go. We'll leave after replenishing supplies. At that moment, CP9 Chief Spandam was in his office smashing cups and cursing the incompetents, then asked, do we have their pictures? Immediately have the world government issue a bounty. But Chief, we don't know their names. These people have never appeared before. They seem to have popped up out of nowhere. Then find out who they are. Bastards. Yes. The agent left the office as if granted amnesty, thinking to himself, what is so great about a second-generation official? After thinking of that, he envied why he wasn't that person. Carl, brother, we need to buy more of that water meat today. It's so delicious. All right, I almost forgot. Karen, the specialty water meat of Water 7 is really delicious. Buy more later. I believe it will taste even better with your cooking. And apples. This god's apples are gone. Okay, I want to see what this delicacy is. Let us rent a few blues to stroll around Water 7. The group spent most of the day shopping in Water 7 and returned to the ship with a pile of goods. And the blues were exhausted. Benson, did anyone cause trouble today? Well, a few guys in black clothes got close, but I threw them into the sea. They're probably world government people. All right, let us rest here for the night and set off tomorrow. The next island should be the Sabaody Archipelago. It's a shopping paradise. Shopping paradise? The eyes of several women instantly lit up. Sister Karen, hurry, water meat, and said anxiously. Usually, she was quite aloof, but when it came to delicious food, she acted just like an ordinary girl. It's still pleasant to look at like this. Got it. What about you all? What do you want to eat? As long as it's meat. Benson said he was not picky, but he was a true carnivore. As long as it's made by Karen Sean. I love to eat it. Me too. Ellie and Adrian said. What about you guys? Whatever we make is fine. This guy wants to drink apple juice. Then everyone wait a moment. And then Karen went into the kitchen. The others also went back to their rooms to organize the things they bought today. It's great to have a professional chef on board. Carl stretched comfortably on the beach chair. Uncle, you're getting lazier. Oh, daring to call me uncle now. Hurry up and practice your sword. I want to go. With a mischievous laugh, he dashed into the cabin. They've all gone in, Ellie. Come here and give Carl a hug. Don't mess around. I'll hug you enough tonight. Since they couldn't be seen, he thought to collect some interest first. Saying that, he kissed Ellie, who responded warmly without struggling. All right, tonight then. They'll all be coming up soon. Okay, Ellie, when we get back to Tiger Roar Island, let us have a baby. Sure, Ellie shyly replied. Seeing her bashful demeanor, he couldn't help himself, lowered his head, and continued to hug her, nibbling for a while before letting go. Ellie was panting, and both had smiles stretching at the corners of their mouths. I feel like I'm hungry. Let us go see if Karen has dinner ready. He got up, tidied himself, and pulled Ellie toward the cabin. The next morning was sunny and pleasant, and the tiger god was sailing with a gentle breeze. At this time, Carl was sitting on the edge of the boat fishing while guiding and in his training. And swordsmanship had already reached the level of cutting iron, but he was still a bit away from being a sword master. Captain, there are 3 pirate ships following us from behind. What should we do? Take them out? No rush. Let us wait until we're a bit farther from Water 7. Captain, this time I'll take action. It makes me furious that not a single strong person dares to follow us. Enel expressed his anger. These rats are quite annoying. I was thinking we should create a big event to show everyone. That way no rats will bother us anymore, but we might get a bounty for it. Carl said, that is a good idea. We don't care about bounties anyway, but might be a bit troublesome when we go to buy supplies later. Forget it. Let us take it slow. Enel, go ahead. The pirate ships behind actually started firing cannons at them. Yahaha, rats. Feel the wrath of this god. Enel flew into the air. Thunderclap. With a loud bang, the area where the 3 pirate ships were located was completely covered by lightning, and after a while, only a few remnants of the ships remained. Yahaha. This is the consequence of angering this god. Enel laughed arrogantly. Suddenly realizing how useful the thunder fruit was for clearing out minions, he thought, this job will belong to Enel from now on. Blub 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 blub, click. Sassy, why did you suddenly contact me? Sassy, I don't have anything in particular. Just preparing to find Old Lay for a drink. Is he at Sabati Archipelago? Yes. When will you arrive? A few young ladies want to meet you. I'll probably arrive in the afternoon. A few young ladies? It wouldn't be Hancock and the others, would it? Carl thought to himself. If he wanted to see someone, the only ones he knew were the Boas sisters. Yes, it's them. Hancock has now become the captain of the Kuja pirates and the new empress of the kingdom. They just happened to arrive at the Sabati Archipelago to transport the supplies I prepared for them. All right, I got it. See you in the afternoon. See you in the afternoon, Brother Carl. Click. Who is Old Ray, Brother Carl? Well, he is Silver's Rayleigh, the first mate of the Pirate King. I used to practice with him when I was training outside, so I'm quite familiar with him. Oh, I see. Then who is Hancock? She's a little girl I saved back in the day, and now she is the captain of the Kuja pirates. Playboy. Uncle, does Rayleigh know about my feelings? I don't know. Rayleigh is a big mouth. When he gets drunk, he spills everything, so we can't tell him now. Oh, Uncle, aren't you going to comfort Sister Ellie? Right, I'm going now. I suddenly realized why you call her sister instead of aunt. You're a generation off, you know? Anyway, Sister Ellie likes me calling her sister. Fine. You keep practicing your swordsmanship. In the afternoon, before the sun set, the Tiger God ship finally arrived at the Sabati Archipelago. After everyone disembarked, Jerry submerged the deck and parked the ship 50 meters underwater. Yo, Brother Carl, Sajui is ignoring me. Old Ray, your outfit is quite fashionable. It has personality. Carl looked at his spotted pants and spotted cloak, and indeed he looked much cooler. Ha ha, let's go. Shachi and the others are still waiting for us. Rayleigh walked ahead to lead the way. By the way, Old Ray, why haven't you two thought about having child? It's just fate. We are both people who are afraid of trouble. Unlike you young folks, Rayleigh said casually. Shachi, we're back. Brother Carl, long time no see. You've become even more handsome. Are these all your crew? Ha ha. Sister Shachi, aren't you the same, young and beautiful? Let me introduce you. That tall, big guy is Benson. With a big red hair, this is Karen, my ship's cook. She's the champion of the national cooking competition. This is the fishman Jerry, my ship's carpenter. The one carrying the gun is the sniper Adrian, and the one with long ears is Enel. This is my wife, Ellie, and this little girl is my niece, Bolgadian. They are all remarkable young people. Brother Carl, your strength is no less than that of an emperor crew. Is Brother Carl also going to compete for that legendary treasure? Shachi asked, as she loves collecting information the most. I'm not interested in One Piece. We just want to adventure and treasure hunt around the world. By the way, where are Hancock and the others? She knew you were coming, so she went back to the ship to change and dress up. Looks like she will be a bit sad later, Shachi teasingly said. It seems I'm going to have a younger sister. I remember I also fell in love with him after being saved from pirates. This feeling I understand the most. Ellie suddenly became generous, which puzzled Carl. Could it be empathy after knowing Hancock's experience? Ha ha ha. Let's not talk about this for now. This time I brought back a lot of water meat from Water 7 and also some wine from Sky Island. Oh, you've already been to Sky Island? How nostalgic. Yes, that long-eared guy is the god of Sky Island. Oof. When is the banquet starting? This god is already hungry. Ha ha ha. Let's go to the bar's backyard. Then everyone got busy in the backyard. Mr. Carl, I've finally seen you again. I'm so happy. Mr. Carl, long time no see. Two at this moment. The Boas sisters also returned. Sajui is ignoring me. Hancock, Sander Sonia, and Marigold. Hancock, hello. I'm Ellie, come on. I have something to tell you. Huh? Oh, okay, Mr. Carl. I'll be right back. Carl was momentarily at a loss for words. The two women had likely formed a united front. Come on, Sander Sonia, Marigold, come sit down. We are all friends here. No need to be so formal. All right. Arigato, Mr. Carl. Young people are wonderful. Old Ray suddenly sighed. At this moment, Hancock also returned. Cod, I told Hancock that she is my sister now. Yes, I agreed, but from now on you can only have the two of us. Suddenly feeling a bit moved, he said, thank you. So does that mean I have two aunts now? Ha ha ha. Everyone laughed. Come on, let's raise a toast to celebrate the arrival of our brother Carl. Cheers. Cheers. 12 the wine on this empty island is really not bad. Of course, it's been modified by Karen. We all really like it. At this moment, the backyard was filled with joy. It had been a long time since it was this lively. The last banquet was during the disbandment of the Roger Pirates. Rayleigh suddenly felt a bit sentimental. The next day, Carl looked at the two women beside him and thought, last night was really crazy. His lower back ached slightly. Carl, are you getting up? Looking at the beautiful morning light, he thought if he didn't get up soon, he wouldn't be able to. Aren't you going shopping today? Hurry up. I'm sure, and is anxious. All right, Hancock, are you going too? I will go. I'm getting up now. As she spoke, she got out of bed, but stumbled a bit. Ha ha, be careful, Hancock. It's all your fault. I clearly begged for mercy last night. Ignore him. Let him sleep alone tonight. I didn't say anything. Take the din mushy. Just let us know if anything happens. Got it. On island number 49, several women were happily shopping for various clothes and local specialties. Passers-by couldn't help but take a second glance. They were just too beautiful. Suddenly, everyone in front knelt down, and someone maintained order. It was the Celestial Dragons. What beautiful women. You, go capture them. I want them to be my wives. A lecherous guy with a glass dome saw Hancock and the others, drooling. Yes, a CP agent immediately sprang into action. But before he got close, he turned into an ice block and had acted, and Ellie also notified Carl. Damn lowly people. How dare you resist? You all go. Divine punishment. A loud explosion rang out from the sky, and several CP agents turned into black charcoal. inOne was the fastest, so he arrived in an instant. The crowd scattered in all directions. After the thunder, inOne flashed in front of everyone, and Carl, Benson, and Adrian also walked over. Are you all right? Carl asked the group. I'm fine, just that my good mood is gone. Uncle, that fat guy with the fish tank on his head just said he wanted to take my two aunts back as wives, and said with a frosty expression. Carl looked at the Celestial Dragon, a powerful aura radiating around him. Lowly scum, dare to defy the will of the gods. Adrian replied, understood, Captain. With a bang, a gunshot rang out, and a large hole appeared in the Celestial Dragon's head, causing him to fall straight down. The CP0 agents around them didn't have time to react. They couldn't believe someone had the audacity to kill a Celestial Dragon. In the next moment, they all rushed towards Carl and his crew. Leave these few to inOne. We're heading to island number 1. After inOne deals with them, he'll catch up with us. I'll finish this quickly, yahahaha. 30 million volts. Thunderbird. What? A Celestial Dragon was killed in Sabaody Archipelago? Sengoku looked incredulous. How terrifying. To dare to kill a Celestial Dragon. It's been years since anything like this has happened. Beside him, Admiral Kazuru casually remarked while grooming his nails. Wahahaha. Sengoku. Don't be so angry. Those people are dead, so what? Kapu. Shut up. Kizaru. You need to go over there immediately. You must capture the murderer of the Celestial Dragon. Yes, Sengoku-san. He then transformed into a beam of light and disappeared. On island number 1. Captain, what are we doing on island number 1? Well, mainly because if a fight breaks out later, we won't have to worry about harming innocents. This is a lawless area. Yo, how scary. Are you the ones who killed the Celestial Dragon? Oh, Uncle, it's you again. By the way, doesn't the Navy have anyone else? Akana would be fine too. Sir, have we met before? Kizaru recognized who I was and felt a wave of bitterness. This wouldn't be an easy fight. Yahahaha, Captain, this time it's my turn. Enel immediately set upon seeing he was facing a speed-type opponent. All right, but be careful. Uncle Kizaru is known for taking down even the highest-paid sea emperors. Uncle, this is Enel. Let him show you a thing or two. Otherwise, he'll always think he has the best. Yo. Is this the rumble fruit? How terrifying. Kizaru showed interest upon seeing Enel, finally encountering an opponent whose speed could match his own. He then shot a laser beam at Enel, and after a flash, Enel disappeared from sight. Raijin, a bolt of lightning shot towards Kizaru, passing through his chest, but Kizaru had already elementalized to evade Enel's lightning attack. Enel also put away his underestimation, realizing that this opponent was no ordinary strongman. 30 million volts. Thunder Beast. 8-span mirror. Amaterasu sword. Kizaru used the 8-span mirror to evade and drew the Amaterasu sword, preparing for close combat. Electric flash. Discharge. Enel's body was filled with crackling lightning, and he began to generate electricity around him, instantly turning the area into a forbidden zone. 60 million volts. Thunder Dragon. A gigantic thunder dragon charged towards Kizaru. 8-span jewels. Kizaru calmly unleashed his ultimate move. Enel instantly flashed to a higher altitude to dodge the light of the 8-span jewels, then unleashed his own ultimate move, 10,000 thunder. At this point, I know. One was already in shambles from the shockwaves of their battle. Wahaha, so it's you, Carl. I was wondering who had the guts to kill a celestial dragon. Kapu sighed upon seeing Carl. Admiral Kapu, it's been a long time. How have you been all these years? Carl greeted Kapu like an old friend. Are you planning to become a pirate? I see your crew is quite strong. You've misunderstood me. We don't even have a pirate crew name or flag. We were just disgusted by that pig. So, Admiral Kapu, want to have a fight? Wahaha, probably not. If we directly engage in battle, the Sabati archipelago might disappear. However, after this, you'll definitely be wanted by the world government, but I believe you won't take care. All right, we'll take our leave for now. Here is some wine I brought from Sky Island. Enjoy. Carl threw a bottle of wine to Kapu. Enel, let us go. Enel flashed back. His aura was already chaotic, and he looked a bit disheveled, while Kizaru remained calm and composed. Let us go. Admiral Kapu, see you. Then the group left. Admiral Kapu, do you know them? They're such terrifying young people. Kizaru's expression turned serious. Let us go back and discuss it. How is it, Enel? What is it like to battle a top-tier powerhouse in the world? Very strong. At least right now, I'm not a match. That's expected. He is one of the Navy's highest combat powers, and your hockey is still weak, so it's normal not to be a match. Jerry, go get the ship ready. Prepare for coding. Understood, Captain. Back at Shaki's bar. Carl, how did it go? Nothing much, just took out that celestial dragon. Then Kizaru and Kapu showed up. Enel fought Kizaru and then retreated. Don't worry. Unless all the high-end combat forces from the Navy come, they can't do anything to us. You killed a celestial dragon. Shaki was a bit surprised. After all, this was in the Sabati archipelago. Yeah, we did. So in a couple of days, we'll head to Fishman Island. After all, this is close to the Red Line. It's still their home turf. Ha ha ha. Rayleigh, I'll need your help to code our ship. Jerry might not make it on his own. Ha, no problem. Rayleigh readily agreed. Fishman Island. Uncle, are we going to see mermaids? And was a bit excited. Yes, Fishman Island is very beautiful. Carl, if you go to Fishman Island, what about me? Hancock seemed a bit anxious. When we get back, I'll come pick you up to Tiger Roar Island. We're also in the Calm Belt. All right, we can only do it this way for now. After all, I'm still the captain of the Kuja Pirates. Hancock said unhappily. So you guys are in the Calm Belt. No wonder we've never seen you on the Grand Line before. Even the Navy has no idea where you came from. Shaki was a bit surprised. Yeah, we rarely moved around before. 2 days later, the Tiger God had been coded. Carl, I can't bear to part with you. We'll head back first. When we return from the New World, I'll come pick you up to Tiger Roar Island. Okay? Then he quietly whispered in her ear. When we get to Tiger Roar Island, let's have a baby. Instantly, Hancock's face turned bright red. Okay, I'll wait for you. Then she quickly boarded the pirate ship. Goodbye. Let us go. Jerry, it's time for us to set off. The Tiger God slowly submerged. At the Navy headquarters, the 3 admirals and high-end combat forces were in a meeting room. We've already found out. Their captain is named Carl. This person has an ambiguous attitude towards the Navy, but is hostile towards the world government, especially the Celestial Dragons. Aside from the Sky Island, Carl has not used his real name at sea, and Carp hasn't mentioned it either. This person also participated in the slave liberation incident in Mary Geos back then. He was the one wearing a black hood. Counting the 2 Celestial Dragons who died at his hands just a few days ago, there have now been 2. Therefore, the world government has placed a bounty on him and his crew. Bloodsword Master Carl, suspected of being a devil fruit user. Specific abilities unknown. Bounty amount 2, 290. 000 berries. Thunder fruit user inOne. Bounty amount 1, 230. 000 berries. Crew member Banson, suspected of being a devil fruit user. Abilities unknown. Strong strength. Bounty amount 1, 420. 000 berries. Sniper Adrian, suspected of being a devil fruit user. Specific abilities unknown. Bounty amount 830. 000 berries. Fishman Jerry, the ship's carpenter of Carl's crew. Bounty amount 310. 000 berries. Chef Karen, bounty amount 160. 000 berries. Ship's Dr. Ellie, bounty amount 210. 000 berries. Swordsman and user of the cold fruit, bounty amount 80. 000 berries. These are the bounty amounts for all of them. After King Branu read all the bounty notices, he said, "All right, we know the specifics now. The world government has ordered our navy to capture Carl's crew as soon as possible. However, the situation in the new world is complicated, and we don't have enough manpower. So we can only start with surveillance. This matter will be your responsibility, Crane." "Understood, Admiral." "Wow, Carl, this is my first time seeing so many fish in the deep sea." Everyone was filled with curiosity about the deep sea. This time, we have arrived at Jerry's hometown, and this journey will be arranged by Jerry. No problem. Uncle Jerry, are we there yet? It's so dark around." Unsaid, "Not so fast. We're currently about 6,000 meters deep, where sunlight can't reach, so it's pitch black around us. Fishman Island is located 10,000 meters below sea level. But because the roots of the sun tree Eve are in Fishman Island, its presence provides sunlight for Fishman Island," Jerry explained. "The sea kings here are as big as those in the Calm Belt. Such large sea kings make my hands itch. Adrian, I think before you can take down a sea king, it could destroy our ship." "Hey, I'm just joking. The ocean can sometimes be more dangerous than land." After a long while, they finally saw the entrance to Fishman Island. With familiar Jerry around, the tiger god smoothly entered Fishman Island. "Wow, so beautiful. Carl, where are the mermaids?" Ellie asked. "I haven't been to Fishman Island either, so you should ask Jerry," Carl replied. Ha ha ha. "Let's first dock at the harbor, then go to the palace." After learning that you also participated in the slave liberation movement in Mary Geos, King Neptune is very eager to thank you in person. Upon arriving at Ryugu Palace, Carl met the great knight King Neptune. "Welcome, Mr. Carl, to Fishman Island." "Mr. Carl, on behalf of those freed fishmen, I would like to express my gratitude to you. Tiger told me that if it weren't for you blocking the Marine Admiral and those CP0 agents, that movement would not have been so successful. Thank you once again." Neptune gave a knight salute. "No need to thank me, King Neptune. I also dislike those celestial dragons, and am even more against the slave trade." Ha ha ha. "Right, Minister. Prepare a banquet to welcome our esteemed guest." Everyone followed King Neptune to the banquet hall. "Thank you for your warm hospitality, King Neptune. I've been wanting to try Fishman Island's pastry cakes for a long time. The pastries of Fishman Island are so delicious that even Big Mom drools over them." "Uncle, are the pastries of Fishman Island really that good?" I became lively when talking about food. "Yes, the deliciousness of Fishman Island's pastries is world-renowned. I never had the opportunity to try them, but now I finally have the chance to fulfill my wish." Ha ha ha. "Thank you for the compliment, Mr. Carl. You must eat more later." In the banquet hall, more and more pastries were brought out, along with various unique meats and shellfish from Fishman Island. Bang! A sound like something hitting metal was heard. "That must be that dog Van de Deckkin. King Neptune, what happened over there?" "Sigh, that's the place where the little princess lives." Neptune explained the situation with Van de Deckkin. "How about this, King Neptune? Let's first go check on Princess Shirahoshi, and then help you deal with this trouble before continuing the banquet." "That would be troublesome for you, Mr. Carl," Neptune said happily, knowing that Carl was a very strong warrior. The group walked to the entrance of the palace, which was wrapped in iron. Carl glanced at the smashed area, noticing the colors of observation and dominance spreading towards the direction where the weapon was thrown. "Jerry, that direction is not far from Noah. You need to rush over and find him. Don't let him get close to Noah, and then bring him back." Carl was worried that letting this guy get close to Noah's giant ship would end up with him being thrown on a Fishman Island. "Aye, Captain." Jerry immediately sprang into action. "Mr. Carl, can Jerry handle it?" Neptune asked with some concern, as he was aware of Jerry's past capabilities. However, he didn't know that Jerry had become stronger now. "Don't worry, King Neptune, Jerry can handle it." Sure enough, Half an hour later, Jerry brought the ugly Van Dyken back, who was already unconscious and looked pretty miserable. Wake him up. Adrian walked over and shot him in the foot, the pain immediately bringing him back to consciousness. Neptune, I advise you to let me go soon. Otherwise, someone won't spare you. Van Dyken initially panicked, but then remembered his partners and became arrogant again. There's no way I'll let you go. Hurry up and tell me who your accomplices are. Otherwise, I will use the most brutal torture on you. Neptune was furious. It was this guy who had forced his daughter to hide in that tin can for so many years. King Neptune, let me handle this. I will make him tell everything, Ellie said. She then took out a pill and had a guard feed it to Van Dyken, and soon he became dull-eyed. King Neptune, we can question him now. He will confess everything. Under Neptune's interrogation, Van Dyken revealed everything, including his partners and the death of his former queen, Odoheim. Neptune was enraged to find out that his queen had been killed by Hody Jones from Fishman Island. However, Fishman Street was a complicated place, and even the royal army couldn't manage it. Moreover, Jinbei was not on Fishman Island right now, which made things difficult. King Neptune, let Princess Shirahoshi go first. Van Dyken has been captured, and she is no longer in danger. All right, guards. Open the door. The guards opened the dark iron palace. Everyone looked inside, and a huge mermaid appeared. Wow, is Princess Shirahoshi that big? And she's so beautiful, and exclaimed happily. Father. Princess Shirahoshi called out, tears still fresh in her eyes. Shirahoshi, it's okay. Van Dyken has been captured, and you can come out to live now. Really, father? Yes, look over there. The one passed out and locked up is Van Dyken. You are safe now. What? Princess Shirahoshi became scared and started crying again when she saw the frightening half-fish man. Guards, take this guy away and lock him up. Neptune quickly said when he saw his daughter scared and crying. All right, Shirahoshi, don't be afraid, we have guests. This is Mr. Carl. He is the one who captured Van Dyken. Come over and say hello. Hello. Princess Shirahoshi cautiously approached and said. Carl felt a bit embarrassed. This was one of the 3 great ancient weapons, the Sea King. It was hard to imagine her mustering the courage to face the Celestial King in the future. Princess Shirahoshi, hello. Please come out. If there are any bad guys, my uncle will help catch them all. And walked over and said, my name is and you are so beautiful, Shirahoshi. This is the first time I've seen such a beautiful mermaid. Oh, really? Shirahoshi felt a little shy from the compliment. And you're also very beautiful. Let's go, King Neptune. Let them chat here. Children can easily build friendships. We should first deal with Hody Jones and his gang. Mr. Carl, Hody Jones's group is a bit troublesome. They have a lot of influence around Fishman Street. Moreover, Jinbei is not on Fishman Island right now. And if we don't handle it well, a rebellion might occur. Neptune expressed some concern. Don't worry, King Neptune. We just need to catch Hody Jones and those few cadres without alarming others. Then the royal army can deploy some forces around. Without those cadres leading them, they won't rebel. Great. Thank you, Mr. Carl. Let's go out first. Enel, it's your turn soon. Find those cadres and bring them over by stunning them quietly without alarming anyone. Yaha. Finally. Is it going to be a fight? No fighting needed. Just stun them and bring them back silently. Oomph. This god knows. Then he vanished in an instant. Not long after, Enel brought back Hody Jones's group, each rolling their eyes and emitting black smoke. You didn't alarm anyone, did you? This little matter. This god won't alarm anyone. That's good. King Neptune, you can make arrangements now. When Jinbei returns, Fool Street can be controlled. Thank you very much, Mr. Carl. Now, let us continue the banquet. Right, Minister? Bring out my treasured fine wine. I want to treat Mr. Carl well. And call the 3 princes and Princess Shirahoshi over. The banquet began, and the hall was filled with laughter and joy. Mr. Carl, this is my treasured fine wine, which I usually don't dare to drink. Cheers! Cheers! And this is really good, King Neptune. This wine has been treasured for many years, hasn't it? Ha ha ha! Mr. Benson guessed correctly. I have been collecting this wine for 20 years. It's truly a rare fine wine. King Neptune, did you add something unique to the snacks from Fishman Island? Karen is most concerned about the ingredients. Just now, she tasted it and found that no ingredient she knew could produce this flavor, which raised her doubts. Yes, Miss Karen. This is a specialty of Fishman Island. It can't be found anywhere else, said the right minister, as it was his responsibility. Can you sell me some? Karen's eyes lit up. No problem, no problem. We will send some to Miss Karen. Yes, Your Majesty. Shirahoshi, how did you grow so big? I see that other mermaids aren't as big as you. Sitting comfortably in Shirahoshi's palm, she held her up to her eyes. Otherwise, she would have to keep looking down to talk to her. I don't know either. I grew very quickly after I was born, so now I'm this big. The two children whispered to each other, and in a short time, they had formed a deep friendship. The banquet went on for a long time, and by the end, a drunken King Neptune almost pulled Carl to become sworn brothers. But Carl was also feeling dizzy and was stopped by the right minister. Most people were quite drunk, so the banquet finally came to an end, and everyone went back to rest. "Hey, Ellie, come give me a kiss." In the room, Ellie was taking off Carl's clothes to clean him up. "Wait, Carl, let me wash your face first." Ellie was also feeling a bit emotional, as they had both drunk quite a bit. Soon, their clothes were gone, and the scene was extremely passionate, with melodious sounds echoing in the room. The next day, Carl woke up to see Ellie lying on his chest, and a wave of desire arose in his abdomen. This woman's figure is truly perfect, not inferior to Hancock. Carl, let me sleep a little longer." Ellie's little moan made Carl unable to hold back any longer, and the two began their morning exercise again. "Something feels a bit off with my waist. Do I need to drink goji berries?" "No, that's just an illusion." Carl was lying outside on the balcony of the palace, looking at Fishman Island. The women had gone out shopping, including Ellie. "Ha ha ha. Mr. Carl is really full of energy," King Neptune said at that moment. "Ha ha, that's good to hear. By the way, King Neptune, how do you plan to deal with Hody Jones and his gang?" Carl always felt that Neptune was mocking him, and then quickly changed the subject. It was already decided that once Jinbei returned, he would publicly judge the crimes of Hody Jones and his gang before executing them directly. Speaking of Hody Jones and his gang, Neptune couldn't help but grit his teeth in hatred. Carl suddenly remembered that Fishman Island also has historical texts. "By the way, King Neptune, doesn't Fishman Island have historical texts too?" "Yes, Mr. Carl, it's in the sea forest, but it's all in ancient script. Do you want to go see it?" "I'll check out another day. It's too comfortable lying down right now. I don't want to move." "Ha, Mr. Carl, then you can continue lying down. I'll go take care of some official business first." "It's fine. You don't have to worry about me." On the other side, a few girls were shopping with Princess Shirahoshi, who was too timid to speak. "Shirahoshi, don't be afraid. I'll protect you. They're looking at you just because you are too beautiful. They wouldn't dare do anything to you, because you are the princess of Fishman Island. But I'm not used to being looked at like this, and can we go back?" Shirahoshi still felt a bit uneasy. "Shirahoshi, you have to believe in yourself. Be brave. The people here are your subjects, and the future of Fishman Island needs you to protect it. Do you want to stay locked up in a dark palace forever?" "I don't want to." Shirahoshi reacted a bit excitedly when she heard about staying in that dark palace. "So you need to show some courage." And I'll do my best." After a long conversation, Shirahoshi finally stopped mentioning going back and slowly started greeting the people around her. The people around were also excitedly calling out to Princess Shirahoshi. After all, she had never appeared in public before. As they visited each shop, there were crowds of people outside. After shopping for a while, and "Shirahoshi, let's go back." Ailey felt a bit anxious seeing more and more people outside. After all, Shirahoshi is a princess. It wouldn't be good if something happened. It's definitely time to go back. There are indeed more and more people outside. Our Shirahoshi's charm is the greatest. "No way, Sister Karen is also very charming." Shirahoshi shyly responded. "Let's go. We've been out for quite a while. It's time to head back." The group started returning to Dragon Palace City, with guards carrying a large amount of goods behind them. "Uncle, we're back." "Carl, you haven't just been lying around all day, have you? Since there's nothing else to do, lying here and watching the scenery of Fishman Island is quite nice," Carl said nonchalantly. "Shirahoshi, how did it feel to go out with the sisters today?" "Lord Carl, Shirahoshi had a lot of fun today. I even greeted everyone." "Ha ha ha, not bad, not bad. You can go out more often in the future. But remember, you can only go out when someone is protecting you. Okay? There's still bad people outside." "I remember, Lord Carl." "That's good." Carl wanted to pat Shirahoshi's head, but when he raised his hand, he realized he couldn't reach. "Carl, where are my brothers? Why haven't I seen them?" "They went to the Tiger God ship to coat it, and Adrian seems to have gone shopping too." "Didn't you run into him?" "No. Are we leaving already?" "We just got here. They're just preparing the ship's coating in advance. We won't be leaving that quickly. It's so comfortable here, and the scenery is nice. Let's stay a while longer." "Yay. Then I can play with him for a few more days." Shirahoshi felt nervous when she heard Carl and the others were leaving. "Ha ha. By the way, Karen, the wine from Neptune last night was quite good. It should be brewed with something unique to Fishman Island. Should we brew some too?" "No problem. Leave this to me. And the snacks from last night. Sister Karen, we need to buy some of those too. And ate a lot of those snacks last night. It seems she really likes them." "Don't worry." And on the ship, everyone spoiled the little blonde girl, including Eneru, who surprisingly gave in his apple. You should know that others can't touch his apples. The next day, everyone, led by the guards, went to the sea forest. Shirahoshi followed along, while Neptune was too busy with many matters to come. Shirahoshi, we will first accompany you to see your mother and then go to the historical texts. Thank you, Lord Carl. I finally get to visit my mother, and while speaking, she started shedding small pearls, no, big pearls. Shirahoshi, don't cry. That Hody Jones has already been captured by my uncle and the others. After the trial, we will avenge your mother. I went up to talk to Shirahoshi. I understand. Let's keep going. Saying that, she held it in her hands and continued walking. When they arrived at Queen Otoheim's tomb, Shirahoshi couldn't help but cry for a while. It seems she really misses her mother. After paying respects to Queen Otoheim, they went to find the historical texts. In her previous life, when watching One Piece, Robin seemed to have said that the historical text translated was the apology letter from Joy Boy. The historical text here has many more words than the one from Skypiea. It's a pity Robin isn't here. Otherwise, she could translate it, sigh. I wonder where Robin is now. Ailey suddenly thought of Robin. She has her adventures. When we see her again, we can give her the new historical texts. Captain, does this really write about that blank 100 years of history? I don't know, but if we want to go to that final island, Raftel, we need to gather 4 pieces of the red historical texts. When we find a time to go, just thinking about it is tiring. Luckily, we don't have to go to that Raftel. Ailey said from the side. Let's first copy the contents above, and then we will return. After coming out of the sea forest, everyone returned to Dragon Palace City. In the following days, everyone was wandering around Fishman Island, except for Benson and Inaru, who were not interested in shopping. They practiced against each other every day, fighting without using their devil fruit abilities. Each time, Inaru ended up with a bruised face. But his hockey was rapidly improving. Carl, come quickly and see this Chong Sam I bought today. Does it look good? I also bought a few for Hancock. I'll give them to her when we return. Ailey happily showed Carl her new clothes. Not bad. Very beautiful. Ailey, wear this tonight. You naughty guy. Ailey felt a wave of excitement upon hearing Carl's words. A month later, the Tiger God ship was about to set sail. Wah, Lord Carl, I don't want to part with you. Wah, Shirahoshi cried while hugging him tightly. Shirahoshi, when you grow up, we will come and take you out to play, okay? And comforted her in Shirahoshi's embrace. Wah, 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 it's a promise. You have to come take Shirahoshi out to play. It's a promise. Then a big hand and a small hand hooked to promise to go out to play together in the future. Mr. Carl, welcome to visit Fishman Island next time. I'll come again. Goodbye, King Neptune. Everyone boarded the ship, and the Tiger God ship slowly ascended, leaving Fishman Island. Shirahoshi, goodbye. I will miss you. And shouted loudly to Shirahoshi. And, goodbye. I will miss you too. After half a day, the Tiger God ship broke through the waves. Is this the second half of the Grand Line? It feels just as normal as the first half. Captain, a pirate ship is approaching us. Adrian saw a pirate ship in the distance sailing at full speed towards them. Well, the latter half is just harsher in terms of survival conditions. And here the harshness doesn't refer to the environment, but rather to the powerful pirates and various complex forces. Indeed, these pirates are better trained than those in the first half. Everyone looked at the pirate ship ahead. These pirates have been fighting in the New World for years and are quite capable. However, that's the case for ordinary pirates. They're not on the same level as us. Rumble, 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 new recruits have finally arrived. Hey, do you want to join the Wood Pirate crew? This person is named Atwood, the captain of the crew, with a bounty of 240 million berries. You've got some guts. Do you think you can intimidate us? Carl stood in front of everyone, and the crew looked at the people on the ship as if they were dead, an invisible pressure making the pirates' legs weak. Captain, he is the Bloodsword Master Carl, a big shot with a bounty of 29 billion berries. An officer beside him recognized Carl. What a joke. How could such a big shot appear here? Indeed, he has a bounty, but it doesn't matter. Atwood's face also turned grim. He initially thought these were new recruits entering the New World and wanted to increase their manpower. Lord Carl, it's all a misunderstanding. We are willing to submit to you. Please give us a chance. Wood was not impulsive. He wasn't foolish. Do you have a bounty notice for what you just said? Yes, bring over the bounty notices. Wood then handed 8 bounty notices to Carl. You should be glad you didn't choose to attack right away. Carl looked at him. Benson, let's go. Yes, Captain. The Tiger God quickly sailed away from the area. Is this the might of a top-tier powerhouse? It's truly scary. Captain, I thought we were done for. This officer, like the others, slumped on the deck. Maybe someone like him wouldn't bother to fight us. Let's go back for now. You all have bounties over 100 million. Why do I only have 80 million? And looked at the 80 million figure on the bounty notice, feeling frustrated. Even the snacks from Fishman Island didn't taste good anymore. You're only 12 years old and already have a bounty of 80 million. That's quite impressive. Then why does that big guy have 190 million less? Enel looked unconvinced. At this moment, Benson said to him, because you relied too much on your devil fruit abilities, your hockey is too weak. The captain has said that hockey is the foundation of true strength. One day, I will beat you up. All right, stop arguing. Isn't it time for dinner? I'm starving. Wait a bit. Karine is already preparing it. Carl, what are we going to punk hazard for? To get a devil fruit. To be precise, a synthetic devil fruit. Originally, I wanted to eliminate that little sun, but now, it is the year 1512 of the sea calendar. And the moon phase was sent 20 years later after Kazuki Oden's death. So at this time, that perverted little sun hasn't appeared yet. Synthetic devil fruit? Devil fruits can be manufactured? Adrian was a bit surprised. It can indeed be done, but the technology is still immature and very difficult to succeed. Captain, dinner is ready. Would you like to eat on the deck or go to the restaurant? Karine came out at this time. On the deck. Coming out of Fishman Island is a pitch-black ocean. It feels more spacious on the deck. Let's go. Bring dinner up together. Everyone, try the wine I just brewed with Fishman Island specialty and see how it compares to the original from Fishman Island. Okay. It's finally brewed. There's none for me. And pouted. You're only 12 years old. You should drink more milk. Carl didn't want to drink too much alcohol right now. I know. Stop nagging. Sister Ellie, Sister Karine, let's toast. Ignore them. Ha, cheers. Well, based on just being brewed, Karine, your wine is not worse than Fishman Island's. If it were aged a bit, it would surely be better. That's great. Karine was very happy to see her wine being recognized. The first night in the new world passed like this. Captain, that island over there is Punk Hazard, right? Did we arrive so quickly? Benson, bring the ship closer. Half an hour later, the Tiger God docked at Punk Hazard. You all wait for me here for a moment. I'll go get the devil fruit and come back. After saying that, he flew towards Caesar Clown's laboratory. Who are you? You are the Bloodsword Master Carl. When Caesar realized it, Carl was already in front of him. I will ask once, where is the devil fruit made by Vegapunk? It's in a laboratory next door. Caesar couldn't bear Carl's imposing presence and said directly. Carl lifted one hand and walked next door. I warn you, I am an important partner of the underground Emperor Iokir and Big Moem. Are you going to go against them? Shoo, in Caesar's opinion. Even the most powerful person would be scared upon hearing the names of these two. Carl didn't say much, gave him a punch on the head, and then he immediately became obedient. Open the door. Carl shouted directly. Yes, Lord Carl. Then he quickly opened the laboratory door. Carl also saw the artificial devil fruit, and after walking in, he took the devil fruit away. Caesar, if I find out that you're experimenting on children, I'll come back and take you out. Of course, if it's a child in a kimono, you can experiment however you like. When Carl came in just now, he didn't notice the presence of the child. He probably hasn't started his experiments on gigantifying humans yet. All right, I understand. Caesar is being very obedient right now, of course, because he knows that the person in front of him is very powerful. Then Carl left with the devil fruit and didn't make things difficult for him. How could a scientist who is solely focused on surpassing Vegapunk not give him a chance? Back in the ship, everyone looked at the devil fruit in Carl's hand with curiosity. Captain, what kind of devil fruit is this? Carl looked at the pink artificial fish fruit, thinking that he would take this devil fruit first and then deal with that little life later. After all, the general of Wano country might not necessarily need him. Kazuki Oden could do it too. Do you know what devil fruit Kaido of the Beast Pirates ate? Carl asked. I know this one. It's the fish fruit. Mythical Zoan type, Azure Dragon form. And immediately replied. This one is a replica of Kaido's devil fruit, created by Vegapunk. However, at that time, he thought he had failed, so it was left here. But this devil fruit is a success. It just has a different color. As you can see, this one is pink. If Kaido's is in the Azure Dragon form, then this one should be in the Red Dragon form. It's really amazing that a devil fruit can be manufactured. Carl, I suddenly want to try it too. Ellie expressed her sudden interest in the artificial devil fruit. Ellie, don't be curious. You're studying medicine. Don't mess with that. Why? I feel like I can replicate it too. Are you sure? Carl asked doubtfully. After all, that guy Caesar had been researching for so long and still produced many defective products. Well, I'm sure, but it might take a few devil fruits to research it out. Okay then, start your research after we go back. For now, gather some ordinary devil fruits. Seeing her so confident, Carl agreed. Let's go first. The scenery here is too poor. I don't even have an appetite to eat. Mom, Bloodsword hero Carl has appeared. They just entered the new world today. After seeing the bounty amount of Carl's group more than a month ago, Big Mom wanted to invite them to her tea party, aiming to recruit Carl and his team. Of course, this was mandatory, and Big Mom had already prepared for a marriage alliance. Mom, let Katakuri go and invite him to my tea party. Yes, Mom. Carl still doesn't know that he has caught Big Mom's eye, but even if he did, he wouldn't care. He is confident that he can defeat that old lady. Captain, where are we going next? Vincent asked Carl. Let me think. We still have plenty of supplies. Let's go treasure hunting on some uninhabited islands. Sound good. The Calm Belt has many undeveloped natural islands. There might also be a lot of rare ingredients. Kareen was the first to agree. And there might be devil fruits too. My brother's devil fruit was found on an island in the Calm Belt. Then let's go, Benson, treasure hunting in the Calm Belt. Carl quickly made his decision. 2 days later, Carl and his crew only encountered a small island, and their supplies were running low. Captain, we're running out of ingredients. We still have enough meat, but other things, especially seasonings, are running low. We need to go buy supplies, Kareen said, who was the most concerned about the ship's supplies. All right, we'll find a bigger town to buy supplies and rest for a few days. 2 days later, the tiger god arrived at Dressrosa, a kingdom of love and passion. The people here are so bold. Are they really this affectionate in the streets? Boring. Enel scoffed. The group found an inn to stay in. At that moment, Doflamingo had just taken over Dressrosa for a short time, and the Don Quixote family was busy assisting him in governing the country. Doflamingo just heard from his subordinates that the Bloodsore Master had arrived in Dressrosa. Do we need to do something? Diamante immediately came to report this to Doflamingo after receiving the news. Doflamingo's expression turned serious. He had just taken over this country and did not want any turmoil to arise now. Let's pretend we don't know he's here and keep a low profile for the next few days. Don't provoke him. He is a monster that can even rival an admiral. Doflamingo thought to himself. After killing the celestial dragons, he was able to leave calmly. No one understood the terror of that situation better than him. All right, Doflamingo. I'll give the orders right away. Diamante also understood the terror of an admiral. Many years ago, they had been hiding everywhere from Admiral Tsuru. Thus, the strength of the admiral, the highest combat power of the Navy, must be even stronger. The fact that this Bloodsword Master could rival him shows how terrifying his strength is. At that moment, not far from Dressrosa on the sea, Katakuri of the Big Mom Pirates was heading to Dressrosa to deliver an invitation to the tea party from his mother. For some reason, he felt uneasy, thinking that this invitation might not go smoothly. However, he didn't think too much about it. His mother is one of the sea emperors of the New World. He didn't believe anyone could refuse the invitation of a sea emperor. Captain, why are there so many toys in this country? And they live like people here? Karen looked at the toys on the street, talking and laughing with people, feeling it was quite unbelievable, because those toys were actually people, only turned into toys after being touched by a user of the fun fruit. Moreover, after becoming toys, everything related to you in this world would disappear, including the memories of all the people who knew you. They would no longer recognize you. Carl explained to everyone. So if you get touched, you turn into a toy? Doesn't that make the fun fruit user invincible? The crowd was a bit surprised by the ability of this devil fruit. How is that possible? Didn't I say before? Hockey is the foundation of one's strength. So hockey is the most effective means to defend against this kind of rule-based fruit. Hearing the captain say that hockey could provide defense, everyone felt relieved. Ailey, let us go out shopping. Others can also have some free time. Bad uncle, you didn't take us with you. Sister Karen, can we go out together too? Sure. Do you all want to go out? Karen asked the remaining few. I'm not going. I still want to continue training. Benson was not interested in anything else. He just wanted to get stronger. My apples are gone. I'm going out to buy some, and then I'll come back. After saying this guy disappeared in a flash of lightning. Then I'll go out with you guys. Adrian said somewhat helplessly. Kareen's strength is enough for self-protection here, but it is still a bit weak, so he needs to follow along and keep an eye on things. Carl, the stuff in the shop feels pretty good. Should we eat here? Sure. At this moment, Enel arrived at the port, where there were many kinds of fruits in the market. Suddenly, his hockey sensed a strong presence coming to the port, piquing his interest, and he instantly flashed to the edge of the port. Katakuri also discovered him. Both are top-level users of observation hockey. May I ask where your captain is? I'm here to deliver an invitation to him. Want to know where our captain is? First, you have to fight me. Then there's no other choice. Katakuri did not refuse. As a commander of the Big Mom Pirates, he has his own pride. The two vanished in an instant at the harbor, and soon, thunder rumbled on a deserted coastline, with hockey raging in the area. Who is Enel fighting? Doflamingo shouldn't be foolish enough to provoke them. Ya ha ha ha. You're quite good. I acknowledge you. When Carl and the others arrived at their battleground, the fight had already ended. Enel had activated his Thunder God form and sent Katakuri flying. After activating the Thunder God form, inOne also consumed a lot of energy. Captain, this guy said he had something to discuss with you, and I thought his strength was good, so I had a fight with him. Carl approached them. Katakuri, the commander of the Big Mom Pirates, what brings you to me? Katakuri didn't expect the Thunderfruit user to be so powerful that he now felt a bit awkward. He knew that his task today was impossible to complete. Lord Katakuri, I am here to deliver the invitation to the tea party for Mama. Katakuri adjusted his clothes and said, Oh, an invitation from Big Mom? What does she want with me? Mama wants to arrange a marriage with you. Lord Katakuri. Marriage? Has Big Mom really become that confused now? Carl's Conqueror's Haki was unleashed in an instant, and the sky darkened with thick clouds and rumbling thunder. Blue Dragon Break. Carl drew his new blade and delivered a strike, sending Katakuri flying with a deep gash appearing on his body, blood streaming out. You haven't earned the right to talk to me yet. I'll spare your life this time. Go back and tell that old hag Big Mom not to mess with me. Otherwise, I'll go to Wano and take her down. Get out. Katakuri didn't dare to say much. He felt he was far from being a match for the opponent. He got up and left directly. Just now, he had sensed that slash with his observation haki, but he couldn't completely dodge it. Moreover, he felt that the Conqueror's haki from just now was even more domineering than his mother's. This was troublesome. He had provoked such a person. He needed to hurry back and tell his mother that this person might be even stronger than her. At this moment, others also arrived. Ellie told them what had just happened, and everyone was furious, wanting to rush to Whole Cake Island to settle the score. How could that old lady have the audacity to target his uncle? She was simply asking for trouble. Captain, should we go to Whole Cake Island? Vincent's expression was also grim. Carl was not only a benefactor to him and his sister, but also someone his sister liked. To dare use marriage as a means to insult his benefactor made him very angry. No need. Going to war with the Big Mom Pirates would only give the Navy and the world government an opportunity to take advantage of us. The world government would be more than happy for someone to deal with us right now. Everyone thought about it. They didn't have any other affiliated forces. And if they defeated the Big Mom Pirates, the ones who would be happiest would probably be the Navy and the world government. Let's go back. The group returned to the inn and saw Doflamingo waiting for them. Respected Lord Carl, hello. I am Doflamingo, the king of this country. On behalf of the citizens, I welcome you to visit Dressrosa. Doflamingo knew there had been a battle in his country and immediately sent someone to investigate. He initially thought someone in this country had offended Carl, but unexpectedly, it was Katakuri from the Big Mom Pirates who had clashed with Carl and his group, and Katakuri had left here injured. Doflamingo was now worried that Big Mom herself would come to settle the score. If that were the case, their battle would be enough to destroy this country. Doflamingo, you don't need to worry. We're just resting here for 2 days before leaving. Of course, this is on the condition that no one provokes us. Thank you, Lord Carl. I guarantee that no one will disturb you during your stay in Dressrosa. Then I'll take my leave. I wish you a pleasant stay. Doflamingo exited the inn, and only then did his tense body relax. If possible, he didn't want to deal with such big figures at all. Captain, why is this king so afraid of us? Even if we are not his match, he doesn't need to be so subservient, right? After all, he is the king of a country. Adrian found Doflamingo's demeanor a bit ridiculous, because we have killed celestial dragons. And, coincidentally, Doflamingo was once a celestial dragon. Once? Then why is he not one now? That's a long story. It was because Carl went through a lot of trouble to clarify the situation regarding Doflamingo and his family. So, this Doflamingo must have some psychological issues. Directly killing his own father. Karine had no good feelings toward this Doflamingo. He fell from a godlike status to the mundane world, and then was humiliated by the slaves they once looked down upon. Unable to bear this disparity, he became psychologically twisted and ended up like this. Let's rest. It's still more comfortable on land after drifting at sea for so long. Then everyone returned to their respective rooms to rest. 2 days later, after replenishing supplies, the Tiger God ship continued its voyage. Whole Cake Island, Katakuri finally returned here and reported everything to Big Mom. Seeing Katakuri's appearance upon returning, Big Mom was furious. Mama, mama, mama. The Bloodsword Master Carl. Big Mom's Conqueror's haki knocked out the surrounding servants, and many homies disappeared in an instant. Zeus. Prometheus. Here, Mama. Perispero. Prepare to set sail immediately. I want to kill that brat. Big Mom was full of killing intent, ready to set out to find Carl and settle the score. Mama, please calm down. The Bloodsword Master Carl is a powerful opponent on par with you, and he has several strong crew members under him. If we act recklessly, we might suffer losses. Are you saying I'm not a match for that brat? If I don't retaliate, what will others think of me? Hearing this, Big Mom became even angrier. No, Mama. What I mean is if we go to find them, we won't have the home advantage. And we might be taken advantage of by other emperors. The risks are huge. Therefore, if we want to deal with them, we need to come up with a good plan. Upon hearing this, Big Mom calmed down a bit. After all, there are two other ambitious guys in this sea, and she couldn't give others any opportunity. Then what should we do? Are we just going to let go? Big Mom was truly unwilling. Mama, don't worry. As long as they are still sailing in the new world and their target is the same location, they will eventually cross paths with us. And that will be our chance for revenge. All right, you all need to work hard to train. Being this big and still so useless. How can you help me ascend to the throne of the Pirate King in the future? Big Mom said angrily, feeling a bit like a teacher disappointed in her students. Mama, we understand. Her children quickly replied. No matter how angry Big Mom is, Carl is currently troubled about why he always catches nothing while fishing. Today, Carl suddenly became interested in fishing, but he felt it was a bit dull to fish alone. So he suggested a fishing competition at sea, which led to the current scene. Everyone, including inOne, has caught something, but Carl himself has caught nothing, and he's a bit existential. inOne, did you use your devil fruit powers? Carl always feels that inOne used the thunder fruit ability to stun the fish and then pull them up. Ha ha ha. Captain, it turns out there are times you can't beat me. inOne is very happy now. He has finally won against Carl once. Uncle, you were too bad. You didn't catch a single one. And you're no longer the obedient niece of your uncle. And you say such hurtful things. It makes me so sad. Carl makes a heartbroken expression. What I said is just the truth. Sigh, you've grown up. No longer the way you used to be. Carl pretends to be profound. Karen, let's have grilled fish on iron plate today. Sure, I'll go get the tools. Fishing while grilling sounds great. I'll help you. Before long. The deck is filled with delicious aromas. Captain, your fish grilling skills are quite good. Of course, back in the day, I was the best fish griller in the village. Really? I've never heard of that. Adrian comes out to spoil the fun. Adrian, your grilled fish will be gone soon. No, y mispuka. The captain was indeed well known for his grilling skills back then. Ha 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 ha. Newspaper bird? Hey, silly bird, bring me a newspaper over here. The newspaper bird accepts 50 berries, hands over a newspaper, and then diligently goes back to serving Morgan's. Morgan's writing skills for news are still lacking. He doesn't even know about the shocking headlines. Poor rating. Captain, is there any news? Banson asks. Well, you can read it yourself. Carl hands the newspaper to Banson. Banson takes the newspaper and sees a headline. Big Mom's tea party invitation fails. The 4 Sweet Commander's Katakuri returns heavily injured. The content is as exaggerated as it gets, saying that Big Mom's pirate crew was almost rubbed into the ground. Captain, what does this Birdman want? A new Sea Emperor? We don't care about that. And his personal profile is all wrong. Adrian glances at it and says, how else can he sell his newspaper if he doesn't write it like this? News is news. It's called news when it's made up. Why care about that? I say, are you guys going to eat or not? If not, I won't grill anymore. Eat. Karen's grilled fish paired with Karen's wine is truly a delight. Huh, Captain, it says here that in a month, there will be an auction in the North Seas Nodi's Kingdom, and there will be 4 devil fruits available at the auction. Should we go take a look? Banson sees this news and remembers that his sister also wants to research devil fruits. If they can bid on these fruits, it should be good. Oh, does it say what abilities they have? Carl was a bit surprised. Suddenly, 4 devil fruits appeared in the kingdom, and they were openly promoted. Didn't they fear others would come to steal them? After all, Kaido had a particular fondness for Zoan-type devil fruits, not to mention Big Mom. If any of the fruits were related to sweets, she wouldn't let them go either. One was a Zoan-type bug fruit with a giant bee form. Another was a Zoan-type worm fruit, and the other 2 were Paramecia-type, namely the Paramecia-type taste bud fruit and the Paramecia-type bag fruit. Bag fruit? Let me take a look. Carl took the newspaper and read the introduction about the abilities of the devil fruits. The bag fruit, when eaten by a person, would turn them into a large bag capable of holding about 100 cubic meters of cargo. Wow, we've reserved these 4 devil fruits. The other 3 can be used for research by Ellie, but the bag fruit is definitely very useful. Carl had always wanted something to store items in, and this bag fruit was quite good. When the time comes, he could find something to eat the bag fruit, and Carl would get storage bag. Vince Smoker Katakuri should be able to make the item eat the devil fruit. He had wanted to find him to make a few sets of battle suits when he first went out to sea, but later he went to Sky Island first because he got close to Jaya Island. Shall we set off now? Adrian asked. What's the rush? Let's eat the grilled fish first. Don't fish anymore. This is enough for us. Come on, let us celebrate catching so many fish. Cheers. Cheers. No, uncle, you didn't catch any fish. We should be the ones celebrating. Hey, why don't you give me back the grilled fish? The one you're eating now is the one I grilled. Carl was a bit troubled now. How did this little cotton jacket get so leaky? Hee, uncle. I was just joking. I'll pour you some wine. While Carl and the others were drinking and having a barbecue, things were not calm over at the world government. Damn Morgans. How dare he belittle our Big Mom pirates? Does he want to die? Big Mom was furious again. She had lost her temper several times because of Carl and the others in recent days. Now, because of this newspaper, she wanted to directly kill Carl. And that Morgans, he was simply asking for trouble. The Charlotte family members saw their mother getting angry again and all held their breath, afraid that the anger would fall on them. The world was also surprised by this news. This group that appeared out of nowhere actually didn't give the Emperor of the Sea any face and even severely injured Karakuri, who was going to deliver an invitation. The most crucial point was that Big Mom didn't show any reaction at all. The Whitebeard pirates were indifferent upon seeing this news, because Whitebeard just wanted to live a good life with his sons. On the other hand, Kaido was a bit eager, thinking whether he should help this old lady if a fight broke out, or seize some islands from her territory. The atmosphere within the red-haired pirates was somewhat heavy. They had finally made some achievements in the New World and didn't want it all to end like this. The Navy, on the other hand, looked like they were watching a show, hoping these criminals would fight each other so they could pick up the pieces. Since the red-haired pirates entered the New World, the situation had stabilized, and the Navy had become almost non-existent in the New World. However, Carl didn't pay attention to any of this. They were on their way to the North Sea. Carl, how about we form an organization? Ellie felt that something was missing while they were sailing on the sea. Now that you mention it, I also think we should do something meaningful. Let's think about it. By the way, where's that newspaper? Let me take a look. Ellie found the newspaper and handed it to Carl. Animal type, bug fruit. Giant bee form, capable of producing a type of honey that can enlarge the bees, enhancing their lifespan and speed. I was mistaken after all. What do you think about us starting a courier company? We deliver various urgent items to people at sea. As long as we get this devil fruit, we can have a huge army of giant bees and use their speed to deliver packages. What do you think? It sounded pretty good. Merchant ships not only had to face various complex weather conditions at sea, but also had to deal with pirate raids. But if they could fly, it would be much safer and faster. Ellie thought this idea was great. Then it's settled. We'll start a courier company. Let's call it Smooth Wind Express. Smooth Wind Express? Everyone's eyes lit up at the name. It was a good name, with a great meaning of smooth delivery. Uncle, this name is great. All right, let us hurry to the North Sea. We must get that devil fruit. Yes, everyone responded. Thus, the first and only courier company on the sea was established. Over 20 days later, the Tiger God ship arrived at the Kingdom of Dinos. A large auction was about to be held here, and more people were arriving. When they saw the Tiger God ship, it immediately caused a stir. Everyone was wondering if they were also here to participate in the auction. After the Tiger God ship docked, a man dressed in an expensive suit waited respectfully with a dozen subordinates for the people on the ship to disembark. His name was Gino Gald, the young clan leader of the Gino family in the North Sea. This auction was organized by their family. Upon learning that the Bloodsword hero Carl had come here, they became anxious. They didn't know if Carl was there to participate in the auction or to disrupt it, so they sent Gald to probe. After Carl and the others disembarked, they saw Gino Gald and his group. Honorable Lord Carl, hello. I am Gald from the Gino family, the person in charge of this auction. May I ask if you are here to participate in the auction? Gald asked respectfully. Gino Gald? You guessed it right. We are here to participate in the auction. I heard you have 4 devil fruits for auction this time. Is that true? Yes, Lord Carl. You have worked hard on your journey. We have prepared the best hotel for you and your companions here. Please rest for a few days, as the auction doesn't start for another 3 days. All right, then lead the way. Carl and the others had indeed been sailing for over 20 days and were a bit tired, so they didn't refuse. Under Gald's guidance, they settled into the most luxurious hotel here. The port was still bustling, and no one expected that those 4 devil fruits of average ability would attract such big names to participate in the auction. For a moment, those who wanted to obtain the devil fruits at the auction felt a bit hopeless. They were no match for Carl and his group. 3 days later, the auction was held as scheduled, and Carl and the others were invited into the most prestigious box. Dear guests, welcome to the auction held by the Gino family. We have prepared many valuable antiques, various rare gems, and famous swords for this auction. And there are also 4 devil fruits. Let's talk. Let us get started. Let us see what the legendary treasure of the sea, the devil fruit, looks like. Yes. Hurry up and bring out the devil fruit for us to see. The crowd began to cheer. These people were pirates who had arrived in the last 2 days and were all strong figures with some reputation in the North Sea. Everyone, please don't be impatient. The treasure that will be the finale will definitely be presented last. Let us start with various antiques. The first item up for auction was a crown belonging to a king from over 300 years ago. After more than an hour of the auction, Carl and the others were so bored they nearly fell asleep. Dear guests, the next item for auction is something our Gino family has added at the last minute. Please take a look. A level 21 great sword. Instantly, the people in the venue erupted. A level 21 great sword was actually up for auction. Carl also woke up. Although he already had his own black knife, he could give it to Anya. This knife is called Cold Moon. It is made from rare minerals with various ice attributes. And the user risks frostbite if not careful. So anyone interested should be cautious. Now we will start the bidding at 100 million berries. Start. 100 million berries. 130 million berries. 180 million berries. 300 million berries. I am a captain of the Derek pirate crew. Who dares to compete with me? Ha ha ha. It turns out to be Derek with a bounty of 960 million berries. How did such a villain come here? He is very cruel. I heard that a month ago, he just plundered a large city of a world government member country and killed everyone in the city. When the crowd saw such a ruthless pirate in action, they all dared not raise their bids, fearing retaliation from Derek. 500 million berries. Carl, wouldn't he take this clown seriously? Who dares to bid after knowing my name? Don't they fear for their lives after they go out? Derek was furious that someone dared to compete with him. inOne. Divine judgment. Immediately, a bolt of lightning struck down, and Derek and several of his subordinates were fried to a crisp, directly receiving their comeuppance. The crowd knew a big shot had made a move and instantly fell silent. If no one raises the bid, then the grand knife Cold Moon will be auctioned off to the distinguished guest in box number 1. Let us congratulate the guest in box number 1. Everyone in the venue started to applaud. The backstage staff also brought the knife over. Carl held the blade Cold Moon, its light blue body exuding a chilling aura, truly a fine sword, and felt a bit excited because she sensed the sword calling to her, "Uncle," and looked at Carl excitedly, her meaning clear. "Hurry and give it to me." Ha ha ha. Don't worry, it's for you. Carl handed Cold Moon to Anne. Upon receiving it, she was thrilled. She could feel the sword coming alive in her hands. It was simply perfect for her. The next auction item should be familiar to everyone. That is the devil fruit. The venue instantly became lively, with various shouts erupting. The devil fruit, which she had only heard of before but never seen, was now appearing in 4 pieces at once. The first one, a paramecia-type taste bud fruit. After eating this taste bud fruit, one's sense of smell would become extraordinarily sensitive, able to detect various scents. Starting bid, 50 million berries. As soon as the words fell, people in the venue began to discuss. This devil fruit seems to have little use. Enhancing sense of smell? This ability is too weak, right? After waiting for a while with no bids, Gar became anxious. No matter how weak, it was still a devil fruit. 50 million berries. Carl asked Ellie to place a bid. Anyway, this devil fruit would be for her research. Finally, someone placed a bid, and Gard breathed a sigh of relief. 50 million berries. Is there anyone else bidding? After waiting for a bit without any bids, the taste bud fruit was sold to box 1. The second one, a paramecia-type bag fruit. After eating this devil fruit, the body can transform into a space that can hold about 100 cubic units of goods. Also starting at 50 million berries. 50 million berries. 60 million. 80 million berries. The bidders were probably merchants. Transporting goods would become much simpler this way. 100 million berries. 150 million berries. 155 million berries. Any more bids? No. Then this bag fruit belongs to this customer. 200 million berries. Box 1 bids 200 million berries. Is there a higher bid? Then box 1 gets this paramecia-type bag fruit. Next, Carl successfully auctioned the ant fruit and the insect fruit in the form of a giant bee for 150 million and 300 million berries, respectively. After the auction ended, Carl paid and left. The Gino family wanted to invite Carl and the others to their banquet, but they did not stay. Back at the hotel, Carl sent Adrian out to gather intelligence. He needed to know where Germa 60-6's giant snail was, and then he would go directly to find Judge. Carl, who are you planning to have eat this bee fruit? Among us, only Karen hasn't eaten a devil fruit, but this one isn't suitable for her, Ellie asked Carl. That's not urgent. There are plenty of talents in this sea, but we need to find someone trustworthy to eat it. What I'm thinking now is where the headquarters of our express company is located. Sky Island or Tiger Roar Island. Carl was a bit uncertain. Both places were very safe islands. Tiger Roar Island. The Sky Island is too high, not very convenient. All right, then it will be Tiger Roar Island. The next morning, the Tiger God ship set sail from the port of the Dinos Kingdom, heading towards Germa 66. Captain, does Germa 66 really have the technology to allow items to eat devil fruits? Adrian was a bit skeptical. After all, how can an item eat a devil fruit? It seemed a bit far-fetched. Maybe not, but Vince Smoke Judge can do it. He is one of the 3 smartest scientists in the world. 2 days later, they finally saw the Germa Kingdom, composed of giant snails ahead. This is Germa Kingdom. No outsiders are allowed. As soon as the Tiger God ship approached, they were warned by Judge's replica soldiers. Let's go. We'll go directly to find the owner here. After saying that, he led everyone ashore. Immediately, all the replica soldiers pointed their guns at Carl and the others. Stop, or we will shoot. Carl knew that these people were completely obedient clone soldiers under Germa's command. So he didn't say much and directly used his Conqueror's Hockey to stun them. Before reaching the main castle, Germa came out. Blood Sword Hero Carl. What brings such a big figure to our Germa? Germa looked at Carl and his group with some apprehension, while his 3 sons and daughters stood expressionless behind him. Vince Smoke Germa, how is your bloodline factor research going? Haven't you seen? These soldiers are the results of my research, Germa said proudly, looking at the clone soldiers around him. In the eyes of the strong, ordinary people are useless. So, I feel like you've just created a bunch of useless things. Let's not talk about that. Can you now make items consume devil fruits? Like this bracelet? Carl then took out a beautifully crafted bracelet. Germa thought for a moment and replied, it can be done, but it will take some time, about 7 days. Did you come here just for this? Oh, and we need some battle suits from your Germa 66. If we don't add any attributes, is it easy to make something that can fly and defend? If we don't add attributes, it's easy, but won't he have much combat power? Are you sure? Germa was puzzled. What uses a battle suit without combat power? That's fine, let's have 50 sets. 30 men's and 20 women's. Don't worry, I'll pay for them. Okay, I can deliver them to you in 7 days. You can wait here in Germa for the next few days. I will have someone take good care of you. Upon hearing that Carl would pay and not take things for free, Germa's attitude improved a lot. No need, we'll come back in 7 days to pick them up. This is a paramecia-type devil fruit in a bag. What you need to do is make this bracelet consume this devil fruit to form a space bracelet. Carl handed the devil fruit to Germa. Interesting idea. I got it, I can do this. Germa also thought the idea was quite good. All right, see you in 7 days. After saying that, Carl and his group boarded the ship and left. Captain, why do you need so many battle suits? Benson was a bit confused. They didn't have that many people, and not everyone needed one. In the future, the company will definitely need to set up a station on every island. These are for the station heads, enough for them to protect themselves. Even though no one might provoke us, it's better to be prepared. Initially, we'll start from the first half of the Grand Line, which is Paradise, and once Paradise stabilizes, we'll radiate to the 4 seas. Speaking of which, I think we should set our headquarters on Gaia Island. What do you think? Gaia Island is perfectly located in Paradise and can serve as a transit station. It can be done, but someone needs to guard it at all times. However, this isn't a problem. My brother and inOne both have that strength. Ari said, then it's settled. Carl immediately decided to make Gaia Island the headquarters and transit station for Synchronized Express. But first, we need to clear out all the pirates on the island. I wonder why there's so many pirates on this island. inOne can sit on Gaia Island. His observation hockey can monitor the entire island. Yahahaha, this god will not manage anything. You don't have to manage. Just focus on ensuring the island's safety. Carl said grumpily to inOne. Then the rest no problem. Captain, there is a pirate ship ahead attacking a merchant ship. Should we go take a look? At that moment, inside the merchant ship's cabin, a woman dressed in noble attire was waking up, her eyes filled with confusion. Let's go take a look. If we encounter them, we'll help out. And it's up to you. These pirates are of average strength and are just right for you to practice on. Okay, uncle. And immediately entered combat mode upon hearing that. When the Tiger God approached, the pirates had already boarded the ship and jumped over without thinking twice. These pirates were too weak. They were generally made up of second-rate thugs from small towns, fierce but lacking ability. It didn't take long for him to deal with them. Each pirate's wounds covered in ice shards. Done. And wiped the blade of the cold moon and sheathed it. Then coolly said to Carl, not bad. Your combat awareness is good. At this point, besides a dozen guests and a few of the first mate subordinates, everyone else on the merchant ship was dead. Let's go. Wait. Suddenly, a woman stepped forward and said, a few people heard Carl and turned back to take a look, then continued on their way. In this situation, the person being rescued would either be grateful or seek revenge. Carl didn't want to hear this nonsense. Hey, handsome, can I go with you? I just want to get to the Grand Line. I just want to go to the East Sea. Murphy Daphne was sure that this kind of person was a pure adventurer in the world of One Piece, just like Luffy and his crew. One of the few good people. What do you want to do in the East Sea? Since they called him handsome, it wouldn't hurt to listen a little more. I want to go to Windmill Village. Don't worry, once I reach the Grand Line, I'll get off the ship and go on my own. When she saw the person across from her respond, Daphne felt like she had grasped a lifeline. She hadn't been in this world for long and had originally come from a noble family. But unexpectedly, that country was raided that very night. As a noble, the Murphy family was definitely a target for the pirates. Almost all her relatives were killed, and their treasures were taken, leaving only one uncle. Just when she thought she could rely on this uncle, he actually wanted her to marry the king's son so their family could rise again. Daphne agreed on the surface, but felt utterly disgusted inside. That man was an ugly fatso. She had already felt insecure after arriving in this world, and was planning to rely on her noble family to develop a bit before heading to Windmill Village in the East Sea, hoping to get familiar with the protagonist and then board his ship. This was the safest plan she could think of. Unexpectedly, this wave of pirates disrupted her plans, and she now faced the risk of marrying that ugly fat man. That day, she took all her money and ran away while her uncle wasn't around. However, after escaping, she didn't expect her luck to be so bad. She originally wanted to follow a merchant ship to the Grand Line, but ran into a pirate ship instead. When the pirate ship collided with the merchant ship, she fell and lost consciousness. She only woke up when she vaguely heard shouting on the deck. Daphne now had no other options. This merchant ship definitely wouldn't reach the Grand Line, and they were still at sea. So these adventurers in front of her became her last choice. She tried her best to look pitiful while watching these people, hoping to evoke their sympathy. Carl looked at her for several seconds, always feeling that this woman was strange. How could she dare to board a stranger's ship? If you're not afraid, then come over. Carl decided to help her. Thank you. Thank you. Daphne knew she had succeeded. Sure enough, pretending to be a pitiful woman easily aroused a man's sympathy. Vincent, set sail. The Tiger God ship left this sea area. Thank you. My name is Murphy Daphne. I am an orphan. Thank you for saving me. Miss Daphne, why are you going to the East Sea? Ellie was a bit curious. After all, it was quite unbelievable that a woman, especially a pretty one who seemed to have no skills, would dare to go out to sea alone. Because my family was plundered by pirates, and my father and mother were killed by them. The North Sea has far more pirates than the East Sea, so I want to go live in the East Sea. Listening to Daphne's story, Ellie was filled with sympathy. The people from her village were also killed by pirates, leaving only her and her brother. Daphne, why don't you stay on our ship for a while? After we finish our business in the North Sea, we will return to the Grand Line, and maybe we will even go to the East Sea. By the way, my name is Ellie. Just call me Ellie. Ellie said to the woman who shared a similar fate. If possible, she really wanted to send her to the East Sea. Really? Thank you, Ellie. Daphne felt that she was indeed the girl of fate. Whenever she was in danger, someone would come to save her. No need to thank me. Let's go. I'll take you to the cabin so you can change clothes. After saying that, Ellie led her toward the cabin. Captain, I always feel that this woman is very strange. She is not right. inOne jumped down from the top of the mast at this moment. He had been observing from above while Andy was fighting enemies. Just in case Andy was ambushed. It's fine. Most of what she said should be true, and her combat power is too low to stir up much trouble. At this moment, Ellie and Daphne came out, and Carl looked at her, not realizing that after cleaning up, she was quite pretty. How is it? Isn't Daphne beautiful? Ellie said. Daphne felt a bit embarrassed, but when she saw inOne, she immediately felt unwell. inOne, how are you here? Weren't you on Skypiea? I knew something was off with you. Who exactly are you? Because I saw your bounty notice a while ago. I've seen your bounty notices. Daphne panicked and let something slip. Then how do you know that inOne was previously on Skypiea? Carl had a bold idea in his mind, but wasn't quite sure yet. I said I guessed it. Do you believe me? Daphne said in a negotiating tone. Captain, this woman is dishonest. Let us throw her back. inOne felt that this woman had ill intentions. Carl looked around Daphne and said to her, the king covers the tiger? Daphne's eyes widened in shock upon hearing this. The Pagoda Town River Monster. Wow, you really are. Carl was a bit excited, having unexpectedly met someone from his hometown here. Incredible. Hearing that exclamation made Daphne feel a sense of familiarity. It was the voice from her hometown. She instantly cried and rushed into Carl's arms. The people around them were all puzzled, and Ellie felt like something had been stolen from her home. Carl now felt a bit awkward and explained to everyone. This is someone I met when I just came out of Tiger's Roar Island. You haven't seen her before, and it's been over 10 years. I almost didn't recognize her. He continued, all right, Stop crying for now. No one is bullying you here. Let me introduce you to my partners. Daphne's eyes were red from crying. She couldn't control her emotions upon meeting a fellow villager in a world where pirates could kill at any moment. The one who just took you to change clothes is Ellie, our ship's doctor, and also my wife. Carl knew Ellie was a bit jealous, so he hurried to comfort her. Sure enough, when she heard Carl's introduction, she seemed much happier, and Ellie was no longer jealous. Daphne, it's okay now. We are partners from now on. Thank you, Ellie. This is Benson, our ship's helmsman and also Ellie's brother. The one carrying the gun is Adrian, our sniper. And this is our shipwright, Fishman Jerry. His skills are amazing. And this is Corrine, our ship's cook. Her dishes are fantastic. You already know Enel. And she's my niece, Porgasti. And Porgasti? Daphne was a bit surprised. Isn't that the surname of Ace's mother, Rouge? It's all right. It's exactly as you think. I'll explain more about it later. Now let's hold a feast to welcome our new companion. Same old rules. Let's set up the teppanyaki barbecue. Okay, Captain. Corrine went to prepare. Before long, the deck was filled with the smell of teppanyaki and barbecue. Come on, let's welcome our new companion. Cheers. Cheers. X8 Corrine's wine is getting better and better. Haha, Jerry, you down a big cup in one go. Indeed, it's even better than what we had at Fishman Island. Speaking of wine, Benson had a lot to say. His two favorite things were training and drinking. Of course, I've been improving it all along. Have you all been to Fishman Island? How is it? Is it beautiful there? Are there a lot of mermaids? Daphne had just arrived and hadn't had the chance to go anywhere else yet. The scenery at Fishman Island is beautiful, and those mermaid sisters are so gentle. And still clearly remembered how nice the mermaid sisters were when she was shopping. And Shirahoshi, I wonder how she is doing now, whether she is training well. I miss her a bit. Is she the princess of Fishman Island? Is she very beautiful? Daphne thought to herself, she's the mermaid princess from One Piece. A beauty who can be compared to the Empress. Of course, but she's a bit timid. I wonder if she gets bullied without my protection. If I find out who bullies her, I'll definitely kill them in the future. And said fiercely, all right, she has King Neptune taking care of her. And 3 brothers pampering her. Who would dare to bully her? Drink your milk. Carl patted Anne's head. Oh, uncle, don't pat my head anymore. I won't grow tall. You make me drink milk while patting my head. And quickly dodged and sat next to Corrine. Ha ha, isn't it just a habit? After a feast, everyone accepted Daphne, and they cleaned up and returned to rest late into the night. Carl and Daphne were still drinking on the deck. When did you cross over to this place? Carl asked her. Just a few days ago. My company had some issues, and I rushed to handle it. On the way, I got into an accident and ended up here. You have no idea how panicked I was when I first arrived. I thought I could rely on my noble family to develop well, and then go to East Blue to Windmill Village. Where's the safest place in the world of One Piece? Definitely Windmill Village. Once I made friends with the main characters, my life would be secure. But before I could develop, the country I was in encountered pirates, and all my plans were disrupted. Produce. That uncle of the original body actually wanted to marry me off to the prince of that country, who was an ugly fat guy. So I had to sneak out while he wasn't paying attention. You know what happened next? Aren't all crossers supposed to have a golden finger? Don't you have one? Carl had never seen such a weak crosser before. I have nothing. I'm just as puzzled. It's the world of One Piece, and I came over with nothing. Daphne felt a bit exhausted. What about you? Do you have a golden finger? I don't either. But the original body ate a devil fruit and then fell to death. And that's how I crossed over. However, the place I was in was a windless island, and next door lived a great swordsman uncle. I learned swordsmanship from him since I was young. Otherwise, where would my current strength come from? So what level is your strength at now? Anyway, I could take on a marine admiral because that devil fruit greatly enhanced my physique. This devil fruit is a mythical Zoan type, the cat fruit. Model, Bien. Bien is an ancient divine beast, very powerful. Wow, a mythical Zoan type, rarer than a Logia? I'll be relying on you from now on. Why is it that as fellow crossers, I have nothing? It's so unfair. Don't worry. Plus, I have a systematic training method here, and the 6 styles of the Marines. Do you want to learn? The 6 styles of the Marines? I want to learn. This world is so big and dangerous. I feel very insecure without strength. All right, when we get to Jaya Island, I'll teach you. Also, I went to Germa 66 to order 50 sets of combat uniforms from Vinsmoke Sanji. You can wear them first. Germa 60 SIXS combat uniforms? That's great. Of course. It's really lucky to meet a fellow countryman in this world. Otherwise, sometimes I feel like I'm all alone, which is a bit lonely. Me too. I'm glad I met you. Otherwise, today might have been my last day in this world. By the way, you just said your company? Holy crap, you weren't a company owner in your previous life, were you? A female CEO? I just took over my family's business. I just came back from studying abroad and took over the company not long ago, and then I ended up here. I don't even know how my parents are doing. Thinking of this, Daphne felt very lost. I'm not good at comforting others, but don't worry. As long as you're on the ship, I'll be your support. Thank you, Carl. Daphne came over and hugged Carl, burying herself in his embrace. By the way, Daphne, since you can manage your family's company, then our company will be entrusted to you to manage. You will be the general manager of our Shunfeng Express. Shunfeng Express? Are you planning to develop the express delivery business here? But there are so many pirates here. Can the delivery be made? Of course it can. I've already solved that problem. This trip to the North Sea is to prepare for this. Daphne looked at Carl with some confusion. She couldn't think of any way to deliver packages without worrying about the pirates at sea. This time we came to the North Sea to attend an auction, where we bid on 4 devil fruits. One of them is a zoan type, the bug fruit, model, giant bee. After someone eats it, they will turn into a bee person and can produce a kind of honey. When bees eat it, they will grow larger and their speed and lifespan will be enhanced. How about this idea of cultivating a bee army using this devil fruit to deliver packages? Plus, I have a certain reputation at sea. Except for the top-tier powers, others won't provoke me. That is definitely feasible. If this company is established, it will definitely be very profitable. Daphne was a bit excited. Managing a company to make money was her forte. By the way, you mentioned you got 4 devil fruits. What are the abilities of the other 3? Can I have one to eat? She looked at Carl with hope. Giving you one is definitely fine. But the abilities of those 3 are too weak and not suitable for you. How about this? When we return to Fuchsia Island, I'll give you a good devil fruit to eat. Oh, by the way, Fuchsia Island is my home in the windless zone. You have other devil fruits? Oh my god. You are so lucky. Others might never get one in their lifetime, and you have so many. Lucky? I'm just robbing celestial dragons. Do you remember Fisher Tiger? I remember. He seemed to have climbed up the red line with his bare hands and liberated many slaves, but he was killed by the Marines later. I participated in that operation too, along with Rayleigh, Fisher Tiger, and new Grandma and Shacky from Amazon Lily. We acted together. I also got my devil fruit during that time. So that's how it is. What abilities do the devil fruits you obtained have? I have a Logia type, the Cloud fruit. I want to give it to you. This Cloud fruit is the superior fruit to Smoker's Smoke fruit. What do you think? Of course. If you don't like this one, I have others. I have both Paramecia and Ancient Zoan types. No need, I just want the Cloud fruit. Immunity to physical attacks. And I can fly. By the way, Carl, are you really going to let me eat this precious Logia fruit? Daphne couldn't believe it. Of course. In a sense, you are my only family in this world. I believe you understand this feeling. Thank you, Carl. Daphne hugged Carl and kissed him. Carl was momentarily stunned. Hey. This isn't a woman from the world of One Piece, but rather a female CEO from his past life. Are female CEOs this proactive? But thinking about it, no matter what happened in the past, she became a delicate beauty here. And today, she witnessed the terrifying side of pirates. One can imagine her current feelings. After a moment of thought, Carl disregarded everything and directly kissed Daphne passionately. They almost lost control before finally separating. Looking at the glistening sheen on her lips, Carl couldn't help himself and pulled her in for another kiss. Wait, Daphne said intermittently. What's wrong? It's not appropriate on the ship. I can't let go. I haven't experienced this kind of thing before. Plus, I always feel guilty towards Ellie. It's actually me who owes you both. In fact, not only Ellie is my wife, but so is Empress Hancock. So do you mind? Men are indeed all big pigs. Are there no others? No, just you 3. Really? Carl said while hugging Daphne. You're really lucky. By the way, is Empress Hancock really that charming? Actually, she is pretty much the same as you both. Body and looks are similar. It's just that she ate the sweet fruit, which greatly enhanced her charm. Then your guarantee is that you can only have us 3. Otherwise, you'll be in trouble. Thank you, Daphne. Looking at Daphne's shy demeanor and her tempting lips, Carl kissed her again, not releasing her for several minutes. All right, it's late now. I'm just an ordinary person. My stamina isn't that great. I should hurry and sleep. Produce. I need a plan for the courier company tomorrow. Since I've decided to do this, I must make it the best in this world. Daphne is definitely not just a pretty vase. I was just too excited to meet a family member earlier. Okay, time to sleep. Luckily, I didn't act impulsively tonight. Your body is too weak right now. You might not be able to handle me. You bad guy. Hurry up and go to sleep. Daphne jogged back to sleep. Carl didn't expect that there would be a second time traveler, who also became his woman, and she was a female CEO. Now, the courier company has someone to manage it. Carl lay on the beach chair, looking at the sky. After wrapping up the matters in the North Sea, he left Inalu with Benson to clean up the pirates on Gaia Island. while Daphne was in charge of construction. Then he would return to Tiger Roar Island to retrieve the devil fruit and check on old man Derek. His apprentices should be ready to set out too, right? After bringing them out, they could create a few generators on Gaia Island, gradually turning it into a distribution hub for goods. Let's leave it at that for now. Time to sleep. Daphne returned to her room, her face flushed. Oh my God, what happened to me today? I've guarded my first kiss for 2 lifetimes, and I just gave it away like that? Although Carl is handsome, I was way too forward today. Could it be that my personality changed after crossing into the world of One Piece? It can't be that the original self is influencing me, right? It definitely is. Speaking of which, so this is what kissing feels like. It's really nice, and that guy even touched himself while doing it. What a naughty guy. But it felt so good. No, Daphne, what are you thinking? Time to sleep. Why does closing my eyes bring that bad guy to mind? Oh, damn Carl. Tomorrow, I'll break that thing of yours. Carl returned to the room and saw Ellie sleeping on her side. His heart skipped a beat. Could she be asleep? He lay down close to her and wrapped her in his arms. I thought you weren't coming back to sleep tonight, Ellie said to Carl with a hint of melancholy in her voice. How could I? I just hadn't seen her in a long time. So I chatted with her for a while. Carl kissed her forehead. Daphne used to be the only daughter in her family and had experience managing a large family business. So I told her to be the general manager of the express delivery company, which is why I was talking for so long. What does general manager mean? And can she be completely trusted? Ellie asked, a bit confused. General manager means president, and since we are all being hunted by the world government, having her as the president of the express delivery company is the best choice. I see, Carl. Do you like her? I don't believe nothing happened between you before. I can see she likes you a lot, Ellie said helplessly. She had originally agreed with Hancock to keep an eye on Carl, and now there was another sister added in no time. Ellie, Daphne's situation is a bit complicated. I promised her I wouldn't tell anyone about it, but she can definitely be completely trusted. I feel that she relies on me more than she likes me. From a certain perspective, I am her only family in this world, Carl said, holding Ellie tightly. So she sees me as her only support. Unlike you and Hancock, you have your brother, and Hancock has the Kuja pirates. She is all alone in this world. I understand, but you have to promise me that it will only be the 3 of us from now on, okay? Ellie nudged Carl's chest. Thank you, Ellie. I promise there won't be anyone else in the future, Carl said, looking at Ellie with determination. You bad guy, are you happy now? From now on, the 3 of us will be with you. Although I passed here, Hancock 1TB, so easy to deal with. Yeah, although Hancock is love-struck. She is a user of Conqueror's Haki, and 2 is already her limit. Carl looked at Ellie in his arms, kissed her, and said, Ellie, my dearest wife, you will help me, right? We'll see how I feel then. Daring to hum at your husband. Tonight, I'll make sure you are in a very good mood. After saying that, he tore off Ellie's nightgown and pressed her down. Carl, no. They'll find out on the ship. Ellie exclaimed in surprise. Don't worry. The soundproofing materials used in every room during the renovation were top-notch. They won't hear a thing. Bad man. Ellie looked at Carl with sultry eyes and playfully scolded him. Soon, enchanting sounds filled the room. Under Carl's comfort, Ellie's mood became incredibly excited, and in the end, she cried tears of joy. After making Ellie happy, Carl knew things were stable. He was aware that the 2 women often communicated with each other. Then he embraced her delicate body and fell asleep. The next day, Ellie had already blended in well with Daphne. Yes, family harmony is really important. At the Navy headquarters, Admiral Sengoku received news that the Bloodsword Master Carl and his group had arrived in the North Sea. What were they doing in the North Sea? Upon hearing that it was Carl's group, Sengoku put down the pen he was using to write documents. They bought those 4 devil fruits of average ability at the auction held by the Dinos Kingdom a couple of days ago, and then they visited Germa 66. They are currently still sailing in the North Sea, said King Brand New in the meeting. Investigate their purpose for going to the North Sea. Such individuals wouldn't go to the 4 seas for no reason. Also, instruct the North Sea Navy not to engage with them. Sengoku immediately issued the order. Yes, Admiral Sengoku. Bloodsword Master Carl, what exactly is your purpose? Sengoku couldn't figure out what Carl was up to. Ever since this group appeared on the sea, there hadn't been any clear goals reported. Besides, it's exhausting. Ever since he took the position of Admiral, the number of worries has only increased, and his energy has become insufficient. Captain, I'm running out of my apples. Inaru came over, biting an apple, looking for Carl. Carl looked at him strangely. How much did this guy love apples? As long as there were apples, he could eat nothing else. Let's find a nearby island to dock, Carl said to Benson. Okay. Kara mentioned this morning that the supplies are running low. A day later, the Tiger God anchored at a country called the Dream Kingdom. which was filled with a type of rainbow tree. This country lived a prosperous life thanks to the rainbow fruit, but of course, that was the life of the nobles. The country was wealthy, but the common people lived in hardship. There was a bizarre law here. The common people were not allowed to eat rainbow fruit. This was an agreement between the merchants and the nobles of the country. They packaged this fruit very elegantly, making it a delicacy only the nobles could enjoy. This rainbow fruit was very popular among the nobles of various countries, even though its taste was similar to that of cucumbers. Other nobles wanted to have what others had. And after all, they were not short of money. So, under the pursuit of these nobles, the demand for rainbow fruit exceeded supply. Then the king ordered the nationwide planting of rainbow trees, including in the areas designated for food crops. The citizens had to work in the orchards every day, earning meager wages to buy food. However, after the grain was no longer cultivated in this country, the prices of food skyrocketed. Now, it was already difficult for the common people to ensure they had enough to eat. This country is so beautiful, Ellie exclaimed while looking at the scenery of the country. Just like a rainbow that will never disappear. It really is beautiful. Let's find a place to rest first, and then we can procure supplies tomorrow. Then the group found a nice inn to stay in. This country is very strange, Carl said, looking at the common people outside. What's wrong, Captain? Is there something off about this country? Adrian asked. Well, I also find it strange. The port is so prosperous. Logically, this country should be wealthy. But the people outside look very thin, as if they are starving. Jerry also shared his thoughts. They are probably being exploited too harshly. And just now I saw that the prices in the stores selling grain outside are ridiculously high. Kareem thought it was strange to see so many people queuing to buy food when it was so expensive. But it wasn't something they needed to worry about, nor was it something they were good at handling. Carl is aware of his abilities, and he is not a savior. He just wants to protect the people around him. There are too many such things in this vast ocean, and unless we have the power to overturn the world, even if we intervene, we won't change much. Although our current strength is enough to make the Navy and the world government wary, we are actually just capable of self-defense. The captain is right. We just need to protect the people around us, Benson said. Everyone else agreed. Carl glanced at his companions and thought, well, that's good. No saintly types here. I'm going out shopping with Daphne. Do you guys want to come? Ellie is planning to go out with Daphne to buy some clothes since Daphne doesn't have any clean clothes. She's still wearing Ellie's. Wow, Sister Ellie. And also wants to go out and have a look. I'm going out to buy apples. After saying that, Anil disappeared. The others had no intention of going out. And Carl wasn't interested in shopping, especially not with women. Well, be careful out there. If anything comes up, just use the phone bug to let me know. Carl said to the three girls. Got it, Uncle. Let's go, Sister Ellie, Sister Daphne. And then pull the two of them out. Those who wanted to go out have left, and the few remaining went back to rest. Carl returned to his room and took out the phone bug to call home, as he hadn't contacted them in a long time. Blue click, Carl, what's wrong? Why do you have time to contact home today? It's my fault. Sister, how's everything at home? Have you been taking the health-enhancing medicine that Ellie made for you as she instructed? Because they were now at an age where exercising wasn't suitable, and they didn't want to eat the devil fruit. Ellie had developed a medicine that could enhance their physical condition as long as they took it regularly. Everything is fine at home. We've been taking the medicine, as Ellie said, and now Mom and Dad are in great shape. By the way, Carl, Captain Dylan and the others brought back your bounty notice from outside. How did you end up being wanted by the world government? Hearing that their family's health had improved, Carl was also very happy. Oh, it happened when we were at Sabati Archipelago. Ellie and the others went out shopping and were noticed by a celestial dragon who wanted to take them back. So I killed that celestial dragon. So how are you all now? And is she okay? Lugio felt a bit worried upon hearing Carl say he killed a celestial dragon. Don't worry. We fought with a Marine Admiral, and even when Vice Admiral Carp came, they didn't make things difficult for us. Besides, we're quite strong. Unless we directly went to Marine headquarters, they wouldn't bother to chase us. And is doing well now. She's very strong, and she's out shopping with Ellie right now. So you can rest assured, Sister. Just remember to be careful, okay? Got it, Sister. Carl, do you have any news about Ace? When you saw Vice Admiral Carp, did he say anything? Lugio had been thinking about Ace, who left her shortly after being born, making her feel guilty. Vice Admiral Carp didn't say anything. But Ace should be doing well. Don't worry, he is Roger's son. Yes, not that weak. By the way, Sister, how is the guard team at Tiger Roar Island? Do you know? Not very clear, but there are now 300 people in the guard team. It seems Uncle Darren said that all 300 have learned the 6 styles or something like that. I'm not sure about the specifics. All right, I got it. Sister, I'll probably go back in a while. Understood. Okay, that's it for now. Goodbye, Sister. Click. Carl is preparing to go back and select 20 people from the guard team. The express delivery company will first establish delivery stations in 10 countries. And these 20 people will serve as responsible individuals, with 2 people assigned to each island. This plan was set by Daphne, focusing on building a good reputation initially. These 20 individuals will recruit a batch of salespeople in the 10 countries or islands, and then use the giant bees to deliver goods between these 10 islands. At the beginning, the scope doesn't need to be too large. Once the business stabilizes on these 10 islands, they will gradually expand. Carl thinks Daphne's idea is great. However, the bee fruit has not yet been found for someone to eat. Well, when he returns to Tiger Howl Island, he will see if there are suitable people. Outside on the street, the 3 women are having a great time shopping, but they haven't bought much, just a few items of clothing for Daphne. Carl was also intimidated by their shopping style, which is why he didn't accompany them. Whenever they saw an interesting store, they would browse for a long time and then leave without buying anything. When asked, they would say it wasn't that good, and sometimes Carl wanted to say, if it's not that good, why look for so long? He just couldn't understand. Daphne, this cheap house suits you perfectly. Uncle is so lucky to have 3 such wonderful women. I'm jealous of him, and watched as Daphne emerged in a cheap how, and it looked stunning. Really? I've never worn a cheap how before, so I thought I'd give it a try. Daphne giggled, covering her mouth. It looks really good. By the way, Daphne, how did you end up with my uncle? Sister Ellie fell for him because he saved her, and they spent a lot of time together. Sister Hancock liked him after he rescued her from the celestial dragons. But you I saved, and said angrily, what is so great about this flirtatious uncle that 3 beautiful sisters like him? And my situation with your uncle is quite complicated. I can't explain it in just a few words. Besides, your uncle is very handsome. Of course I like him. Daphne thought to herself, should I say that your uncle and I aren't from this world? And you're still young. You'll understand later. By the way, and try on this dress. I think you would look great in it. Ellie believed him would look good in a dress. No, I'm not wearing a dress. I'm going to become the greatest female swordsman, and my clothes must be cool, and said coolly, hugging Hanua. All right, then, great female swordsman. How about we go get something to eat? Let's try the local flavors. Let's go. The 3 of them headed towards the port, where the most restaurants were located. Before they reached the port, they saw the kingdom's army maintaining order, and the people on the streets stood on both sides. The 3 women noticed the king and nobles of the country were also present, seemingly welcoming some important figure. Soon, a luxurious ship sailed into the port, escorted by the navy, and there were many CP agents aboard. Seeing this, Daphne understood what was happening. It must be the celestial dragons. Welcome Lord Topman Fedra to the Rainbow Kingdom. The king and nobles bowed, and the commoners knelt on the ground. Shortly after, a celestial dragon wearing a glass dome came down with CP0's escort. Are you the king of this country? Yes, Lord Fedra. The banquet has been prepared in the palace, and we sincerely invite you to attend. The king was very excited. The celestial dragons were visiting their kingdom. What honor. Let's go. Then they walked on the carpet toward the palace. Why aren't those lowly peasants kneeling? As he spoke, he raised his gun to shoot, then saw Daphne in the cheap how and felt a stir of desire. Go, bring her over. Let her accompany me to the banquet tonight. Fedra said to CP0. Yes, my lord. Then one CP0 agent swiftly approached the 3 women. The celestial dragon wants you to accompany her to the banquet. Let's go. N's body was already emitting a chill. Get away immediately. Ellie stepped in front of 2. Bold. CP0 immediately took action. Ellie started fighting with them, and at that moment, and rushed out to confront the CP agents. Daphne was a bit worried and contacted Carl using a Den Mushy. Suddenly, a powerful aura appeared in the sky. It was Carl. Blood Sword Master Carl. My lord, get on the ship. This is the Blood Sword Master Carl. Lord Villard was killed by him. This CP0 recognized Carl and rushed back to pull his master onto the ship. Carl is now very angry. Twice. These pigs. Captain. inOne was the first to notice Carl's aura and rushed over immediately. Do you want me to take action directly? inOne could tell that Carl was very furious. No. This time, I will handle it myself. Carl watched as the celestial dragons and the CP agents boarded the ship while the navy stood nearby, looking terrified. They had been warned not to provoke Carl, and they fled at full speed. At that moment, a few others arrived. Although they didn't know what was happening, they could tell that Carl was angry, so they all stood behind him. Carl watched as the celestial dragon's ship slowly left the port. Just when those CP agents and the navy thought they could safely retreat, the sky suddenly darkened with thick clouds and thunder rumbled. Carl flew into the sky, surrounded by flames and clouds. Soon, his muscles transformed, and in no time, a gigantic tiger-shaped monster appeared in the air enveloped in white smoke. At this moment, the CP0 members on the ship felt that it was all over. "Lord Carl, please don't make a move this time. We can compensate," one of the CP0 members shouted. "Kneel," a voice filled with an irresistible aura echoed in everyone's ears. "You lowly commoner, you dare to make me kneel. The Marine Admiral is about to arrive. Apologize to me now and be my slave, or I'll have the Marine Admiral kill you." Fidela looked at the giant beast in the sky with excitement. He wanted such a slave. It's over. As soon as the Celestial Dragon's voice fell, the CP0 member knew they were doomed. Hell's melting flame. Sure enough, the giant beast in the sky opened its mouth, and a massive fire dragon erupted, distorting the surrounding air with its high temperature. The enormous fire column directly hit the Celestial Dragon's ship, vaporizing both the ship and the people. The fire dragon pierced through the seawater, creating a massive whirlpool. In the distance, the escorting navy smartly sailed away from the port early. Watching the large hole in the sea, their eyes nearly popped out. "Navy, go back and tell Sengoku that no celestial dragons are allowed to appear wherever we show up in the future. Get lost." "Yes, yes, Lord Carl. We will leave immediately." The warships quickly fled. They were not like those in headquarters who still held on to justice. They just wanted to survive. Carl saw the Navy retreat and slowly transformed back into his human form before flying back. "Captain," everyone gathered around at that moment. "Are you three okay?" "We're fine. We just started fighting and then you showed up." Ellie was a bit excited. It was her first time seeing Carl's devil fruit ability, and in his full beast form at that. "Carl, was that your devil fruit ability just now? So cool." Daphne was also thrilled. "Yeah, it's my first time using the full beast form outside. Damn, I'm so pissed off this time, those garbage pigs. Let's go, we should leave here. Otherwise, these civilians won't dare to get up." The group then left, and only then did the people here start to get up, some drenched in sweat, feeling like they had just walked through the gates of hell. A reporter from a global economic news agency was excited. He had captured the entire scene on camera. He needed to send the photos back to his boss. This is big news. When Morgans received the news, he was so excited that his wings fluttered, muttering, "Big news, big news." He immediately ordered the news to be printed urgently, to be sent around the world tomorrow, and he had already thought of the headline. Tiger God Carl's dominant declaration. Wherever he appears, the celestial dragons shall retreat. He believed the world would definitely explode with this news tomorrow. This time, not only had the celestial dragons been completely wiped out, but Carl also boldly declared that they could no longer appear wherever he shows up. It's important to note that these are the celestial dragons. In the eyes of these people, celestial dragons are like gods of creation. When Morgans received the news, the Navy headquarters also got wind of it. What? He killed another celestial dragon. How could the celestial dragons be there? And what was the reason this time? Sengoku felt overwhelmed. Another one had just died recently, and now another one was dead. I heard that the celestial dragon wanted to take Carl's woman. Brand New hesitated to say. These bastards. Sengoku was really going to be driven mad. How could these people be this way? Also, Fleet Admiral Sengoku. Take a look at these photos. Brand New placed the photos taken by the Navy on the table. Sengoku was astonished to see the photos of the Phantom Beast type. His devil fruit is actually a Phantom Beast type. Blur blur. Sengoku looked at the ringing snail phone, his eyes twitching. He was about to get scolded again. He picked up the snail phone, and sure enough, the scolding came through. "Sengoku, why has another celestial dragon died this time? The last one was not long ago. And this time it's the same person again. Is this how you protect the celestial dragons? The world government's face has been completely lost by your Navy. Also, why did you let Carl go last time without capturing him? I need an explanation." After the other side finished berating him, Sengoku was speechless. Why was another one killed? Sengoku couldn't believe that the five elders, as the highest authority in the world, didn't know. But he couldn't say that, as the military budget for this year hadn't come through yet. "I'm sorry, Elder Stars. This time was our Navy's negligence. However, capturing Carl and his crew is extremely difficult. According to intelligence, Carl possesses the strength of a monarch. And now there are reports that his devil fruit is a precious Phantom Beast type, and his abilities are incredibly powerful. Additionally, according to Carp's estimates, their captain, that big guy, also has Admiral-level strength. Plus there's a Thunder Fruit user. Considering all factors, if the Navy wants to capture Carl and his crew, they would need to deploy at least 4 admirals to have a chance. But Akainu needs to stay in the New World, and Kizaru has to guard Vegapunk and cannot leave. Currently, only Carp and Akiji can take action. However, their combined strength is far from enough. Are we just going to let them roam free like this? What does that say about the world government's face? What I mean is to increase their bounty and elevate his status to be comparable to the Sea Emperors. I believe that when they return to the New World, those four won't tolerate it. Once they start fighting each other, we could take advantage. All right, let's proceed as you suggested. Click. Brand new. Call all the Vice Admirals and above at headquarters for a meeting. Yes, Fleet Admiral Sengoku. Finally, Brand New was excited that another meeting was about to be held. Not long after, the conference room of the Navy headquarters was filled with people. After everyone arrived, Brand New distributed the documents and began to carefully explain the main reasons for this meeting. After Brand New finished speaking, some of the Navy present were indignant, suggesting that the Navy should immediately set out to arrest Carl and his crew. Some watched coldly, indifferent to the situation. Others looked terrified, wondering how such a frightening figure had emerged again. The core figures of the Navy were only Akainu, who was guarding the New World G1 branch, so he did not attend. Sengoku looked at these core powers of the Navy and felt helpless. The three admirals had truly learned their styles thoroughly. He glanced at Karp, who was happily munching on rice crackers, the crisp sound echoing throughout the conference room, but no one dared to say anything. Sengoku clenched his fists, veins popping on his forehead, but after a few seconds, he relaxed his fists, thinking to himself, forget it, let's give him some face at this big meeting. I'll just snatch his rice crackers after the meeting. He then looked at Akiji and Kizuru. One was wearing an eye patch, seemingly pretending to sleep. Or perhaps he was truly asleep. The other was trimming his nails with a nail clipper. Besides, it's so hard to lead this team. He glanced at Crane, who was the only one carefully reviewing the information and thinking seriously. Sengoku couldn't be bothered to ask the others anymore and directly asked Chief of Staff Vice Admiral Crane. Crane, what do you think? Share your thoughts. Crane stood up to answer without declining. The world government's order is to capture or eliminate Carl and his crew as much as possible. However, according to the intelligence, Carl truly has the strength to battle the four emperors. Moreover, there is a powerhouse comparable to an admiral, plus the Thunderfruit user Enel. This crew, aside from their subordinates who are not many, already has high-end combat power exceeding that of the pirate emperors. Considering the current situation, the probability of our navy capturing them is very low, because we not only have to deal with Carl's crew, but there are also other forces to guard against, and our available combat power is limited. Taking all situations into account, the most appropriate course of action now is to increase his bounty and promote that this crew may be stronger than the emperors of the New World. They will eventually enter the New World, but the current structure of the New World has already formed and is difficult to change. If Carl's crew enters the New World, it will be different. These Sea Emperors will definitely not let him develop his power in the New World so easily. By then, we will only need to sit back and watch them fight amongst themselves. This way we can maximize our Navy's interests, giving us a chance to intervene in the structure of the New World. Also, increase Carl's bounty by 1 billion, raising it to 29 billion berries. That's my opinion. Admiral, after listening to Crane's opinion, Sengoku thought to himself, as expected of our Navy's Chief of Staff. Vice Admiral Crane's thoughts aligned with his. This was indeed the best plan right now. Does anyone else have any opinions? Although he knew others wouldn't have much to say, he still politely asked. All right, then let's proceed with the handling of Carl's crew according to Vice Admiral Crane's proposal. Meeting adjourned. After the meeting, everyone thought it was finally over, and they immediately stood up to salute the marshal before preparing to leave for the day. Once most of the attendees were ready, Karp also stood up and laughed at Sengoku, saying, Sengoku, I want to request a month off. I haven't been home to see my grandson in a long time. Sengoku, upon hearing that this guy wanted to take leave again so soon after his last one, clenched his fist and punched Karp on the head, angrily saying, absolutely not. You despicable guy. Besides, it hasn't even been a month since your last leave. He went on a rant a bit more, still upset, and then snatched Karp's rice cracker and stuffed it into his mouth. My rice cracker. Sengoku, you are too cunning. You actually stole my rice cracker when I wasn't paying attention. Karp, seeing his treasure being snatched, became furious. Sengoku, seeing him so worked up, felt a surge of joy and thought to himself that he would steal again next time. The Navy meeting had just concluded, but the sea was already in an uproar. The Bloodsword hero Carl's strength was astonishing. No, it's now the Tiger God. Looking at the newspaper with a giant beast resembling a tiger flying in the sky was terrifying. Just looking at the picture on the newspaper made people feel utterly devoid of the courage to resist. The newspaper detailed the events of this incident, which made everyone think of one thing. Don't provoke Carl, especially his women. Why, you ask? Didn't the celestial dragons end up vaporized just because they tried to take his woman? Not a single hair was left behind. After this incident, Carl's reputation soared, and the title of Tiger God echoed across the seas. In the New World, Wano country, Onigashima, Emperor Calamity Jin rushed in with a newspaper to find Kaido, who was already drunk. Not good, big brother Kaido. Look at the information in the newspaper. Kaido grabbed the newspaper, read it, and then continued to gulp down his drink, crying, "Wah! Tiger God Carl, what an impressive title. I wonder if he can kill me, wah?" He then kept drinking and crying, while Jin looked at Kaido and felt a headache coming on. Does big brother Kaido not notice the hidden issues behind this news? Since the red-haired pirates entered the New World, the situation has stabilized. Now, suddenly another force comparable to the Emperor has appeared, and that's not a good thing. Jin sighed, thinking the beast pirates would probably fall apart without him. In Whole Cake Island, Big Mom was fuming. Damn, Carl, how did he get such a loud title so quickly? And Morgans actually wrote in the newspaper that Carl is stronger than the Sea Emperors. Is he not afraid of death? While eating cake, Big Mom was furious, causing her homies to hide in fear. In a Whitebeard Pirates, old man, look at the newspaper. This Carl's devil fruit is also a mythical Zoan, and his strength is so formidable. Do you think we need to prepare? Whitebeard took a swig of his drink and said to Marco, "Gururura, don't worry, Marco. Tiger God Carl is nothing to be concerned about. We are the Whitebeard Pirates." Everyone thought to themselves that no matter how strong he was, could he be stronger than their old man? Their old man was the strongest man in the world. In the Red-Haired Pirates, Shanks looked at the newspaper and said to Beckman, "Beckman, just as we stabilize the New World, this new force has appeared. This is probably not good news for us." Beckman pondered over the events in the newspaper and replied, "Don't worry, Captain. After careful consideration, they probably won't interfere in the New World. They seem to be adventuring at sea with no clear purpose. This won't significantly impact our plans." Hearing his strategist say this, Shanks felt relieved. In that case, let's hold a banquet. Ha ha. Soon, 5 days passed, and Carl and the others were on their way to Germa 66. Ha ha ha. I'm sorry, Carl. I just couldn't help it. The Bloodsword hero is too cringeworthy. Who thought of this? It's hilarious. Ha ha. Daphne couldn't help but laugh after learning about Carl's previous title. Who came up with such a cringeworthy name? Carl was speechless. It's the Navy. Who else could it be? The Bloodsword Master. Just hearing the name, you know he's a ruthless killer. Who wouldn't be afraid of me? Well, I guess it does fit the Navy style. Daphne, what do you mean by Chinibu? I actually think the captain's title sounds great. Bloodsword Master. How impressive. Adrian said. Then Benson and Jerry nodded in agreement. Really? You all think so? The several men nodded seriously once again. All right, it is indeed impressive. Daphne was also speechless, wondering what kind of aesthetic this was. By the way, Ellie, do you have that potion to enhance physical strength with you? If you do, give some to Daphne. She's too weak right now. Carl suddenly remembered this. Otherwise, with her current physical condition, even eating a devil fruit wouldn't help much. Without good stamina, the abilities of the devil fruit wouldn't be able to be utilized effectively. All right, Daphne, come with me. I have a potion that enhances physical strength, and it has no side effects. For now, take this potion to boost your physique, and it will make your training easier. There's such a potion? Let's go, let's go. I'm the weakest one here. Upon hearing that there was a potion to enhance her physical strength, Daphne was overjoyed. Captain, have you thought about who to give that fruit to? Benson said, after all, that bee fruit was the most important part of their plan, and now that they were preparing to return to the paradise, they still hadn't found a suitable person to eat it. Not yet, but that's not a big problem. If we can't find someone trustworthy outside, we can look for someone when we return to Tiger Roar Island. After all, we just need someone loyal who can control the giant bees we create. Indeed, it's more trustworthy to have someone from the island eat it. Benson agreed with this sentiment. Carl looked over at Anna, who was practicing her swordsmanship. Since he had already decided to develop his own power, it seemed necessary to cultivate some talents. Bringing 20 people from Tiger Roar Island was not enough. But he couldn't take too many either, as the guard team needed to protect Tiger Roar Island. Although Tiger Roar Island had not been discovered yet, who could say for sure? The stronger the defense, the better. Captain, what are you thinking? Jerry asked, noticing Carl's contemplative expression. I'm thinking that this time I can only bring 20 people back. But 20 people definitely won't be enough, and Agaya Island also needs some defense. We can't have and I'll handle everything, right? Should I talk to King Neptune about borrowing some fishmen soldiers? Fishmen are still quite strong at sea, Jerry suggested. Considering that Carl had a good relationship with Neptune. That won't do. Since we've decided to develop our power, borrowing soldiers from others isn't the way to go. Let me think, Carl replied. Jerry also realized that, as the captain, Carl was one of the top powerhouses at sea, and asking others for help didn't seem right. Carl couldn't think of a solution for a moment, then looked at inOne. Could it be that he really needed inOne to handle the situation with the small soldiers? That would be too embarrassing. Huh? No, wait. The Shandians. I've got it. We can bring the Shandians down. They have great physical strength. And with the unique attack shells from the Sky Island, ordinary pirates would not stand a chance against the Shandians. Carl had personally witnessed the power of various attack shells on the Sky Island. Plus, Skypiea was originally the island where the Shandians lived. They would definitely be willing to return to Skypiea. All right, that's settled. What is settled? Carl, Daphne, and Ellie also came out. I'm planning to bring some Shandians from the Sky Island down to serve as guards for the safety of Skypiea, and since Skypiea was originally their home, it's like returning to their hometown, Carl explained to them. This method is indeed good. It can solve our manpower shortage and allow the Shandians to wholeheartedly protect Skypiea since it is also their homeland, Daphne thought, considering that it could be useful in the future. Captain, we're approaching Germa 66, Banson said, looking towards the island made up of giant snails in the distance. Yeah, Gaji should be waiting for us. After all, we informed him in advance. Before long, the Tiger God ship docked at the port of Germa 66. Lord Carl, welcome once again to the Germa Kingdom. Gaji's attitude this time was much more respectful and a bit fearful. How could he not be afraid? That scene in a newspaper where Carl turned into a giant beast was too intimidating. Gaji, stop with the formalities. I don't like it. The things I wanted should be ready, right? Carl found Gaji's respectful demeanor quite speechless. Oh well, they are ready. Reiju, bring the items over. Reiju quickly brought over the items. Lord Carl, this is my eldest daughter Reiju. Gaji introduced her Carl. Hello, Reiju. Of course, Carl recognized her. Gaji's 5 children had only Reiju and Sanji, who still maintained a relationship. Hello, Lord Carl. Here are the 80 sets of battle suits you requested, and this is your storage bracelet. Reiju handed the bracelet to Carl, and then instructed the soldiers to bring over the battle suits. Why are there 80 sets? I only asked for 50? The extra 30 sets are my gift to you. I was a bit excessive in my attitude last time, and I hope you won't hold against me. Ever since Gaji learned about Carl's true strength, he had been restless, fearing that Carl would come and tear down his Germa kingdom. Gaji, am I really that terrifying? Carl said, feeling quite exasperated. Well, since you gave them to me, I'll take them. I just happen to need to arm some people. Adrian, give the money to Gaji. Adrian handed 2 boxes to Gaji. No, Lord Carl. It's just a few sets of battle suits. It's nothing. Gaji dare not accept the money. Take it. Why are you afraid? I might need to trouble you again in the future. Then I thank Lord Carl. After weighing the options, Gaji accepted it. All right, let us go. With that, everyone left. Okay, Lord Carl, take care. The purpose of coming to the North Sea was achieved. Set sail back to the paradise. This trip to the North Sea was profitable. I encountered a fellow countryman, obtained 4 devil fruits, got the long-desired storage device, and 80 sets of battle suits. Pretty good. Carl, show me the battle suits. Daphne felt a bit anxious inside. After all, she was too weak right now. Here, these 20 sets are for women. You can pick whatever color you want. Ellie, do you want one? These battle suits can fly. Yes, I want this light pink one. It can fly. And I might use it in the future. Ellie chose a light pink one. Then I'll take this purple one. Daphne grabbed a purple suit, pressed a button, and the battle suit put itself on. Oh wow, it looks great. Sister Daphne, Uncle, I want a set too. I was extremely excited watching Daphne transform. Pick it yourself. Karen, what about you? I want this light blue one. It suits me. And chose a light blue suit. I'll take this red one. After all, my hair is red. Karen also picked a set. What about you guys? Carl looked at the other men. I don't need one. I can fly with my devil fruit ability, so this is a bit excessive. Adrian, who had eaten the eagle fruit, really didn't need it. I don't need it either. My advantage is in the sea, so I don't need one. Jerry, being a fishman, found it useless. I don't need it either. This thing doesn't suit me. All right, then I'll keep the rest for now. After we bring the Shandians down, we can give them the battle suits. With the battle suits and the sky shells, their combat power will definitely see a significant boost. A month later, the Tiger God ship docked on the shores of Skypiea. Captain, are we going to act directly, or do we have a plan? Banson hadn't fought in a long time and felt a bit itchy. Don't rush. Let us go to the island first. inOne, you monitor the entire island from the sky right now. You know an act, right? Yeah, I understand. Just like we did on the Sky Island, right? inOne was very familiar with this. Yes, exactly. Let us go, first to Magic Valley Town. The group headed straight to Magic Valley Town. In Magic Valley Town, the ordinary villagers lived cautiously because there were too many pirates in this area. Hey, how could such a figure come here? Tigid Gul called. Everyone stepped aside, clearing the path in the middle. Once they reached the liveliest and most crowded area of Magic Valley Town, Carl flew up into the air. I'm here for one thing. From now on, Skypiea belongs to me. So pirates, you have two choices. First, leave directly. I won't stop you. Second, surrender to me. Of course, under my command, you won't be pirates anymore. You'll have to work. But if you dare to betray me, the consequences will be severe. After Carl finished speaking, he slightly unleashed some conqueror's hockey. The weak pirates in Magic Valley Town couldn't stand straight, while those with some strength were sweating profusely. Are you kidding? Just because you say so, we have to? Yes, even if you're the emperor of the sea. You can't do this, right? Dozens of people echoed. At that moment, a white light flashed in the sky. Divine judgment. Under inOne's divine judgment, the dozens of people who had just spoken no longer had a choice. They were immediately reincarnated. Is there anyone else who has objections? No, none. We're leaving now. A large group of pirates rushed towards their pirate ship at the port, while over 200 stay behind. So, the rest of you, do you want to surrender to me? Yes, Lord Carl. Can we ask what work we need to do? A person who seemed to be the leader stepped forward to ask. What kind of work? We'll talk about that later. In any case, I won't let you work all day and still not get enough to eat. Any other questions? I'm very democratic. You can ask now. Because I won't answer after today. If anyone has objections after today, you'll end up like those dozens of people. There are no more. Most of us came out to be pirates because we couldn't survive in our own countries. So, as long as we can eat enough, we are willing to work for you. That's fine. In a couple of days, someone will tell you what work to do. For now, let's disperse. Lord Carl, I am the mayor of Magic Valley Town. I wonder how you plan to treat the people in our town? An old man stepped forward to ask Carl. You can continue living as usual, and after a while, I will issue a job recruitment notice. Those of you who need work can come to apply. Thank you. Lord Carl, this old man thought they would be taken to do some hard labor. That's it for now. Let's head back to the ship. Daphne, what kind of headquarters do we need to build? High-rise buildings? Or a castle-like structure? Both of these options will take a considerable amount of time, right? If it takes too long, it will delay things. Daphne felt that constructing such a large project would take too long. Indeed, Carl. Who knows how long it will be after it's built? Ellie thought the construction period was too long. You don't need to worry about that. I already have a solution. By then, the issue of construction time will no longer be a problem. What solution? Daphne asked. I'm planning to borrow someone from Doflamingo in Dressrosa. Pika. Daphne's eyes lit up. That's right. It's Pika. With his stone fruit, any kind of building will be easy. But what if he doesn't lend him? Karine asked. He will lend him. Doflamingo is very good at business. Indeed, that guy specializes in underground business. Daphne thought of Doflamingo's various enterprises, arms, devil fruits, slave trading, and so on. Let's eat first. We're all hungry. Karine, could you please? Carl planned to eat well before heading to Dressrosa. After all, it would take a long time to fly there. Okay, everyone wait a moment. Daphne, before I return, please draw up the planning map. My idea is to enclose the entire island. Then, at the port, we should build a circular port, just like the Navy headquarters, you understand, right? This works. The Navy headquarters port is very suitable. Daphne thought of the Navy headquarters port, which was easy to defend and hard to attack. Then, on the side of the island, we should build another port, which will be used for our ships. This port doesn't need to be very large. As for the remaining buildings, you can decide for yourself. And plan a nice area for our people to live in. I will need to bring down 500 people from Sky Island. Just design some 6-story apartment buildings. And later on, we can build a few large power stations on the island. All right, I understand. I will draw up the planning map. Daphne replied. And I will also set up the work system for the employees. Fine, you can decide on management matters. I don't know much about that. Benson, train those more than 200 pirates in the next few days. Their ability to come to the Grand Line shows that they have certain potential. Understood, Captain. Captain, it's time to eat. Karine's voice came over. Coming, let's go eat. It feels like the happiest time every day is when waiting for Karine to finish cooking. The food in anime really won't disappoint you. The dining room was filled with a large table of delicacies. Karine, is it so sumptuous today? Adrian asked. When is it not sumptuous? What do you say? I'm just joking. Karine's cooking is truly never boring. Before long, everyone started to show off their food. Here, it's not fashionable to chew slowly. While I'm not here in the next few days, just listen to Daphne for all arrangements. He has experience in this area. Understood, Captain. After making things clear, Carl flew to Dressrosa in the New World. The next day, in a restaurant in Dressrosa, Carl was eating meat. Flying at full speed for a whole day still consumed some energy. He only stopped the boss from serving when his belly was full. Boss, please bring me the bill. Carl called for the boss. Hello, just now, The king instructed me that whatever you spend, he will double it, as long as you enjoy your meal. The boss was trembling a bit in front of this important figure. Oh, well then, I'm very satisfied. I'm leaving. Since the flamingo has said so, I won't be polite. After leaving the restaurant, Carl headed towards the palace. It seems the flamingo really likes the feeling of standing high up, as the palace was built so tall. When he arrived at the palace, the flamingo was already waiting, along with his family. Honorable Lord Carl, welcome once again to Dressrosa. Doflamingo said this, but he didn't really think so. Damn, this guy just left not long ago. What is he doing back? He came alone, clearly not for fun. Doflamingo, you don't need to be nervous. I have no interest in you or this country. I'm here to borrow someone from you. Carl looked at his unwilling, yet overly enthusiastic expression and felt a headache. Perhaps this is the pressure that strength brings to others. I wonder who you want to borrow. My family here should not be to your liking, right? Doflamingo thought. I told you, you don't need to be nervous. It's just for a few months. I need to borrow that stone fruit user of yours. I need to build something. Where is he? Carl didn't see Pika. Upon hearing that it was just for a few months, Doflamingo felt relieved, and now he couldn't refuse anyway. Pika is inside the palace. Diamante, go get Pika. All right, Doflamingo. Lord Carl, Pika's voice is not very pleasant. I hope you won't mind. He was really worried that Pika's voice would displease Carl. Otherwise, he wouldn't have kept him from coming out, but now there was no choice. After all, he came for Pika. It's fine. There are many strange things at sea. Before long, Pika came out with Diamante. Young master, Pika shouted in a sharp voice. Carl fell silent upon hearing this, knowing it was one thing to understand and another to hear it. A man several meters tall, very masculine, but with a voice as cute as a child's? It's Pika, right? Come with me. You'll return in a few months. Your master has already agreed. Pika, Lord Carl needs your abilities to build some things, so you'll assist him for a few months. All right, master. I'm glad to help Lord Carl. Pika didn't say much after hearing his master agree. Well then, let's go. If you finish early, you can return sooner. With that, Carl activated his powers, wrapping Pika in flame clouds, and flew him into the sky, heading straight back to Gaia Island. Will Pika be all right? Torpol was a bit worried. After all, they had lived as a family for so long. He should be fine. Someone of his caliber wouldn't bother to lie. By the way, how is the Smile Factory? This is a hen that lays eggs, and Don Quixote Doflamingo is very concerned. It's already completed, and production can begin next. Diamante was also a bit excited, even though this was a collaboration with Kaido. Remember to protect sugar at all costs. We can't afford any accidents. From now on, Torpol will be responsible for her safety. After flying for about 2 more days, Carl finally brought Pika back to Gaia Island. Lord Carl. The guards on the street immediately saluted upon seeing Carl. These guards were the previous pirates, now resembling actual guards. The streets of Magic Valley Town were completely renewed and much livelier. The civilians dared to come out, something they wouldn't have done in the presence of those pirates. Carl took Pika to the temporary base where Benson was training about 100 pirates, likely divided into 2 groups. Benson, this is Pika. Please arrange a place for him to stay. Sure, Captain. By the way, Daphne said to find her when you return. Got it. He then went directly to Daphne, finding her busy. Indeed, she was a career-oriented woman. Daphne, I'm back. What are you working on? He approached and hugged her from behind. Carl, you're back. I'm studying the sea charts, and here is what I've designed over the past few days. This circular harbor can accommodate 50 ships at once, which should be enough. On the right, we'll build a row of warehouses for renting to merchants. On the left, we'll construct a large warehouse for our own use, with our headquarters next to it. I also plan to rebuild the shops in Magic Valley Town. The original merchants can have a shop in their original locations. We'll keep some for ourselves and can rent the rest. Next to Magic Valley Town, we'll build some 5-story apartment buildings for employees, and any surplus can be sold later. Finally, in the forest near the beach, we'll build 3-story villas for ourselves and a training base next to it. That's the plan. Let me know if there's anything that needs changing. Daphne rattled off a bunch of details that Carl couldn't quite remember. I think it sounds great. Just make the decisions. By the way, are those women in the house next door your recruits? Carl noticed a few people working in the adjacent house. Yes, they were selected from those pirates. Their abilities are decent and can help me. That's good. Once we bring people down from Sky Island, you won't have to work so hard. I know, and it's not that much work. I've been busier in my past life. Let us head back. I borrowed Pika, and we'll start construction on Gaia Island tomorrow. There's a lot to do. Back at the temporary base, Ellie was still in her pharmacy, seemingly researching something. Karine and Adrian were also missing, not sure where they went. Enel, how is your hockey training coming along? Enel's hockey could cover his entire body, and Carl had given him the training method for flowing cherry. inOne had good talent. I've mastered the usage of flowing cherry. I just need to practice more. Just practice with Benson, but don't use your devil fruit abilities. The more you refine your hockey, the stronger your physique will become. A powerful physique will better enhance your devil fruit abilities. Got it. By the way, Captain, there's a group of pirates on the other side of the forest. They're said to specialize in salvage operations. There's a guy named Kurokai who used to look for gold there, but seems to have stopped recently. Those people aren't our concern. Kurokai is a descendant of Nolan. The Shandians will be pleased to see him. We can talk about this once we bring him down. That night, everyone held a meeting. Although it was called a meeting, it was mostly Daphne talking, as the others didn't understand much, with only Carl able to contribute a line or two. The next day, Carl began large-scale construction with Pika as his helper. It wasn't that Carl wanted to take the lead. It was just that others couldn't understand Daphne's designs, so only Carl could handle it. They started with the grand villa. The exterior was easy, but shaping it was a bit difficult. There were parts where he had to explain multiple times before Pika understood, making Pika nervous, fearing Carl might get angry and eliminate him. They planned to make 20 sets of the villa first. The rest could be used as guest rooms later. Then, around the training base, they planned to build 500 small villas for the Shandians in a large area of the forest. Days passed, and Gaia Island's appearance changed day by day. Blur, 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 blur. Gotcha. Mr. Carl, hello, this is Iceberg. Oh, Iceberg, hello. What is the matter? How is Mr. Tom? Mr. Tom has been killed for saving Frankie. It's a trap by the world government. That bastard Spandam deceived us. So it's true? I said back then that the world government wouldn't let him go. He wouldn't come with me when I asked. So, Iceberg, what do you want me to do now? Carl had told Tom that he could help with one thing in the future. After Mr. Tom was killed, some people in the shipyard who participated in the construction of the Going Merry back then may also be implicated. I received news that Spandam might capture them too, so they will be sentenced as well. I want to use that promise to ask Mr. Carl to save them. Are you sure? My promise isn't given lightly. Once used, it's gone. I'm sure. So do you agree? I agree. Tomorrow, I'll return to Water 7 to bring them back. Have them prepare. Now, most of Gaia Island has been built. Only the harbor and the island's wall are left, so Carl doesn't need to supervise anymore. Go call Jerry and Adrian. Carl instructed the guards to fetch these two. Bringing just them would be enough. Yes, Boss Carl. In a short while, the two arrived. Captain, is there a task? Jerry asked. Mr. Tom was killed by the world government, and some people in his shipyard might be implicated. Iceberg wants me to save them, and I agreed. What? Mr. Tom was killed. Damn world government. Jerry was furious. Tom was a senior he admired. I've said before that the world government let him go. He refused to come with me, and that was his choice. Sigh, I brought you all here so that we can make a trip to Water 7 and then bring everyone back. I've always wanted to build a shipyard, but there's never been anyone available. But this time, there's an opportunity. I'll leave all these people to you, Jerry, and then use them as the foundation to build a shipyard on Gaia Island. Can you manage that? I have no problem with it. Captain, Jerry is very confident about this. All right then, let us head back and prepare. We'll set off later. Carl also needs to go back and talk to the two women. Okay, Captain. Back at the villa, Ellie was still doing research. She had already started studying the devil fruits. Daphne wasn't there. She was probably out busy again. Ellie, I'm planning to make a trip to Water 7. Carl told Ellie about the situation. These people are too much. Mr. Tom contributed so much to Water 7 and even developed the water train. Yet they go back on their word. Ellie was furious. Mr. Tom is such a good person. What's wrong? Carl, did you make Ellie angry? At that moment, Daphne returned and saw Ellie's anger, thinking it was Carl's fault. No, my husband didn't make me angry. It's because of Mr. Tom. Ellie told Daphne about Mr. Tom's situation. Sigh, the world government is already filled with darkness. But Carl, why don't you save him? You should have that ability, and I know you want to save him. Daphne said, this is very complicated. Let's not talk about it for now. I'm planning to have Jerry organize the people we bring back to build a shipyard. In the future, there will be more merchants coming here, and the shipyard will definitely be useful. Repairing ships is also very important. Sure, there's a piece of land next to our warehouse that's perfect for building a shipyard. Daphne also felt that building a shipyard was very necessary. Let us go take a look. Soon, I'll set off with Jerry and Adrian. By the way, Ellie, please let your brother and the others know that I'll be back in a couple of days. Got it, husband. I'll go back to my research first. Daphne and Carl walked towards the bay. Carl, to be honest, why don't you save Tom? Daphne knew Carl hadn't finished his earlier sentence. Daphne, right now Luffy hasn't set sail yet, and the outcome is still uncertain. In principle, we are not people of this world. If there is a deviation, the future becomes uncertain. At that time, it's unknown whether the world government will still be overthrown. So I've been trying not to change the future. My current strength has already reached a peak. I can handle one admiral, but two would be too much for me. You must understand that the world government also has the 5 elders, the God Knights, and so we shouldn't change the future too much. We just need to protect ourselves and the people around us. I understand, Carl. To be honest, I'm really thankful to have met you. Otherwise, it would be very hard for me to survive here. Silly, don't worry. I will protect you well, Carl said as he hugged Daphne. All right, Jerry and the others should be waiting for me. I'll head out to bring everyone back first. Come back early. And she gave Carl a kiss. As you command, my wife. Carl also kissed Daphne on the forehead and then set off. Carl arrived at the Tiger God, and sure enough, the two were already waiting. Let's go, and try to come back as soon as possible. The construction on Gaia Island is almost done. It's time to go back to Tiger Howl Island and pick up the people. Captain, once Gaia Island is completed, are we going back to Tiger Howl Island? Adrian asked. Yes. Are you missing home? Adrian? A bit. This time when we go back, I want to bring Zoe out. Adrian said somewhat shyly. Huh? Zoe? When did you two get together? I had no idea. Zoe is Captain Dylan's daughter, a pretty girl. Haha. It's because Captain Dylan often taught me some things in the past, and I was in contact with Zoe frequently. And then we got together. Not bad, Adrian. By the way, did Captain Dylan not beat you up? He really treasures Zoe. We haven't dared to let him know yet. This time when we go back, we will confess to Captain Dylan and ask for his permission to take Zoe out. I have the ability to protect her now. Well, that's great. I'm rooting for you. Ha ha ha. And you can also give her a set of battle gear and teach her the 6 styles. The next day, the Tiger God arrived at Water 7 and headed straight to the shipyard. Mr. Carl, thank you for coming to help. Iceberg was relieved to see Carl arrive. He was genuinely worried that Spandam would take action and capture people. Don't worry, I will do what I promised. Are they all ready? How many people are there? There are 27 of them. They are all skilled shipwrights. Sigh. If it weren't for the world government, they would still be willing to continue working with ships. Most of them have brought their wives and children. Mr. Carl, will this be a hassle for you? It's fine. I also plan to build a shipyard, and they will work there in the future. The living arrangements are ready. Jerry is the manager of this shipyard. Having families is good. They can wholeheartedly stay and work on Gaia Island in the future. Thank you so much. Well, I need to procure some equipment for the shipyard. Iceberg, do you have any connections to help me prepare a batch? Just ask Jerry for specifics. Sure, Mr. Jerry, just tell me what you need. All right, let's go to your office first. I'll write down everything that's needed, Jerry said to Iceberg. Then let's go. You are responsible for buying the equipment, Jerry. Here are 2 billion berries. It should be enough. Adrian and I still need to go out to procure some other things. We'll meet at the port in the afternoon. Okay, Captain. After Carl and Adrian left Tom's shipyard, they went out to shop, as there were many things lacking on Sky Island. When they passed by a small river, they saw a small boat restaurant with an old man inside. Carl suddenly remembered. Wasn't this the lecherous old Chef George encountered in Water 7? The old man might be a bit lewd, but his fried rice was praised by Sanji. They couldn't miss this. Adrian, let's go down and have some fried rice. This little restaurant's fried rice is exceptional, Carl said as he went down first. What good food could this place have? Adrian muttered. Old man, give us 2 servings of fried rice. Carl said to the tipsy old man. Young man, my fried rice is quite expensive. Do you want to eat it? Don't worry. I'm very rich. Haha, just wait a moment. It'll be ready soon. The old man began chopping the ingredients and frying the rice with such fluidity that it was hard to tell he was drunk. All right, 2 guests, give it a try. This is the best fried rice in the world. Ha! The old man was very confident in his fried rice because he had added his secret ingredient. Then we won't be polite. Carl and Adrian started eating. It's really delicious. It felt like there was a wave of energy in the fried rice, surging like ocean waves into their bodies. By the way, that's salt. This salt is extremely unconventional. It can make ordinary food so tasty. It's a pity I didn't encounter the gods of water. Otherwise, I could have collected some to bring back for Karen. Captain, you were right. This fried rice is unbelievably good, Adrian said as he looked at the ordinary fried rice. Ha ha ha. How is it? Didn't disappoint you, right? The old man loved to see the surprised expressions on his customers' faces after they ate his fried rice. Old man, can you tell us why your fried rice is so unique? Carl asked, although he already knew. He wanted to ask the old man for some of that salt, if possible. Ha ha ha, that's because of this. He pulled out a small bag of salt. This is sea salt left behind after the gods of water retreated. That's why I can't bear to leave this place. So it's the salt. Do you have any extra? Old man, I want to buy some. I can sell you some. I collected a lot last time. The old man handed another bag to Carl. Thank you so much. Old man, we'll leave now and come back next time to taste this delicious fried rice. Carl gave him 100,000 berries and took the salt as they left. Karen will definitely be very happy if she knows about this salt, Adrian said. In the afternoon, after finishing all the shopping, they returned to the Tiger God ship, next to which there was a large ship used to carry the shipyard equipment they bought, as the Tiger God couldn't hold all these things. Mr. Carl, everything is on this ship. Thank you for coming to help with this, Iceberg said sincerely. No need to thank me, and I need these people. They are very skilled shipwrights. By the way, where's Frankie? I didn't see him this time. Carl didn't meet the Frankie who wasn't so perverted yet. He left the shipyard because he felt guilty over Tom Sensei's death. All right, what about you, Iceberg? Aren't you leaving? I want to stay and run Tom's shipyard well. I can't let Tom Sensei's hard work go to waste, Iceberg said firmly. To be honest, Carl really wanted to take him away. He was truly a practical talent. In the end, Iceberg merged all the shipyard and Water 7 to form a new shipbuilding company, Carrera Company. Then we'll be on our way. Be careful with Frankie. And don't let the world government catch you. I will be careful. Let's go, Jerry. We're heading back to Sky Island. Then the two ships slowly left the port heading towards Sky Island. When Carl was returning to Kaya Island, Admiral Sengoku was having a headache again. Admiral Sengoku had already confirmed that the person occupying Kaya Island was the Tiger God Carl. Brand New handed the document to Sengoku and said, the document records the changes on Kaya Island since Carl began his occupation, and there are photos as well resembling the Navy headquarters bay, looking like a fortress. Have you found out why he wants to occupy Kaya Island? What is his specific purpose? Admiral Sengoku was troubled. This Carl just wouldn't settle down. It hasn't been confirmed yet. Our people can only operate in Magic Valley Town. The Thunderfruit user has a very strong observation hockey, and any slight movement from us will be detected, resulting in a thunder punishment. Right now, our people are communicating on the island using paper and pen. What? He can actually do this? Sengoku was surprised. The observation hockey of this Thunderfruit user could monitor the entire island so finely. Yes, Admiral, Brand New replied. Wow, haha, Sengoku. I'm back. Navy hero Garp had just returned from a mission in the East Sea. Although he said it was a mission, it was actually just to sweep through the pirates he saw in the East Sea, and the rest of the time was spent going back to see his two grandchildren. Seeing Garp swaggering into the Admiral's office while munching on senbei, Sengoku thought to himself, why is this guy so carefree while I, as Admiral, am struggling? He immediately wanted to give Garp a beating, but thought better of it. The image of a Navy hero still needed to be maintained. Garp, take a look at this. Sengoku handed the intelligence document to Garp. Garp took it over and looked at it seriously. Sometimes, Garp indeed worked diligently. Did they occupy Gaia Island? There is no specific information found. Sengoku? Garp was puzzled. After all, he was someone who knew what kind of person Carl was. No, our people are severely restricted in their activities on the island, and we can't gather more information, Sengoku explained. I'll go take a trip and ask Carl directly. Then I'll know. Garp immediately wanted to take on this task. He really wanted to know why Carl occupied Gaia Island and build it into a fortress-like water castle. No way. Carl and his group are very strong. It would be dangerous for you to go alone. Sengoku immediately opposed. He didn't want any accidents to happen to his old friend. Wahaha, don't worry, Sengoku. Ever since I dealt with him last time, I know what kind of person Carl is. He wants to make things difficult for me. Garp replied. Besides, Carl's nephew is still with me. What is there to be afraid of? Are you sure? Sengoku asked Garp. After all, it was about interacting with a team that had Imperial-level combat power. Sure. Don't worry, Sengoku, I'm confident. Well then, you go to Gaia Island and find out Carl's purpose for occupying it. After all, it's in paradise. We must clarify his specific intentions. I understand. I'm setting off now. Garp stood up and left. Sengoku watched Garp leave, feeling a bit relieved. His old friend still had some use after all. Kapu arrived at the Doghead warship and said to Bogart, inform everyone to gather. We need to go to Gaia Island. Understood, Vice Admiral Kapu. Bogart immediately went to notify everyone who had just disembarked to come back. And then they headed straight for Gaia Island. A day later, Carl returned to Gaia Island and instructed Jerry to arrange accommodations for the ship workers and their families in the commercial buildings next to Magic Valley Town. While he went back to see his wife, Carl walked to the headquarters office building of the Shunfeng Express Company, which had now officially opened. Although many facilities were still lacking, it was better than working from home, and things would improve once the generator was installed on the island. Daphne, I'm back. Carl went directly to Daphne's office. She was busy every day, but he never knew what she was occupied with. Anyway, The company's development was all entrusted to her. Carl, you're back. What about the boatman? Have you arranged everything? Daphne was also very happy to see Carl return. It's all arranged. I had Jerry set them up in the commercial buildings over in Magic Valley Town. How is everything on the island? I see construction is almost done, Carl said as he hugged Daphne. It's almost done. We just need the shipyard. And we have to wait for Jerry and the others to give their opinions on that. Daphne replied. That's good. In a few days, we'll return to Tiger Roar Island, and you should come back with me. Even though inOne is guarding here, I still don't feel at ease leaving you. Carl said, Got it. Let us go home. We're done with work anyway. Daphne felt that her current life was quite good, having a reliable man and her own career, which made her feel very satisfied. Let us go then. Everyone is having a feast tonight. The two held hands and walked home. How is your 6 Styles training going? Here, strength is the most important. You can leave most of the express company matters to the others. As long as they're absolute strength, the people below will remain loyal. That's the world of One Piece. Carl was worried that Daphne might not have time to train because of her work. Don't worry. I've already learned Soru and Jeppo, and I'm wearing a combat outfit, so ordinary people won't be my opponents. Daphne reassured him. That's good. Your physique has become very strong after taking LES potion. Next, you need to slowly learn hockey, Carl said. Yeah, I know. By the way, the potion Ellie developed is really amazing. It enhances physical strength without doing anything. It's simply incredible. Daphne felt that the technology here was really skewed. Ha! That's the magic of this world. Don't forget there are robots on the moon. All right, we need to find time to go to the moon and bring those robots back. Before long, they returned home, and Ellie was still in the laboratory. Ellie, I'm back. Carl entered the lab and hugged the tall woman. Honey, come look. My research is about to bear fruit. As long as I can figure out the composition of these devil fruit factors, I can replicate the devil fruits. And I've already found a way to crack these devil fruit factors. Ellie was very excited and showed Carl the data. Wow, Ellie, you're amazing. You're truly my treasure. Carl couldn't understand the data, but knew to praise her anyway. I'm very confident. By the way, Hancock contacted me today and asked when you would pick her up. Strange. Why is she always contacting you and not me? Carl found it odd that she didn't contact him directly. Hancock is shy. You know her personality. All right, I'll go pick her up in a couple of days. We'll head back to Tiger Roar Island soon. You two have been in there for so long. What embarrassing things are you doing? Daphne teased as she saw them not coming out for a while. Of course, we're doing very embarrassing things. Carl pulled Daphne over as well, embracing her on both sides. On the coast, the servants were moving ingredients here, preparing for tonight's feast. These servants were from families on the island that had been raided by pirates. The men could find some work on the island, but it was much harder for the women. Seeing these people in such a plight, Daphne invited them into the villa area to do some housekeeping work. In Carl's villa, just as he was flirting with 2 women, he suddenly sensed a powerful force coming from the harbor. Someone is coming. I'll go see who it is, Carl said to the 2 women. Go ahead, the 2 replied, their clothes half undone, their fair faces flushed crimson, as if they were about to bleed. Feeling weak all over and completely devoid of strength, Carl struggled to pull his hand away from between the 2 girls and exited the villa. Ellie thought to herself that she couldn't keep indulging him, or else he would take every chance to tease Daphne, making her feel incredibly shy, especially since she was still a young lady. Daphne, your face is even redder than mine. This is how my husband is. Once you get closer to him, you'll understand. How about I sleep alone tonight and you 2 share a room? What do you think? Daphne's face turned even redder at this, thinking, what nonsense. Hurry up and tidy up. We have a party tonight. The 2 of them weren't worried about anyone causing trouble on Gaia Island, as they were well aware of Carl's strength. Carl arrived at the harbor and saw a dog-headed warship, and it turned out that this guy Carp had come. Vice Admiral Carp, what brings you to Gaia Island? Carl shouted towards the warship. Waha, of course, I'm here to capture you, Carl. After saying that, Carp jumped up, his fist covered with hockey, and attacked Carl. Carl was not polite either, jumping over to clash with Carp. The powerful forces of both men distorted the surrounding space. And Annalou, Banson, and the others also arrived at this side. After exchanging blows for a while, the 2 stopped. It seems like I won't be able to catch you today. Carp just wanted to test Carl's strength. It's not easy to catch me. By the way, why did you come here today? I don't believe you just happened to pass by. Carp's fists were indeed hard, and his strength and spirit were top-notch. I came with a mission. Sengoku asked me to ask you what you're doing occupying Gaia Island. You should know this isn't paradise. Carp answered honestly. I'm starting a business, and you'll find out soon enough. I need money. I have a whole family to support. You want to do business? Are you cut out for business? Carp ruthlessly mocked. Carl was filled with black lines on his forehead, thinking about that old guy. He really wanted to give him a good beating. I can't, but I have someone who can. Forget it. We're preparing for a banquet. Goodbye. Carl walked away without looking back. Hey, I came all the way here and you're not going to provide food? Bogart, bring the warship to shore. Let us eat here first before we leave. After giving the order to Bogart, Carp immediately caught up with Carl and walked towards the beach together. Are we really going to that Bogart's place? A naval soldier on the warship asked Bogart uncertainly. Let us go. We'll do as Vice Admiral Carp said. Then Bogart quickly caught up with Carp. I said, Vice Admiral Carp, you must have over 100 people on that ship, right? Do you really think I'm rolling in money? Carl felt speechless looking at the more than 100 mouths following him. That's not my concern. Anyway, we're hungry now. Carp had a rogue-like demeanor, as if saying he was determined to get a meal today. Then bring your ship as chef over. I don't have that many chefs here. If it were just a few of them, Kareen would manage just fine, but with so many people, Kareen would be overwhelmed. No problem, Bogart. Let the chefs help out. It's fine as long as it's given to Bogart. Yes, Vice Admiral Carp. The few people on the beach were shocked to see Carl leading a large group of Navy soldiers over. After all, besides Daphne, everyone else had a bounty on their heads. Carl, what is going on? Daphne asked the group of Navy soldiers, as she saw that the leader was the naval hero Carp. It's nothing. Vice Admiral Carp was short on food ration from the Navy and came here to mooch a meal. Tell the kitchen to prepare more ingredients. Upon hearing this, Daphne thought, well, although I don't know what is going on, this seems like something Carp would do. Banson, go catch a sea king from the sea. With so many people, the food at home might not be enough. Okay, Captain. Soon, night fell, and a large group of people was toasting and drinking on the beach, making it seem like they were one big party. Cheers. Cheers. I said, Carl Kid, what kind of business do you want to do? Turning Gaia Island into a castle on the sea. Carp still couldn't figure it out. I'm planning to turn this place into a logistics center so that all merchant ships can dock here and sell their goods here. Make this a distribution center for merchandise, Carl said excitedly. Turning around, he saw that Carp had fallen asleep. It felt like a flock of crows flew by, thunder struck, and it started to rain. Carl shouted at him, Is it raining? Is it raining? Carp woke up with a start and saw Carl looking at him with a black line on his forehead. Wow, ha, saw thee. I accidentally fell asleep. As long as you're not building a military fortress here, it's fine. Wow, ha. Damn, this old man has some thick skin. Uncle, is that Vice Admiral Carp? Anne looked at the old man, thinking he looked unreliable. She knew her brother was in Windmill Village. Yes, this old man is Vice Admiral Carp of the Navy. Carl, this girl ISNTN, is she? Carp asked, looking at the girl who called Carl uncle. At that age, it should be her, right? Yes, it's an she is following me now. Wow, ha, and come join the Navy. I guarantee you'll become a colonel in 3 years. Carp looked at the girl, noting she had some skills and a good sword. She must be at 21 level. I said, Carp, old man, have some shame, poaching people right in front of me. This old man is so damn thick-skinned. No thanks, Vice Admiral Carp. I'm very happy following my uncle. And didn't he want to be with this unreliable old man? That is such a pity. The banquet lasted until midnight before ending. And Carp didn't stay overnight on Gaia Island. He directly left on the warship. Before leaving, Carp was still mumbling something about the failure of Sengoku and Crane's plan. Honey, why did Vice Admiral Carp come here? I don't believe he came just to mooch a meal. Daphne asked Carl as he came out after taking a shower. It's just that the Navy is a bit worried seeing us build this place like a fortress. But I told him it's for business. And he didn't ask further. So that is how it is, Daphne thought thoughtfully. Carl couldn't help but be captivated by Daphne in her alluring silk pajamas. All right, let's not think about that for now. We have important matters to attend to. Daphne gasped as she felt Carl pounce on her. Honey, be gentle, she said shyly, lowering her head. Is tonight the night for my first experience? I'm so nervous. Don't worry. I'll be very gentle, he said as he unfastened Daphne's pajamas and kissed her, his hands exploring her enticing curves. Daphne responded passionately. Tonight was destined to be an eventful night, with the music in the room only calming down just before dawn. Carl looked at the blushing Daphne, kissed her forehead, and held her close as she slept soundly in his arms. The next morning, Daphne woke up to find herself in a warm embrace. She had curled up in Carl's arms all night, and the sense of security was unprecedented. Then she noticed that one of Carl's hands was resting on her large white rabbit, and her face instantly turned bright red. She felt all soft and weak, lacking the strength to move. Daphne didn't dare to shift. It was so embarrassing. But why did it feel so good to be touched like this? How shameful. Carl felt Daphne stir and woke up, then tightly held her in his arms. Why are you awake so early? Does it still hurt? Carl stroked her belly. It doesn't hurt anymore, and it's already quite late. I still have to go to work, Daphne said softly. You shouldn't go to work today. Just rest at home for a day. After all, you bled last night and need to take good care of yourself. What bleeding? You bad guy, I'm fine. This isn't Earth. My constitution is actually quite good now. Hurry up and get up. I'm hungry. Let me hold you a bit longer. Carl held Daphne tightly, greedily inhaling her scent. By the time they got out of bed, it was already 3 hours later. It's all your fault. You bad guy. Saying just a hug and not move. I can't trust your nonsense anymore. Daphne playfully scolded Carl. Hee, your charm is too great. I couldn't help it. Let's go eat. He then picked Daphne up around the waist and headed towards the dining room. Wow, you two, what time is it? And Carl, it was Daphne's first time. Couldn't you hold back a bit? Seriously. Ellie came over to help Daphne sit down to eat. He's just a big liar. I can't trust him anymore. My fault. By the way, I'll go to Nine Snake Island to pick up Hancock soon, and then in a couple of days, we'll return to Tiger Roar Island. How about that? Let's go back early. I miss Uncle, Auntie, and Sister Lugio. Ellie said. Then you all prepare. We'll go back in a couple of days. At the shipyard, Pika was working hard. Because last night Carl said that after finishing the shipyard today, he could return to Dressrosa. This made him very happy, as he had been building Carl's Gaia Island every day for the past few months. Moreover, he had inexplicably had 2 tubes of blood drawn by Ellie. Director Jerry, will this shipyard be our workplace from now on? A ship worker brought from Water 7 asked Jerry. Yes. Lord Carl said there would be more and more ships coming here in the future, so we might need to train more apprentices. I understand. Thanks to Lord Carl this time. Otherwise, we might have all been captured by the world government. Not long after, Carl also arrived at the shipyard, nodding at the nearly completed shipyard. Captain, why are you here? All right, I'm planning to have these ship workers take on more apprentices now to build up some talent. When we expand in the future, we will have people to use, Jerry said to Carl. That's good. Look for more children on the island. By the way, if you have any talent from Fishman Island, you can bring them here. I understand, Captain. Then I'll take my leave. After leaving the shipyard, he took out the log pose given by Hancock and flew directly to Amazon Lily. After flying for most of the day, he finally saw Nine Snake Island. This place is a bit different from Tiger Roar Island. There are fewer sea kings compared to Tiger Roar Island. Carl flew directly to the palace, sneaking into Hancock's bedroom without alarming anyone. Just as he was about to hug her from behind, he was unexpectedly discovered. Who? Turning around, she was surprised to see her longed-for lover, Lord Carl. You finally came to see me. With that, she leaped towards him. Carl was caught off guard and knocked to the ground by her, his heart racing as her 2 big white rabbits pressed against his chest. Hancock, get up, get up. Otherwise, what will we do if someone comes in and sees you like this? You are the Empress. No, let me have a good look at you. It's been so long since I last saw you. I really miss you. I just finished my business and came over. By the way, I'm planning to take you to our Tiger Roar Island. I almost forgot the main reason for coming here. Sister, is something happening inside? Santa Sonia's voice came from outside. It's nothing. By the way, don't let anyone in. Hancock hurriedly instructed. Got it, sister. By the way, Carl, you just said we're going back to Tiger Roar Island? Does that mean I'll get to see Mom and Dad? But I'm so nervous. What should I do? Hancock became anxious at the thought of meeting her parents. Don't worry, they're easy to talk to. Besides, Hancock, you are so beautiful. They will definitely think I'm not worthy of you. No way, Carl. You are also very handsome. I love you so much. Hancock blushed and shyly replied when she heard Carl compliment her. Carl looked at her and felt that she was truly beautiful. Hancock, I flew for most of the day to get here, and I'm a bit tired. Let's take a break. With that, he stood up and directly carried her to the bed. Should I have someone prepare some food? Hancock, hearing Carl say he had flown for most of the day, was a bit worried that he was exhausted. It's all right, that's not urgent. Let's just eat something we can have now, he said, reaching into Hancock's Chongsam. Carl, I haven't bathed yet. Hancock instantly understood what Carl wanted. We'll bathe together later. I really like your scent right now. Carl looked at the naked body in front of him and could no longer hold back. Carl, be gentle. I might not be able to handle it alone. She recalled how last time she had satisfied Carl with Sister Ellie, and this time she was alone, feeling a bit scared. Don't worry, I'll be very gentle. With that, he kissed Hancock's luscious lips. Soon, the room was filled with sounds that would leave anyone feeling flustered and confused. The Empress ultimately couldn't withstand Carl, and ended up crying out in joy. Santa Sonia, what's wrong with sister? At that moment, Mary Gallet also arrived, hearing her sister inside saying yes and no, excited one moment, and crying the next, feeling very strange. I don't know. The Empress just instructed me not to let anyone inside. Santa Sonia also felt it was odd. She had never heard such sound from inside. Well then, let's just stay here. Inside the room. After a deep voice followed by a high-pitched one, the two finally stopped their engagement. The room was filled with a captivating fragrance, which was emitted when the Empress was excited. Carl hugged Hancock from behind, greedily and obsessively inhaling her body scent, watching her flushed face and soft body, still suppressing his desires as he got up and carried the Empress's delicate body to the bath. Santa Sonia, what is the Empress doing? At that moment, Old Lady Nyo arrived, accompanied by a girl around 13 or 14 years old. Old Lady Nyo, I don't know what sister is doing, but just now, very strange sounds came from inside. Santa Sonia told Old Lady Nyo, and Mary Gala nodded in agreement, as she had never seen her sister like this either. What? Old Lady Nyo thought it was over. The Empress of Nine Snake Island was lost. And the only one who could make Hancock like this was that damn Carl. Old Lady Nyo, does the Empress really want to keep me by her side? At that moment, the girl brought by Old Lady Nyo asked. Old Lady Nyo looked at her and became more determined in her thoughts, then said, How long has the noise inside stopped? It has stopped for a while. What's wrong, Old Lady Nyo? Did you come to see sister for something today? Mary Gala asked, as the two sisters still respected Old Lady Nyo. And it concerns the future survival of our Nine Snake Island. Old Lady Nyo thought that the current Empress had been rendered useless, only thinking about men. She must quickly cultivate the next Empress. At this moment, the two inside had finished bathing, and after their earlier battle, the flush on Hancock's face had not yet faded, filled with an alluring scent. Carl wrapped his arm around her waist and said, Let's go, they're probably waiting anxiously outside. Hancock replied shyly, and then in the next moment, she looked outside with a regal gaze, showing that side of herself only to her man. The two opened the door to find 4 people waiting there. Upon seeing the Empress's current appearance, their eyes turned into heart shapes. Old Lady Nyo was almost lost in Hancock's stunning beauty. Hancock, I have something to discuss with you. Old Lady Nyo recalled the important matter. Old Lady Nyo, is there something important you need from me? If it's not important, please don't say it. As Carl is already hungry. In her heart, Carl was the most important to her. Old Lady Nyo saw that indeed, her country's Empress was about to be dismissed. Hancock, she is Iphilandra, a national guardian warrior who stood out after being selected from within the country. Carl also looked at the woman who was about 14 or 15 years old, but already nearly 3 meters tall. So it's her, the tall yet exceptionally agile guardian warrior. Avalandra has great potential, so I plan to let her learn by your side. Our Nine Serpent Island cannot be without an heir. After saying this, she looked at Carl with some anger. It hasn't been easy for her, and now the newly trained Empress has been taken away by this guy. Carl understood the meaning of Old Lady Nyo and felt a bit awkward. After all, he had taken away their Empress. I agree. I will teach her various government affairs, but it will have to wait until I return. Hancock also understood Old Lady Nyo's meaning and did not oppose it. After all, the future of her country was also very important. What? Where are you going? Old Lady Nyo asked instinctively, and then saw Carl and instantly understood, becoming even angrier. You guy, you better treat Hancock well from now on, got it? Old Lady Nyo said angrily to Carl. Damn Old Lady Nyo, how dare you threaten my man? I'll turn you into stone, she said, ready to take action. Carl hurriedly stopped her. It's okay. Annie knew this is her way of caring for you, and I don't mind. Hearing this, Hancock put down her hands, which had already formed a heart shape, and huffed. I will treat Carl well. Everyone thought to themselves, isn't this the wrong way around? Don't worry, Annie knew, I will treat Hancock well. By the way, this is my understanding of hockey training. I'll pass it to Evelander. Let her cultivate according to it, and her strength will gradually become stronger. Since I took away someone else's Empress, I should show a little appreciation. Well, thank you. Although Amazon Lily has its own hockey training methods, such insights from strong practitioners are still very important. All right, Carl is really hungry now. We need to go eat. Hancock said at this time. Okay, big sister. Then Santa Sonia walked away. Let's go, Carl. Hancock sweetly said to Carl. Then the two went to the dining hall to fill their stomachs. After all, the earlier battle was really exhausting. Carl rested for a night on Amazon Lily. Since he had to continue his journey the next day, he followed Hancock's suggestion and slept soundly in her arms. The next morning, Hancock assigned some tasks to Granny Noo and then prepared to leave with Carl. Carl, when are you planning to bring Hancock back? She can't stay away from Amazon Lily for too long. Granny Noo said to Carl. Don't worry, Granny Noo, we'll be back in about a month. After that, Granny Noo didn't say anything else and watched as Carl, wrapped in snowy white clouds, flew away with Hancock. Is this a curse? Every Empress has been like this. Granny New expressed her fatigue. Then she looked at Everlandra, thinking that she must teach her well and not let her end up like her predecessors. Let's go, Everlandra. From now on, I'll teach you how to cultivate. You must work hard to improve your strength, Granny New said to Everlandra. Everlandra's head had been buzzing since yesterday, realizing that she might become the Empress of Amazon Lily in the future. Oh, okay, Granny New, I'll do my best. Everlandra snapped back to reality and replied, her eyes filled with strong confidence. After half a day's flight, Carl and Hancock finally arrived at Sabati Archipelago and flew directly into Carl's villa. As expected, Daphne was out busy with company matters, and Ellie was in the lab studying the devil fruit factors. Carl and Hancock arrived at the laboratory. Ellie, we're back. Hancock, it's been a long time. I miss you so much. Ailey ran over and hugged Hancock, their big white rabbit getting squished in the process. Sister Ailey, I missed you too. By the way, where's the other sister? I haven't seen her, Hancock asked, remembering that Carl had found them another sister and feeling a bit upset. They had agreed it would just be the two of them, but she heard that Carl had known her for a long time, and with Ailey's persuasion, Hancock accepted Daphne. Carl is still a bit worried. After all, Hancock is quite proud. Daphne has gone to work, we have established a company, and Daphne is managing it. She is really amazing, handling so many things in an orderly manner. I couldn't do it. Ellie also sighed, saying that Daphne has a strong talent for business. Really? Then where is Sister Daphne? I want to meet her. Hancock is a bit curious about her sister, whom she hasn't met yet. Then let us go. I'll take you. Honey, you stay at home and rest. I'll take Hancock out for a stroll. Oh, okay. Ellie, you know. Carl gave her a look. Got it. Don't worry. Let us go, Hancock. Then the two women went out. Both Daphne and Ellie are emotionally intelligent people, so it should be no problem to charm Hancock, a relationship novice. Carl thought this and felt relieved. Next, Carl arrived at the training base, where Benson and Adrian were instructing over 100 guards in their training. Under Ellie's physical enhancement potion, these people have significantly improved their physiques, and everyone has learned a few moves of the Navy Six. Benson has now become the instructor of this base. Thinking about it, Carl couldn't help but feel nostalgic. The once young guy has now grown taller than Carl, standing over 3 meters tall, while Carl is only 2 meters 6. Carl didn't disturb them and went to find an instead. This girl has great talent in swordsmanship, and it can't be wasted. In the Shunphone Company building, Ellie and Hancock arrived at Daphne's office. Daphne, your long-awaited Empress Hancock, is here. Ellie led Hancock into the office. Daphne immediately put down her work. She had wanted to meet this world's most beautiful woman from the Pirate King world for a long time. Wow, she really is beautiful. Daphne looked at Hancock, and as expected of the Empress of the Pirates who ate the sweet, sweet fruit, her charm was immense. No wonder that guy Carl didn't let her go. Not all. Sister Daphne is also very beautiful, Hancock said, feeling a bit shy at the compliment from this sister she had just met. Let's not praise each other yet. Don't forget our main business, Ellie said at this moment. What was going on? It turned out that the three of them had already reached an agreement to unite and not let Carl have any other women in the future. All right, I almost forgot about the main business. Let me close the door first. Daphne closed the door and then pulled the two sisters to start plotting. This guy has no resistance to beauty, so we need to come up with a plan. Daphne naturally took the lead as the brains of the trio. Occasionally, some sinister laughter echoed in the office. Overall, the three women were very satisfied with the outcome of this alliance. Sisters, can I get pregnant first? Because I still need to return to Amazon Lily to take charge, Hancock said shyly. Just a moment ago, they had come up with a plan to prevent Carl from being tempted by other women during their pregnancy. That works too. After all, Hancock is still the Empress of Amazon Lily, Daphne said, stroking her chin. Then let Hancock go first. Although Carl said he would have a child after returning to Tiger Roar Island, I still have research to do, and being pregnant is not convenient for me, Ellie said at that moment. Then thank you, sisters. Hancock felt very grateful in her heart, as this meant her child would be the firstborn, and she could finally give birth to a child for Carl. Thinking of this, Hancock couldn't help but blush. Now that the main business is done, let's talk about something else. Hancock, how did you grow so big? Daphne said while reaching out to touch Hancock's ample chest. I don't know. I've been like this since I was little. Hancock's face turned crimson as she dodged Daphne's hand. Isn't that too big? Will Lord Carl not like it? She was a bit worried that Carl might not like something so big. If Carl knew, he would definitely say, how could that be? I love it. Ellie and Daphne exchanged smiles. No way. That guy loves big things the most. Didn't you notice he still holds on to them, even in his sleep? Then that's good. Hancock sighed in relief. Let's go. We should go to Magic Valley Town to shop for some things to bring back when we return to Tiger Roar Island. More and more merchants are coming to Gaia Island to do business, and there are many rich products. Let's go then. We should buy some local specialties for Uncle, Annie, and Sister Lugio, Ellie said. Should we call Carl? Let him give us some ideas? No need. He doesn't know what to buy. Just the three of us will be fine. After saying that, Daphne pulled the two girls out. If Carl knew, he would definitely thank Daphne for sparing him from the punishment of accompanying three women shopping. On the beach, and was sparring with Corrine. Carl watched them from the side and could see that Corrine was feeding and moves. Right now, and was most skilled in the shave and gale techniques from the sixth forms, and her combat awareness was decent. She just needed to improve her strength, and her hockey was still immature. After Corrine blocked Ann's final slash and lay exhausted on the beach, Corrine was also panting. After all, continuously holding back during sparring was tiring. Sister Corrine, thank you for practicing with me, and dragged her tired body to bow and thank Corrine. Man, your combat awareness is already quite good. You just need to work on your strength, but that's okay. As you grow, this shortcoming will disappear. Let us go back. You did great. The six forms and the devil fruit's effects are also good, Carl said as he walked over. Uncle, you're back. Whereas Sister Hancock? Didn't you go to pick her up? She went with Ellie to find Daphne. Let's go home. Okay, Uncle, and immediately jumped onto Carl's back. Uncle, I'm so tired. Carry me back. You're already this big and still want to be carried? Aren't you ashamed? Carl said, but before he finished, and fell asleep on his back. He could only shake his head helplessly. Corrine, thank you. No problem. We really like Anne. Back home, they placed Anne back at her room to rest. This girl has been working hard lately. It's good, as working hard now will help her protect herself better in the future. Back in the yard, just as Carl lay down on the lounge chair, Inaru swaggered in, biting an apple. Captain, what is up, Inaru? A few agents from the world government tried to infiltrate our training base, but I found them and knocked them out. These pests are really annoying. Can I take them out? Recently, due to the large-scale construction on Gaia Island, it had not only attracted the Navy's attention, but also the world government's CP organization sent agents to investigate. The world government? Just ignore them. Let the CP organization handle it. From now on, whenever there are spies coming to the island, you can just unleash divine punishment directly. No need to be polite. The guards on Dead Body Island will clean up the mess. Carl knew that Gaia Island's changes would definitely attract attention, but it didn't matter. I know, Enel said with a somewhat cruel smile. And then it happened. He was not a kind person. Strange. Why haven't Hancock and the others returned yet? They wouldn't have had a fight, would they? That shouldn't be the case. Daphne shouldn't be that foolish. Carl dozed off in a lounge chair and didn't know how long he had been asleep. Feeling some movement beside him, he opened his eyes to see Hancock. A gust of wind blew, gently lifting the hem of Hancock's Chong Sam, stirring a sense of classical charm and poetic allure. Carl reached out and wrapped his arm around her slender waist, pulling her into his embrace. Lord Carl, no teasing. I still have something to discuss with you. Hancock exclaimed as Carl suddenly pulled her into his arms. No teasing. I'll just hold you like this. Go ahead and speak, Carl said, holding her tightly and greedily inhaling the fragrance of the Empress. Consider yourself lucky. I've agreed, and I've already discussed it with my two sisters. If you dare to be unfaithful and seek other women, I'll cut it off. As she spoke, Hancock's little hand reached down towards Carl's lower body and directly grabbed it. Hiss, be gentle, dear. Don't worry. I promise there won't be any other women in the future. Besides, having 3 beautiful wives like you is already more than enough for me. Carl quickly begged for mercy, as Hancock had indeed used a bit of force just now. Then you must remember what you just said, or else. Hancock withdrew her hand, her face flushed. She had just been so bold as to grab Lord Carl's there. I'll definitely remember. By the way, what about the two of them? Why did you come back alone? Carl, having escaped a disaster, quickly changed the subject. Sister Daphne and Sister Ellie had something to deal with. It seems someone named Diamante came, saying he was here to take Pika back. Sister Ellie even drew 2 vials of blood from that Diamante. Not sure what for. I was feeling bored, so my 2 sisters let me come back first. Hancock recalled and answered. By the way, Lord Carl, I bought some things to take back for my parents and Sister Liju. Come and see if they are suitable. After speaking, she got up and pulled Carl towards the room. Upon entering, they saw a large package. Wow, how much did you buy? Look, Lord Carl. This dress is for Sister Liju. Do you think she will like it? And these are for my parents. Hancock opened the package, took out the items, and introduced them to Carl, feeling both happy and a bit anxious, fearing that Carl's family wouldn't like them. Carl watched Hancock as she excitedly unpacked the gifts. Feeling warm inside. With such a wife, what more could he ask for? He went over and hugged her. Don't worry, they will definitely like it. And as long as you come back with me, they will be very happy. When they see you, they'll surely think, how could this brat find such a good wife? I'm not worried. It's just that I don't know what they like, so I bought a few things. Hancock shyly replied. Don't worry. I'll put them away for now and give them to you at Tiger Island. After saying that, Carl stored the large package in his spatial bracelet. Hey, you guys should be a bit more careful about the influence. What if it sees this? At that moment, Daphne and Ellie returned, each carrying a bag. You misunderstood. I just talked to Lord Carl, and we didn't do anything, Hancock said before quickly walking back to her room in her high heels. And is too tired from training and has fallen asleep, still hasn't woken up. By the way, what did you buy this time? Carl asked, looking at the two bags they were holding. Women's stuff? Can't tell you. Just put it away for now, they replied, handing the package to Carl to store in his bracelet. As you command, my two wives. By the way, Ellie, did you draw blood from Diamante too? Carl remembered what Hancock had just said and asked. Yeah, he didn't know what I was going to do and let me draw 2 tubes without a fuss. 2 paramecia types, 1 stone fruit, and 1 flare fruit, Ellie said with a slightly sinister smile. Are you so confident now? It's not that I'm trying to discourage you, but this stuff isn't easy to research, right? There's still no clue about the Logia and mythical zoan types. But I'm quite confident about the normal zoans and paramecia, Ellie replied proudly, puffing up like a rooster. That's awesome. By the way, have they left? They've already gone. And when they left, Diamante said Doflamingo also wants to rent a warehouse and shop here. I agreed, Daphne said, as she was in charge of all this. Interesting. That flamingo is quite clever. Being the underground emperor, he must have some skills. Hurry up and cook. We've been out all day and are starving. Daphne urged Carl to cook. All right. I just remembered I brought back that salt from Water 7. Carl suddenly recalled that he hadn't given it to Karen yet. Is it the salt left after the gods of water retreated? Yes. Let's go find Karen. It will definitely be delicious to grill meat with this salt tonight. Carl said excitedly. Okay, I'll go call Hancock and Ellie. You check if he is awake for the barbecue tonight. After saying that, Daphne ran towards Hancock's room. Then I'll go find Karen first. Tonight, let's all enjoy a good meal. Then we'll set off back to Tiger Island tomorrow. The beach was lively again that evening, and Karen was the happiest. The meat grilled with the salt Carl brought back was incredibly delicious. She even said she wanted to go to Water 7 to collect more in the future, as she wanted to research more delicious food. The next day, at the dedicated port of the Wind Express on Kaya Island, everyone had arrived. This time, Carl left Enel, Benson, and Jerry behind. Enel was to monitor the whole island. Benson was to continue training the guards, and Jerry was to manage the shipyard. Daphne has already arranged the company's matters. If anything is uncertain, just contact me with the transponder snail, Carl said to Enel. Understood, Enel replied. All right, we're leaving now. We'll be back in about a month. After we bring the Sky Islanders down, we can start our full development. Jerry, in a few days, a batch of materials will be shipped from Water 7. According to the blueprints I left you, build 10 more ships. The requirement for these 10 ships is to maximize the cabin space while extending the time they can operate underwater. Got it, Captain. I understand, Jerry responded. Okay, let's go. The Tiger God sailed across the vast sea, with Carl lying on a beach chair, watching several women chatting nearby, and was also lying on a chair beside him. And Adrian was sitting cross-legged at the lookout on the top of the mast. This is so comfortable. Carl thought the scene before him was quite beautiful. Everyone come and try the juice I just researched. I can guarantee it's delicious. Karen came out with several cups of juice. Coming. Sister Karen, give me a big cup, and immediately jumped up to get one. Here you go. Each of them received a cup and sat on the deck, drinking the juice. And chill mine. I like it a bit colder, Carl shouted to him. So troublesome. I'm not a fridge, and reluctantly reached over. It's really delicious. Karen, you're amazing. Daphne went over to hug Karen and gave her a kiss on the cheek. Of course. I'm the champion of the national culinary competition. Awesome. They all put down their cups and started clapping. Suddenly, a sound of cannon fire erupted from afar. Captain, it's pirates fighting the Navy, Adrian said after taking a look. Don't worry about them. Let's keep going, Carl said, using his observation hockey to sense that there were just a few pirates who had recently arrived in the Grand Line. After all, he was now a big shot and wouldn't interfere in the struggles of those who weren't strong enough. I just remembered, Adrian, what do you think about giving the BB fruit to Zoe? Carl thought it would be a suitable choice for Zoe since they all grew up together on Tiger Island and knew each other well. We need to ask Zoe's opinion when we get back, but I think she would be willing. All right, if she's willing, after we come out, she can follow Daphne. Isn't she always wanting to do something big to impress Captain Dillon? This time, she has the opportunity to control the future's biggest logistics core. Carl laughed as he recalled Zoe's angry expression when Captain Dillon wouldn't take her out when she wanted to go outside as a child. I think so too. Huh, Captain, is there something flying in the sky? Adrian noticed something flying above. Carl looked up at the sky. A dragon shape? Damn, how did this guy appear here? Adrian, full speed ahead, let's get out of here. Carl said seriously, looking at the sky. Okay, Carl, is that Kaido? Daphne also noticed the dragon in the sky. It must be, don't worry, my current strength can match him without a problem. I'm just afraid this guy is drunk and will destroy our ship. That would be bad. Kaido is not comparable to that old hag Big Mom. Ever since the Rocks Pirates disbanded, she hasn't trained at all, only focused on having children. Her strength has declined severely. Among the 4 emperors, Big Mom is probably the weakest. Bad wind. Suddenly, the dragon in the sky directly attacked the navy and pirates over there. That battleship and pirate ship instantly disintegrated and sank, leaving only a few cries for help coming from the surface of the sea. At this moment, the dragon also spotted Carl's side. You all leave the sea area. I'll catch up with you in a bit. Carl knew that this fight was unavoidable. Then Carl, be careful. Ellie said worriedly. Lord Carl, I wish to fight alongside you. Don't worry, you all still don't know my strength. Quickly leave first. I don't want that guy to destroy my ship. Let's go. Carl will have concerns fighting here. Daphne knew that in this level of battle, they couldn't be of any help. Uncle, be careful. Then the Tiger God ship left this sea area at full speed. Carl created a flame cloud and flew directly into the sky, transforming into his full beast form. Kaido-sensei, what brings you to the park? After Carl arrived, he realized that this guy wasn't even drunk. How did he end up here? I recognize you, Tiger God Carl. Kid, how about joining my beast pirates? I can make you the vice captain. What do you say? Wahahaha. Kaido finally remembered who this person was and suddenly felt the urge to recruit him. No thanks. But speaking of which, Kaido-sensei, I've always had a question. Who is your wife? The mother of Yamato? Carl really wanted to know who Yamato's mother was. Wahahaha. You want to know? Then take a hit from me. Heat breath. Without further ado, Kaido unleashed a blast of heat breath. What the hell? No martial ethics, just attacking. Hell's flame. 2 pillars of fire in the sky clashed against each other, turning the clouds a deep red. Kid, you got some skills. Kaido noticed that his heat breath was neutralized and realized that the other party had a similar ability. He then shrank his body and transformed into his human beast form. Carl saw that Kaido was serious and transformed into his hybrid form. Take this. Thunderbagwa. Kaido swung his lightning-wrapped kanabo directly at him. Damn, that's so cool. There's no time to study teacher Kaido's moves. Wave-cutting strike. A deep red slash flew out, clashing with Kaido's Thunderbagwa. The 2 powerful forces collided, causing the surrounding space to emit a creaking sound, as if it were about to shatter. Whoa, kid, don't die on me. Great Will of Thunderbagwa. This time, Kaido used Conqueror's Haki, making his attack power countless times stronger than Thunderbagwa. Don't worry. Kaido, you better not die either. Dragon Roar Slash. Carl also unleashed his Conqueror's Haki, and at this moment, it felt like a heavy roar was emanating, clashing with Kaido's Great Will of Thunderbagwa. Boom! The explosion knocked both of them back. Kaido and Carl were sent flying. They both managed to stop their backward flips, their faces serious. Teacher Kaido seemed angry. His Conqueror's Haki bore down on Carl, but Carl was no pushover either, and he pushed back with his own Conqueror's Haki. The sky seemed to crack open, with black-red lightning enveloping both of them, and for a moment, neither side could gain the upper hand. Whoa, take this move from me. Descend to the 3 realms. Call the abyss. Kaido leaped up, spinning his kanabo, wrapping his Conqueror's Haki around it as he attacked Carl. Carl had no time to think and unleashed his ultimate move, the Sky Whaling Technique, Azure Dragon Break. The Conqueror's Haki wrapped around the new pavilion marquee, accompanied by the sounds of dragon roars and tiger howls, crashing against Kaido's spiked club. Both of their Conqueror's Haki erupted, and the sky seemed apocalyptic, with black and red lightning flashing wildly across the sea. Boom! The earth-shattering sound spread as the 2 Conqueror's Haki clashed, igniting the space. They shot straight out and crashed into the surface of the sea. Carl felt a wave of weakness wash over him and quickly used his ability to ascend rapidly. His chest surged with blood, and then he spat out a mouthful of blood, instantly feeling much weaker. Carl looked over at Kaido, who was also not in a much better condition, spitting out blood as he looked in my direction. Urololololo. Carl, I acknowledge you now. It's been a long time since teacher Kaido fought this fiercely. As soon as Carl heard that, he let out a sigh of relief. Damn, if he didn't stop, the 2 of them might have ended up fighting to the death. Teacher Kaido, you really are not holding back at all, throwing heavy moves at me one after another. What am I supposed to do if I can't catch them? Carl touched his chest, still feeling a sharp pain. It was frustrating. Didn't you catch them? Besides, you didn't hold back either. I'm still feeling uncomfortable. I'm leaving. After saying that, he transformed into a giant dragon, ready to head back to his ghost island to find his wine gourd, thinking that if he had brought the gourd today, he would definitely have one. Wait a minute. Kaido. Carl hurriedly called out to him. Kid, what else do you want? It's nothing. I just want to do some business with you regarding sea stone. You have to sell me some. Damn it. I can't just fight for nothing. Huh. Understood. Go find my subordinate Ember Disaster. This isn't my concern. After saying that, he flew away directly. Business is managed by Ember Disaster. Research is managed by Plague Disaster. And fighting is managed by Drought Disaster. It sounds like everything is under your management. Huh? No, wait. You do have a say in fighting. I almost forgot we just fought. Carl thought to himself, feeling a sense of relief as he saw Kaido flying far away. Although they only exchanged a few moves, the hockey output was really substantial. Phew, so tiring. I need to hurry back, or they will start to worry. The commotion earlier was quite large. Carl transformed back into his human form and quickly flew towards the direction of the Tiger God ship. It didn't take long before he found a Tiger God and landed on the deck. Lord Carl, how are you? Hancock saw that there was still some blood at the corner of Carl's mouth and rushed over to ask. I'm fine, just spat out some blood. Kaido isn't feeling good either. Don't worry. Uncle, you look a bit weak right now. Are you really okay? And looked at Carl's pale face. I'm just hungry. Seriously. Fighting Kaido drained several days of my reserves. Carl replied irritably. Captain, hurry to the kitchen. Daphne already said that you would definitely need to eat a lot after the fight, and I prepared everything in advance. Kareen spoke up at that moment. Thank you, Kareen. Then Carl ran into the kitchen dining area and indeed saw various meats piled up on the dining table. Carl didn't hold back and started showing off, looking even more exaggerated than a food streamer. Slow down, Kareen-chan made so much. Ellie couldn't help but say as she watched Carl devour piece after piece of meat. It's fine. I can still eat, Carl said with his mouth full, not caring whether they understood him or not. The food on the table visibly decreased, and before long, Carl had eaten it all, his belly round and looking like it might burst. Ugh, I'm full. Then Carl used life return, and his stomach immediately returned to normal. I'm back to life. I was really starving just now. After a brawl and a hearty meal, Carl felt very comfortable. Carl, how did Kaido end up here? He shouldn't be in the paradise, right? Daphne asked after seeing that Carl had finished eating. I don't know either. Maybe he was flying around drunk and wanted to commit suicide, and then he woke up here, Carl speculated, puzzled about why Kaido was there. Suicide? Why would the great emperor of the sea want to commit suicide? Adrian couldn't understand. Well, how should I put it? It's because Kaido has thick skin. Others can't break through his defenses or kill him, so he often flies up and jumps down to commit suicide. Thinking of this, Carl suddenly wanted to try it and see what it would be like to fall. Whoa, I can't think like that. I'm not Kaido. Is there really such a way to commit suicide? The others, except for Daphne, were shocked. Kaido is a member of the Oni clan, and his defense is already strong. Plus, he ate the mythical Zoan-type Azure Dragon Fruit, making him even tougher. If you don't master skills like Conqueror's Haki, you might not even be able to scratch Kaido's skin, Carl explained to them. Is the physique of the Oni clan that strong? Everyone was a bit surprised. Of course. And then there's Big Mom. Her physique is famously known as the Iron Balloon. She destroyed a giant village when she was 5 years old. She's incredibly powerful. Daphne said at this moment. Everyone was astonished again. Huh, Sister Daphne, how do you know all this so well? Hancock asked curiously. After all, Daphne used to be an ordinary noble and had no power. Ah, well, of course Carl told me. He told me all this a long time ago. He has shared many stories with me. Daphne directly pulled Carl over as a shield. Carl's eyes suddenly widened. He thought to himself, wait, when did I ever tell you a story? Lord Carl, you haven't told me a story yet. Hancock felt a bit unbalanced upon hearing this. She also wanted to hear Carl tell a story. Okay, I'll tell you one later. All right, Daphne, I just made a deal with Kaido. From now on, we can do business with him regarding Sea Prism Stone. You know what that is, right? Carl quickly changed the topic. Sea Prism Stone? Is he really willing to do business with us? Daphne was a bit surprised. Well, maybe it's because my strength has earned his recognition. Carl felt a bit proud. After all, this was the ultimate teacher in the pirate world. In that case, Carl, do you think we can set up a delivery station in Wano country too? Daphne thought, since this was an unavoidable place in the pirate world. I can, but we shouldn't meddle in other people's affairs. We just need to focus on our business and get the Sea Prism Stone out. Carl was worried that Daphne might develop a sense of compassion. He didn't want to be a savior. Okay, I understand. Don't worry, Carl, I won't meddle. By the way, Carl, do you think the Pluton is really under Wano country? It's not impossible, but Pluton isn't something we can control, at least not at our current level. So let's not investigate that for now, Carl said to Daphne. After all, Daphne had quite a strong ambition. Captain, what is Pluton? Adrian asked. Pluton is one of the 3 ancient weapons. A legendary giant battleship that can supposedly destroy an island with one shot. But I don't think it's that simple. Carl wasn't very convinced that Pluton was just a regular battleship. If it were just a simple battleship, let alone the king of heaven. Even the king of the sea could easily command sea kings to overturn Pluton. One of the 3 ancient weapons? Are there 2 others? Ellie asked curiously. The 3 ancient weapons are Pluton, Poseidon, and Uranus. They all have the ability to overturn the seas. You'll learn more about this later, and to be honest, I don't know much either. To be frank, Carl really didn't know. The only known fact is that Poseidon is Princess Shirahoshi. No one has seen the true forms of Pluton or Uranus yet. Oh, everyone had an expression as if they understood, which made Carl roll his eyes. All right, why worry about those things? Let's hurry back to Tiger Roar Island. Carl was also quite speechless. A few days later, the Tiger God ship docked at the port of Tiger Roar Island after passing through the calm belt. Lord Carl, is this Tiger Roar Island? Hancock looked at the island. After all, their Amazon lily was also in the calm belt, so she was a bit curious. Yes, aside from the holy mountain in the middle, most of Tiger Roar Island is forest. Let's go, we're home. Carl suddenly felt a sense of returning home. Ha ha ha. Carl, I heard you've made quite a name for yourself out there. Welcome back. Uncle Darren exclaimed. Uncle Darren, long time no see. Carl rushed over and gave Darren a big hug. Grandpa Darren, look at who I am, and had changed so much since she left Tiger Roar Island. Darren looked at the girl in the blue battle suit beside him. Her cold appearance combined with the sword in her hand gave off a sense of aloofness. Is it Ewan? You've changed so much. The little girl who used to pester me to buy cake is now a powerful swordswoman. Darren felt quite emotional seeing Anne's transformation. Of course, I've been training hard. Ha ha. All right, Carl, you guys go home first. Your parents and sister should know you're back. Darren had been drinking at the tavern and noticed several powerful presences at the port, so he came to check it out. Okay, then we'll leave first. Carl said to Darren. Captain, I'm heading home first. Adrian said. All right, what about you, Carline? Adrian went home, and Carl asked Carline where she was going, as she also had a house here. Of course, I'm going to check on my little nest first. Goodbye, Captain. All right, then let's head back. Mom, Grandpa and Grandma, I'm back. And saw her mom and the others waiting at the door, then rushed over to hug her mother. My darling, it has grown up so much. Let me take a good look. Have you been hurt? Luju was quite excited, checking her here and there, knowing it had also been wanted. I'm Fina. Mom, I'm really strong now, and also wanted to hug her grandparents. Arn has grown up. She's become a beautiful young lady. Hee, of course. All right, let's go inside and talk. Carl, Ellie, and the 2 ladies were also quickly invited in by Berg, who was very happy. Once back home, Carl felt a wave of relief. Lord Carl. Hancock tugged at Carl's sleeve. Mom, Dad, sister, let me introduce you. This is Hancock, this is Daphne, and this is Ellie. All 3 of them are now my wives. Carl quickly pulled the women over. What? All 3 are your wives? Carl, we didn't bully them, did you? Luju looked at the 3 beautiful women in front of her. She already knew Ellie was definitely Carl's woman, but now there were 2 more. How can you be so lucky? Berg and Emma also looked at Carl with serious expressions. No, we all genuinely like each other and got together, really? Carl quickly explained. Hello, Uncle and Aunt. My name is Murphy Daphne. We all genuinely love Carl, so we are with him. He hasn't bullied us. You can rest assured. Daphne spoke directly without being shy. MHM, I also love Lord Carl very much. By the way, my name is Boa Hancock, and I bought many gifts for Dad, Mom, and Sister Luju. I hope you like them. Lord Carl, hurry up and take my things out. Hancock said a bit nervously, her face turning red. Carl took out several items bought by women from the storage bracelet and handed them to them. You're lucky, Carl. No rush on the gifts. Come on. You all sit down first. Lugio pulled a few women to sit down, and then they started chatting together. Carl, since they are all your women now, when are you going to hold the wedding? Emma said at that moment. Everyone's gaze turned to Carl, and the women looked particularly nervous. Mom and Dad, I came back this time to marry them, and the wedding will be held on our Tiger Roar Island, Carl hurriedly replied. I have also prepared the wedding dresses and jewelry rings, and I will treat them well. Master Carl, I love you so much. Hancock came over and hugged Carl, feeling very emotional. Ellie and Daphne also had tears in their eyes. Ahem, let's leave it at that for now. I'll go find the mayor to discuss the wedding details. The town hasn't had such a lively event in days. Okay, thank you, Dad. The girls reassured. If Carl bullies you in the future, just tell Mom. And Mom will help you teach him a lesson, Emma said as she sat down with a few women. Then they continued to talk about Carl's childhood. In the evening, Carl called Uncle Darren and Corrine over, and they all had a lively dinner together. That night, in Carl's room, the 3 women were very happy. as they were finally going to marry the person they loved. They were all excitedly discussing the wedding when Carl walked in. "What are my beautiful wives discussing? I want to join in." Carl quickly sat down cross-legged on the bed. "Master Carl, we were just talking about the wedding. We're finally getting married. I'm so happy," Hancock said as she leaned against Carl. "By the way, husband, I want my brother to come back for my wedding." Ellie suddenly remembered that her brother was still on Gaia Island. "Master Carl, I hope Grandma Nyo and my two sisters can come to my wedding too." "That's for sure. I'll go pick them up in a few days. Don't worry," Carl said. Daphne suddenly felt a bit sad. She also wanted her parents to attend her wedding. She wondered how they were doing now and felt they must be very sad without her. Carl held Daphne's hand to comfort her. "Daphne, from now on I will be your support. We are all your family. Sister Daphne, we are all your family." I'm fine. I have you all. And I have Carl." Carl gently held her, understanding Daphne's current feelings. "Right, Daphne." Wait a moment. Carl suddenly remembered he hadn't given her the devil fruit yet. He jumped off the bed, opened the safe, and took out the nature-type cloud fruit. "Daphne, this is the devil fruit I prepared for you. The nature-type cloud fruit," Carl said, holding the pineapple-shaped devil fruit covered in cloud patterns. "Is this the nature-type devil fruit?" Ellie looked on curiously. "How about it? Eat it now." Carl handed the devil fruit to Daphne. "Eat it now." Daphne was also very excited. After all, this was a nature-type devil fruit. "Sister Daphne, you have to eat the whole devil fruit for it to be effective." Ellie suddenly wanted to cause trouble and see if Daphne would eat it all. But she didn't know that Daphne was also knowledgeable about devil fruits. "Oh, you little girl, trying to trick me. Just watch how I teach you a lesson. Hancock, help me hold Ellie's hand." Daphne rode on Ellie's back, extending her devilish claws. "Oh, okay." Hancock came over and grabbed Ellie's hand. Hancock, don't come over." "Ha ha ha." "Daphne, stop scratching." "Ha ha ha, I know I was wrong." The three women started to playfully wrestle on the bed. For a moment, the bed was full of springtime chaos, while Carl watched on the side, mumbling, "So white, oh no, so big." "Ladies, how about we take a break and wait until Daphne eats the devil fruit before I join you?" Carl could hardly contain himself. The bed was a sea of whiteness. I was wrong. "Eat the devil fruit first, Daphne." Ellie seized the opportunity to escape from Daphne's grasp. "I'll let you go this time." Daphne stood up and picked up the cloud fruit, examining it carefully. Then, as if making a significant decision, she took a bite of the cloud fruit. Instantly, an indescribable taste filled her mouth, and Daphne struggled to swallow it down. "Yuck, it tastes terrible. What the heck is this flavor?" Daphne wanted to vomit, but couldn't, her face turning pale. "Ha ha, I felt the same way at first. Quick, drink some milk to rinse your mouth." Ellie poured a glass of milk and handed it to Daphne. Daphne took the milk and gulped it down. "Phew, I'm alive. That was horrible. All right, why not try out your abilities?" Carl was also curious about the cloud fruit's powers. "I'll give it a try." Daphne then created clouds, light and fluffy, filling the room. After experiencing her abilities, she gathered the clouds back. "How is it, Sister Daphne, besides elementalization, what are your abilities like?" Hancock was a bit curious. "Well, I can use the clouds to make it rain, create thunderclouds to attack with lightning, shape clouds into giant beasts to attack enemies, and even create a type of transparent-looking cloud to hide myself. There are some other abilities too, but I need to develop them well." Daphne felt that the cloud fruit's powers were not limited to that. "Can you create island clouds like those in Skypiea?" "Yes, that's very easy." "That's good. In the future, you'll need to train your body well. A stronger physique can make better use of the fruit's abilities." Although Carl knew Daphne understood this, he still reminded her. "I know. Don't worry, Carl." Daphne also understood that although the nature-type devil fruit was powerful, the most important thing in this world was physical strength and hockey. "All right. Then tomorrow you come with me to pick someone up, and when we get back, we'll get married." "Got it. Thank you, Carl. I'm so glad to have met you here." Daphne suddenly became emotional. What good is just saying thank you? Why not do something more practical? "Ladies, shouldn't we take a break?" Carl let out a mischievous laugh. I just remembered I promised Sister Lugio to sleep with her tonight, so I'm going to find her." Ellie got up, put on her clothes, and went to Lugio's room. "Carl, I also promised to sleep at Corinne's house tonight, so I'm leaving," Daphne said and slipped out as well. Wow, what a coincidence. Carl thought he could sleep with all four of them tonight. Huh? Hancock, did you also make plans with someone? Carl was a bit incredulous. Was he going to be alone tonight? No, I want to have a baby with you, Carl. Hancock said shyly. Hancock, having a baby is painful. Aren't you scared? Carl held Hancock's delicate body in his arms. I'm not scared. Carl, Ellie calculated that these days are the easiest for me to get pregnant, the woman in Carl's arms whispered. Then let's have a baby. After saying that, Carl kissed Hancock's rosy lips. Hancock also wrapped her arms around Carl's neck, responding passionately. The two quickly shed their clothes, and not long after, the room was filled with harmonious sounds. This night was destined to be an unsettled one. The battle lasted for a long time until a low, deep roar finally calmed things down. In the following 2 days, because of Hancock, Carl delayed picking someone up for 2 days and focused entirely on creating a child with Hancock. To avoid making too much noise, they moved to a villa on the mountaintop for 2 days. On the morning 2 days later, after finishing his morning exercises, Carl looked at Hancock's face, filled with a happy blush, and smiled faintly. He got up, dressed, and then kissed Hancock's forehead. Hancock, I'm going to pick someone up now. Otherwise, I won't make it to the wedding. Carl sat on the edge of the bed, holding her hand. Got it. I'm too tired to see you off. No need to see me off. You should rest well. I'm leaving. After saying that, Carl walked out of the villa and flew towards Daphne's direction. Hancock watched Carl leave and smiled contentedly, thinking that after so many times in these few days, they should be able to have a baby, right? With that thought, she shyly pulled the blanket over her head. Down the mountain, in the only church in town, this church had existed for hundreds of years, with a fish-tailed cross carved in the middle. At this moment, many people were busy inside, slowly setting up the church for the wedding. Mom, where's Uncle? I haven't seen him these past few days. I haven't seen Sister Hancock either, and felt very strange. They went out for something. Also from now on, you should call him Aunt. Uncle is just a big playboy. I'm going to find Sister Ellie and Sister Daphne. Luju looked at her daughter and suddenly felt that her daughter had grown up, a smile unconsciously appearing on her face. But the next moment, it disappeared as she thought of Ace. I wonder how Ace is doing, and ran to the beach, where Ellie and Daphne were practicing against each other, with Karine watching nearby. Daphne's combat ability was too poor right now, and Ellie wasn't much better, but Ellie had hockey. After returning to Tiger Roar Island, they had some free time, so the two had been practicing their combat abilities these past 2 days. Sister Ellie, Sister Daphne, so you guys are here, and walked over and said. The two stopped when they saw Anne coming, panting. Come, drink this energy drink first. Karen handed over 2 glasses of green drinks. Ellie and Daphne took them and drank. Yuck, Karen, what is this? It tastes terrible. Daphne almost threw up, but her stamina was quickly recovering. Ellie, standing beside her, had just carefully tasted it and figured out the ingredients of the drink. Her expression looked a bit unpleasant. Karen, the raw material for this drink, can it be that, right? Ellie asked with some difficulty. I'm telling you, this is a type of bug I found in the Tiger Roar forest. If you eat it as an ingredient, it can quickly replenish stamina. I observed it for a long time before discovering it. The only thing is that the taste could be improved a bit, but it's still acceptable. I'll work on it later, said Karen, taking her own glass and drinking it without any adverse reaction at all. Suddenly, Daphne's face seemed to lose all color, and she ran to the side to throw up. She had seen that bug before, and it was when Karen had caught it. Karen, you're so scary, and said from the side, are you guys okay? Is it really that bad? Karen asked a bit shyly. Karen, you're chef. You should know what this bug tastes like, Ellie said, speechless. Well, I'll improve it, but this bug has a unique flavor. Okay, it's definitely not something that just anyone can tolerate. Karen thought about preparing to make improvements when she got back. At this moment, Daphne had finished throwing up and came over, crossing her legs to tell Karen. Karen, it's not just the taste, it's the bug itself. Don't you think it's hard to swallow? Daphne shuddered at the thought of that bug. Karine looked at the 3 of them and asked, You're not all afraid of this bug, are you? MHM. The 3 of them nodded frantically. Ha ha ha. So you're afraid of this bug? Karine suddenly remembered that she wasn't scared at all. After all, she had tried so many ingredients to practice her cooking skills. Karine is too scary. This is what the 3 of them are thinking right now. After searching for a while without finding them, Carl finally found them. Carl, you're down here. Where is Hancock? Daphne asked when she didn't see the Empress. She is feeling a bit unwell and will be back later, Carl said a bit awkwardly. You should take it easy too. Really, Ellie reproached Carl a little, but this guy really has excessive stamina. Uncle, where have you been these past 2 days? I couldn't find you. This is a drink I made recently. Karine and the others think it's pretty good. Ellie just took a sip of this cup. Why don't you try it? Then Anna picked up Ellie's cup and handed it to Carl with a sincere expression. The 3 women wanted to laugh, but were holding it in. Wow, Anna can make drinks now? Let me try. Carl then took a sip from Ellie's cup. As soon as it touched his lips, a strange taste filled his mouth. It was a bit unpleasant, and he wanted to spit it out. But then he thought, this was made with Anna's hard work, so he decided to give her a little face. Carl put down his drink and said to Anne, not bad, and it's really tasty, but maybe it could be even better with a little improvement. The few women were holding back their laughter. But soon they couldn't help but burst out laughing. What's wrong? What are you laughing at? Am I wrong about this drink? Carl felt strange. What was wrong with giving his niece a little face? It's nothing, nothing, ha. Ahem. By the way, Carl, what do you need us for? Karina asked at that moment. Oh, I almost forgot the main thing. Daphne, you'll come with me to pick someone up later, Carl said to Daphne. Okay, I'll go take a shower and change clothes first. Daphne had known early on that she would be going out with Carl to pick someone up. However, because Hancock was likely to get pregnant these days, it had been postponed for 2 days. You go take a shower first. I'll go find Mom and Dad. I might be out for a few days, so I need to tell them, Carl said. All right, you go tell Mom and Dad clearly. And I'll wait for you at home. After saying that, Daphne flew back home to take a shower. Uncle, are you going to Fishman Island this time? If you do, can you bring Shirahoshi over? And ask Carl. Yes, I will. This time, with Daphne's cloud disguise, even if we're outside, others 1T be able to see Shirahoshi. We can bring her out, and once we get to Tiger's Roar Island, we 1T have to worry about being discovered. Great. I can see Shirahoshi again, and was very happy. She hadn't seen Shirahoshi for a long time. Carl found his parents and told them that he would be going out to pick someone up in the next couple of days. Then he went back to pick up Daphne, and they set off. In the sky, Carl and Daphne were flying quickly while sitting cross-legged on her cloud. The feeling of soaring high in the air was just amazing. By the way, Carl, who are we picking up first? Is it the Mermaid Princess by Xing? Daphne asked a bit excitedly, as she had wanted to go to the deserted island for a long time. Not so fast. We will first go to Nine Serpents Island, and then to the Chambered Archipelago. I have already asked Rayleigh to prepare the coded ship in advance, so when we arrive, we can head straight to Fishman Island. Carl understood Daphne's current mood. Fishman Island is not only a dream for men, but also for the women here. The island is filled with sparkling things and delicious Fishman Island snacks, and the clothing on Fishman Island is very fashionable and really beautiful. Daphne would definitely want to go shopping when she arrives. Just thinking about shopping gives Carl a headache. Well, it's a bit more convenient this way. By the way, Carl, why did you bring so many treasures? Are you going to exchange them for cash? Daphne found it strange. Before they set off, she saw Carl taking a lot of treasures from the treasure hall in the Holy Mountain and storing them in his storage bracelet. They didn't lack cash now. No, this is for Amazon Lily. Amazon Lily is different from us. The island is quite short on supplies. After all, it's Hancock's family, so we have to help out. This batch of treasures can be considered a bride price. Is it really that poor? Don't they have any specialties on their island? Daphne felt it was strange. In her impression, many islands in One Piece are rich in products. They do have one specialty, the Gorgonzola cheese Sea King pasta. It's a dish made from Gorgonzola cheese and Sea King meat, but they don't have enough to eat themselves. Oh, Carl, how much bride price are you planning to give me? Daphne suddenly leaned closer to Carl, drawing circles on his chest as she spoke. Didn't we give you the financial power now? Take as much as you want, Carl said generously. Boring. After saying that, she immediately accelerated towards Amazon Lily. At this moment, in the palace of Amazon Lily, Granny Nyan, Galoria, and the Boas sisters were already waiting. That damn Carl. He just took Hancock away like that. My Hancock. Granny Nyan was very sad. The little cabbage she raised couldn't escape the fate of being taken away. Granny Nyan, you've been complaining all morning. Take a break, Sandasonia said, worried that Granny Nyan would catch her breath after being so agitated for a whole morning. Yes, Granny Nyan. Besides, isn't Sister very happy now? And Lord Carl is good to Sister, so don't worry. Marigold also persuaded her. Sigh, it's a curse. This is a curse. How can every empress of Amazon Lily escape this fate? Either they run away with men or die of lovesickness. Saying this, Granny Nyan looked at Everandela beside her, thinking this child has giant blood, and just her height is enough to scare away a lot of people. This time, it should be stable, right? Everandela noticed Granny Nyan looking at her, her expression changing from excitement to unease, then appearing relieved as if she had put something down. What's wrong, Granny Nyan? Everandela asked. Everandela, you must remember, no man is a good thing. Many former empresses of Amazon Lily died because of men, so you must stay away from men in the future. Do you understand? Although she thought no man would approach her, Granny Nyan still wanted to warn Everandela first. Granny Nyan, I understand, Everandela said with a naive expression, assuring she understood. Granny Nyan suddenly felt that this face was a bit too innocent, but considering Everandela was still underage and could grow, and with her guidance, she should be fine. Granny Nyan, a cloud is flying down from the sky. It seems like someone is on it. At this moment, Sandasonia said, Granny Nyan quickly looked up at the sky. The next moment, the cloud flew towards them like a shooting star. Yo, Granny Nyan, long time no see. Carl quickly waved to greet Granny Nyan when he saw her expression was not good. Daphne was also watching Granny Nine from the side, knowing Granny Nine was very beautiful when she was young. How did she become like this when she got old? Damn, Oda. What is good about it? Our Amazon Lily Empress has been tricked away by you, Granny Nyan said angrily, but the next second her eyes widened because she saw a pile of treasures. Granny Nyan, this is my bride price for marrying Hancock. What do you think? Carl simply laid out the treasures. What can I say? The person has been taken away by you. Instantly, Granny Nyan's attitude improved a lot. And this, Granny Nyan, this is the devil fruit I prepared for Everandela, a paramecia-type perfume fruit. He then handed the devil fruit to Everandela. Huh, is this the devil fruit? Everandela was a bit surprised when she received the devil fruit. During this time, she had been learning from Granny Nyan and also knew about the existence of devil fruits. Eating a devil fruit would grant her powerful abilities. You brought out the devil fruit? At least you have a bit of conscience. But what ability does this perfume fruit have? Granny Nyan was no longer angry when she saw Carl had brought out the devil fruit, and she didn't doubt the power of this paramecia-type devil fruit, because she knew that paramecia abilities are very unique and can be very powerful when developed well. The ability of this perfume fruit, as the name suggests, is to emit a scent like perfume. It can confuse others, causing them to fall into illusions from the scent, and it can also poison opponents without them realizing it. Other specific abilities need Everandela to develop them herself. Carl introduced the abilities of the perfume fruit to them. Is that so? That really is a good devil fruit. Granny Nyan also realized the power of this devil fruit and said to Everandela, Everandela, you should eat it now. Oh, okay, Granny Nyan. Everandela did not hold back and took a bite of the devil fruit. But the next moment her expression changed. Ugh, it's so bad. Granny Nyan, I can't eat it. After swallowing a bite with difficulty, Everandela didn't want to eat anymore. It's okay. Just eating one bite will give you the abilities of the devil fruit. You don't have to finish it. Granny Nyan said. Suddenly, a fragrance spread out. This was Everandela's fruit ability. What a charming scent, Daphne said, smelling the fragrance. This ability is truly something every woman desires. At first, she thought about eating this devil fruit, but in the end, she chose the Logia-type cloud fruit, and now she suddenly felt a sense of regret. Granny Nyan, I love this ability, Everandela said happily. Quickly retract the ability, Everandela. Granny Nyan immediately told her not to release such a strong fragrance in the future. A lighter scent would be better, making it harder for enemies to detect and easier to confuse. Okay, Granny Nyan, I understand. I will develop this devil fruit well. Thank you, Lord Carl, for giving me this devil fruit. Everandela then thanked Carl. No need to thank me. The future Empress of Amazon Lily should have a matching devil fruit, and this one is very suitable. Carl could already imagine her appearing on the sea in the future. All right, we should go. Everandela, you will handle the affairs of Amazon Lily for the next few days. The others will assist you. Granny Nyan said to Everandela. Okay, Granny Nyan, I understand. Then Daphne created a cloud, and after a few people got on, they flew away from Amazon Lily. Then they arrived at Gaia Island to pick up Anson. Enel had to stay on Gaia Island, and Jerry was busy with shipyard matters and didn't follow them. Lord Carl, are we going directly to Tiger Roar Island next? Mary Galud asked Carl. No, let's go to the Chambord Islands first, and then to Fisherman Island. After we arrive at the Chambord Islands, you wait for a day, and then I will return with Daphne, and we will head to Tiger Roar Island together. Carl said to a few people, Fisherman Island? It's been a long time since I've been there. Old Lady Nyo suddenly felt nostalgic. In the afternoon, they finally arrived at the Chambord Islands and went straight to the Summer's Bamboo Bar. Carl, it's been a long time since I've seen you. I didn't expect to meet you again and find out you're getting married, Rayleigh said with some emotion. When are you getting married? Summer Chi suddenly asked. It's not that I don't have money to get married. I'm a gambler. I shouldn't ruin someone else's life, Rayleigh said awkwardly. Carl, you can't learn from Rayleigh in the future. Summer Chi really wanted to give Rayleigh a beating, feeling exhausted. Definitely won't learn, which old Ray. Is the ship ready? We are ready to go to Fisherman Island now. Carl didn't want to get involved in the matters between the two, so he quickly slipped away. It's already ready. Let's go. I'll take you there. Saying this, Rayleigh immediately walked out of the bar, as he was getting more and more afraid of Summer Chi. You all wait for me here for a day. I'll pick up the people, and then we can set off. After Carl finished speaking, he pulled Daphne and chased after Rayleigh. Summer Chi, who was he going to pick up at Fisherman Island? Old Lady Nyo asked Summer Chi. It seems to be King Neptune and Princess White Star. King Neptune? I didn't expect Carl to have a connection with Neptune. Old Lady Nyo also knew King Neptune. This is the ship. Carl, you two can control it. By the way, Carl, why are you getting married so early? A real man should be out at sea, making a name for himself. Rayleigh felt that Carl shouldn't get married so early. Suddenly, he sensed a killing intent. He looked at Daphne beside Carl, whose eyes were as cold as knives, making people shudder. Actually getting married early is pretty good too. Haha, Carl, I'm leaving first. With that, he disappeared in a flash. I almost couldn't help but strike him with lightning just now. Oomph, Daphne said angrily. How dare he encourage her man not to get married? Haha, all right, you still don't know what I think? Don't be angry. We should set off and aim to pick them up by tomorrow morning. Let's go. After saying that, Daphne and Carl boarded the coated ship. The coated ship slowly submerged. Is this the scenery of the deep sea? It's my first time seeing it. Feels a bit exciting. Daphne looked outside the ship with curiosity. Yes, when I came last time and saw these big fish swimming around, I also felt very excited. After diving for a while, the two finally saw the entrance to Fisherman Island. We're almost there. Daphne, look, that's the entrance to Fisherman Island. Carl gestured for her to look over there. Really? We finally arrived. At first, it felt very novel, but after a while, it felt a bit oppressive. Because we're thousands of meters deep in the sea, without sunlight, people will always feel a bit scared. Carl wasn't used to the constantly dark ocean outside. Hey Carl, don't you have any thoughts about Princess Mermaid? Daphne looked at Carl with wide eyes, knowing that Princess White Star's beauty could rival that of Empress Hancock. What are you talking about? I don't have a preference for younger girls. And don't be fooled by White Star's tall appearance. She's still just a little girl, very timid. Besides, she's not my type. She's so tall, Carl said speechlessly. Who knows? By the way, is Princess White Star really that timid? Daphne curiously asked. After all, this is the Sea King. She is really very timid. When we first came, she was almost crying after just a few words out of fear. Later, I had to accompany her for a long time, and under that influence, her courage improved a bit, Carl told Daphne. Not long after, the ship arrived at the entrance of Fisherman Island. The guarding soldiers recognized Carl and let them pass directly. After the ship was docked, they took Carl and Daphne to the palace. King Neptune, Sashi is not ignoring you. Carl arrived at the palace, where Neptune and White Star were already waiting, along with Right Minister and Jinbei. Lord Carl, didn't it come with you? White Star asked Carl timidly. No, I'm just here to pick someone up this time. Someone didn't come. She's waiting for you on Tiger Roar Island. Let me introduce you. This is my wife, Murphy Daphne. Carl replied to White Star, and then introduced Daphne to everyone. Ha ha ha, Mr. Carl. Let me introduce you. This is Jinbei, Neptune said. Tiger God Carl. It's a pleasure to meet you. Thank you very much for helping us solve the big trouble with Hody Jones last time. I didn't expect Hody to harbor such hatred towards humans, Jinbei said. He had not been present last time, and after returning to Fisherman Island, Neptune told him, and he felt very guilty. After all, after Tiger's death, Jinbei was the one publicly guarding Fisherman Island. Ha ha, Sea Warrior Jinbei, I know you, just call me Carl. No need to be so polite. Carl still respected Jinbei very much. Ha ha, I still have to thank your excellency, Carl. Otherwise, Hody would definitely commit even more heinous crimes. Hearing Carl say this, Jinbei also relaxed a bit, as he often heard Carl's name on the sea. The last time was just a few days ago during the battle with Kaido in the Paradise. Such a big shot made Jinbei have to treat him cautiously. Ha ha, Mr. Carl, please go into the palace and rest. We will set off again tomorrow. Seeing that the two were chatting well, Neptune felt relieved. Now that the Whitebeard pirates are protecting Fisherman Island, and Jinbei is negotiating with the world government, and now there's also the Tiger God Carl, Neptune expressed great happiness. All right, then we'll set off tomorrow. There's still time. Carl followed Neptune and the others towards the palace. Princess White Star, hello, I am Daphne, one of the brides for this wedding. Daphne looked at the mermaid princess with curiosity. Huh, does it mean Lord Carl has several brides? White Star was suddenly confused. After all, her father only had one mother. Yes, let me tell you, he's just a big pig's hoof, Daphne said, chatting with White Star as they fell behind. King Neptune, I found that Fisherman Island seems to have much less hostility now. Carl felt that Fisherman Island was no longer as hateful toward humans as before. It felt much more harmonious. It's hard to say whether it's good or bad, but at this stage, it's good. After all, with Whitebeard's protection, as long as the people of Fisherman Island don't go out, they are safe. But once Whitebeard dies, it won't be certain. The celestial dragons and the slave system are probably the hardest shackles to break free from in this world. Let's put it this way. This world has everything from tribal society to modern society, so it really is a peculiar world. Since the incident with Hody Jones Group was discovered, I have strengthened the management of Fisherman Street. After Jinbei returned, he also cleaned up Fisherman Street, locking up some die-hard loyalists to Hody Jones who particularly hated humans. Without these people inciting emotions, Fisherman Island has become much more harmonious. King Neptune said, Neptune was in a good mood now. After all, Fishman Island was very stable, which relieved him a lot. The palace had prepared a banquet, and Neptune once again brought out his treasured fine wine, resulting in him getting drunk while Carl was still fine. This was because his treasured wine was deciphered by Karen, who brewed an even better version. Lord Carl, how many brides are you marrying this time? White Star was really curious. White Star, I only have 3 women, and this time I'm holding a wedding with them. Carl said a bit shyly. Don't listen to him. He's just a big flirt, hum. You have to be careful in the future. Never find someone like him. Daphne said angrily, her face flushed from drinking. Oh, I see. White Star nodded, somewhat understanding. Ha, Lord Carl, I toast to you. Thank you for everything you have done for Fishman Island. Jimby came over with a glass of wine. Knowing that Carl was also involved in the slave liberation incident in Mariewa, many fishmen and mermaids were rescued during that event, which was a huge favor. Ha ha ha, Jimby. No need to be so polite. Come, cheers. Carl couldn't stand the repeated thanks and directly raised his glass and drank it all in one go. The next day, after waking up, Carl was on the balcony looking at Fishman Island, still at the same spot as last time. Carl, why are you up so early? Came Daphne's voice from inside. It's not early. How are you? Is your head still dizzy? Carl hurried in upon seeing Daphne awake. A bit. I didn't expect to lose to White Star in drinking, Daphne said with some regret, realizing she couldn't drink more than a minor. Ha ha. White Star is one of the 3 great weapons. The Sea King, you don't need to compare with her. Here, drink some milk to settle your stomach. Carl handed Daphne a glass of milk. Looks like we can't go around Fishman Island today. We'll have to come back next time, Daphne said with some regret, as she had made many plans for this visit. It's okay, we can't make it this time. We'll come back when we have time later. Carl, when are we leaving? Daphne asked. In the afternoon. Take your time. After White Star leaves the palace, you have to disguise her all the way until we reach Tiger Roar Island. Understood? Carl said to Daphne. I understand, don't worry. This time, White Star won't be known to the outside world. Daphne also knew how much commotion Princess White Star's appearance would cause in the outside world, being a beautiful mermaid princess. Moreover, if the elders or him found out, it would be trouble. After preparing in the afternoon, Carl waited in the palace for Neptune and the others. Mr. Carl, this time just let Jimby take White Star. My sons still don't have the ability to handle the affairs of Fishman Island, so I can't leave now. I apologize. White Star's identity is a bit special, so I have to trouble you this time, Neptune said to Carl. It's okay, we understand. Don't worry, we'll protect White Star, Carl replied, as he had brought Daphne this time. I have already asked the right minister to prepare some snacks from Fishman Island. Consider it a wedding gift for you, Neptune said, signaling the right minister to bring over a heap of snacks. Thank you, King Neptune, we really like this gift. Daphne had already fallen in love with these snacks after trying them yesterday. Then Carl used his storage bracelet to put away the snacks. Huh, the snacks are gone. White Star was surprised to see a bunch of snacks disappear with a wave of Carl's hand. Ha ha, this is a bag fruit bracelet, quite a useful ability. Carl showed them his storage bracelet. Huh, this bracelet can eat devil fruits too? Neptune felt very strange, as he had never heard of a non-human or animal being able to eat devil fruits. This is the latest technology. Isn't it amazing? Ahaha. All right, stop showing off. We should go, Daphne reminded. All right, it's getting late, we should set off. Come on, Jinby. Daphne, let's disguise White Star now, Carl said to Daphne. White Star? Come here, stand on this cloud. Daphne created a very large cloud and asked White Star to stand on it. Okay, Sister Daphne, White Star was a bit excited, as she could now go to the land and see the outside world. White Star stood on the cloud, and then Daphne used her ability to disguise White Star, so that from the outside, no one could see her presence. Just like that, the group boarded the coated ship and left Fishman Island. The coated ship floated to the surface, and Carl notified Rayleigh and the others to come over. Then Daphne immediately controlled the cloud to rise high into the sky, flying towards Tiger Roar Island. Rayleigh-san, Sashi is ignoring me. Jinby happily greeted Rayleigh. Ha ha, Sashi is ignoring you too. Jinby, you've also become quite a prominent figure now. Rayleigh looked at Jinby, who used to be the chubby blue guy following Tiger, and now had become a capable person. The group chatted happily on the cloud, and Granny New and the others were also there. After the Mariewa incident, the relationship between Amazon Lily and Fishman Island was very good. The Boa sisters were also talking with Princess White Star, and White Star seemed less timid after getting outside. On Tiger Roar Island, Hancock and the others were waiting, with the happiest being and who hadn't seen her Princess White Star for a long time. Soon, they saw a cloud flying in the sky, and everyone knew that Carl and the others were back. The cloud landed and slowly dissipated. Princess White Star, Sashi is ignoring me. I miss you so much, and rushed over as soon as she saw White Star. White Star, Hearing someone calling her and then seeing someone running towards her was almost scared. But when she saw it was, and she happily lifted and up and brought it to her face. I finally see you. White Star was so happy. The two girls excitedly chatted. Brother, I'm finally getting married, Ellie happily said to Benson. Ellie, I can finally rest easy now, Benson said, patting Ellie's head, feeling emotional, as they had once struggled to survive. But now they had grown up and become strong, and his sister was getting married. Haha. Welcome everyone to Tiger Roar Island to attend Carl's wedding. Everyone first go to my house to rest. Then tonight we will hold the banquet. Everything is ready at home. Berg was also very happy to see these people and let everyone back home. Thank you, Mr. Berg, Riley politely said. The group returned home and began chatting excitedly. Fortunately, Calgary had been newly built before, otherwise it wouldn't have been able to accommodate so many people. In the hall, Berg, Emma, Riley, Shaki, Shunping, Girolio, and Asa were chatting together. Hancock was talking with his two sisters on the other side. It seemed that the two sisters had said something, causing Hancock's face to turn bright red. White Star was taken by Anna to her room. After learning that White Star would also come, Anna had the house remodeled extensively and decorated beautifully, with pink decorations everywhere, knowing that White Star loved pink. The two girls were very happy, chatting animatedly in the room, sharing their little secrets with each other. They were the happiest among everyone at the welcome dinner held by Carl, especially the two sisters and White Star, as they had never attended a banquet in the outside world. With the encouragement of fine wine, the banquet was lively and everyone enjoyed themselves, dispersing only late into the night. The next day, Carl got up early and went to check the church, which was already decorated, waiting for the wedding in 2 days. At this time, Daphne also arrived, and the two looked at each other and smiled sweetly. Daphne, don't you feel like something is missing from the wedding venue? Carl asked Daphne. Huh, nothing is missing. Are you planning a surprise, Carl? Daphne said, a bit excited. Well, Daphne, if the ground were covered with light, fluffy white clouds, and there were colorful clouds above, wouldn't that be as beautiful as the fairy realm? If we get married in the fairy realm, you'd be like a fairy from there. Carl thought Daphne could use her powers to transform the place into something like the fairy realm. Oh right, why didn't I think of that? She said, and immediately got to work, thinking that this man was quite romantic. Under their design, the place transformed into a celestial palace, and the two smiled in satisfaction. 2 days later, everyone got up early, and the three brides were taken to get their makeup done and change into wedding dresses. The town was bustling. Everyone knew that Carl was getting married today, and with 3 women. The outside of the church was packed with people, and the inside was also beautifully decorated, complete with a band. Daphne even wrote a wedding march for them, which stunned Carl, thinking this girl had musical talent, and her memory was really good. The scene was filled with a celestial aura, very beautiful. The wedding was hosted by Riley, who was required by Shaki to wear formal attire today, looking so proper that it was hard to believe he was the infamous king of hell, Riley. Soon, the wedding began. Carl stood in front of the podium in a suit, waiting for the 3 brides to arrive, looking quite elegant and handsome. After Riley announced the start of the wedding, the band played the wedding march. As the beautiful music played, the people outside parted to make way. Before long, the brides appeared, with Shaki leading them slowly toward the church, each bride followed by 2 young boys and girls holding their train. As they passed, everyone clapped enthusiastically, and the ushers did not miss the opportunity to throw a bucket of colorful flowers. Soon, Shaki led the brides to Carl and said some words about treating them well in the future. Then, under Riley's guidance, Carl and the 3 brides proceeded step by step through the wedding rituals. Finally, with Riley's announcement, Carl became husband to Ellie, Hancock, and Daphne, and a warm round of applause erupted in the venue. Berg, Emma, and Grandma Nyo were all in tears, feeling relieved that their child had finally married and met the right person. Anna and White Star were very happy. Children loved lively occasions. The newlyweds raised their champagne glasses together, with the red champagne filled only to 8/10 full, symbolizing a future of marital bliss. Let us sincerely wish the newlyweds a long-lasting union, a harmonious relationship, and early blessings of children. The wedding concluded with Riley's voice. Next was a grand banquet for the whole town. Today, the town was destined to be extraordinarily lively. After the wedding, Riley finally changed back into his spotted outfit and enjoyed drinking fine wine with everyone. The scene was filled with laughter and joy, and the banquet continued until the next morning. Some people went back to rest, while others fell asleep right on the ground. Carl and the 3 brides returned home, and in Carl's room, they changed into pajamas and lay on the bed. Lord Carl, I'm so happy. I've finally become Lord Carl's wife. Hancock was the most excited. Carl, please take care of me for the rest of my life, Daphne said, looking at Carl affectionately. Husband. Ellie also gazed lovingly at her man. My 3 wives, we will spend our lives together from now on. Don't worry, I will always love you, Carl said seriously as he looked at them. Yes, yes, yes. We will always be together, Ellie said. So, my 3 wives, should we consummate our marriage? Carl looked at his 3 beautiful women. The 3 women shyly nodded. The activities in the room continued until late at night, and Carl looked at the 3 women with flushed faces, feeling satisfied as well. Finally, Hancock lay on Carl, wrapping her arms around Ellie and Daphne, and then happily fell asleep. 3 days later, at the harbor of Tiger Roar Island, today Carl was sending Rayleigh and the others back, and their courier plan was about to be implemented. And then Shirahoshi felt a bit sad because they were parting again. And I'll miss you. Will you come to Fishman Island to see me later? Shirahoshi held In's face, large pearls of tears streaming down. Don't cry, Shirahoshi. Remember to think of me when you go back, okay? My uncle told me that when I turn 18, I can sail on my own. I promise I'll come find you once I'm grown up, and assured Shirahoshi. Finally, Shirahoshi boarded the Tiger God, which was lifted away using Daphne's powers. Although the Tiger God could fly, it wasn't as fast as Daphne's clouds. In the afternoon, the group arrived at Gaia Island. Adrian managed to persuade Captain Dylan to let him take Zoe out, and then Carl gave the giant bee fruit to Zoe to eat. After that, Carl asked Adrian to help her familiarize herself with her abilities in practice, as they would officially launch the plan once Carl returned. Soon, Carl and the others sent Granny New to 9 Snake Island, and then they arrived at the Sabeti archipelago where Rayleigh and Shaki also disembarked. With Rayleigh's help, the Tiger God completed its coding, and next, they were to send Shirahoshi and Jinbe back to Fishman Island. Mr. Carl, will the courier company you established officially start operating? Jinbe asked Carl. About a month later, we first need to produce a large number of giant bees. Daphne replied to Jinbe. Once you start operating, Fishman Island will also do business with you. I hope to sell Fishman Island specialties all over the world. Jinbe planned to find some reliable humans to set up specialty stores for Fishman Island on other islands, and the transportation could be entrusted to Carl's courier company. That's a great idea. I believe many people will rush to buy Fishman Island specialties. Daphne could already imagine the many good things from Fishman Island. Ha, I think so too, but we have to wait for King Neptune's decision on the specifics. After half a day of diving, the Tiger God arrived at Fishman Island. Neptune was relieved to see his daughter return safely, and it was also a good thing that Shirahoshi's courage had grown during this trip. Jinbe then told Neptune about doing business with Carl's courier company, and Neptune was very supportive, as this would allow him to sell Fishman Island specialties. Carl spent 2 days on Fishman Island with 3 women before returning, mainly because Daphne's heart is now at the company headquarters on Gaia Island. Ellie is also there, as her research is nearing completion, and she wants to successfully replicate the devil fruit as soon as possible. Hancock has nothing much to do, but she will soon return to Amazon Lily. After all, she is still the Empress of Amazon Lily, and until Everlandra has grown up, Hancock needs to go back to Amazon Lily. However, she has already stepped down as the captain of the Kuja Pirates. The current acting captain of the Kuja Pirates is Everlandra, who is being guided by Granny Nine. After the few of them returned to Gaia Island, Daphne immediately threw herself into work. The 20 guards trained in hockey from HK Island have already arrived. Then, 100 people were drawn from the previously trained pirate guard team, divided into 10 teams, each led by 2 guards from HK Island, heading to the 10 islands of paradise, including Water 7 and Alabasta, as well as Drum Island and the Sabeti archipelago. These are all tasks Daphne is handling, and she is enjoying it. Ellie is also spending every day in the laboratory. Hancock will be leaving in a few days, so she has been especially clingy during these days. Carl has now settled down, spending every day playing with Hancock. Now, Carl needs to think about how to continue getting stronger as regular training is no longer effective. Carl, stop rocking. We need to bring the Sky Island Sandians down. Otherwise, we don't have enough manpower, Daphne said as she came home from work and saw Carl lounging in a beach chair in the yard. I informed the Sandian chief about this the day before yesterday. They are very willing to return to Qinghai, and they have already selected 300 people ready to come down at any time. When are you free? Then I can take you to the Sky Island to pick them up, Carl replied to Daphne. How about tomorrow? We can go to the Sky Island to pick them up tomorrow. Daphne really needs people. More and more merchants are coming to Jaya Island to do business, and the giant bees are already in place. Zoe is currently busy with Daphne. What's lacking now is enough warehouse workers, so Daphne urgently needs more reliable people. Sure, We'll go tomorrow, Carl said to Daphne. To the Sky Island? Lord Carl, I want to go too. I've never been to the Sky Island. Hancock also wanted to see what the Sky Island looked like. Then let's go together. I'll ask Ellie later if she wants to go. I'll go make dinner now. Please wait a moment, my two wives. After saying that, Carl got up and walked toward the kitchen. Lord Carl, I'll help you. Hancock chased after him. Daphne returned to her room, contemplating what to do next. When the president gets serious, it can be quite terrifying. What are you busy with? Suddenly, Karen entered Daphne's room, startling her. You scare me, Karen, Daphne said, patting her chest. What did you come in? You didn't make a sound. That's because you're too focused. By the way, I'm here to ask you for a shop, a bigger one. I'm planning to open a food city on Jaya Island, Karen said, as she had nothing to do and wanted to earn money while researching food. Sure, I'll arrange it for you tomorrow. Also, Uncle Derek and his apprentice are almost done building the dozen high-power generators, so your food city can be open at night too. Daphne told Karen. Really? That's great. I've gotten used to having lights at night on Tiger Roar Island, so it's a bit uncomfortable outside now. Karen was very happy that Jaya Island could also have electricity like Tiger Roar Island. Karen, do you want me to help design the food city? I'm a professional in that. Daphne had many design plans for food cities from her previous life in mind. Of course. Thank you, Daphne, Karen said happily, giving Daphne a quick kiss. Ladies, dinner is ready. Huh, Karen, why didn't you come earlier? Otherwise, I wouldn't have to cook. Carl came over after finishing dinner and saw Karen had arrived, feeling a bit annoyed. Captain, you should let me taste your cooking sometimes. Besides, I came to find Daphne for something important. Karen said, what important matter could you have for finding Daphne? Carl didn't believe she could have any important business with Daphne. Karen is here to talk to me about opening a food city on Jaya Island. I think this idea is great, and I'll help her design it. It's definitely going to be a hit, Daphne said at this moment. A food city? That sounds great. We won't have to cook anymore. Hearing that Karen wanted to open a food city, Carl was very supportive. By the way, where are Benson and Anilu? I haven't seen them these past couple of days. Carl found it a bit strange that he hadn't seen them. You're the captain, yet you didn't know? They both went out to train. The other day, they saw you busy and told me, Daphne said, somewhat annoyed. Wow, they're really working hard now, huh? I can't keep up with that. Regular training isn't effective for me anymore, and I'm struggling with how to improve, Carl said, finding it difficult to enhance his strength. Lord Carl, let's eat first, or the food will get cold. At this moment, Hancock couldn't help but interject as they were chatting so enthusiastically. If we keep talking, the restaurant's food will lose its flavor. All right, let's eat first. If you're not enthusiastic about eating, there is something wrong with your mindset. You all go to the restaurant first, and I'll go call Ellie. After saying that, Carl walked towards the laboratory. Captain, your cooking skills aren't bad, you know? You could try researching cooking in the future. Karen thought the dinner was pretty good and believed that with more effort, there could be even greater improvement. I'd rather not put in the effort. I don't have that kind of time. By the way, Carl, since you can't think of how to continue training to improve your strength, have you thought about gravity training like using a gravity machine? You know? Daphne reminded Carl, mentioning that Goku used a gravity machine in Dragon Ball, which had excellent training effects. Carl's eyes lit up when he heard about the gravity machine. A gravity machine? That might be a good idea, but they're ISNT that technology right now. I just don't know if Vince Smoke Judge can make it. He should be able to, right? He has managed to create things like battle suits, so a gravity machine should be simple for him, right? Daphne believes it can be done. This battle suit is just like the universal capsule from Dragon Ball. Sometimes Daphne thinks about tying up Vince Smoke Judge and focusing on researching the universal capsule. If she could develop it, they would get rich. She believes this thing would definitely be a hit in this world. It feels feasible. Vince Smoke Judge, Lord Carl, what is wrong with Daphne? That laugh is a bit scary. Hancock thought Daphne's smile was strange. What are you thinking, Daphne, laughing so sinisterly? Hurry up and tell me. Ellie moved her chair closer and sat next to Daphne. It's nothing. Carl, if you go to find Judge, take me with you. I have something very important to ask him, if he can make it. Daphne told Carl. Okay, I got it. Carl was also a bit confused, but agreed. The next morning, Carl and Hancock were still asleep when Daphne woke them up. Wake up, you two. Don't you see what time it is? Daphne looked at the two still hugging while sleeping, furious. We promised to go to Skypea today, to pick someone up. Produce. I need to help Karen design the food city in the afternoon. I have so much to do. Daphne, it's still early. Why are you in such a hurry? Carl said, pulling away the blanket and rubbing his eyes. Lord Carl, I'm not wearing clothes under the blanket. My big white rabbit is showing. Hancock hurriedly pulled the blanket back over her. Hancock, hurry up. Didn't you say you were going to Skypea with us today? If you don't get up soon, I'll leave with Carl without you. Daphne handed Hancock her clothes. No way. I'm going. Hearing that she wouldn't be taken to Skypea if she didn't get up, Hancock immediately jumped up and ran to the dressing room to change. No need to be up this early. I'm still tired, Carl said with a yawn. Who told you to stay up so late with Hancock last night? I told you to be moderate, you know? ISNT, they're saying that 1 drop of that equals 10 drops of blood? Take care of your health. Daphne said irritably. I know. Carl felt a bit embarrassed. Last night was indeed a bit crazy. Ellie, aren't you coming with us? After Carl got up and had breakfast, he prepared to head to Skypea. They might stay up there for a few days since she would be returning to Amazon Lily in a few days, and he wanted to spend time with her. I'm not going. My research has reached a critical point. Ellie was very excited. Once her research results came out, they would have a continuous supply of devil fruits. All right, then let us set off. Then Carl took Daphne and Hancock and departed. Carl directly embraced the 2 women and quickly flew into the sky. Soon, the 3 of them arrived at Sky Island and landed on Angel Island. Huh, Lord Carl. Wow, those 2 women are really beautiful. No wonder they are with Lord Carl. The residents of Angel Island greeted Carl warmly. Thanks to Carl, they could have so many buses. Hello, hello. Carl simply responded to the residents of Angel Island. Is this Sky Island? It looks really beautiful. I think it's beautiful too. The 2 women were visiting Sky Island for the first time and felt it was very novel. Huh, Lord Carl. It's been a long time since we last saw you. Not long after Carl arrived at Angel Island, Gonfowl appeared riding Pierre. Gonfowl, long time no see. How have you been recently? It was surprising that this old man came so quickly. I'm doing well. Thank you for your concern, Lord Carl. You're here to take the Shandians back, right? Gonfowl said. Yes, I set up a company on Gaia Island in the East Sea, and I'm a bit short on people lately. The ancestors of the Shandians also came from Gaia Island, so it's only fitting for them to return to Gaia Island. By the way, let me introduce you. These 2 are my wives, Boa Hancock and Murphy Daphne, Carl said to Gonfowl. Oh, Lord Carl is married now. That's wonderful news. After meeting the 2 ladies, Gonfowl bowed to them. Hello, Gonfowl. Daphne also greeted him. All right, we're all friends here. No need to be so polite. Let's head to Appiato. The chief should be waiting for us. After saying that, Carl and the others walked towards the god island Appiato. When they arrived at Appiato, the chief was gathering the people who were going to Gaia Island. Knowing that Gaia Island was once part of Appiato, many people wanted to return and see their ancestors' hometown. Lord Carl, you're here. There are quite a few people who want to go this time, so I plan to select some young people to go back to Gaia Island with you. What do you think? The chief said to Carl, as he also wanted to go to Gaia Island. That's fine, you decide. Both men and women are fine, but they need to have some strength. Carl looked at the group of young people and saw Weepa, Kamachili, Brahm, and Jibao were also there. These were all very promising young people, and after training, they would become powerful fighters. I understand, Lord Carl, so I need a little more time, the chief said to Carl. No problem. Just gather them before noon. We'll go explore other places first. Carl wasn't in a hurry. As long as he could take people back today, that was fine. Then Carl took the 2 women to explore Sky Island. It was really beautiful, like a heavenly palace, and the 2 women kept praising the scenery. Gonfowl, you don't need to follow me. You can assist the chief here if you want. Carl was a bit troubled, wondering why this old man was so clueless. Okay, Lord Carl, just use this to call for me if you need anything. Gonfowl handed Carl a whistle. Sure, Carl took the whistle, and Gonfowl left. Carl, let's go see the Golden City, Sandora. I want to see it too. Then let's go. You'll definitely be surprised. Carl brought the 2 of them through the clouds to the Golden City. The Sandia people stationed here came over to greet Carl. It's fine. You all go about your business. We're just wandering around. You don't need to follow us, Carl said to the guard. Since discovering this ancient site, the Sandia people, along with the Angel Island people, had cleaned and restored it, and it no longer looked in a state of ruin. There's just so much gold. I can't understand how they found so much gold to build this city, Hancock exclaimed repeatedly. I always feel that this golden city must have a real purpose. The ancestors of the Sandia people wouldn't just collect so much gold for no reason, would they? Daphne voiced her doubts. Maybe, and there are also historical artifacts here, which are 800 years old. Carl shared the same thought as Daphne. After wandering for a while, the 3 of them went out. After all, they weren't short on money now, but seeing this city made of gold was still quite shocking. An ordinary person couldn't resist such temptation. They then went to the Divine Palace, which was once NLS place, but after Carl took him as a subordinate, it became Carl's residence in Sky Island. In the Divine Palace, Carl prepared a feast using the sky fish for the 2 women, and they loved the taste. By the way, Daphne, what do you think about selling some ordinary sky shells on Gaia Island? Like sound shells, light shells, water shells, and image shells. Carl suddenly thought that these ordinary sky shells would sell well in Shanghai. That's a great idea. I'll implement it when I get back. By the way, what about the other sky shells? I feel those would sell even better. Daphne said to Carl. The combat use sky shells won't be sold, except for our own guards' use. I plan to trade them with Dolag in the future. I'm sure the Revolutionary Army would love these, Carl explained to Daphne. That makes sense, I understand now. The sky shells here are truly amazing, especially the sound shells and image shells. I want to use these too to store a lot of memories of my life with Lord Carl. So when I miss Lord Carl, I can take them out and look at them, she said, then gazed at Carl with a lovesick expression. Silly girl. Isn't it better to see the real person? Plus, you can watch with the image shell, Carl said as he pulled Hancock closer to him. I'll be going back to 9 Snake Island in a few days. And I will miss Lord Carl, Hancock said, leaning against Carl, looking a bit sad. It's fine, Hancock. This guy usually has nothing to do. When you miss him, just let him come to 9 Snake Island to find you, Daphne said to Hancock. Then the Empress looked at Carl with hopeful eyes. Lord Carl, you will come and find me, right? Silly, I will definitely come and find you. Even if you're not around, I will miss you. You 3 are all my treasures, he said, pulling Daphne closer and hugging both women. Then Carl couldn't help but be affectionate with the 2 women in the Divine Palace. Afterward, the 3 of them had another grand feast of sky fish in the Divine Palace. While they were resting, a servant came to say the chief had gathered the people and was ready to say goodbye, and they could leave with Carl. The 3 of them went to the chief's side, where a large crowd was already standing. Chief, why are there so many people? There are more than 300. Carl asked the Sandia chief. The others are here to see you off. Not everyone is going, the chief quickly replied. Chief, you will definitely need people in the future, so let them rest assured. Just 300 is enough for now. Later, you might need another 300, and they will all have their chance. Daphne said to the chief, not expecting so many people want to go to Shanghai. That's great. To be honest, I've been having a headache these days. Everyone wants to go to Shanghai, and I don't want to favor anyone, so I can only let them compete to select these 300 people. The chief said happily after hearing they would need more people. All right, have them line up and get ready to depart, Carl said. Then Daphne created a huge cloud, leaving the Sandia people in awe. Don't be surprised. This is my devil fruit ability. Quickly stand on the cloud. We need to set off, Daphne said. And the 300 people gradually stood on the cloud. Hancock, Daphne and I will take the people back first, then come back up quickly. Wait for me in the Divine Palace, okay? Carl said to Hancock. Okay, I'll wait for you. Let's go, Daphne. Then Daphne took the 300 people on the cloud and flew towards the horizon, slowly landing back on Kai Island. Soon, the hundreds of people landed at the training base on Kai Island. Daphne arranged for these people to stay in the small villas that had been prepared earlier. Looking at the sea and the land beneath their feet, the Sandia people were very excited. Captain, we need to hurry and get Benson back, as well as Enel. Otherwise, I can't manage alone. Especially Enel. His electric training is very effective for physical strength. The more than 100 pirate guards before had such great results because of Enel's electric training, Adrian said to Carl, as he couldn't teach alone. Electric training? Wow, these people have it good. Don't worry, I'll notify them both to come back soon, Carl reassured him. Quiet down. Let me say something first. He shouted into a megaphone. Immediately, the 300 people quieted down. This is our training base on Kai Island. Although your strengths are decent in Sky Island, you are a bit weak in Shanghai, so you will undergo special training here. Let me introduce you. This is one of your instructors, Adrian. The other 2 instructors will return in a couple of days. Vipa, Kamachili, Brahm, and Jabeo, step forward, Carl called out. And the few people quickly stepped forward and stood neatly. They respected Carl greatly. You 4 are among the stronger ones of these 300 for the next few days. You will assist Instructor Adrian. Do you understand? Understood, Lord Carl. They replied. All right, Adrian, it will be hard on you for the next few days, Carl said. Okay, it can only be this way for now, Adrian replied. Let us go, Daphne. After arranging everything, Carl walked away with Daphne. By the way, let us go see how Zoe's bees are developing, Carl said. There are already over 2,000 mutated ones, and these bees are quite intelligent. They can basically understand spoken words. As long as they carry Zoe's honey, they will listen to her, Daphne said, as she often visited Zoe and knew this. Doesn't tea that require a lot of honey? Can Zoe produce enough honey? Plus, these bees need to eat regularly. Carl thought that with only 2,000 now. If the mutated bees increased in number, wouldn't they need a ton of honey? You'll find out soon, she said. And the 2 walked into the forest where Zoe's mutated bees were kept. Soon, they arrived at Zoe, where a swarm of bees was present, each about 1 meter long and half a meter high, which was quite a sight. Zoe, How's it going now? Daphne asked as she approached. Big brother Carl, you and Daphne are here? Now there are almost 3,000 mutated bees here, and they are very obedient. However, there is one problem. If you want them to find their way, you need to set up a mother hive at the destination. This way, no matter how far away it is, they can find their way back to the mother hive, Zoe said to the two. In that case, it will be a bit troublesome for you. We may have a lot of places to transport goods in the future, Carl said apologetically to Zoe. Don't worry, Carl. We are currently developing 10 islands in paradise, which means we only need to set up 10 mother hives at the beginning, Daphne said. Don't worry, big brother Carl. I can fly, and I'm super fast, okay? Zoe said proudly. That's good. By the way, Zoe, how do you solve the food needs of these bees? With so many bees, how do you supply enough honey? Big brother Carl, at the beginning, we just need a lot of mutated bees. But it only takes a drop to mutate one bee. After they mutate, they can go out to forage by themselves. They can eat meat. So there's no need to worry about food. Also, I feel that the upper limit for the number of mutated bees should be 100,000. If it exceeds that, it won't work, Zoe said to the two. Carl nodded after listening, thinking that if bees could mutate infinitely, that fruit would be terrifying. And even having 100,000 would be impressive. By the way, Zoe, does the honey you made have any effect on other animals? Daphne asked Zoe. It doesn't have any effect. I've tried several kinds of animals, and it only makes bees mutate, Zoe explained. All right, once the delivery stations on those 10 islands are set up, you can establish the hive then. In the meantime, try to produce more mutated bees. Good luck, future delivery queen, Daphne said to Zoe. Don't worry, Daphne. In the future, we'll partner up to spread delivery stations all over the world, delivering everything to every corner of this world. Zoe said confidently. Go for it. You can definitely do it. We'll head out now. By the way, when you have time, go check on Adrian. He told me you've been too busy to even talk to him these days. Carl remembered Adrian's words and wanted to laugh. Adrian had originally wanted to take Zoe out for some sweet time, but after they went out, Zoe went sweet with the bees instead, leaving him in tears. I know, that guy Adrian is something else, always telling everything outside, Zoe said irritably. Then Carl and Daphne left first. By the way, dear, I feel like we need to monitor Gaia Island with the imaging shells. inOne isn't always around, and we need to consider safety issues. Carl thought that if inOne wasn't there, it would be bad if any undercover agents on the island caused trouble. That works. I'll arrange that later, since we brought the empty shells down anyway. Daphne also thought it was necessary to monitor Gaia Island, as the people coming here are quite complicated. Thanks for your hard work, dear, Carl said, holding Daphne's hand, as most of the current matters were being managed by Daphne. There is no hard work involved. It's a piece of cake. The people here are much simpler compared to those I dealt with on Earth. They don't have as many twists and turns as those businessmen. So dealing with the people here is very easy. Daphne was confident about this. Moreover, if things develop normally in the future, our express delivery company could become a world-class super commercial group. Just thinking about it excites me. All right then, I'll be your support from behind. You can focus on your development, Carl said to Daphne. Thank you, husband. I have to find Karen. We agreed that I'd help her set up the food city today. I'll go now. After Daphne finished speaking, she flew away, leaving Carl standing there. Do you have to be in such a hurry? Not even a kiss. Seriously, forget it. I'll go check on Jerry S. shipyard and see how he is doing. The shipyard has become busy now that more and more merchants have returned from Gaia Island, bringing back news about the situation there. Daphne has turned Gaia Island into a distribution center for goods, where merchants can buy and sell their products, although they need to pay certain taxes. But the advantage is safety. They can also choose to sell their goods to the Shun Phone Company, which then sells them to those in need. As a result, with the increasing number of merchant ships coming to Gaia Island, some inevitably encounter problems and come to Jerry's shipyard for repairs. Now that the shipyard has reached a certain scale, it has also started accepting orders from the public to build merchant ships, including pirate ships. Daphne has stated that as long as it involves shipbuilding, the shipyard will take any type of order. So during this time, after completing the 10 submarines that Carl had assigned, they have begun constructing merchant ships, and naturally, things have gotten busy. Jerry, how is the situation at the shipyard lately? Carl asked as he arrived at Jerry's place. Things are very good now. The shipyard is operating normally. The ship workers are all very busy and fulfilled. Previously, everyone was worried about not receiving orders and having nothing to do, but now they are relieved. They all want to work harder to earn more berries to provide a better life for their families, Jerry told Carl, expressing his happiness and satisfaction. That's good. If there are any problems you can't solve, just go to Daphne, Carl said. I understand, Captain. Mrs. Daphne has given me a lot of practical advice. And now managing the shipyard is very easy. Jerry never expected that Mrs. Daphne was so smart and knowledgeable about management. That's good. I'm leaving now, Carl said before departing. Carl was relieved to see everything running normally, and it was time to head to the Sky Island. Otherwise, Hancock would be worried. Soon, Carl flew to the Sky Island and went straight to the shrine. Hancock, I'm back. Did you miss me? Carl saw the Empress staring blankly at the sea of clouds in the distance and came up from behind to hug her. Of course I missed you. I think about you all the time, Hancock said, turning around and leaning against Carl's chest. Let's go eat something first. I'm a bit hungry after flying up here. He wrapped his arm around the Empress and walked toward the restaurant. In the restaurant, Carl enjoyed the delicious sky fish dish while Hancock sat beside him, watching him eat with a dreamy look in her eyes. What's wrong, Hancock? Aren't you going to eat? Or is it not to your taste? Carl asked when he noticed her staring at him. No, I'm just not hungry yet. I just like watching you eat. Lord Carl, Hancock said, her face slightly flushed. Silly, eat something first. How about we go ride the Wibble later? Carl said, feeling warm inside as he saw the loving gaze in her eyes. Ride the Wibba? Sure. They quickly finished their sky fish dishes, so fast that Carl was left stunned. I just wanted to go ride the Wibba with you, Lord Carl. Hancock said a bit shyly, realizing she had eaten too quickly while thinking about going on a ride with him. How embarrassing. It's okay. I like you no matter what. Carl quickly reassured her. Really? Hancock leaned closer to ask. Of course, you're my wife. I like everything you do. I'm full now. Let's go ride the Wibba, but you need to change into a different outfit. Your chi-pow isn't suitable for riding. Carl said, looking at Hancock's purple chi-pow. But I only have this chi-pow. What should I do? Hancock said anxiously. How about wearing the battle outfit? I have a purple battle outfit that should fit you, Carl suggested, pulling out a purple canister. Okay, I'll give it a try, she said and ran back to her room. Before long, she came out wearing the purple battle outfit. Wow, it's simply a uniform temptation. Carl stared at her in awe. How do I look? I think it fits me very well, she said, showcasing her figure. Very nice. It suits you perfectly. Carl immediately responded. Then let's go. Hancock felt delighted seeing how much Carl liked it. Soon, they arrived by the Sky River. If anyone was the best at making Wibba, it was certainly Pygaya, so they went to Pygaya's home. Hello, Lord Carl. Pygaya was surprised to see Carl at his home and said excitedly, Hello, Pygaya. No need to be nervous. We're here to buy a Wibba. Carl stated his purpose directly to prevent Pygaya from overthinking. Okay. Lord Carl, follow me, Pygaya said, then turned to his daughter in the house. Conies, stay at home and keep an eye on things. I'll be back soon. Okay, Dad. Let's go, Lord Carl. Pygaya said as he led Carl to where he made the Wibba. Carl picked one out and left, leaving Pygaya excited in place, thinking, Lord Carl came to buy his Wibba. Hancock, get on. Hold me from behind. Okay, Lord Carl, she said as she stood on the Wibba and hugged Carl. Carl could clearly feel the pressure coming from behind, making him a bit flustered, and Hancock blushed a little. Hold on tight, I'm starting. With that, he started the Wibba and quickly headed toward the forest. Riding the Wibba with Lord Carl makes me so happy. Carl heard this and smiled happily, then continued to take Hancock on a tour over the empty river in the sky. In fact, neither of them paid much attention to the scenery around them. They were simply enjoying their time together. The two played on the empty island for several days, but Granny New kept urging Hancock to return early, so they had to head back to Gaia Island. Damn Granny New. When I get back, I'm going to petrify her. Hancock was a bit angry. She had been having a great time these past few days, and just when she was having fun, Granny New had to spoil it. Well, Granny New is just thinking about Snake Island. After all, you are still the Empress of Amazon Lily, Carl said, holding her. Since Lord Carl said so, I will forgive her. When are we going back to Gaia Island? Hancock felt a bit sad thinking about leaving Gaia Island. Maybe later. We'll rest for a night on Gaia Island, and I'll send you back tomorrow, Carl replied. In the afternoon, the two returned to Gaia Island. Upon returning to the villa, they saw Daphne, Ellie, and Karen grilling meat and drinking. Oh, the honeymooners are back. Daphne teased the two. Sister Daphne. Hancock pouted at Daphne. Uncle. Sister Hancock. Suddenly, and ran out from inside. In? When did you come out of Tiger Roar Island? Carl didn't expect and to come out as well. The day before yesterday, I called Sister Daphne to pick me up and said she had been bored on Tiger Roar Island and felt much more comfortable outside. All right, Hancock. Are you going to eat grilled meat? Ellie asked Hancock. I feel a bit unwell and want to throw up, so I want to eat. Hancock suddenly felt nauseous at the thought of eating grilled meat. Do you feel unwell, Hancock? Come with me to my room. I'll check you out, Ellie said. Worried upon hearing Hancock say she felt unwell. Okay, thank you, Sister Ellie. Then Ellie led Hancock in her pharmacy. Uncle, what did you eat today? Why is Sister Hancock feeling unwell? And asked Carl. We didn't eat much, just empty fish. I'm fine, right? Carl found it quite strange as well. Don't worry, it might actually be a good thing. Honey, you might want to prepare yourself mentally. Daphne suddenly thought of something. The two had been trying for 3 days during Hancock's dangerous period. Calculating the time, it seemed about right. Are you saying Hancock is pregnant? Carl said excitedly. What do you mean pregnant? Karen looked puzzled and was also confused. Daphne had just said it might be a good thing. I just said it's a possibility. Don't forget, Hancock, you two were together for 3 days. Daphne said. Carl thought to himself, and combined with Hancock's reaction, he felt it must be true. Not long after, Ellie came out with Hancock, both of them looking very happy, and Hancock's face was flushed. How is it, Ellie? Carl immediately asked Ellie. Honey, let Hancock tell you this news herself. Ellie still hoped that Hancock would announce the news personally. Carl then looked at Hancock excitedly. Lord Carl, I'm pregnant. Hancock shyly said, feeling overjoyed that she was finally carrying Lord Carl's child. Really? Hancock, I'm going to be a dad? Carl was very excited. This was an experience he had never had in either his past life or this life. It must be true, dear. I've checked many times. Ellie immediately said, I'm going to be a dad. Hancock. Carl lifted her up in sheer joy. Sister Daphne, does that mean I'm going to have a little brother or sister? And said to Daphne, excited about having a little kid to tease. What sister? You have to call me Anne from now on. Anne, you're going to have a little brother or sister. Daphne also said excitedly, I need to let everyone know about this good news. We're having a party tonight. Gavin, I'll leave it to you tonight. Carl said happily. No problem. I'll handle the cooking tonight. Soon, inOne, Banson, Adrian, and Zoe arrived. After Carl shared the news with them, everyone was very happy, including that god. In the evening, everyone clinked glasses, and the atmosphere was lively and filled with a strong festive spirit. Because Hancock was pregnant, Carl didn't let her drink. She was sipping on a beverage. Watching everyone celebrate her pregnancy and looking at her Lord Carl, feeling an indescribable sweetness in her heart. The party continued until midnight before dispersing. And this time Carl got drunk. The next day, when he woke up, Carl finally accepted the feeling of becoming a dad. He was really excited. Since Hancock was pregnant, he didn't send her back today. He wanted her to stay here a few more days. Then Carl and Hancock also agreed that he would make time to see Hancock every month. After waking up in the morning, Carl carefully took care of Hancock, which made her feel a bit helpless. He wouldn't let her do this or that, while she felt perfectly fine, believing her constitution was strong. All right, honey, now Hancock can't just sit all the time. She needs to exercise a bit, Ellie said impatiently from his side. Yes, Lord Carl, I'm not that fragile. Hancock said. Well then, how about we go for a walk by the beach, Hancock? Ellie can join us too, Carl suggested. Sure, I want to go too. Hancock replied. I won't go. My research is almost complete, and I need to speed things up, so you guys go ahead, Ellie said, as she was close to replicating the first devil fruit. All right, but you need to rest a bit. There is no rush with the research. Since we're not lacking in devil fruits right now, Carl said to Ellie. You don't understand. If I can crack the devil fruit, that feeling would be amazing. Ellie said excitedly. Okay, then Hancock and I will go. Carl put 2 beach chairs into the storage bracelet, and, after bringing along some items, he took Hancock to the beach for camping. The two played by the beach, resting on the chairs when they got tired and eating the pregnancy-friendly dishes that Carl had brought, based on the recipe given by Karen. Master Carl, do you prefer a boy or a girl? Hancock asked Carl. A girl. She will definitely be as beautiful as you, Carl said without hesitation. Hearing Carl compliment her beauty again made Hancock's heart swell with sweetness. Then you need to think of a good name, something nice. A name? Let me think. Carl sat up, stroking his chin in contemplation. Zihan, Zihan, Zihan. No, why am I thinking of these? Carl shook his head quickly. What's wrong, Master Carl? Did you think of something? Hancock asked, seeing him shake his head. If it's a boy, I'll name him Levi, and if it's a girl, I'll name her Lucille. What do you think? After a long thought, Carl finally came up with 2 names he was somewhat satisfied with. Paul de Levi, Paul de Lucille. Master Carl, these names sound great. Hancock said joyfully. I thought of many names before settling on these. Carl looked at Hancock and thought of Daphne and Ellie. They truly were the best gifts this world had given him. What's wrong, Master Carl? Hancock noticed Carl staring at her, making her face feel warm. It's nothing. I was just thinking how lucky I am to have married 3 wonderful wives like you, Carl said to Hancock. Hearing such affectionate words from Carl made Hancock's face even redder, and she cupped her face in her hands, gazing dreamily at Carl. At that moment, Hancock smiled beautifully, making even the sun in the sky shyly hide behind the clouds. Just then, A person riding a bicycle appeared on the sea far away from the beach. Marine Admiral Akiji? What's he doing here? Carl saw Akiji riding his bicycle approaching. Admiral? Master Carl, do you need me to go back and get Benson and Enel? Hancock worried that they might fight, knowing that an admiral was the highest combat power of the Navy. No need. This guy shouldn't be here to fight. Hancock, you should go back. He must have something to discuss with me, and I'll chat with him. Carl didn't think the admiral was foolish enough to believe he could take on a force equivalent to the Marines. Then be careful, Master Carl. Hancock understood that she shouldn't be here while pregnant. Don't worry, Enel should already know, and he will come. Then Hancock left, looking back 3 times as she walked away. Just after Hancock left, Enel arrived. Yeehaw! Captain, are we going to fight? Enel looked at the approaching Marine and sensed that this Marine was strong. With both Enel and Benson having their devil fruit powers fully awakened, they could fight to a standstill, and he was eager to find a worthy opponent to test his strength. Since the Marine couldn't beat him and had an aura of fear, this Marine seemed like a good choice to him. Fight? He doesn't even have the intention to fight. No need to be nervous. Let us sit down and have some tea first. Saying this, he took out 2 beach chairs and a tea table to set beside them. Carl looked at Akiji's fruit ability and felt that he had researched it in a leisurely way. He could just set off to ride a bike wherever he wanted without needing a warship. Ever since the O'Hara incident, this admiral had been filled with confusion. Some people said, what's there to be confused about? Isn't it just the world government's celestial dragons? In fact, if you study One Piece carefully, you'll find that while these people know right from wrong, they place more emphasis on sticking to their own beliefs. Many people are so determined that they would risk their lives for their goals. Simply put, they are single-minded. La, Mr. Call, hello. After Akiji came ashore, he placed his bike aside and came over to greet him. Hello, Mr. Akiji. Please have a seat and enjoy a cup of tea. Call poured a cup of tea for Akiji. Thank you, Mr. Call. This tea is really nice, Akiji said as he picked up the cup and sniffed it. Mr. Akiji, why did you come alone to Gaia Island to find me? A bounty criminal of the world government? Call was curious about the reason. After all, it wasn't rational for an admiral to come alone to a hostile camp. Actually, it's Admiral Sengoku's intention. After Mr. Carp returned, our Navy held a meeting regarding you. Mr. Carp believes that you are not like those pirates, and that there is no need to be overly defensive. However, there are others in the Navy who hold a contrary view, believing that a criminal is a criminal, and there is no difference from pirates, so they should be eliminated. Moreover, since you've made Gaia Island your base, you should know that this is the first half of the Grand Line. If we don't have an explanation, it won't be easy for the Navy and the world government to justify it. Therefore, Admiral Sengoku wants to set up a Navy branch in Gaia Island, of course. It would be symbolic and wouldn't affect you. I wonder if you agree? Akiji stated his purpose for coming here. Mr. Akiji, you know this is impossible. I won't allow any other forces to establish a presence on my territory, including the world government, Call replied. It was a joke to let the Navy set up a branch in Gaia Island. What would others think of Call? Everyone knows this is Call's territory, and having the Navy station here would be a serious blow to Call's reputation. As Mr. Carp said, indeed. Akiji didn't mind being refused. This matter was originally impossible to accomplish. Actually, as long as the world government doesn't provoke me, I won't cause them trouble. For example, those agents on the island, even if I know they are from the world government, as long as they don't stir up trouble, I won't kill them. Killing one group after another is too troublesome, and I dislike trouble. So Mr. Akiji can report this issue back to the world government and the Navy, Call said. I can talk to the Navy, but the world government is beyond my control. Actually, I came this time mainly because Mr. Carp said you're a person who harbors justice, but is merciless towards the celestial dragons. I'm curious, so I wanted to see, Akiji said, now somewhat doubting the Navy's sense of justice, and his own sense of justice was also wavering. Mr. Akiji, you are a witness and executor of the O'Hara incident. What do you think about it? Call asked. Akiji fell silent for a while and did not speak. Actually, it's a very simple question about the Navy's own positioning. Does the Navy exist to protect civilians? Or is it just for the sake of the world government's face, as those 5 old geezers say? Once you clarify this question, you'll understand, Call said. So, Mr. Call, do you think the Navy is just? Akiji asked. In my opinion, whether the Navy is just depends on what the Navy itself does. The Navy should be an organization centered on protecting the lives and property of civilians. And the lower class civilians think so too. They hope the Navy will save them when they are attacked by pirates. If the Navy doesn't come to their aid, they will be scolded. This is the best explanation. But now, the Navy has become the lackey of the world government or the celestial dragons, serving only the celestial dragons. Is this right? Mr. Akiji, You should know that it's not the world government or the celestial dragons that support the Navy. It's the impoverished people of the world. Call revealed his thoughts to Akiji. Centered on protecting the lives and property of civilians? That is quite a bold idea. Akiji felt shocked after hearing this. You should know that the world government has never had such a statement in the past 800 years. The world government and all the nobles in the world would never do such a thing. Nobles only care about their own interests. And the losses of civilians have never bothered anyone. Seeing Akiji silent, Call also fell silent. Actually, it's a very simple question. The perception of everyone in this world is problematic. Civilians think it's reasonable to be ruled and enslaved by nobles. And, as long as it's not too excessive, they want to resist. Conversely, the nobles think so too. However, in Call's view, this is almost impossible to change. It's too difficult. Now that I have the answer I won't disturb you any longer, Mr. Call. After saying this, he finished the remaining tea in his cup, got on his bike and left. Captain, why do all the admirals of the Navy dislike fighting so much? Enel looked at Akiji, who was so laid back that it made him lose the mood to compete. The previous admiral was also like this, messing around during the battle. Well, not entirely. There's one battle maniac, a magma fruit user, whose temperament is like magma, Call said. Then I'll find that magma fruit user to have a fight. Enel said excitedly. If you like it, that's fine. I'm leaving. Let us go back. Returning home, Call found Daphne back, talking to Hancock. How is Lord Call? Did you get hurt? Hancock stood up and pulled Call to check him over. No, I just chatted with him for a while. We didn't fight. Besides, you know my strength, and Enel was there too, Call quickly said. Hancock truly always prioritizes Call. That's good. I was just worried about you getting hurt, Hancock said, relieved when she saw Call was fine. Dear, why did Akiji come to Gaia Island? Is the Navy going to deal with us? Daphne asked. It's nothing much. The Navy wanted to set up a branch in Gaia Island, but I refused. What a joke. How would others see me if the Navy was stationed here? Call replied. He thought to himself, did he give Sengoku the illusion that he was very kind and that Call would agree? Then they could give the world government an explanation, undermine Call's reputation, and intimidate the criminals at sea. What a beautiful thought. Was it the only thing you talked about? By the way, such matters shouldn't require an admiral to handle, right? At this moment, Ellie also came out and said, actually, he just wanted to slack off and casually discuss his sense of justice with me. Perhaps the O'Hara incident affected him a bit too much back then, Call said. O'Hara? Ever since she left Tiger Roar Island, I haven't seen her. I don't even know how Robin is doing. She didn't even call us. And there's not a single message. Ellie thought of Robin when O'Hara was mentioned. Back then, Ellie had a good relationship with Robin on Tiger Roar Island. Is it Nico Robin? Did she also stay on Tiger Roar Island? Daphne asked. Yeah, I felt sorry for her when I first met her. So I took her back to Tiger Roar Island and taught her hockey and the 6 styles of the Navy. Later, she insisted on going out to continue searching for the true history, and then I let her go. It's been so long without any news, it's really not right. Carl said, should we ask Sister Shachi? I think she should know the whereabouts of Nico Robin. Shachi is in the intelligence business, and Hancock thinks she should have some information. No need. No news is the best news. We'll run into her eventually. A few days later, Carl sent the Empress back to Amazon Lily and prepared to head to the North Sea. Since the world government was always uneasy about Carl being on Gaia Island, he needed to make some preparations, and the best preparation was, of course, to improve his own strength as much as possible. The gravity machine. Gaji should be able to figure it out. If he can't, then let him come to Gaia Island to work on it. It's so safe there, he should be able to make it, right? Honey, are you planning to go to the North Sea tomorrow? Daphne asked Carl when she got home from work. Yeah, it's better to get that gravity machine done as soon as possible. By the way, you said you also want to find Gaji. Can you tell me what you wanted to research? Carl replied, honey, what do you think the Germa battle suits look like? Saying this, she took out her battle suit capsule. A universal capsule? Pingu, you said if this thing can be made, wouldn't that mean we could become the richest people in the world? Daphne said excitedly. That's true, but isn't it hard to make? A capsule that can contain everything. It feels like Vegapunk would struggle with it. I think this thing is quite different from the battle suits. Even if we can research it, I estimate it would take a long time. Well, let's just have Gaji try it out first. Even if it doesn't succeed, we won't lose anything, Daphne said. Okay, but can you leave Gaia Island right now? Recently, the delivery stations in Water 7 and the Sabati Archipelago have opened, and there is still Magnet Drum Island and Alabasta to set up. Daphne was quite busy. Then I'll stay on Gaia Island. Zoe can't handle the company's affairs alone. Just remember to let Gaji try to see if he can research it. If he needs money for the research, we can provide it. Daphne thought for a moment and said, I understand, but this time I might take a while to come back. I'm planning to find the location of Wano. I previously made a deal with Kaido to do business with Sea Prism Stone. Then remember to take the life card with you. Once you find it, let me know, and I'll have Zoe set up the nest. At that time, I'll send someone to Wano to establish a delivery station, Daphne said. Okay, I got it. Uncle, can I go with you? I feel so bored after staying on Gaia Island for so long, and I've been following Karen around helping in her food city, which was about to open. Sure, I'll take you to Wano for a look, Carl said. It wouldn't be a bad thing to take her to see the world's top forces in advance. Then I'll go back to prepare, after saying that, and ran back to her room to pack her luggage. By the way, Daphne, we should set up delivery stations on our Tiger Hell Island, Sky Island, and Amazon Lily. It'll make it more convenient when we need to send something. Carl suddenly remembered and said, I thought of that long ago, and Mom even sent some unique fruits from Tiger Hell Island for us. By the time I remembered, the daylilies were already cold. Haha, I was just busy, and then I forgot about it. By the way, where are the fruits? I haven't seen them. Carl changed the topic. Cut out. Were you just lying there, soaking up the sun? I sent some fruits to Hancock, and I also delivered some to Enel and the others. There should still be a little left in the fridge, Daphne said with annoyance. Okay, well, let us hurry up and wash up and sleep. I'm going to be out for a while, Carl said. You only know how to think about these things, Daphne pouted, but still went back to the room with Carl. Recently, Carl had been accompanying Hancock, and she was also missing him a bit. The next morning, Carl got out of the warm bed. Seeing that Daphne was still pretending to be asleep, Carl smiled knowingly. She was both lazy and playful. He didn't expose her and got up to prepare breakfast. Honey, did you and Daphne stay up late last night? She rarely sleeps in this late, Ellie said, waiting for Carl's breakfast in the restaurant. That's because she won't admit defeat. On this matter, I won't give in. It's about a man's dignity. As he spoke, Carl finished preparing breakfast. What about him? Is she still not up? Carl asked when he didn't see him. She saw you weren't up and didn't want to wait for your breakfast, so she went to find Karen, Ellie said while eating breakfast. Okay, by the way, Ellie, I might be away for a while this time. If you encounter any devil fruit users, can you bring back some blood for me? I'll need it in the future. Ellie said. Have you figured something out? Carl asked Ellie. Hee, you'll find out when you come back. Anyway, just help me collect more blood from devil fruit users, Ellie said. Got it. By the way, Ellie, since I'm going to be gone for so long, how about a loving farewell kiss? Carl leaned over to hug Ellie. No, I'm full. Let go of me, Ellie said shyly. I didn't see anything, and just came back and saw this exciting scene and immediately ran upstairs. It's all your fault. Ellie struggled out of Carl's embrace and then ran back to her room. Misstep, I didn't even notice and came back. After finishing breakfast and tidying up, Carl prepared to set off. This time he was going out for a bit longer and had a lot of things to bring. And we're about to set off. Hurry down. Carl shouted up the stairs. I'm coming, and came out with a large luggage bag on her back. And how much stuff are you bringing? That's such a big bag, Carl said, a bit speechless. If you need something, can't you just buy it outside? It's not like we don't have money. I'm not used to some things outside. And besides, I could just put it in your storage bracelet, Uncle, and said as she handed the backpack to Carl, who then stored it in his storage bracelet. All right, dear, and I are off. Okay, no response. And let's go. The two walked out of the villa. Carl used a flame cloud to lift in and then flew towards the North Sea. After arriving at the Germa Kingdom, they went straight into Gaji's main castle. Hello, Mr. Carl. Welcome back to the Germa Kingdom. This must be Missin, such a promising young lady, Gaji said as he came out to greet Carl after hearing the guard announce his arrival, and stood there, feeling indifferent to Gaji's compliment. She had heard such words too many times. She was just playing with her uncle and then said to Gaji, Mr. Gaji, can someone take me around here? Of course. No problem. This is my daughter Reiju. Let her take you around our Germa Kingdom. Gaji assigned the task to his daughter. Missin, I'll show you around our Germa Kingdom, Reiju said to him. Then I'll trouble you, Sister Reiju. The two then went off to explore. Gaji, I'm here this time to have you research a gravity machine, Carl said after the two girls left. A gravity machine? What does Mr. Carl want this for? Gaji was a bit confused. You don't need to worry about that. I need the gravity machine to be a bit sturdier, around 20 square meters in size, and made of the best materials. If you don't have them, I can provide them. Inside, it needs to control gravity at least 10 times gravity and, if possible, 20 times would be best. How's that sound? Can it be researched? Carl stated his requirements to Gaji. Gaji thought for a while and then said, this is a bit challenging. It will take some time, at least a month. Some materials might need to be provided by Mr. Carl. As long as it can be done, just make a list of the materials you need, and I'll take care of it. It just needs to be done, so Carl can continue cultivating to enhance his physique. Then Gaji provided a list of materials to Carl, who contacted Daphne using a communication bug to gather these materials, and then had Zoe deliver them, as they had life cards to know the location. 5 days later, Zoe delivered the necessary materials. Gaji looked at the hundreds of half-meter-tall bees, feeling a bit uneasy. What kind of ability is this? Can you control so many large bees? If there were more, it would be a huge aerial army. I've delivered the materials to you. By the way, Gaji, I'm planning to set up a beehive in your Germa. It will be more convenient in the future, Carl said to Gaji. Mr. Carl, won't they attack people? Gaji thought about rejecting this at first. Wasn't this like stationing an army on his territory? Don't worry, my bees won't attack unless provoked, Zoe said. All right, I'll instruct people not to attack these bees proactively. Gaji knew he couldn't refuse and agreed, thinking that such an important figure wouldn't bother with his small Germa. By the way, Gaji, since your technology can shrink battle suits into this small canister, have you ever thought about researching if this canister can contain everything? Carl asked. I can't do that, Mr. Carl. My battle suit is essentially a form of nanotechnology. It is in canister form when not in use, rather than storing the battle suit inside. Gaji quickly replied, thinking that if he had the technology to contain everything, he would have already started dominating the world. Then forget it. Let's go for now. Just notify me with the communication bug once the gravity machine is ready, Carl said, realizing it wasn't possible. But it made sense. A universal capsule definitely belonged to future technology and wasn't easy to produce. Okay, Mr. Carl, I'll let you know as soon as it's done, Gaji said. Then the three of them left after Zoe set up the hive. Zoe, how many of your mutated bees do you have now? Carl asked. More than 30,000, and the hives on the 10 islands in Paradise have already been established and are now operational. Many merchants have indeed chosen our Wind Express to transport goods. When I came, Sister Daphne also received invitations from other countries to set up hives there, Zoe said excitedly. Hearing that Wind Express was fully operational in Paradise, Carl felt relieved and continued on with Into the Land of Harmony. Uncle, I'm so bored. How much longer until we reach the Land of Harmony? And asked Carl. The two had been flying in the sky all day and then lay on the flame cloud eating an apple. We probably need to fly for another whole day. So let's find an island to rest for a day before continuing. Carl felt a bit hungry too, thinking he should have prepared a lot of meat to bring along. Okay. I'm tired of this fruit. The kingdom of Shivania was a powerful nation located in the New World with 600,000 soldiers in its army. This country was currently experiencing civil war. The old king had passed away, and the eldest prince had ascended to the throne, purging his several younger brothers. He received news that the second prince was planning to ally with the third and fourth princes to overthrow him. Since his three brothers commanded 100,000 soldiers each, he took action early, secretly eliminating the second prince before his brothers realized it, and framed the third and fourth princes for it. The second prince's 100,000 soldiers also fell into his hands. Upon learning that the second prince's army had fallen into their elder brother's hands, the third and fourth princes knew the eldest prince would not spare them. With only 100,000 of the eldest prince's 300,000 soldiers stationed in the capital, combined with the second prince's 100,000, they had a total of 200,000, equal to the number of the two brothers. Thus, they decided to go all out and break through the capital before the eldest prince's other 200,000 soldiers arrived, and they were close to success. However, an unexpected turn of events occurred. The eldest prince hired the beast pirate crew to help him. The eldest prince promised that if the pirate crew helped him defeat the third and fourth princes, he would give the captain 2 devil fruits as a reward. The captain was an ancient-type Zoan devil fruit user, capable of transforming into a southern giant dragon, a dinosaur comparable to a Tyrannosaurus rex, bloodthirsty and powerful. Moreover, the captain was also skilled in hockey. With the addition of the beast pirate crew, the outcome of the war was already determined. The third and fourth princes would fail. As expected, the eldest prince won in the end. The third and fourth princes were captured alive, and their 200,000 soldiers were left with hardly any remaining. That evening, the eldest prince's faction held a banquet to celebrate their victory. However, the beast pirate crew was already plotting how to eliminate the new king and loot the country's treasury after obtaining the devil fruits. Captain, when do we start our operation? I can't wait, one of the crew members said, embracing 2 women while speaking to his captain. The beast pirate crew did not join the banquet with the eldest prince but returned to their temporary base. The eldest prince rewarded these pirates with over 30 of his father's concubines to thank them. My dear brother, don't be anxious. Once we get the devil fruits, we will act. I've heard that those 2 devil fruits are hidden and not in the royal treasury. Otherwise, Do you think I would have waited this long? The pirate captain said. The beast pirate crew was formed by this captain and his two brothers. His two brothers did not have devil fruits yet, and they agreed to help the eldest prince because these two devil fruits could be given to his brothers, making their pirate crew even stronger. The concubines, listening to their conversation, turned pale but forced smiles. Uncle, it seems like this country is at war, and said, looking at the ruins and the cries of the old, weak, women and children everywhere. Yes, it seems like a war has just ended, Carl said, feeling a bit uncomfortable at the sight, as if the devil fruits were affecting him. What should we do? I thought we could find a place to take a good bath and have a meal, and was very frustrated after flying for so long. Her hair had become dry and brittle. Let's go into the city and see. There are still many places that are intact, Carl suggested. All right, it has to be this way, and muttered. After entering the city, all the houses near the city wall had already been destroyed. There were some people in the city helping those who had become homeless due to the war, but still very few received assistance. The two found a nice hotel to stay in. This area was managed by nobles, also known as the inner city, and entering here required a fee of 1,000,000 berries, a sum that commoners could not afford. As soon as they checked into the hotel, I want to take a shower. With nothing to do, Carl ordered a large table of the local specialties and began eating without waiting for a while. So much delicious food. Uncle, you actually started eating without me, and exclaimed as she came out of the shower, her stomach growling at the sight of all the food, and she started to devour it. And you usually pay attention to your image. Please maintain your cool demeanor, Carl said, speechless at her eating style. Anyway, there are no outsiders, so what image do I need to maintain? And replied while chewing on meat. Forget it, as long as she's happy. That's all that matters. Carl thought. It didn't take long for the two to finish the entire table of food, and then they took out 2 beach chairs from their storage bracelets and laid down on the balcony. On the other side, the crown prince sent a messenger to the temporary base of the beast pirates. Seeing the old king's concubines being mistreated by those rough pirates made him feel particularly distressed, thinking why those concubines were not given to him. Ha ha ha. Tell me, why did your king send you here? Has he brought what he promised me? The pirate captain said. It seemed they had brought the devil fruits, and it looked like they could prepare for action. He felt a bit excited, not paying attention to the strength of his left hand, causing the concubine in his arms to cry out in pain. Captain Rim, our king said that due to the rebellion of his 2 younger brothers, he has been too busy these days and can't remember where he promised to put your things. He said you should wait a few more days. The messenger arrogantly told the pirate captain, thinking to himself that the king was indeed clever. The navy could not interfere in the kingdom's rebellion, but pirates could. So the king invited the beast pirates to help him quell the rebellion, and then dragged it out for a day or two until the navy arrived to capture these pirates, which was simply killing 2 birds with 1 stone. He thought these pirates were too foolish. However, he did not notice that the pirate captain in front of him was about to explode with rage. Was this implying that they would not give him his reward? Rim did not think much and threw the woman in his arms aside, grabbed a knife, and killed the messenger, causing the concubine to scream in terror. Rim's crew, seeing their captain kill the messenger, abandoned their fun and gathered around him. Ha ha, the little king actually thinks he could deny us our reward? Then we'll just go rob it ourselves. Follow me. After Rim finished speaking, he took his weapon and led his crew towards the royal palace. Wow, the crew could hardly wait. This was the treasury of a country. How much treasure could be inside? They all shouted and rushed towards the royal palace. Uncle, why do you think this country is at war? And asked Carl. Who knows? Probably some internal strife among the nobles. Anyway, the commoners don't have the strength to rebel, Carl replied. The commoners looked emaciated as they entered the city, lacking that capability. And pondered, pinching her chin. Suddenly, Carl looked towards the direction of the palace, feeling a bit puzzled. Wasn't the war over? Why was there still fighting? What's wrong, uncle? And asked, noticing Carl's gaze. It seems there is some commotion at the palace. Let's go check it out, he said, and with that, Yin lifted the two and flew towards the palace. At this time, because the war had just ended, the palace was not well defended and was easily attacked by the beast pirates, reaching the palace where the crown prince was. The newly appointed king was already trembling with fear. Captain Rim, what are you doing? The crown prince knew that cooperating with pirates was akin to courting death. But if he could just wait a couple of days until the navy arrived, everything would be resolved. So he sent a messenger to say he had forgotten where he hid the devil fruits, asking Rim to wait 2 days. He thought Rim would be cautious since he had not received the devil fruits yet. Unexpectedly, before the messenger could return, Rim had already attacked. Ha ha ha, little king. Do you think I'm a fool? Can't remember where you hid them? Then can you remember this? Saying that, Rim slapped the crown prince to the ground and then broke his leg with a kick. The crown prince could not bear the pain and began to wail, while the nobles attending the banquet nearby turned pale with fear, worried they would be next. The cowards among them already hugged their heads and screamed, resulting in the pirates killing those who were making too much noise. Captain Rim, I remember, the crown prince hurriedly said, fearing he would be the next to die. Quick, bring it out. Rim shouted loudly at the crown prince. The crown prince did not dare hesitate, supported by attendants. He entered his chamber, opened a hidden compartment, and took out the devil fruits, one shaped like a pineapple and one like a pear. At this moment, Carl and inOne also arrived, watching this scene from the top of the palace, unnoticed by anyone. Huh, why didn't you take out earlier? Maybe I could have spared your life, Rim said, feeling a bit excited when he saw the crown prince produce the devil fruits. Hearing Rim say this, the crown prince was so terrified he wet himself, his face reflecting fear. I've given you the devil fruits, you can't kill me. I'm the king of a world government member state. If you kill me, the Navy won't let you go. They're already on their way, the crown prince said, trying to intimidate Rim by mentioning that the Navy was coming. However, he did not expect Rim to be completely unconcerned, and with one stroke of his knife, he decapitated him. Crew, move out. Empty this country's treasury. Rim ordered his crew. The pirates immediately rushed towards the surviving nobles, killing them before heading straight for the treasury of the palace. Rim held the two devil fruits, looking intoxicated, while his two younger brothers grew anxious. Brother, are you going to give us the devil fruits? Rim thought that if it weren't for the fact that a person could only eat one devil fruit, he absolutely wouldn't want to give these two foolish brothers both of them. My dear brothers, the devil fruits are for you. In the future, I hope you both help me well, making our pirate crew even stronger. Maybe we can even get a title of the 7 warlords. Rim already envisioned that once his reputation was sufficient, he would propose to the world government to make him one of the 7 warlords. Hearing Rim say this, the two brothers also grew excited. Forget about the 7 warlords. How about you give me the devil fruits, and I can spare your life? At this moment, Carl suddenly appeared behind Rim. Rim was startled by the voice and broke into a cold sweat, quickly turning around to distance himself from Carl. Who are you? He said, putting the devil fruits into a box and looking tense at Carl, feeling immense pressure in front of this man. Uncle, why didn't you just come down by yourself? At this moment, inOne also jumped down. The pirate crew also stopped their looting of the treasure vault and returned to surround Carl and inOne. How can we leave this to you? This is the devil fruit that Big Brother prepared for us. Lim's two younger brothers heard that Carl was there to steal their devil fruit and immediately stepped forward, attacking Carl. Carl took out his new tin hoe and was ready to take down the two, but it had already made his move. Lim's two younger brothers had just learned to use hockey and were still inexperienced. They were injured and knocked to the ground by inOne's combat techniques using the Marine 6 powers, with ice shards remaining on their wounds. Seeing his two brothers sprawled on the ground, losing their fighting ability, Lim began to panic. You want me to hand over the devil fruit? No way. I am the captain of the beast pirates, Giant Beast Lim. With that, he transformed into the southern giant beast dragon and lunged at Carl with a bite. Seeing their captain in action, the crew members all charged in, howling. Uncle, leave these lackeys to me. With that, he rushed toward the pirates. Carl looked at the approaching stinking big mouth, which made him quickly cover his nose, then jumped onto Lim's head and stomped down with a powerful foot, creating a deep pit in Lim's dragon head, making his eyes bulge out. The next second, Lim couldn't maintain his beast form and turned back into human shape, then spat out a mouthful of blood and fainted on the ground. Captain Lim. The crew, seeing their captain so easily defeated, screamed in terror. Having lost all fighting spirit, their once invincible captain was defeated in an instant, and they scattered in panic. Uncle, what should we do next? Asked inOne, wiping the blood off Hanyu and coming to Carl. What to do? Of course, we take the devil fruits and leave. After saying that, he picked up the box containing the devil fruits and stored it in his storage bracelet, then stomped and shattered Lim's skull before the two flew away from the palace. As for what abilities the devil fruits had, they would have to check back later. Back at the hotel, it was relatively quiet, probably because the news of the palace incident hadn't spread yet. It was likely to blow up tomorrow. Speaking of which, in the end, it was the third and fourth princes who became the final winners, truly unpredictable. Uncle, what abilities do those two devil fruits have? Hurry and check. I was eager to know what abilities the devil fruits had as soon as they returned. Don't worry, I'll check the devil fruit encyclopedia. Saying this, Carl took out the devil fruit encyclopedia and compared it with the two devil fruits. What luck! One is a Logia type, and the other is a Paramecia type. Carl was a bit pleased to see that one of the devil fruits was a Logia type, and the other Paramecia type was not bad either. Let me see. and snatched the encyclopedia, Logia type, Goma no mi, Paramecia type, Doa no mi. Uncle, our luck tonight is really good. Haha, indeed good. Both of these devil fruits have great abilities. But why didn't the king eat them? If he had eaten the Logia type devil fruit, he shouldn't have been killed, right? And found it strange that such good devil fruits were not eaten. Maybe he didn't know what abilities they had. Or perhaps those so-called nobles disdain eating devil fruits at all. They idolize the celestial dragons, who generally don't eat devil fruits themselves, but let their slaves eat them. Carl said, "That's so stupid, they deserve to be killed," and felt that these nobles were really out of their minds, actually idolizing those vile creatures. "All right, hurry up and go to sleep. We'll leave here tomorrow." "Okay, good night, uncle," and then went back to her room to sleep. The next day, the capital began to riot again. Because the eldest prince was dead, the only ones who could inherit the throne were the third and fourth princes, so they were released. The two brothers, upon learning that the eldest prince had been killed, were initially a bit incredulous, then burst out laughing. But the next second, the fourth prince was ambushed and taken out by the third prince. Now, the third prince truly became the final winner. None of this concerned Carl. After having breakfast and packing a bunch of delicious food, the two set off again towards Wano country. After another day's flight, Carl finally saw the iconic waterfall of Wano country. "Is this Wano country? I heard this is the land of samurai, but why do these people look like this?" And said, looking at the people in the village, "Because they once had a foolish general who did something unimaginable, and that is how this country ended up like this." Carl replied, "Foolish general?" and looked at Carl in confusion, and then Carl told her about Kazuki Oden. After hearing it, and was shocked. Is there really such a stupid person? As the general of Wano country, he could have directly driven Kaido out. Yet he made that foolish agreement with Kaido, giving him 5 years to develop. How could he do something so brainless? That's too absurd. Don't worry about them. It has nothing to do with us. Let's go. And the two headed straight for Onigashima. This is the base of the Beast Pirates. What are you two doing here? A guard saw the unfamiliar pair arrive at Onigashima and stopped Carl, and then haha. "There's even such a beautiful young girl," said another guard. Approaching to try to capture in Carl's face was as dark as black frost, and in the next second, his conqueror's haki erupted, knocking all the guards unconscious to the ground. The commotion here attracted the attention of one of the three disasters, Ember Disaster Jean, who flew over and saw that the guards had all passed out. "This is Conqueror's haki. Tiger Gul Call? Why are you here?" Jean recognized the person as the Tiger God Carl, who had recently killed the celestial dragons with a thunderous method. How could this person appear here? Ember Disaster Jean? Carl noticed a masked figure with black wings behind him and took a closer look. Indeed, there was a significant difference from the Sky Island people. "Is this the last member of the Lunaria tribe? You go tell Kaido that an old friend has come to drink with him," Carl said to Jean, and he really brought a few jars of fine wine brewed by Karen. Upon hearing that Carl was not here to fight, Jean breathed a sigh of relief. But he did not let his guard down and asked Carl to wait a moment before flying back to find Kaido. When Jean returned to Kaido's side, he saw their captain drinking and crying. "Captain Kaido, that Tiger God Carl is here. He said he came to drink with you. Have you met him before?" Jean said to Kaido. Drinking?" Kaido was a bit confused and continued to pour more alcohol into his mouth, as he was now drunk and couldn't remember who Carl was. "Well, with Jean, I'm so sad. Last time I jumped from 10,000 meters high and didn't die. Who can kill me?" After saying that, he continued to gulp down the alcohol. Jean looked at the still, crying Kaido and felt troubled. What to do? The people outside are still waiting. Forget it. Let's wait until big brother Kaido sobers up. Jean stepped outside and said to Carl, "Lord Carl, our captain is currently drunk and may not be convenient to meet you. Can you wait for 2 days on Ghost Island?" "Drunk? All right, just arrange a place for me." Carl also knew Kaido's drunken behavior and didn't dwell on it. "You two follow me." Jean led Carl to a courtyard on Ghost Island. "Actually, I came specifically to find you this time, and I just wanted to drink with Kaido as well," Carl said while walking. "Lord Carl, if you are here to recruit me, there's no need to say that." Jean turned back and said to Carl in a deep voice, "That's not it. If I dig out Kaido's big signboard, he will probably fight me to the death. I'm here this time because Kaido agreed to do business with me regarding Sea Stone. But it seems Kaido hasn't told you after he came back." Then the group arrived at a Japanese-style courtyard. This was indeed not mentioned, but I can decide on this matter as well. Doing business with Sea Stone is not a problem, but how do we trade? Jean realized that it was actually about Sea Stone, which is abundant in Wano country. Someone will come later to hand over the matter to you. I came this time just to find Wano country. This place is too remote. It took Carl almost 3 days to find him, and it was thanks to Shachi's information. Otherwise, Carl might not have been able to find him. I understand. Then you can rest here for 2 days. When Kaido wakes up, I will have him come find you, Jean said. Okay, just prepare some food for us first, Carl said nonchalantly, as he had already accomplished the purpose of this trip. Then Jean went to instruct people to prepare the food. After Carl had eaten and drunk enough, he called Daphne and told her that Zoe could come over. Did you come from outside? Carl looked outside the door and saw a woman with 2 horns on her head, still wearing sea stone shackles. Isn't that Kaido's daughter Yamato? And looked at the woman, thinking she looked too miserable. Then she walked over to greet her. We came from outside. Who are you? Great. My name is Kazuki Oden. Can you tell me about the outside world? Yamato excitedly entered and spoke to him, and had a strange expression at this moment. Wasn't Kazuki Oden that foolish general? How could this woman claim to be Kazuki Oden? What was going on? She then looked at her uncle. At this moment, Carl was also speechless. Kaido's way of teaching his daughter was really problematic. He then explained the relationship between Kazuki Oden and Yamato to inOne. Yamato was curious that this man actually knew about her, but it didn't matter. She had been imprisoned by Kaido here for 11 years. Kazuki Oden was executed around 1502, when Yamato was 8 years old, and now it was 1513. Today, someone from the outside finally came to Onigashima. She was very happy. And you talked to her. I'm gonna rest first, Carl said. Okay, uncle. So your name isn't? What a nice name. And looked at this older sister, who was a few years older than her, wondering why she seemed the same as when she was a few years younger. Then she started chatting with Yamato about her experiences at sea over the past few years. The 2 girls began to chat in the yard, occasionally gasping in surprise. It's all Kaido's fault. He locked me up on Onigashima and put these shackles on me that explode if I leave. Otherwise, I could have gone to sea long ago, Yamato said resentfully. Yamato, do you really want to go to sea that much? And felt that with Yamato's naive personality, going to sea would probably just lead to being deceived. Of course, I've read Kazuki Oden's journal, and his experiences are really exciting. That's why I want to go to sea and see the outside world. Yamato's feet showed a look of admiration and longing. I actually want to ask you, why do you admire that foolish general so much? And couldn't understand why someone who failed so badly could be so admired by Yamato. Oden is not a fool. He is the most outstanding samurai. His dream was to open up Wano country. Although he is dead, I will inherit his will and open up Wano country. But I have to wait until I return from the sea. I'm still not strong enough to defeat Kaido, but I won't give up. Yamato excitedly replied after hearing and call Oden a foolish general. Then let me ask you, Yamato, aren't the people of Wano country all Oden's subjects? And asked Yamato. That's right. Yamato responded. But look, as the general of Wano country, Oden disregarded his own subjects and resolutely went to sea. That's how Orochi had the opportunity to ally with Kaido to occupy and enslave Wano country. Then when he returned and learned about the state of his country, he had the chance to defeat Kaido and drive Orochi away, but he actually gave up resisting because of one of Kaido's conditions. Then he danced naked in the flower capital for 5 years, which brought his reputation to an all-time low, causing the people of Wano to lose faith in him. Even his retainers didn't understand why Oden did this. You tell me, how can he not be a fool? And couldn't hold back and said a lot to Yamato. Yamato fell silent, unable to respond. Actually, opening up Wano country is not wrong, but this is not something Oden or you can accomplish. Opening up Wano country is related to a matter that affects the world, and it cannot be done easily. At this moment, Carl came out and calmly said to Yamato, Oden's mistake was that he thought opening up Wano country was too simple and was very irresponsible. He never cared about his own subjects. That's why Wano country ended up in its current state. Carl couldn't understand why Yutien was so eager to establish the Wano country, knowing full well that a great war would break out 20 years later. What good would it do to open the country if the time wasn't right? It would be better to consolidate their strength in Wano. After listening to Carl, Yamato seemed frustrated and weakly said, Anyway, Yutien is very brave and is the most outstanding warrior. Do you want me to take off these handcuffs for you? Carl looked at Kaido, who had prepared the explosive handcuff for Yamato, and asked, Can you do this? Kaido had told him that the handcuffs would explode if they left Onigashima, and the same would happen if they were forcibly removed, which was why he had never been able to leave. Yamato said excitedly, If you can help me remove these handcuffs, then I can be free. Don't worry, this is easy for me. Then he took out the new handcuffs and led Yamato to the seaside. Are you ready? Carl held his black sword. Yes, I'm ready. Yamato extended her hands. Carl then cut the lock of the handcuffs at super speed and threw the handcuffs into the sea before they exploded. Sure enough, Yamato hadn't reacted yet when she heard a loud explosion. Kaido, that bastard. He really wanted to kill me. Seeing the handcuffs explode so violently, Yamato was furious. Jean and Quinn heard the explosion and immediately rushed over, thinking that Yamato had escaped from Onigashima and caused the explosion. Young Master Yamato, what happened? Jean and Quinn asked. Lord Carl, did you help young Master Yamato remove the handcuffs? Jean saw Carl there. He was the only one who could remove Yamato's handcuffs without hurting her. That's right. You don't have to worry. Yamato is fine. By the way, Kaido is really cruel to put explosive handcuffs on his own child. Is this how you teach your child? What a failure. Don't worry. If Kaido gets angry, let him find me, Carl said to Jean. All right, Lord Carl. Young Master Yamato, although you no longer have the handcuffs, please don't leave Onigashima just yet. You should at least talk to Brother Kaido before going out, Jean said somewhat helplessly. Why should I? That bastard Kaido. Those handcuffs really exploded. I will never forgive him, Yamato said bitterly. At that moment, a dragon's roar came from the sky. Kaido had arrived. He had been drinking when he suddenly heard the intense explosion and thought a fight had broken out, so he transformed into a giant dragon and flew over. Kaido, you bastard. You actually wanted to kill me. Seeing Kaido appear, Yamato couldn't control her anger anymore and charged at Kaido with her weapon, Aiken. At this moment, Kaido was still a bit dazed and didn't react. Thunderbagwa. Yamato wrapped Aiken with Conqueror's Haki and struck Kaido with a powerful blow. Kaido was directly knocked down by Yamato. Carl quickly pulled him away from the battle zone, and Quinn and Jean also retreated from the area where Kaido had smashed down. It hurts. Who hit me? Kaido felt like his head was hit, feeling dizzy. Damn it, Kaido. I'm here. Yamato instantly accelerated towards Kaido, using her Kanabo to strike him several times again. This really stunned Kaido. How dare someone hit him on Onigashima? Are they tired of living? The next moment, Conqueror's Haki erupted violently, and black-red lightning burst around him. Looking at Yamato from the sky, he shouted, Breath of fire. Kaido directly spewed a column of fire towards Yamato. Yamato didn't hesitate and transformed into her hybrid form, shouting Ice Teeth. A wave of freezing air rushed towards Kaido's breath of fire. The next moment, due to the clash of the two opposing energies, a massive explosion occurred in the area where Kaido and Yamato were, sending both of them flying. Yamato was injured from the shockwave, coughing up several mouthfuls of blood, while Kaido shook his head and got back up. Then, Kaido transformed into his hybrid form, ready to attack Yamato. He picked up his Kanabo, wrapped it with Conqueror's Haki, and shouted, Sake Dragon 8 trigrams. He swung it directly at Yamato. Yamato didn't have time to react and used her strongest defensive technique, Mirror Mountain. However, she couldn't block Kaido's strike and was sent flying. Brother Kaido, stop it. Jean lost his composure. The two were different this time. They were fighting for real and immediately rushed to block Kaido. Military T, Dragon Prosperity Army, one of the Four Kings techniques. Kaido ignored Jean trying to block him, wrapping his Conqueror's Haki around the Kanabo, and quickly attacked Jean. Jean couldn't react in time and was sent flying by Kaido's strike. Jean! Quinn also lost his composure and rushed over, standing in front of Jean, ready to block Kaido. Right now, Kaido was in a drunken rage state, showing no reason. Kaido has 7 states when drunk: drunken thunder, drunken melancholy, drunken crying, drunken cuteness, drunken stealing techniques, drunken rage, and drunken slaughter. Right now, Kaido was in the state of drunken rage, and seeing someone else come to block him made him even angrier. Drunken thunder. Indignation fall. Kaido wrapped his Conqueror's Haki and lightning around the Kanabo, preparing to strike Quinn. Now Carl couldn't remain calm. He was really using that technique? Carl transforms into a beast-human form, drawing out the new Pavilion Lord, with Conqueror's Haki and flames entwined around the blade. Odin Sky Technique Dragon Roi Slash. Kaido. Kaido Carl. Euro. I remember you now, Tiger God Carl. Let's have a good fight this time. Kaido recognized Carl, and his anger did not dissipate. In the next moment, Kaido transformed into his dragon form, then created a massive fire dragon to envelop his body, which is Kaido's technique, Great Flame Dragon. Carl transformed into his full beast form without hesitation, a gigantic beast confronting Kaido's fire dragon. Flames and clouds swirled around Carl as he brewed the hellfire in his mouth. Rising Dragon, Flame, 8 trigrams. Kaido wrapped his Conqueror's Haki around the head of the massive fire dragon and charged toward Carl. Hellfire Roar. Carl also wrapped his hellfire with Conqueror's Haki and clashed with Kaido's Flame, 8 trigrams. The two flames held each other in a stalemate in the air, both exerting their full strength, causing the surrounding temperature to rise rapidly. Kaido, big boss. Uncle. The onlookers outside the battlefield shouted in worry, as the scene was too terrifying, resembling the apocalypse. The space twisted wildly under the pressure of the two intense energies, then exploded violently. A large portion of the surrounding sandbank had disappeared, and the seawater was boiling. Kaido, are you sober yet? Carl transformed back into his human beast form, wielding the spirit of the new lord. Here comes another move for me. Roaring 8 trigrams. Kaido gripped his kanabo tightly, wrapping it with haki, and struck toward Carl at an incredible speed. Howling Sky Technique, Star River Reversal. Without hesitation, Carl controlled the wind energy, wrapped it around his black blade with haki, and slashed out. The space seemed to reverse as it surged forward. The clash between the blade's strike and Kaido's kanabo was intense, as if a typhoon swept through Onigashima. With people and objects being blown away everywhere, the beach beneath Carl and Kaido had turned to nothingness. After the impact stopped, both were gasping for breath and then landed on the ground, transforming back into their human forms. Woohoo, Carl, this time we call a draw. Let's fight again next time. Kaido plopped down on the ground and took out his wine gourd, drinking heartily. Forget it. It's too exhausting to fight you. Try this wine of mine. It's definitely better than yours, said Carl, tossing a barrel of wine to Kaido. After catching it, Kaido opened it and began drinking, and the next moment, he surprisingly started crying. Wah, I've never had such good wine. Carl saw Kaido crying while drinking and didn't react at first. Shouldn't he thank himself for bringing such good wine? Forget it. Carl sat down on the ground and started eating. At this moment, a few people around also ran over. Big Brother Kaido, and ran over to ask Carl, are you okay? That explosion was something I've never seen before. I'm fine, I'm just hungry. Eating a bit will be good, don't worry, Carl replied while eating. That's good. Uncle was at the world's top power just now, and suddenly said with a fighting spirit, wanted to have the strongest power like her uncle to protect her family. Sort of, I've trained for over 10 years to have my current strength. You're only 13 now, but if you work hard in your training, you'll become even stronger, Carl said, looking at him with admiration for power. I will work hard. Damn, Kaido. You really wanted to kill me just now? Yamato came to Kaido with his kanabo, with traces of dried blood at the corner of his mouth and injuries all over his body, but nothing serious. The resilience of the Oni race is truly terrifying. Speaking of which, Kaido and Yamato are really lucky, with their terrifying physiques and having obtained the rare Zoan-type mythical beast devil fruits, further enhancing their bodies. Wah, son, why do you keep running away from Onigashima and refuse to help me? Kaido complained while drinking, feeling very frustrated that his child admires his opponent and even wants to kill him. Where can he seek justice for this? I don't care. You really wanted to kill me just now. Yamato yelled at Kaido. Yamato, you can leave Onigashima, but you can only operate within Wano. If you dare to leave Wano, I will beat you to a pulp. Kaido shouted at Yamato, his eyes full of warning, then transformed into a giant dragon and flew away. Damn Kaido! Yamato stomped his feet in anger, but had no choice. He couldn't defeat Kaido right now and had a compromise. However, she was quite satisfied that her area of activity had now expanded to Wano. Since she couldn't go to sea, she would just travel around Wano. Lord Carl, thank you so much this time. Jin and Queen came over to thank Carl. If Carl hadn't intervened, they might have all been seriously injured. Does Kaido act like this every time he gets drunk? Carl asked, noticing that Kaido had shown a hint of murderous intent before he intervened. Not really. It might be because he was first provoked by Master Yamato. That's why. In the past, Kaido usually fought with Master Yamato without going all out. This time, it seems that Kaido got drunk, which led to this situation, Queen explained to Carl. He hadn't even regained his senses. If Carl hadn't come in to intercept, he might have been severely injured by Kaido's club. What? Are you saying it's still my fault? Bastard. Yamato couldn't stay calm upon hearing Queen's words. She had given her all in their previous duel, only to find out she was being held back. Now hearing Queen say this made her furious, and her conqueror's haki began to uncontrollably radiate. No, Master Yamato, you have to understand Kaido. You can't keep going like this. You know that Kazuki Oden is Kaido's enemy, and as Kaido's heir, you admire his enemy. How can Kaido not be angry? Queen quickly said to Yamato, I don't care. That bastard Kaido really wanted to kill me just now. I felt it. The thought that her own father actually wanted to kill her made Yamato very angry, and her conqueror's haki grew even more domineering. Jin and Queen had no issues with Carl, but was struggling, desperately resisting Yamato's conqueror's haki. The next moment, Anne's endurance reached its limit, and under the stimulation of Yamato's conqueror's haki, she awakened her own conqueror's haki. A red lightning bolt erupted from her body, no less than Yamato's. Jin and Queen looked at him in surprise, and Yamato also turned to look at him, filled with confusion, thinking what's going on. Carl watched the scene and thought that, and had finally awakened her conqueror's haki. Her father was the pirate King Roger. How could she not have conqueror's haki? When Carl trained and before, he had always held back because she was his niece and didn't put enough pressure on her. But this time it was a coincidence, and struggled to withstand Yamato's conqueror's haki. And seeing that and had reached her limit, Yamato withdrew her haki and suddenly collapsed to the ground. Her conqueror's haki had been uncontrollably awakened, and now, with the pressure gone, she instantly felt drained and sat down on the ground. Lord Carl, your niece has also awakened her conqueror's haki. That's truly remarkable, Jean said to Carl, noting that this girl had awakened her conqueror's haki at such a young age. Not at all inferior to the young Master Yamato back then. This is only natural, it's quite normal. And how are you now? Carl replied, then looked at, and, Uncle, I'm fine, just feel like I've lost all my strength, and I'm really hungry, and said weakly, Haha, that's good. Come on, eat some more meat. Saying this, Carl took out a pile of meat from his storage bracelet. Upon seeing so much meat, Anne's eyes lit up, and she immediately started devouring it. Yamato watched and ate, her stomach growling, and her face turned bright red. Yamato, you should eat some too. Hearing this, Carl took out another pile of meat for Yamato. After all, she had indirectly helped and awakened her conqueror's haki, and Carl was still grateful to her. Thank you, Mr. Carl. Yamato was also not polite and began to munch on the meat. Lord Carl, we should be on our way now. Onigashima is in chaos, and we need to hurry back to handle things. At this moment, Jean said to Carl, Oh, it's fine. You go handle it, Carl replied, as he had just used haki against Kaido, which indeed swept across the entire Onigashima, and now it should be quite chaotic. Then Jean and Queen left. Carl looked at Anne, who was now wolfing down her food, feeling a sense of satisfaction, as if his daughter had grown up. I was so hungry, and finished all the meat and finally regained her energy. Yamato was not far behind and finished all the meat as well. And I didn't expect you to have the qualities of a conqueror. Not bad. How about sailing with me in the future? Yamato said to Anne, That's fine, but I want to be the captain, and shouted back at Yamato, Impossible. My strength is stronger than yours. I should be the captain. Yamato immediately opposed when she heard and wanted to be the captain. But you've never been to sea. I've been sailing for years. My experience is richer than yours. So I'm the most suitable to be the captain, and was not convinced by Yamato's claim of being stronger and stated her reasons for wanting to be the captain. No, I will be the captain. No, I should be the captain. I will. I should be the one. All right, stop arguing. It's useless. Both of you can't leave Onigashima right now, and one of you isn't old enough to go to sea. So arguing is pointless. Carl pulled the two apart and said, These two girls were almost about to fight over who would be the captain. And turned her head to one side. Yamato also looked away defiantly. Okay, it's time to go back. All we have are troublesome matters. Carl led the two back to Onigashima. At this time, in the flower capital of Wano country, due to the recent battle between Kaido and Carl, there was great chaos. At this moment, one of the red scabbards, Denjiro, felt that someone was dealing with Kaido and thought it was a good opportunity to drive Orochi out of Wano country. He hurriedly went to the residence of Kamurasaki, who is also Kazuki Hayori, wanted to discuss whether they could drive Orochi out. Kazuki Hayori was now very puzzled, wondering if her brother had returned or if the prophesied person had appeared, but the timing was completely off. Her mother sent her brother 20 years into the future, and now it is only the year 1513 of the sea calendar. There are still 9 years to go. No, Uncle Denjiro, the time my father mentioned hasn't come yet. Besides, the forces we can gather right now are not enough to defeat Orochi. Kazuki Hayori said, Kawamatsu is still in Kaido's quarry, and Ashura Doji is still leading the former samurai as a mountain bandit. Plus, we still don't know who just fought Kaido, which is crucial. Maybe we can negotiate. Uncle Denjiro, can you find out who fought Kaido? If you can find out, we can make contact with this person first, Kazuki Hayori said to Denjiro. Denjiro also felt a bit anxious at this moment. Since Kazuki Oden died, Wano country has become what it is now, and his temperament has changed greatly. He now goes by the name of Kayashiro, having established the Kayashiro family in the flower capital, which is a well-known underworld family. And because of Kayashiro's outstanding swordsmanship, he was invited by Orochi to be his bodyguard. So Denjiro should be able to find out who fought Kaido. Okay, then I'll go investigate Orochi's side first. I'm off. After speaking, Denjiro hurriedly left. Kazuki Hayori also had to prepare. She had just become the courtesan, and today was the day of the courtesan parade. On the other side, the chaos in Onigashima stabilized after Jean and Queen returned, and Kaido returned to his residence to drink alone. Hey, Carl, when are you leaving Wano country? Back at Carl's courtyard, Yamato was already eager to go out and see the world. Call me Uncle Carl, that's rude. I'm on the same level as Kaido. Why do you ask that? Don't forget Kaido doesn't allow you to leave Wano country. I can't help you. If you want to leave, you have to fight for it. I won't take you out. Carl immediately saw through Yamato's thoughts. If you won't take me, then I won't care. I will definitely go to sea in the future. And how about we go to the flower capital for some fun? I haven't been to the flower capital since I was 8. The Odin there is delicious. Yamato said excitedly to an uncle, can I go? And also wanted to go for a stroll and looked at Carl. Go ahead, I won't go. I flew all day and fought. I'm exhausted and need to rest, Carl said and went back to his room to sleep. Let's go. And I'll take you to explore the flower capital, Yamato said as she pulled in towards the flower capital. As soon as Yamato went out, someone reported to Jean. Are you saying young Master Yamato is going out with the girl next to Carl? Jean asked the guard who came to report. Yes. Should we follow them? The guard said uncertainly. No need. Young Master Yamato might not understand, but that girl has been with Lord Carl for so long. Nothing will happen with her around. Jean thought that even if something did happen, the two of them could handle it, as both possessed conquerors hockey. Yes, I understand, the guard said and then retreated. Strange. How has the flower capital changed like this? Yamato and then arrived at the flower capital and saw that it was no longer the place she remembered. She felt a bit lost. You haven't been here for so long, of course. It must have changed, Yamato said. Do you even know the way? Let's ask someone. And said helplessly. No need. No need. Let's just head towards a crowded area, Yamato said as she continued to pull along. After walking for a while, and then Yamato saw that the street ahead was packed with people. Yamato, is there some special festival or event in Wano today? And felt it was strange to see so many people. I don't know either, Yamato said shyly. You both don't know this? Today is the day of the first beauty of Wano, courtesan Komurasaki's parade. Everyone is here to see Miss Komurasaki, a nearby uncle said excitedly. The first beauty of Wano? Yamato's eyes lit up, feeling it was very interesting. And shall we wait here to see Wano's first beauty? Sure, since everyone is here, we can't eat Odin anyway. And said nonchalantly. She had seen too many beauties. All 3 of her aunts were stunning. Suddenly, the music exclusive to the courtesan parade played, and everyone stretched their necks to look down the street. The top courtesan Komurasaki is here. When everyone heard this, they saw a courtesan slowly walking forward, accompanied by attendants. People saw Komurasaki with her sky blue hair styled with courtesan hairpins, fiery red lips, wearing a dazzling golden headdress, dressed in a kimono resembling peacock feathers, and walking slowly on extremely high stilt shoes, at least 50 centimeters high. To sum up Komurasaki's current image in one sentence, she looked like a heavily made-up woman with a strong aura of the red light district. What a beauty! This is dazzling. So beautiful. My eyes. People on both sides were exclaiming at Komurasaki's beauty, also unable to open their eyes due to the brilliant light emitted by her stunning beauty. Wow, and look, this little Z purple is so beautiful. Yamato excitedly looked at little Z purple. It feels okay, just average, and pouted and said, this woman called little Z purple is indeed quite beautiful, but she doesn't tea like the makeup. It has too strong of a worldly vibe. At this moment, little Z purple looked towards Yamato and immediately saw the horns on Yamato's head, just like Kaido's. Little Z purple's thoughts were tumultuous. She really wanted to go over and ask her what her relationship with Kaido was. However, her parade wasn't over yet, so she couldn't leave the group. She deeply remembered Yamato's appearance and planned to ask Kanjuro to find out more when he returned. Yamato, that courtesan just looked at you for a long time. I feel like she's really interested in you, and said, having just seen little Z purple gaze at Yamato for quite a while, feeling that something was off. Really? Little Z purple just looked at me? Yamato said a bit excitedly. The most beautiful woman in Wano actually looked at her? I mean, this little Z purple might have some intentions towards you. Do you understand? You are Kaido's daughter. She might have known you before, and decided to explain it clearly to her. Does she know me? It's possible. How about we go meet her later? Yamato thought, but she felt like she had never seen her before. After a while, the courtesan's parade finally ended, and the people of the flower capital began to disperse. However, they were all discussing topics related to little Z purple. Some wanted to raise money to drink with little Z purple, while others wanted to redeem her, even if it meant spending their entire fortune. The shops on the street reopened, and the commoners began to busy themselves for their basic needs. And hurry up, there's Odin here. Yamato shouted happily at In when she finally saw the Odin stall. Miss, you have a good eye. My Odin has a family secret recipe. Everyone who has tried it says it's the best Odin they've ever had. Would you like to give it a try? The vendor quickly said as he saw Yamato and come to his stall. Yamato then picked up a skewer and started eating. Looked at Yamato and asked, "How is it? Is it good? It's really delicious. Boss, I'll take all of these." Yamato thought it was so good. She hadn't eaten such delicious Odin in a long time. All of it. Okay. I'll pack it up for you right away. The vendor was so happy that he sold everything at once. Then, Yamato and each held a large bucket of Odin while strolling and eating on the road. On the other side, little Z Purple returned to the Kiku house, and then Kanjuro also came over. I found out that the person who fought Kaido today is called Carl, a very powerful figure, comparable in status to the four emperors. However, he came to do business with Kaido regarding Sea Stone. Such a person cannot help us, Kanjuro said a bit dejectedly. He easily got this information from Kaido's subordinate, but it was of no use to their restoration. Is that so? By the way, I saw a woman today with horns like Kaido's, and there was also a younger girl with her. Can you find out who they are? They should still be in the flower capital, if possible. I would like to meet her, little Z Purple told Kanjuro. Horns like Kaido's? I understand, I'll go right away. Kanjuro recalled that back in the day, there seemed to be a little girl with horns following Kaido around. And I heard that little Z Purple is at the Kiku house. How about we go take a look? Yamato said to him while eating Odin. Why do we need to see her? Besides, we might not be able to get in without money. We just spent all our money, and replied. Now the Odin they were eating was bought with In's money, and it was all used up. And didn't T have the habit of bringing money? She used to get anything she wanted from her uncles or Carl. This time she asked Carl for some money because she was out having fun with Yamato, and now it was all spent because Yamato had no money. I just don't have money, Yamato said a bit embarrassingly. Are you two looking to see the courtesan little Z Purple? I have a way. Kanjuro, who had been following them, overheard their conversation and thought he wouldn't need to come out, but who knew they were out of money. Uncle, were you just following us? And had long since noticed that this oddly styled uncle was tailing them. Really? Uncle, why were you following us? Yamato, a bit oblivious. Didn't T pick up on the situation? You found me out. This young lady is really sharp. Actually, I work at the Kiku house. So if you want to go see little Z Purple, I can help you, Kanjuro thought to himself, amazed at how alert this young girl was. Really? You can really take us in? Yamato said happily since they were out of money. Of course, I have a high status at the Kiku house. Kanjuro felt that this horn girl was easy to talk to, but the little girl beside her seemed a bit wary of him. Shall we go take a look? I've never been to the Kiku house, Yamato said to an okay. Let's go take a look together, and said to Yamato. Anyway, even if this uncle had some plans, both of them had the strength to deal with it. The skilled are bold, that's just how it is. Kanjuro was surprised that this girl named and actually agreed. He thought she would stop them. Just follow me. I will definitely take you to see little Z Purple, Kanjuro exaggeratedly said, as he still didn't want to reveal his identity. Little did he know that Yamato and already knew he was not an ordinary person. Their observation haki was no joke, and Yamato exchanged glances and understood each other's thoughts. It must be that the courtesan little Z Purple wanted to meet them, and thought, has Yamato become smarter? Does she really understand what I'm thinking? Now Yamato was thinking about what had said earlier during the courtesan parade, that little Z Purple might know her. Thinking about it now, it seemed true, so she wanted to go see. The two of them followed Kanjuro to the Kiku house. As soon as they arrived at the Kiku house, they smelled a strong worldly vibe, and both of them felt a bit uncomfortable. Mrs., this is the residence of the courtesan little Z Purple. I want to disturb you, Kanjuro said, and then left. Yamato looked at In as if asking, are we just going in like this? In's expression was a bit impatient, as if saying, since we're here, are we going back without going in? Perhaps Yamato understood In's message. Then she pushed the door open and walked in. After entering, they saw little Z Purple kneeling at a table, where tea was already poured, surprisingly not alcohol. Courtesan little Z Purple, the one who brought us here just now is your person, right? And directly asked without beating around the bush. Little Z Purple was a bit stunned. Shouldn't they sit down and chat properly before getting to the main point? Why did they go straight to the topic? That's right. To be precise, I wanted to meet this young lady. Little Z Purple looked at Yamato. Me? And told me that you might know me, but I have no impression of you. Do you really know me? Yamato was very confused. She truly had no impression of little Z Purple. First, sit down and have a cup of tea. This is the best tea I have here. Little Z Purple gestured for them to sit. Yamato and then didn't T refuse and then knelt on the cushions prepared by little Z Purple. Actually, I don't know you either. I just feel like I saw you about 11 years ago next to Lord Kaido. Little Z Purple said seriously while looking at Yamato, hoping to glean some information from her expression. 11 years ago? I'm really not impressed by you. I've been confined on Onigashima by Kaido for 11 years. Yamato said while looking at Kamurasaki. Kamurasaki felt a surge of shock. She indeed had a connection to Kaido. Moreover, it seemed to be a significant one. Was it 11 years ago when Kazuki Odin was executed by Kaido in a boiling pot? And asked from the side. She had heard about that incident from Carl when she came to Wano. If Kamurasaki had a chance to meet Yamato, it would have been during that event. Sure enough, when she heard him mention the boiling pot, Kamurasaki's expression changed, becoming somewhat melancholic. Back then, her father had made an agreement with Kaido that if he could endure in the boiling pot for 1 hour, Kaido would let everyone go as promised. But in the end, Kaido did not keep his promise and shot her father dead. You're right, I did meet her during that incident, but she was still young at the time. Today, I realize you look just like the little girl who was by Kaido's side back then. So, I want to know what your relationship with Kaido is, Kamurasaki said, taking a moment to calm her emotions before looking at Yamato. Of course, we're enemies. That bastard Kaido still wants to kill me today. Yamato recalled the explosive handcuffs and felt angry. Kamurasaki was a bit surprised by Yamato's words, not understanding why. And you, Kamurasaki, what is your relationship with Kazuki Odin? And asked, having noticed Kamurasaki's obvious discomfort when Odin's incident was mentioned. You're in, right? Before you want me to reveal my background, can you tell me about yours? Kamurasaki countered. Actually, there's nothing I can't say. You know the tiger god Carl, right? And looked at Kamurasaki. Tiger Ghoul called? Kamurasaki was a bit puzzled. It was the first time she had heard that name. No way. You haven't heard of him? And looked at Kamurasaki with astonishment. Is he the one who fought Kaido today on Onigashima? Kamurasaki suddenly remembered that today, the person who fought Kaido was indeed named Carl. That's right, he is my uncle, and this is Kaido's daughter, Yamato, she said. Now that you know who we are, it's time for you to talk. I feel like you brought us here for a reason, and said, her expression suddenly turning cold, and Yamato also looked at her. Under the gaze of Un and Yamato, Kamurasaki felt a lot of pressure. She took a deep breath and said, Kazuki Odin is my father. My real name is Kazuki Hayori. Huh. Yamato's expression changed dramatically. Kamurasaki was actually Odin's daughter, Kazuki Hayori, and was also very surprised. After all, this was the base of Kaido's ally, Black Maria. How could she dare to work as a courtesan here, and even become Wano's Oiran? Aren't you afraid of being discovered by Black Maria? He has been eliminating the forces left by Kazuki Odin all along. If he finds out you're his daughter, he will definitely not let you go. And looked at Kamurasaki and said, Of course I'm scared, but I've changed a lot since I was young. Now that I've become an Oiran, no one can recognize me. This is my best disguise. I want to use the identity of an Oiran to extract money from the wealthy nobles and then use that money to help the poor people in Wano. They're suffering too much. Due to factory pollution, their land can't grow food. And even the fish in the river have mutated due to poisoning and can't be eaten at all. As she spoke, Kamurasaki felt very sad. These are her father's subjects. And I also want to slowly build up strength with Uncle Tanshiro and wait for my brother Momonosuke to come back. Thinking of this, a determined look appeared on Kamurasaki's face. You have a brother? Where did he go? Yamato asked. Then Kamurasaki thought for a moment and recounted how Toki used her devil fruit ability to send Momonosuke 20 years into the future. After hearing this, I was a bit speechless. Could they really rely on a kid who would come back 20 years later to drive away Black Maria and Kaido? Kamurasaki, why don't you just become the shogun of Wano yourself instead of waiting for your brother? Even if he comes back in 20 years, he'll just be a kid. And in my opinion, he won't have any strength to fight Black Maria, and question, puzzled about why Kazuki Hayori wouldn't just become the shogun herself. He won T. My brother will definitely be able to do it. He is the heir to the shogun of Wano. Kamurasaki said firmly. Even as an heir, that doesn't change the fact that he is just a child with no strength. Plus, I think your brother ran away. He has no courage. It's shameful for the child of such an outstanding warrior as Odin. Yamato said on the side. My brother is not a coward. Kamurasaki immediately retorted fiercely. He is a coward. He ran away and left his sister alone in Wano. In my opinion, you are much braver than your brother. I think you are more suited to be the shogun of Wano. Yamato continued to look at Kamurasaki. No, that is not it. Kamurasaki's mindset became a bit unstable. In her opinion, as long as she held on until her brother returned, everything would be resolved. Actually, you don't have to wait for your brother to come back. Aren't you already building up strength now? I think you can secretly inherit the position of shogun under the identity of Kazuki Odin's daughter. Wouldn't that better consolidate your power? And thought for a moment and gave her a suggestion. In her view, she was much more capable than that runaway brother and more suited to be the shogun of Wano. Right? If you become the shogun of Wano, I can help you. I also really hate Black Maria, Yamato said, feeling that if Kamurasaki could become the shogun of Wano, she could help her rescue Wano and complete its founding. You will help me? But you are Kaido's daughter. Kamurasaki was surprised to hear that Yamato would help her. Kaido is a bastard. Then Yamato shared her own experiences over the years, leaving Kamurasaki speechless. How could a daughter be treated like this? So what do you think? Do you want to become the shogun of Wano? Yamato finally asked Kamurasaki. I need to discuss it with someone before I can decide. Now Kamurasaki was indeed tempted, but still needed to gain the support of her father's old subordinates. No problem. I will definitely support you as the shogun of Wano, Yamato said happily, as if she had found something meaningful to do, and watched from the side, not expecting Yamato to get involved. After all, overthrowing Black Maria was tantamount to overthrowing Kaido. The three of them talked for a long time before ending the conversation, and Yamato had to return to Onigashima. Yamato, are you really going to help her? And asked Yamato on the way back. Yes, although it seems that Odin's actions back then were foolish and rushed the founding of Wano, the situation is different now. Perhaps the timing will be just right to complete the founding of Wano. Yamato was a bit excited. I've decided I want to go to sea for now. I want to stay in Wano to help Kamurasaki, and didn't know what to say anymore. Well, she and her uncle wouldn't be staying here for long anyway. After returning to Onigashima, Yamato ran off to do something. Anya returned to Carl and told him about today's events, and she didn't seem to mind, just lightly saying she understood. 2 days later, Zoe arrived, accompanied by 30 Sandian people, led by Weepa. Brother Carl, Sister Daphne asked me to bring them over. She said that the country of Wano is very complicated and needs more people stationed here. She also allocated 10 sets of battle uniforms for them. Weepa awakened his observation hockey 2 days ago, so Sister Daphne let him lead the team, Zoe said to Carl. Thank you for your hard work, Zoe. You can go rest now, Carl told Zoe, and then he went to find Weepa. Lord Carl. Weepa was a bit excited to see Carl coming over. Weepa, although you have awakened your observation hockey, your strength is still not enough here. I plan to give you devil fruit. Saying this, Carl took out the Zoan-type cat fruit, ancient-type saber-toothed tiger. Thank you, Lord Carl. I will definitely continue to train hard and guard the delivery station of Wano well. Weepa's feelings were hard to express at this moment. After coming to Qinghai, he learned that this devil fruit was very precious and could bring powerful strength when consumed. All right, you eat it first, Carl said, handing the devil fruit to Weepa. Weepa took it and quickly consumed it, which was quite frightening. Then Weepa controlled his body and transformed into his full beast form, standing before Carl and the Sandians as a saber-toothed tiger over 10 meters tall. Carl then asked him to transform back and gave Weepa a book containing his understanding of devil fruits and hockey training insights. Weepa treasured it greatly and repeatedly assured that he would not disappoint Carl's expectations. In the following 2 days, after Zoe set up the mother nest, she took the first batch of sea prism stone back, saying that Daphne was in a hurry for it. Carl didn't pay much attention, as he believed that Daphne was 100 times better than him at handling these business matters. Hey, why haven't you gone out with Yamato these past couple of days? Carl noticed that she had been training in the yard and hadn't gone out. Yamato seemed to be preparing to go to other places in Wano to help the civilians, which appeared to be a decision made after discussing it with Kazuki Momonosuke. It was secretly said that Kazuki Momonosuke would take over from Kazuki Odin as the shogun of Wano, and then Yamato would gather the people's support. I'm not interested in that, so I didn't go along, and said while practicing her sword swings. Oh, is that so? Then keep training. I'm going out for a bit, Carl said, as he needed to collect the blood of those with abilities. Otherwise, Ellie might not let him in when he returned. In the following days, Carl used a blunt weapon to collect blood from several ability users. Eventually, even Kaido was alarmed, but Carl stopped his actions and let it go. However, people on Onigashima started spreading rumors that a powerful ghost had appeared on the island, coming and going without a trace. After hearing this, Carl chuckled to himself, as he had already gotten what he wanted. Uncle, could it be you who did this? And asked, looking at her uncle with a sly smile. How could it be? Am I that kind of person? Carl replied. By the way, how is your armament hockey coming along? Carl changed the subject. Well, I can now proficiently use armament hockey, and I can also freely control Conqueror's hockey, and said, a bit proud. Learning hockey is just the threshold to becoming strong. You need to work hard to improve the quality of your hockey so that you can become strong in the future and do what you want. Carl warned her, noticing her pride. I know, Uncle. The matter with Wano country has already concluded, and Carl was now considering whether to make a copy of the historical text from Wano. Although he hadn't thought about going to Laugh Tale, he was still a little curious about the content of the historical text. After some thought, Carl decided to go take a look and make a copy. 5 days later, Carl finally found an opportunity to successfully enter the mansion of the Black Charcoal Snake and made a copy of the historical text. After that, he had no reason to stay in Wano any longer. It was time to go back. And I'm planning to go back tomorrow. What do you think? Carl said to Inone, who had just returned from training with Yamato. Huh? So soon? And felt that her strength in hockey had improved rapidly after practicing with Yamato these past few days and wanted to stay a few more days. Yes, we have completed our purpose for coming to Wano, and it's time to return. Carl was also starting to miss Daphne and Ellie, and Hancock, who was still pregnant. How about in 2 days, Uncle? In 2 days, Yamato will leave Onigashima to go to other parts of Wano, and we can leave then, and suggested. Want to train with Yamato for a couple more days. All right then, we can stay another 2 days. Carl agreed, as Yamato was considered a friend of Anne's. Yay, thank you, Uncle, and then happily ran back. Carl shook his head. It was time to say goodbye to Kaido. It wouldn't be right to leave without telling him. Ruhuar. Carl, you can leave, but first, let's have a fight. Kaido thought Carl was coming over for a drink, but he didn't expect it was for a farewell. All right, we need to find a place. We can't fight here. Carl also wanted to have a good match with Kaido. Over the years, Carl had fought with Roger, Rayleigh Carp, and Uncle Huang, but he never went all out against them, which left him feeling unsatisfied. Then let's go. With that, Kaido transformed into a giant dragon and flew out, followed closely by Carl, who turned into a Bienhu and trailed behind him. The people on Onigashima saw the two transform into their beast forms again and wondered if they were going to fight. Jean and Quinn had already prepared for the aftershocks of the battle. However, the next moment, Carl and Kaido flew away from Onigashima and disappeared. The people on the island breathed a sigh of relief, as long as it wasn't a fight. Strange, what are Uncle and Kaido up to? And, hearing the commotion, came out just in time to see the two flying away and felt a bit puzzled. Kaido and Carl found an uninhabited and desolate island and dived right in. This will do. This place is perfect for a fight. Carl said, all right, this is it. After saying this, Kaido unleashed his Conqueror's Haki, and Carl didn't hold back either. In an instant, the island was filled with black and red lightning. This scene was captured by one of Morgan's photo birds. Morgan's was very excited at this moment. Shouting big news, he instructed the photo bird to record everything, as this was definitely going to be a world-shocking headline. Ruhuar. Thunder Bagua. Kaido didn't hold back and started with a Thunder Bagua. Azure Dragon Break. Carl drew his black sword and countered with a powerful flying slash. The photo bird in the sky was excitedly pressing the shutter. Thus, the two battled fiercely on the island for 6 days, and by this time, both were covered in blood. Kaido, your physique is indeed impressive. Haven't you noticed your haki is declining? Carl felt a bit sore for being smashed by Kaido's Kanabo these days. You're the same. It's been 6 days. So let us settle it with one final move. After saying this, Kaido wrapped his entire body in Conqueror's Haki, and the black and red lightning on his Kanabo was flickering intensely. Then bring it on, Kaido. Carl was also enveloped in Conqueror's Haki, and the black sword in his hand was crackling with electricity. Great Will of D, Roaring Bagua. Kaido didn't hold back, channeling all his Haki into this attack. Sky Splitting Technique. Galaxy Reversal. The powerful moves of the two collided, causing the island to buckle under the pressure, shattering into pieces and creating whirlpools in the sea. The photo bird in the sky was so shocked that it forgot to take pictures. The next moment, their haki exploded, and the clash of the Kanabo and Black Sword caused a blast that sent both flying. Kaido and Carl crashed onto the rocky island, immediately spitting out several mouthfuls of blood. However, both struggled to stand up, breathing heavily. Ruhuar, that was exhilarating. Carl, don't leave. We could spar often in the future. At that moment, Kaido felt a bit reluctant to see Carl go. It was rare to find someone who could fight him so fiercely without coveting his power. You can forget about that. I need to go back. They must be getting anxious. After several days of fighting, and has probably informed my wives. If I don't return soon, it'll be trouble. After saying that, Carl flew back towards Onigashima. It's time to go back. Kaido also transformed into a giant dragon and soared into the sky. The photo bird sent all of this to Morgan's. What a big news. Everyone, work overtime tonight. We must spread this news around the world tomorrow. Morgan's was thrilled, This was a battle between two sea emperors. Carl returned to Ghost Island and immediately had a bunch of food sent over, then sat down to eat. "Uncle, what were you doing with Kaido?" and hurriedly asked when she saw Carl back. She had been very worried about her uncle's disappearance over the past few days. "It's nothing, just had a fight with Kaido." "By the way, you didn't contact the family, did you?" Carl asked, as he hoped no one would call him in a bit. "No, but if you didn't come back soon, I might have to inform Aunt Daphne. I've been on edge these days, thinking something happened to you. But then I remembered you were out with Kaido, and there shouldn't be anyone in this world who can stop the two of you, right? That's why I didn't notify the family. Well, I just got a bit restless and went out to fight Kaido, then came back. There's no need to worry. All right then, I'll have someone bring more food over," and said, noticing that the food that was sent had almost been finished. After Carl finished eating, he went back to his room and fell into a deep sleep, sleeping the whole day away. Suddenly, the phone bug on Carl's body rang. "Kakak, honey, did you get into a fight with Kaido?" It was Daphne. On that very day, Morgan spread the news of Carl's battle with Kaido all over the world. The headline read, "Tiger God Carl versus Beast Kaido. Who is stronger?" The Navy and pirates were shocked by the news. How did these two end up fighting? "Ha ha. Did you all hear?" Carl said a bit shyly, thinking then had told her. "Not just me, the whole world knows. Morgan's has spread the news of your battle." "So is Morgan's?" "Don't worry, Daphne, Kaido, and I were just sparring because we were a bit restless. Nothing to worry about," Carl quickly replied. "That's good to hear. You scared both me and Ellie. We thought you really fought Kaido." Daphne sighed in relief after hearing Carl's words. "What about Ellie? Tell her not to worry." "I'll be back tomorrow," Carl said. "She's next to me. She said she's a bit angry and is planning to teach you a lesson when you get back." Hee hee. "I didn't say that," Daphne replied. Then, the sounds of their playful banter came through the phone bug, leaving Carl speechless. He hung up the phone bug and asked to call Vipa over. "Vipa, I'm going back tomorrow. You need to keep watch here, and remember, everything here has nothing to do with us. We're only doing business with Kaido regarding Sea Stone. Nothing else matters, got it?" Carl said to Vipa. "Yes, Lord Carl. But what if someone causes us trouble?" Vipa asked. "Is that even a question? Just fight back. Although your strength isn't very strong, there aren't many people here who can beat you." "Got it, Lord Carl. All right, you can go back now, and make sure to train the others. They must learn the 6 styles." After Carl finished speaking, he let him leave. Blurb blurb, click. "Lord Carl, I've heard that you fought with Kaido. Do you need me to bring the Kuja pirates to help?" As soon as Carl answered the call, he heard Hancock's voice. "I'm fine, Hancock, don't get excited. Be careful with the baby," Carl hurriedly said. "I just got a bit restless and had a scuffle with Kaido. It wasn't a real battle. You and your Kuja pirates don't need to come." Carl was genuinely afraid that Hancock would come over directly. "But I've seen in the newspapers that you were injured. Damn Kaido, I want to petrify him." Hancock was very angry. "Kaido actually hurt her beloved. I'm already fine now. You know my physique, right? Besides, Kaido isn't in great shape either. Don't worry, I'll go back tomorrow, and then I'll go to Amazon Lily to find you." "Really? Then I'll wait for you at Amazon Lily. I've learned a lot of delicious recipes these days, and I'll cook for you when you come." The snail phone suddenly had a slightly shy expression. That must be delicious. I'm looking forward to it." "But Hancock, try not to spend too much time in the kitchen, okay? You're still pregnant, and inhaling oil fumes isn't good for your health." Carl felt warm in his heart. "I know. I'll be waiting for you at Amazon Lily." After saying that, Hancock hung up the phone, her heart racing, holding her face and thinking. Lord Carl is so gentle. Carl was stunned holding the phone bug, then shook his head. Hancock was too easily satisfied. He didn't see it in the yard and guessed she had gone to find Yamato. Are you leaving tomorrow?" Yamato said reluctantly. "Yes, I'll be going back with my uncle tomorrow. Let's have one more match today," and picked up the cold moon, her fighting spirit surging. Okay. Yamato also wanted to have another match. After all, they might not see each other for a long time, so it was better to say goodbye properly. Early the next morning, Carl and it set off. 2 days later, they finally arrived at Gaia Island. Gaia Island was bustling now, with more and more merchants, and all the shops in Magic Valley Town had been rented out. Fortunately, there was Daphne. Otherwise, these matters would have given Carl a headache. As usual, a group of people held a feast by the beach in the evening. "Captain, I didn't expect you to make such big news in Wano. Battling Kaido for 6 days and nights. Now, everyone in the world will no longer doubt the strength of our Shunfeng Express Company." Adrian was very happy. During this time, while accompanying Zoe to set up express stations, Adrian had encountered some troubles. People from those countries thought that Tiger God Carl was just a name without substance. After all, he hadn't truly fought against a strong opponent yet. After this incident, Carl's reputation truly rivaled that of the Sea Emperors, and the development of their Shunfeng Express Company would be even smoother. "Ha ha, I'm just itching for a fight. I haven't had a real battle with anyone since going to sea for so long. 100 Beast Kaido is indeed a suitable opponent. After Carl returned, he was very happy to know that the company's development had become smoother because of his battle with Kaido. Honey, don't easily engage in battles with such high-level figures in the future. I feel that the world government is becoming increasingly wary of us. Recently, many CP agents have been discovered monitoring Gaia Island, which should be due to the pressure we put on them with our development in the paradise. Daphne expressed her concerns. I understand. I'll be more careful in the future. Carl also realized the seriousness of the situation. All right, don't worry. I have good news to share with you, Ellie said as she noticed their worried expressions. What good news? Kareen asked. The good news is that my research has succeeded. I've already duplicated the flapping fruit and the stone fruit. From now on, as long as we collect the blood of devil fruit users, we'll have more and more devil fruit users, Ellie said proudly, as this research had taken her a lot of effort. Wow, that's amazing, Ellie. We won't have to fear anyone anymore, Daphne exclaimed as she jumped over and hugged Ellie. From then on, their company would truly be smooth sailing. It really is good news. Thank you, Ellie. Carl thought that he would have a legion of ability users in the future. However, Captain, we cannot let this news leak. The ability to duplicate devil fruits, even if they're just ordinary zone types, is quite terrifying. Jerry felt that if this news got out, it could lead the world government to directly attack them or demand that they hand over this technology. Indeed, if the duplicated devil fruits are exposed, it would definitely provoke the world government, and various forces at sea would also be wary of us. At this moment, Daphne calmed down as well. All right, we don't need to worry too much. As long as we can hide for 3 to 5 years, even if others find out later, we won't have to be afraid. Who knows, maybe someone will come to seek cooperation with us, Carl said. That's right, by then, we will have the largest legion of ability users in the world. Anyone who wants to target us will have to think twice about whether they're up to the challenge, Ellie said confidently. After all, this was her research. All right, enough of that. Let's raise a toast, Carl said, lifting his glass. Cheers. And the banquet continued until midnight before dispersing. Carl, Ellie, and Daphne returned home and headed straight to the bathroom. After showering, they shared their long-missed feelings until dawn broke and the excitement finally calmed down. The next day, Carl got up at noon and ran to Kareen's Food City to pack several lunch portions. This Food City really turned out well. With Daphne's outstanding design and Kareen's culinary skills, the business was thriving. Moreover, its reputation had spread, and many nobles from the Paradise countries came to taste the food, making Daphne's VIP rooms quite useful. The VIP rooms were located on the top floor, designed luxuriously, with various clouds crafted by Daphne, creating a stunning ambience. Guests could enjoy their meals while looking at the sea view outside, which was a big reason why the Food City attracted a continuous stream of nobles. These nobles were indeed wealthy, and they were willing to pay a considerable amount of berries for a small plate of food. During this time, both Daphne and Kareen couldn't stop smiling. They were making a fortune. Carl packed lunch to take home and saw that Daphne and Ellie were already up, their faces still flushed with a sort of indescribable charm. Don't just stand there. Hurry up and bring the food over, Ellie said quickly when she saw Carl staring blankly. As she was almost starving, "Oh, coming." Carl hurriedly took out the food. The three of them sat down together to eat lunch and chat. By the way, Daphne, that luxurious VIP room at the Gourmet City was your idea, right? Wow. I heard from Karen that the reservations are already booked out for 2 months, and it costs 1,000,000 berries. That's quite a profit, Carl said to Daphne. Of course. My design plus those clouds are worth that price. Besides, these nobles are loaded. If we don't fleece them, who will? Daphne had no soft spot for these nobles. She had scared Karen when they set the price, thinking no one would come. But now it was indeed packed every day. However, she heard that a celestial dragon wanted to come a few days ago, but was stopped by the Navy. The reason being that you once said that celestial dragons can't appear where you are. Daphne suddenly thought of the funny incident from a few days ago. These pigs really aren't afraid of death. Ladies, how about we go to Amazon Lily for a while in a few days? The company is already on the right track. Zoe can handle it. And with so many people around, nothing will go wrong, Carl suggested. Sure. I've never been to Amazon Lily. Is it really a place with no men? Ellie said, eager to see this legendary land of women. Then we'll set off in a few days. By the way, where's Anne? Daphne noticed and wasn't there. She said she wanted to get stronger and ran off to the training base to find Enelu. I just thought of something interesting. Haha, Carl replied. What are you up to now? Ellie asked when she saw Carl suddenly smirk. You'll know later. Carl didn't tell them. He couldn't say he was planning for a beat ace, right? At this rate, Anne's Conqueror's hockey would definitely be stronger than Ace's. Sister Daphne, are you home? Zoe opened the door to Carl's villa and walked in. I'm here, Zoe, come in. Daphne hurriedly stood up, feeling a slight pain in the moment, and couldn't help but curse Carl for being a jerk. So you really are home. I saw you didn't go to the company so late today, so I came to check on you. Brother Carl, Sister Ellie, Zoe said, greeting the two. It's nothing, I just drank a bit too much last night. So I didn't go today, Daphne said shyly. Zoe, I suddenly remembered something. Can you access the information those mutant bees saw? Carl asked. I can't see it, but I can know what they saw and heard through the information they transmit. Why? Zoe looked a bit confused. That's great. So your hive will be an intelligent station from now on. As long as there are mutant bees, we'll know what happens there. This is very important. Carl was very happy. This devil fruit was indeed useful. Brother Carl, that means I'll be very tired every day. You know how much information there could be. Zoe thought about handling information from 100,000 bees and felt terrified. Right then, for now, your bees shouldn't gather intelligence. Later, Ellie can duplicate a few more giant bee fruits, and you can just be in charge of delivery while others handle the intelligence. Carl thought it over and decided not to add more burdens to Zoe, who was already busy enough. But I need some of Zoe's blood for that, Ellie said, looking at Zoe. Okay, I know. It's just a little blood, much better than dealing with information for 100,000 bees. Zoe replied, Honey, Doflamingo said he hopes we can set up a delivery station in Dressrosa as well. I haven't replied to him yet. What do you think? Should we agree? Daphne recalled Doflamingo's call from yesterday and said, Sure, why not? It's just business. But let's not get involved in his issues with the Riku royal family. It has nothing to do with us, Carl said nonchalantly, knowing that Doflamingo was merely trying to collaborate with some top powers to solidify his position on the seas. Okay, I got it. After spending 2 days on Gaia Island, Carl took Daphne and Ellie to Amazon Lily. Hancock announced that she would officially step down as the captain of the Kuja Pirates tomorrow, with Ivankov taking over. Thanks to Granny New's teachings, Ivankov's hockey had improved significantly. Plus, with the enhancement of the Mero Mero no Mi, aside from Hancock and Granny New, she was already the strongest person in Amazon Lily. Granny New had already discussed with Hancock, needing her to serve as the Empress of Amazon Lily for 3 years, and Ivankov would likely have the ability to take over by then. Hancock didn't say much and agreed. After all, this was where she grew up, and she said she would help Amazon Lily as much as possible in the future. Granny New was very pleased with this, as Carl's status on the seas was now akin to that of a sea emperor. This way, Amazon Lily would be much safer in the future. Carl felt that Granny Nyo was truly dedicated, practically exhausting herself for the sake of Nine Snake Island. After flying for half a day, Carl and the others landed in Hancock's dormitory courtyard. Lord Carl, knowing that Carl and the others were coming to Nine Snake Island today, Hancock had been waiting since she got up. Be careful, Hancock. Carl quickly caught the rushing Hancock as soon as he landed. I missed you so much. She didn't care about anything else and tightly hugged Carl. You're pregnant now. Shouldn't you take it easy? Carl said while holding her, feeling that he couldn't truly be angry at this woman. Hancock, do you think he doesn't miss us? Daphne said, looking at the two hugging. No, I miss both of my sisters very much. Hancock, too excited and almost forgetting that her sisters were with her, hurriedly released Carl and led everyone inside. Knowing Carl was coming today, Granny Nyo had sent everyone away. After all, on the surface, Amazon Lily was still a country that couldn't allow men to enter. During Carl's previous visits, many people had seen him, but fortunately, they didn't know he was a man and had been fooled by Granny Nyo. Sisters, please don't stand on ceremony. Just make yourselves at home, Hancock said a bit awkwardly. It was their first reunion since getting married, and Hancock felt a bit nervous, as if it had been a long time since they last met. Come on, we won't be polite with you. Hancock, don't be nervous, Daphne said to her. Right? Hancock, come here, let me check your body. You're pregnant now. According to our doctor, it's a prenatal checkup. Saying this, Ellie took out a stethoscope from her chest, which left Carl dumbfounded. Oh, okay. Sorry to trouble you, Sister Ellie. Hancock quickly came over and sat down obediently for Ellie to do the checkup. Ellie first touched her belly, then listened to her heartbeat with the stethoscope, and finally put the stethoscope back into her cleavage. Very good. Both you and the fetus are healthy, Ellie said after finishing the checkup for Hancock. That's great. Thank you, Sister Ellie. Hancock felt very happy that Ellie came and immediately did a checkup on her. It felt so good to be like a family. Ellie, how do you store that thing? Carl asked after she finished, curious about how that thing could be put inside and not be noticeable from the outside. He had looked so closely before, but never noticed anything. Ellie noticed Carl staring at her chest and blushed slightly. You naughty guy, why are you asking this? You don't have one. Ellie playfully scolded Carl. Don't mind him, Ellie. This is our women's secret. Daphne didn't want Carl to know. She only learned about it after coming to the One Piece world. It turned out that so many things could really be stored here. If we're not going to talk about it, I'm starving after flying for half a day. How about we eat something first? Carl saw that they weren't saying anything, so he didn't bother to ask. He planned to investigate when they weren't paying attention in the evening. Hee, let me prepare some food. Hancock immediately stood up when she heard Carl say he was hungry and got ready to send someone to prepare food. No need, no need. I brought a lot of delicious food from Karen's Food City this time. Should we eat here or go somewhere else? Carl saw Hancock wanting to go out and ask someone to prepare food, quickly stopping her. Before Carl set off today, he had brought a considerable amount of delicacies from Karen's Food City. Then let's go eat somewhere else. I know a beautiful place in the forest where no one disturbs us, perfect for camping. Hancock thought it would be even better to have a family meal together. Really? Then let's go. Hurry up. Hancock, lead the way. Daphne was also happy to hear there was a suitable place for camping. After all, they had come out this time just to have fun, and the more beautiful the place, the better. They stepped outside, creating a cloud and letting a few people stand on it. The group stood on the cloud created by Daphne and followed Hancock's direction to a place in the forest full of flowers. Wow, there are so many beautiful flowers here. After landing, Ellie saw so many colorful flowers and happily started dancing, feeling like a fairy dancing among the flowers. Ellie, your dancing is so beautiful. It's a pity I haven't learned how to dance, Hancock said a bit enviously. I learned from Sister Ruagio when I was on Tiger Roar Island. It took me a long time to master it. After Carl went out to train, Ellie spent her time learning to dance with Ruagio, aside from doing research and training. No wonder your body is so flexible. That guy Carl has really benefited. Daphne thought of the advanced moves that Carl and Ellie had done these past few days and couldn't help but blush. Oh dear, Daphne, why are you saying that? Ellie understood what Daphne meant and also blushed, feeling embarrassed that Carl had made her do those kinds of moves. Ahem, well, let's eat first. Carl didn't want to delve deeper into this issue, or else there might not be such benefits in the future. He then took out a large, thick blanket and spread it on the ground, and then brought out a table. After that, he placed various delicious foods and drinks on it. Since it was packed and kept warm by Karen, it was still warm now, and the aroma of the food instantly filled the air. Wow, Karen's cooking is still so fragrant. I'm going to eat a piece first. Saying this, Hancock picked up a small and exquisite piece of empty fish and started eating it, as she hadn't had Karen's cooking in a long time and simply couldn't resist. When Carl and the others saw Hancock's appearance, they exchanged smiles. It felt really good. Then everyone sat around the table. Wow, this is so delicious. It's different from what we used to eat. Did you improve the recipe again, Sister Karen? Hancock felt that this empty fish was much tastier than what she had eaten before, so she ate several pieces in a row. That's right. Karen's Food City is really popular now. Those nobles are willing to spend $1 million or even more berries for a meal. And the VIP rooms are booked 2 months in advance. The Food City was designed by Daphne, and she also proposed the VIP rooms. Now, they're really counting money until their hands are sore. What does VIP room mean? Hancock didn't know and asked. It's a place for rich people to eat. Simply put, it means they see you have money and treat you like a big spender to take advantage of you. Carl interjected, saying that the dishes in Karen's Food City are actually all the same. It's just that the nobles want to be different, so they pay a little extra for a VIP room to satisfy their vanity. Ha, Karen-chan knows that if you say that, she'll definitely hit you, Ailey said. Exactly. Be careful she doesn't let you mooch off her food in the future, Daphne teased. Well, I'd better not say anything. Otherwise I'll have to keep getting up early to cook. Carl quickly shut his mouth. Actually, I really like the dishes that Lord Carl makes. In Hancock's heart, Carl's cooking is the best. You guys try this. It's a rare fish I caught from the seas of Wano. The meat is really good. Carl added a piece for each of the 3. It really is good. Next time we should ask the people from Wano to bring back more. Karen-chan would definitely be very happy. After lunch, they lay here to rest, enjoying the beautiful scenery in front of them, talking about their thoughts and sharing their emotions. Spending a pleasant afternoon on this flower-filled meadow. So you guys are here. I've been looking for you for a long time. Old Lady Nyo came over, her face showing a worried expression. Old Lady Nyo, why are you here? We just had lunch. If you had come a little earlier, you could have eaten with us. Hancock said regretfully upon seeing Old Lady Nyo arrive. Hancock, today is the day you officially step down as captain of the Kuja Pirates. You didn't forget, did you? Everyone is waiting for you, Old Lady Nyo said irritably. She had been searching for a long time and found out that this family had come here for a camping meal. I forgot. Lord Carl, please wait a moment. I'll be back soon. Hancock really forgot. After seeing Carl, she was so excited that she forgot she was supposed to hand over the captain's position to Everlander today. It's fine. It's fine. You go ahead, Carl said shyly. He also forgot that today was Hancock's day to step down as the captain of the Kuja Pirates. Old Lady Neo didn't dare to say anything to Carl and hurriedly took Hancock away. It's all your fault, Carl. You forgot such an important thing. Daphne also felt a bit embarrassed and pushed the blame onto Carl. After all, he is the head of the family. Exactly. You can't even remember this. Ay di kaimdin. Ha ha ha, my fault. Carl didn't argue with the two. The succession ceremony went off without any surprises. Hancock solemnly handed a token that had been passed down through generations of the Kuja pirates to Everlandra, who then vowed to protect Amazon Lily well in the future. Old Lady Neo was also very pleased. Finally, there was a successor, and although Hancock stepped down, she gained Carl's friendship. Everlandra from now on. I entrust the Kuja pirates to you, Hancock said solemnly. Although she often said nonsensical things, she truly cared about everything here. Hancock's sister, don't worry. I will definitely protect Snake Island and Amazon Lily well. In the evening, the group returned to Hancock's Royal Palace villa, and the three women discussed going out to explore Snake Island properly tomorrow. It was AI Lee's first time here, and Daphne had only come last time to pick someone up and hadn't stayed long, so the three agreed to have a good outing tomorrow. Hey, three wives. If you all go out tomorrow, what am I supposed to do? Carl thought while lying on the bed, knowing he couldn't go out with them again, and staying home alone would be boring. How about this, hubby? Why don't you dress up in women's clothes tomorrow? Then put on some makeup and come out with us? Daphne said with a smile, thinking it would definitely be fun. Lord Carl, if you're willing. I have many kipeos here that should fit you. Hancock joined in teasing. Maybe not. I think I'll just stay home and wait for you to come back tomorrow. Carl thought about his body, and the idea of wearing makeup and a cheapao made him feel terrified. Haha, then you have to behave at home tomorrow. Ailey came over and patted Carl's head, feeling that her husband was just too cute. Then I'll make sure you behave tonight. Saying this, Carl turned over. And tonight was destined to be an eventful night. The wind and clouds outside felt shy from the noise coming from the room. The next morning, the three women were putting on makeup and wearing the clothes they had prepared yesterday as they went out, looking absolutely stunning. Carl lay on the bed filled with ambiguous scents, wondering if he would have to stay here all day, right? He could go check out the island next to Nine Snake Island. Rayleigh chose to train Luffy on that island. Could there be any secrets there? Having made up his mind, Carl quickly got up, got dressed, and soon flew to the island, landing by the big radish tree there. Carl closed his eyes and sensed the surroundings. There were indeed many powerful beasts on this island. No wonder Luffy was able to train to that level in just 2 years on this island. So Carl headed deeper into the forest. Not long after he started walking, he encountered a gorilla blocking his path, which was about 20 meters tall. The gorilla became angry when it saw Carl walking straight towards it. It began to pound its chest and roar, the sound carrying far away. So noisy, Carl's eyes turned red, and his conqueror's haki was unleashed. The gorilla immediately seemed to encounter some great terror and wanted to flee. How could Carl pass up this opportunity? This is a great mode of transportation. In an instant, he appeared in front of the gorilla and kicked it, sending the gorilla flying and crashing into several large trees. The next moment, Carl teleported in front of it and said, "If you give me a ride for a day, I'll let you go back safely." To his surprise, the gorilla seemed to understand and nodded vigorously in agreement. Haha, I didn't expect you to be quite smart. Let's go. Carl jumped onto its shoulder and signaled for it to head into the forest. Along the way, Carl saw many towering trees and heard the roars of various wild beasts, but nothing particularly special. Hey, gorilla, is there anything special in this forest? Carl's mind raced as he asked the gorilla, which was undoubtedly at the top of the food chain here, thinking it might know something. Sure enough, the gorilla pointed deeper into the forest and called out in a low voice. Are you saying there's something really powerful over there? Carl looked at it with a serious and slightly fearful expression, wondering what could be so formidable that it would frighten the gorilla. The gorilla nodded frantically, indicating that they shouldn't go there. Really? Let's go take a look, Carl said excitedly. However, the gorilla refused to go any further, and Carl didn't want to pressure it, so he let it leave and continued toward the direction it indicated. Along the way, Carl encountered nothing, not even any wild animals. This was quite strange, considering that this island was home to many powerful beasts. Eventually, Carl arrived at a mountain that resembled a snake. Looking at it, it was no longer just a snake, it was a dragon. Wow, there's a mountain like this here? Carl exclaimed in surprise at the dragon-like mountain. But before he could get any closer, The hissing sounds of many snakes echoed from all directions. Carl didn't care and directly unleashed some conqueror's haki, stunning those nearby. However, the snakes in the distance did not leave and continued to surround Carl, hissing incessantly. Soon, several large snakes appeared. Carl looked at these big snakes, and they were almost as large as the one from Sky Island. He counted, and there were a total of 9. My God, could this place be related to Nine Snake Island? Or is this the real Nine Snake Island? These 9 snakes didn't dare to approach Carl. They just kept hissing at him, as if warning him not to come any closer to the mountain, as if they would charge at him without hesitation if he dared to advance. Carl looked at the mountain, wondering whether he should go up and take a look now or go back and bring Hancock and the others to see it together. Looking at the 9 giant snakes around him, Carl chose to go back and bring Hancock and the others to check it out later. He felt that this place must be related to Nine Snake Island. Then Carl retreated, and the 9 giant snakes did not chase after him. As if they were simply guarding the mountain, Carl returned to the big radish tree, thinking about Nine Serpent Island. In the end, he struggled to fly away, feeling that if he didn't leave soon, he would be unable to contain his curiosity. Back at Nine Serpent Island, several women had already returned. Daphne and Ellie had bought a lot of the island's special clothes and jewelry. Carl came back just in time to see them changing clothes. Looking at their graceful figures paired with the outfits, the temptation was off the charts. Carl's nosebleed suddenly started. "Carl, are you okay?" Hancock rushed over upon seeing Carl's nosebleed, using her fragrant handkerchief to wipe it. Daphne heard Hancock's voice and quickly looked over, seeing Carl staring at them and bleeding from his nose. After glancing at her own outfit, she understood what was happening. "Bad guy." Daphne spat at Carl and hurriedly pulled Ellie back to change clothes, fearing that Carl wouldn't be able to resist pouncing on them. "Hancock, I'm fine. It might just be a heat thing. I'll take a cold shower and I'll be okay," Carl quickly said, seeing her worried expression, thinking that Hancock really cared about him. Sob, sob, sob. "But you've lost a lot of blood. Let's go. I'll go wash with you." Saying this, Hancock dragged Carl towards the bathroom. No, Hancock, I'm fine now. Look, I'm not bleeding anymore," Carl hurriedly replied, thinking that going into the bathroom with her would only make things worse. "Don't worry, Hancock, he's fine. Just ignore him." At that moment, Ellie and Daphne came out after changing clothes. Hancock was still worried, checking Carl here and there, until she confirmed that he was really okay and finally relaxed. "I say, Carl, your resistance is getting worse and worse," Daphne said with annoyance. "Wasn't it just a bit sexy? Is that all it takes for you to be like this? Wife, you have to understand me too. Just look at how beautiful you all are, and then add that outfit from earlier. I could barely hold myself back." Carl was a bit helpless. If he didn't have other matters to attend to, he would have definitely dealt with them right then and there. "So, where did you go today? We didn't see you when we came back." Ellie felt secretly pleased hearing Carl's flattering words and thought to give him some benefits in the evening. "All right, Hancock, speaking of which, this might be related to your Amazon lily." Carl led a few of his wives back to the house and then talked to them about today's events. "Are you saying that the island might be related to our Nine Snake Island?" Hancock listened to what Carl said, her face showing an expression of disbelief. "Yes, otherwise we can't explain those 9 snakes, and the Snake Mountain they're guarding must be protecting some kind of secret." Carl's eyes were filled with curiosity as he confidently said to Hancock, "What are we waiting for? Let's go take a look, Hancock." Daphne's eyes sparkled with excitement and anticipation. She hadn't truly gone on an adventure since coming to this world. "I'll go find Granny Nyo first. She might know something, and then we can go to that island together. If anyone on Nine Snake Island might know what was going on, it would definitely be Granny Nyo." So Hancock wanted to bring her along. "All right, you go get Granny Nyo, and then we'll set off together," Carl said. When Hancock found Granny Nyo and told her what Carl had said, Granny Nyo was instantly excited, pulling Hancock eagerly to her yard. "Mr. Carl, did you really see those 9 snakes?" Granny Nyo asked as soon as she arrived, wanting to confirm. After all, this was truly related to the ancient legend of Nine Snake Island. Yes, those 9 snakes are even larger than the 2 swimming snakes of the 9 Snake Pirates. They seem to have been guarding that snake mountain that resembles a dragon. "Granny Nyo, do you know anything about it?" Seeing Granny Nyo so anxious, Carl was sure she must know some specific details about those 9 snakes. "Let's talk while we walk, and I need to see it with my own eyes to confirm." Then the group boarded Daphne's cloud and flew towards Nine Snake Island. They landed near the radish tree, and Carl led them deeper into the forest towards the Snake Mountain. "So this is the island. Honey, do you think Luffy's technique, Great Snake Run, is because of those 9 snakes?" Daphne whispered to Carl. "It's possible. After all, techniques like Great Snake Run and King Kong Gun are related to the animals here." Carl thought that Luffy's techniques were likely inspired by the animals in this area. After walking for a while, they finally saw the snake mountain Carl mentioned, still surrounded by many snakes just like when Carl arrived. However, the 9 giant snakes had not appeared. They probably would only come out as they got closer to the snake mountain. That's right, this snake mountain is exactly as recorded in the legends of Nine Snake Island. At this point, Granny Nyo could hardly contain her excitement and quickly moved towards the snake mountain, with Carl and the others quickly following. Just as they got closer to the snake mountain, the 9 giant snakes appeared. They seemed angry to see the person who had come here before, now accompanied by a few others, hissing loudly. That's it. These are the 9 snakes that guard our ancestors. I thought it was just a story. I didn't expect it to be real. Granny Nyo was shocked by the sight of the 9 snakes. Granny Nyo, please tell us what's going on. Hancock asked with a frown, wondering why Granny Nyo didn't know about the records of 9 Snake Island. According to the records, every emperor of the Amazon Lily Kingdom is a user of a snake-type mythical Zoan devil fruit, and the appearance is just like the snake mountain before them. Moreover, each emperor has 9 giant snakes as guardians, who will protect her until she dies. It is said that when they are about to die, the devil fruit ability will disappear and reappear somewhere else. Finally, when a new emperor ascends to the throne, the 9 snake guardians will take her to find the devil fruit. It seems like the 9 snake guardians know where the fruit will reappear. Granny Nyo explained these legends of 9 Snake Island, and everyone was surprised. Could it be that these 9 giant snakes are the 9 snake guardians? Then why didn't the later emperors of Amazon Lily continue to eat that mythical Zoan devil fruit? Daphne asked in confusion, reasoning that such a powerful devil fruit should not be overlooked by the emperors of Amazon Lily. However, according to Granny Nyo, that fruit had not appeared for a long time. This should be related to the events from 800 years ago. Unfortunately, that part of history is now lost. So I can't be very clear, Granny Nyo explained. Do you think the reason these 9 giant snakes are guarding this place is that it is where the devil fruit will reappear? Ellie suggested at this moment. It's very possible, but it seems these 9 snakes won't let us get close. Daphne also felt that this place should be where the devil fruit reappears. Granny Nyo, did the ancestors' records say anything else? Or how can we communicate with the 9 snake guardians? Hancock looked at the 9 giant snakes and asked Granny Nyo, if that devil fruit really existed here, then the 9 snake guardians must know where it is. But the key is that they don't allow anyone to approach the snake mountain, let alone communicate with them. Hancock, take out that pendant that symbolizes the Amazon Lily Emperor. I think it might be the token to command the 9 snake guardians. Granny Nyo suddenly remembered and said about the snake-shaped pendant. Hearing this, Hancock took out the pendant from her chest and displayed it before the 9 giant snakes. Instantly, the 9 giant snakes seemed very excited, even shedding tears. It really works, Ellie exclaimed in surprise. Hancock's eyes also flashed with joy. This legend might actually be true. Then the group continued toward the snake mountain, but the next second, the 9 giant snakes began hissing again, not directed at Hancock, but looking at Carl and the others, as if indicating they could not approach. Hancock, it seems they only allow you to get close to the snake mountain. We can't. They probably won't attack you now, so it's all up to you. You must find that devil fruit. Granny Nyo said seriously to Hancock. Don't worry, Granny Nyo. I will find it, Hancock replied earnestly, understanding what a mythical Zoan devil fruit meant for Amazon Lily. Hancock, be careful. If something goes wrong, shout loudly, and I will rush in to save you, Carl said, holding Hancock's hand. Yes, be careful, Daphne and Ellie also said with concern. Mom, I understand. After saying that, she walked alone towards the snake mountain, while the 9 giant snakes watched Carl and the others vigilantly. Once they confirmed that they wouldn't follow, they led Hancock towards the snake mountain. Carl, what should we do now? Ellie said worriedly. Don't worry. When Hancock took out that snake-shaped pendant just now, their reaction indicated that the 9 snake guardians won't harm her. Granny Nyo reassured them as she noticed their concern for Hancock's safety. Carl was also a bit worried because, for some reason, his observation hockey couldn't probe deep into the snake mountain, which was very strange. It's important to note that Carl's observation hockey was quite strong. Carl said nothing, took out his black knife from the storage bracelet, and then sat on the ground waiting. As long as Hancock made any unusual sound, he would rush up immediately. Let us sit for a while. It's probably not going to come out that quickly. Carl pulled Daphne and Ellie to sit down. Old lady, if we find that devil fruit, who do you plan to let eat it? After all, Hancock has already eaten a devil fruit, and so has Everlandra. Daphne asked after sitting down. This old woman doesn't know yet. Right now, Amazon Lily is still very safe. Moreover, Hancock and Everlandra are both excellent heirs. So there is no need to rush to choose someone. The old lady thought that with Hancock and Everlandra on the surface, and secretly having Shaki, Rayleigh, and this young sea emperor beside them for protection. At least for now, it was very safe, and there was no need to rush to cultivate another heir. Everyone nodded in agreement. After all, Hancock was Carl's wife, and family matters are known to family. There aren't many forces on this sea that would easily oppose them. By the way, I remembered, not long ago, the Navy and the world government sent an invitation letter inviting Hancock to become a warlord of the sea. However, Hancock declined, saying she had already stepped down as captain of the Kuja pirates and could let the new captain, Everlandra, take over. The Navy said they would consider it, and I estimate there will be results soon, the old lady recalled. She remembered that a Navy warship surprisingly crossed the Calm Belt and arrived at Amazon Lily, which startled her at the time. Although she already knew that the Navy had the technology to make warships cross the Calm Belt, it was still surprising when the warship actually arrived. After all, the Calm Belt had always been their natural barrier. The warlords of the sea? Although Hancock, and I don't care, if Everlandra takes the position, it would still be beneficial for Kuja Island. At least on the surface. It would deter many from provoking the Kuja pirates. Carl thought for a while and said, "This old woman thinks the same. But Kuja doesn't know if the Navy will agree. After all, Everlandra currently has no reputation at sea. To be honest, her influence is still a bit lacking." The old lady said pragmatically, "Don't worry, since the Navy said they would consider it, it should mean they agree, but there might be some conditions, like needing to quickly strike against some pirate crews to accumulate some reputation," Carl said, thinking of something. So, several people waited outside for Hancock. At this time, Hancock had followed the Kuja guards deep into Snake Mountain, where it was filled with snakes. However, it seemed that they treated her like a king and cleared a path for her. Until Hancock saw a huge cave, she glanced at the Kuja guards, who signaled for her to go inside. Hancock didn't hesitate and walked in, followed closely by the Kuja guards. The cave was damp and a bit eerie since sunlight couldn't reach it. Hancock saw many murals on the stone walls, as well as some information about devil fruits, such as Kaido's Azure Dragon Fruit, Sengoku's Buddha Fruit, and the Navy's Kizaru's Pika Pika no Mi. She also saw a mythical Zoan-type devil fruit called the Sun God Nika, which puzzled Hancock as she had never heard of this fruit. Then Hancock continued to walk while looking at the murals on both sides. "Honey, why hasn't Hancock come out yet?" Ellie said with a worried frown. Daphne also looked at Carl, sharing the same concern. It had been several hours since Hancock entered Snake Mountain, and there was no sign of her. "Let us wait a bit longer. This is the place where every emperor of Amazon Lily receives their inheritance, so it shouldn't affect Hancock," Carl comforted the two, but he also wasn't very reassured. Inside Snake Mountain, Hancock saw 3 methods of hockey training. Seeing these, she realized why the people of Kuja Island, although they all practiced hockey, didn't have particularly strong hockey. It was because the inheritance of Kuja Island had been interrupted, including the methods for training hockey. Now, the method for training hockey on Kuja Island was merely a simplified version that the later emperors of Amazon Lily had pieced together based on some scant records. This information shocked Hancock. So this was how hockey was trained in ancient times, and it could be cultivated to such a strong level. Hancock took note of this, and then continued to look at the information about the other devil fruits. She saw a lot of information about devil fruits, including the sweet fruit that she had eaten. Hancock was very surprised. This devil fruit actually had a capability she didn't know about, which was that the person who ate the sweet fruit could eat another devil fruit. Hancock looked at the information on her sweet fruit in disbelief, knowing that no one had ever been able to eat 2 devil fruits. Could this be destiny? She is the current empress of Amazon Lily, then ate the sweet fruit. And now due to Carl, she found her ancestor's devil fruit. It seemed like everything was arranged. At this moment, the giant snake guard hissed, indicating Hancock to continue moving deeper. Hancock, no longer doubting, followed deeper into the cave. Not long after, she saw an altar surrounded by many snakes guarding the devil fruit on the altar, a banana-shaped devil fruit covered in scales. Hancock walked up to the altar and picked up the devil fruit, and the snakes did not stop her. Is this the mythical Zoan devil fruit passed down from my ancestors? Hancock thought carefully as she examined the devil fruit. Finally found it. From now on, Amazon Lily will have its own legacy. Hancock picked up the devil fruit and prepared to head back. After all, she had found what she wanted, and Carl must be waiting anxiously. However, at this moment, the giant snake guard blocked her, hissing insistently, meaning she had to eat the devil fruit right now. "Why can't I take it out? I don't think I need this devil fruit right now, and I already have the ability of a devil fruit." Hancock tried to communicate with the giant snake guard, hoping they would allow her to take the devil fruit away. But the giant snake guard did not agree and continued to hiss, wanting Hancock to eat it immediately. Seeing the giant snake guard's strong attitude, Hancock felt helpless. She had promised the old lady that in 3 years, she would pass the position of Empress of Amazon Lily to Everlandra, and this devil fruit should be decided by Everlandra at that time. However, now the giant snake guard wouldn't let her take it away, and she couldn't leave the devil fruit here either. The Navy's warships could already enter the comm belt, and it was uncertain whether it wouldn't be discovered by the Navy. If they found the devil fruit, it would be troublesome. Is it absolutely necessary to eat it? Hancock looked seriously at the giant snake guard and asked. The giant snake guard nodded, meaning it was a must. Hancock had no choice, thought for a moment, and could only eat it herself. After all, according to the old lady, this devil fruit would reappear here in the future, and she just needed to ensure the legacy was passed on properly. Then she no longer hesitated, took the devil fruit, and bit into it. A taste that was hard to describe spread in Hancock's mouth. It was terrible. It's hard to imagine that after tasting a devil fruit once. I already know what it tastes like, and now I have to experience that feeling again. Hancock just ate the mythical Zoan-type devil fruit and immediately knew all its information. Snake fruit, mythical Zoan, Tengu form. It's truly a powerful ability, no less than Kaido's Azure Dragon fruit. The boost in power made Hancock very happy. She could better protect Amazon Lily and this little guy, Hancock thought while rubbing her belly, seeing that Hancock had already eaten the devil fruit. The giant snake guards were very happy, circling around her. All right, I've eaten the devil fruit now. Can I go out? Hancock said to the giant snake guards. The 9 giant snakes nodded, indicating that Hancock could leave, and without hesitation, she walked out of the cave, with the 9 giant snake guards following her. Are you going back to Amazon Lily with me? Hancock asked the giant snake guards. The giant snake guards hissed and nodded, indicating they would follow her. Then, the 1 person and 9 snakes left Snake Mountain, heading towards where Carl was. Hancock, are you all right? Carl saw Hancock come out, followed by the 9 snakes. I'm Fine. Lord Carl, Hancock said, looking at the worried Carl, feeling very happy. So Hancock, what was it like inside? Old Lady New asked anxiously, as she hadn't seen Hancock get the devil fruit. Let's go back first. The giant snake guard will also follow us back. They know where 9 Snake Island is and will swim over from the sea, and they will be my guard from now on, Hancock said to everyone. Then Daphne created a cloud, and after everyone got on, they flew back to 9 Snake Island. Hancock, did you just say those 9 giant snakes are now your guards? Old Lady New asked. Yes, and I've eaten that mythical Zoan-type devil fruit, Hancock replied honestly. What? But didn't you already eat a devil fruit? How can you eat another one? Daphne said with an incredulous expression upon hearing Hancock had eaten another devil fruit. Do you feel any discomfort now? Ellie, quickly check on Hancock, Carl said anxiously. Oh, okay, I'll check on Hancock right away. Ellie reacted and began examining Hancock's body. Everyone watched nervously, as even Carl and Daphne knew that only Blackbeard could eat multiple devil fruits due to being a traveler. Ellie seriously checked Hancock's body and then told everyone, currently, I haven't found anything unusual with Hancock's body, but we need to observe her for a few more days. Ellie said seriously, don't worry. Actually, the reason I can eat a second devil fruit is because I ate the sweet fruit. Sweet fruit users can eat a second devil fruit. Hancock explained. Then she shared everything she saw in Snake Mountain today. So the sweet fruit allows someone to eat a second devil fruit? Daphne said with a look of realization. Hancock, did you remember those hockey training methods? Old Lady New asked at that moment. Yes, I've memorized them, but this hockey training method is very demanding. One must have a strong enough physique to train. Among us, only Lord Carl is likely able to train, Hancock said shyly as she glanced at Carl, thinking to herself that her Lord Carl is indeed the most outstanding. Is that so? Then Hancock explained the training methods clearly, so I could see if there are other ways for more people to train. After all, this is a hockey training method from 800 years ago, Carl said excitedly to Hancock. On the way, Hancock explained the hockey training method to everyone, and they finally understood why she said only Carl's physique could train. The requirements were indeed very strict. After returning to 9 Snake Island, someone immediately reported that 9 giant snakes had appeared in the forest. Everyone knew those were Hancock's 9 snake guards. They then asked Old Lady New to handle it to avoid causing panic. When Old Lady New said these were the 9 snake guards of every generation of the Amazon Lily Empress, and also the guardian beasts of 9 Snake Island, the citizens were left speechless in shock. They had never known that 9 Snake Island had such terrifying giant snakes. Knowing that 9 giant snakes would now live in the forest, the citizens felt a bit scared and panicked. They would still need to hunt in the forest. And would the snakes attack them? Old Lady New found it hard to communicate with the citizens about this matter and could only ask Hancock to come. Snake Princess, we still need you to address the matter of the 9 snake guards. Otherwise, it could lead to a bigger rebellion, Old Lady New said to Hancock. I understand. Lord Carl, I will be back soon, Hancock replied, then walked out of the courtyard, transformed into her full beast form, and flew directly into the forest. A giant beast, entirely white, covered in scales, with snow-white wings on its back, its head resembling a dragon but without horns. Is this the Tengu? The people in the courtyard marveled at Hancock's full beast form. It's just as recorded. This is the snake god of 9 Snake Island. Old Lady New exclaimed excitedly. On the edge of the forest, the Amazon Lily Guard team was maintaining order, and Old Lady New mentioned that the Snake Princess would come and handle things soon. Suddenly, there was a roar from the sky, and everyone looked up to see another giant snake flying in. This one was different from the 9 snake guards. Its white body had wings, and no one had ever seen such an animal. The 9 snake guards gathered when they saw Hancock appear, hissing at her. Don't panic. The 9 snakes are the guards of the Snake Princess. They won't harm us. The guard team tried to keep the citizens calm. In the next moment, Hancock transformed back into her human form, surrounded by pink flame clouds, exuding an indescribable beauty. These are my 9 snake guards from now on. They will be the guardians of Amazon Lily, so the citizens can freely enter and exit the forest to hunt. They won't attack you, Hancock said from midair. Snake Princess. The Snake Princess is so beautiful. Seeing Hancock's current appearance, the citizens immediately went wild, with some even turning to stone. The beauty of the pirate empress soared under the pink flame clouds. Hancock ignored the citizens who were lost in frenzy and flew back to the palace, while the 9 snake guards dove deep into the forest, leaving the citizens still savoring the beauty of the Snake Princess. After returning to the palace courtyard, Hancock removed the flame clouds. Carl, having just seen the pirate empress surrounded by flame clouds, was also mesmerized, thinking to himself how lucky he was to have such a beautiful wife. Hancock, so your flame clouds are pink. They're stunning, Daphne remarked, almost falling for Hancock just now. Yes, the pink flame clouds paired with Hancock's red cheongsam are truly beautiful. Carl said, it's my first time using it as well, so I'm not very skilled yet. Luckily, it's about the same as what Lord Carl does. Hearing Carl praise her, Hancock felt her cheeks flush, looking shy and charming. Let's go inside. I've just thought of a way to quickly enhance our physical bodies and then train this hockey, Carl said to the others. Are you talking about the gravity machine? Daphne immediately thought of the gravity machine that hadn't been completed yet. That's right. As long as we can all adapt to the current 5 times gravity, our physical abilities will greatly increase. By then, we should be able to train hockey using the method that Hancock brought out. Carl thought that 5 times the gravity seemed simple, but it was definitely not easy. This was not the Dragon Ball world where gravity could be increased by dozens or hundreds of times, just like that. It depended on when Gaji would finish making the gravity machine. He initially said it would take about a month, so it should be ready soon. All right. After a whole day of work, it was time to rest. Hancock was still pregnant, after all. Ellie said. 7 days later, Gaji finally called, saying the gravity machines were ready. 2 of them. Ellie, Daphne, and I will head back first. Ellie wanting to stay behind to take care of Hancock was something Carl didn't expect. He felt that Hancock's physique wouldn't be negatively affected by her pregnancy. All right, you should leave quickly, or Hancock will start crying a bit, Ellie said. Hancock, don't worry, I'll come back next month. This time, I also need to teach Banson and the others the methods for cultivating hockey. Carl held Hancock in his arms and said that she had become a bit sentimental since she got pregnant. Now Carl understood why Ellie wanted to stay with Hancock. I will miss you, Hancock said a little sadly. She had been very happy lately, but suddenly having to part was a bit too much for her to bear. Carl didn't dwell on it for long. After saying goodbye to the two, he flew back to Gaia Island with Daphne. Once back on Gaia Island, Carl and Daphne enjoyed a meal at the food court, and then Carl set off for the North Sea. The 2 gravity machines were a bit too large for Zoe's bees to transport. Carl arrived at the Germa Kingdom, and Gaji was already out to greet him. This guy was becoming more and more afraid of Carl. Without any small talk, Carl stored the gravity machine in his storage bracelet and bid farewell to Gaji before flying back to Gaia Island. Gaji let out a deep breath as he saw Carl finally leave. The pressure just now had been too great. Ever since he learned about the battle between Carl and Kaido, no one at sea could ignore this newly risen Sea Emperor anymore. And even Carl himself hadn't realized that his power was growing stronger. Upon returning to Gaia Island, Carl placed the gravity machine at the training base. Captain, is this the gravity machine you had Gaji research? Enel asked, looking at the 2 iron houses. He was someone with a bit of mechanical manufacturing experience. That's right. But for now, only you, Benson, Jerry, and Adrian can use it. Others still can't adapt to the training under multiple times the gravity. Carl told the crowd that had gathered around him. Uncle, can I use it too? And asked, a bit unconvinced, as she was quite strong now. No, you're still too young. Gravity training mainly targets the bones. Do you still want to grow taller? Carl replied, looking at her. Then I won't rush it. I still want to grow taller, and was indeed very sensitive when it came to the topic of height. Next, the few of us need to first adapt to gravity training and try to improve our physical condition as much as possible. However, we shouldn't set the gravity too high at the beginning. Starting with 3 times the gravity is fine. Once we fully adapt to 3 times the gravity, we can slowly increase it. Carl told the few people who could currently undergo gravity training that he didn't want them to overexert themselves in their quest for strength. Hancock's training method for hockey obtained from Snake Mountain was very harsh. Carl wondered if the strong ones back then were all superhumans. The cultivation of hockey starts with awakening it, then progresses from partial coverage to full body coverage, and now the training is to continue increasing the amount of hockey. However, the training method Hancock obtained requires that after achieving full body coverage, one must refine their bones, turning all bones into hockey-infused bones. It's like nurturing a sword into a black blade. Carl was very skeptical that Garp hockey had reached this level. Otherwise, there was no way his fists could explain their hardness. Following the refinement of hockey-infused bones, one then needs to slowly cover the internal organs with hockey until they can withstand its power. This is very difficult because Carl had tried it a few days ago and experienced a sharp, stabbing pain just from the hockey making contact with his internal organs. We understand, Captain, the others hurriedly said as they rushed into the gravity machine to test it out. Carl didn't care about them anymore. He had said what needed to be said. He stepped into another gravity machine to begin his training. After closing the door, Carl examined the interior and then took off his shirt, revealing evenly distributed muscles. Unlike a bodybuilder with explosive muscles, Carl prioritized muscle resilience. Carl first set the gravity to double, feeling fine and basically unaffected. When the gravity was set to triple, he clearly felt his movements hindered, and when he cranked it up to triple, his legs felt exceptionally heavy. Let's start from triple and then gradually increase it. At this moment, Carl envied the Scions for their abnormal physique. Why didn't he have a system to grant him a Scion body? He could only train slowly by himself. Meanwhile, in another gravity chamber, inOne turned on the gravity to double and felt almost no effect, just a bit more pressure on his legs. Then he cranked the gravity up to 10 times. The terrifying gravity immediately pressed down on the 4, causing them to collapse. inOne, you bastard. What level of gravity did you set it to? Adrian yelled at inOne while lying on the ground. 10 times, I didn't expect 10 times gravity to be this heavy. inOne was also shocked by the 10-fold gravity. Let's not talk about that for now. We need to find a way to turn off the gravity. Otherwise, we'll be crushed by it. Jerry felt his insides being severely compressed and was very uncomfortable. inOne, be careful and elementalize over. You should be able to reach the switch faster in your elemental form. But make sure your electricity doesn't destroy the gravity machine. Benson said to inOne at that moment. I got it. Then inOne elementalized at high speed and successfully reached the switch to turn it off. The 4 immediately felt an unprecedented sense of relief. The suffocating feeling from just now, with 10 times gravity, was truly terrifying. inOne, you bastard. We almost got crushed. Adrian scolded breathlessly. inOne unusually did not retort, and the 4 lay on the ground, breathing heavily. It was truly terrifying. Carl was not as awkward as inOne and the others. He was doing push-ups under 3 times the gravity and then moving on to punching training. He aimed to train his speed under 3 times the gravity to match his normal speed before progressing to higher gravity training. The others, Benson and his group, needed some recovery after experiencing 10 times the pressure before they could continue training. As the 4 of them opened the door and came out, the people outside found it strange that they came out so quickly, and they looked a bit disheveled. However, the onlookers didn't dare to voice their thoughts. These 4 were the top executives of the company and also the instructors of the base. If they knew what the onlookers were thinking, they would be in for a tough time. But one person was an exception. How did you come out so quickly? What happened in there? And asked, seeing the 4 out of breath and their clothes soaked with sweat, feeling puzzled about how terrifying the gravity machine was. Not much, just set a bit high. inOne replied and then left, feeling embarrassed in front of so many people. After the 4 left, the crowd dispersed. Although inOne was eager to go in and try it out, she was scared and shook her head after recalling the appearance of the 4 who just came out. Now, only Carl was left training. 5 days later, Carl had already adapted to 3 times the gravity. And the most obvious improvement was that he could skillfully use the shave technique under 3 times the gravity. Feeling that he was ready, he thought it was time to increase the gravity. Carl walked over, turned off the gravity machine, put on his clothes, and walked out. Before proceeding to the next phase of training, he needed to fill his stomach. He hadn't eaten anything for 5 days. Carl returned home and saw him sitting comfortably in a recliner, reading a book. This was surprising. This girl actually knew how to read. "Uncle, how's your training going?" and asked as she saw Carl come out. "Not bad. I'm about to grab something to eat. Do you want to come with me?" Carl was planning to take a shower and then go to Kareen's food court to eat. "I'm not going. I'm not hungry yet," after saying that, and continued reading her book. "And what book are you reading? I've never seen you so diligent before," Carl said curiously as he walked over to take a look. "Wow, Uncle, you smell so bad. You should go take a shower," and exclaimed as she noticed the strong smell of sweat when Carl approached, pinching her nose. "Hey, now you're complaining about me? You used to have me carry you back when you were all sweaty from training. Why didn't you say anything then?" Carl felt a bit sad hearing that and was actually complaining about him. His niece was being a bit rude. "Oh, come on, Uncle, just go take a shower," and set down her book and pushed Carl into the room. Carl glanced at the title of the book. "The Dragon King's Son-in-Law of the Female CEO? Huh? What the hell? There definitely shouldn't be such a book in this world. And where did you get this book?" Carl quickly asked. "Could it be another time traveler? Isn't this a bit scary?" "Oh, this was written by Aunt Daphne. It's really good. I begged her for a long time to let me read it first." "Oh no. Aunt Daphne said not to let you know, or she won't let me read the rest," and suddenly remembered that Daphne had said Carl shouldn't see it, and she accidentally let it slip that Daphne wrote it. Carl was very surprised. She actually used to read this kind of stuff, and now she actually wrote it? But it's fine, as long as it's not another time traveler. That really startled him. "Yeah, right. Since you know now, I'll just tell you. Aunt Daphne said she wants to be a novelist, so she wrote this one to test the market, and she hasn't finished it yet," and simply told Carl everything. "Well, okay, as long as she's happy, but I feel like she should change to a different genre. This Dragon King's son-in-law thing isn't very good." Just thinking about that crooked-mouthed Dragon King gave Carl goosebumps. "No, I think it's pretty good." "Oh, Uncle, hurry up and take a shower. I want to continue reading." After saying that, and ran back to lie down and eagerly read The Dragon King's Son-in-Law of the Female CEO. Daphne actually likes this kind of novel. Isn't the smiling, proud wanderer good? My dog brother is leveling up in cultivation, and the legend of the Condor heroes, 7 swords against the heavens, demigods, and semi-devils, and so on. How good are those? No, wait, demigods and semi-devils is not good. It corrupts young girls. After thinking about it, Carl decided to have a good chat with Daphne tonight. For now, he should take a shower and go fill his stomach first. The food court was as crowded as ever. Carl went straight to the kitchen, where the chefs were busy working hard, and Kareen was also preparing dishes. "Kareen, is there anything I can help with?" he asked while wanting to help, but his eyes were focused on the dishes she was making, confirming it was something he hadn't eaten before. "Captain, just stay out of the way. If you want to eat something, I'll make it for you later. This one is for the customers." Kareen looked into Carl's eyes and knew what he was thinking just by seeing the dish she had just made. That's fine, I'll go sit for a bit. I haven't eaten anything for 5 days, so you can just make whatever you want. I'm not picky today." "Got it. You go ahead and sit for a while. I still have 2 dishes ordered by guests to prepare. It will be ready soon." This was what the guests specifically requested, and she had to finish it. It was her profession. Then Carl went up to the private room on the top floor, which was not open to the public and was reserved for their own people. Before long, a waiter came in with a cart full of food, and Kareen followed behind. Carl was already starving and then started to eat. In this world, not to mention anything else, the food is really delicious. Karen was sitting nearby reading her book, occasionally laughing, which made Carl feel quite strange. "Karen, you're not reading that novel Dragon King's Son-in-Law written by Daphne, are you?" Carl suddenly said to her, "Is it really that good?" "Yes, Daphne's writing is really interesting, Captain. Do you want to take a look?" Karen replied, turning back to him. I'd rather not. I'm not interested in that kind of novel." Carl felt that all this Dragon King's son-in-law stuff was just like the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. Too much. "Well, forget it. I'll watch it myself. Later. I still need to urge Daphne to write the rest of the plot." After saying that, Kareen continued to watch. This left Carl speechless. After eating, Carl asked Kareen, your physique should be able to improve through training with the gravity machine now. Do you want to give it a try?" No. I won't have much time to study gourmet food like that. I feel like the kitchen is more suitable for me. Besides, you guys are so strong. You can definitely protect us well, right, Captain?" Karen doesn't want to waste her time on training. Besides, She feels that her current strength is sufficient. Well, I have to tell you, I have a feeling that in 10 years, there might be a war that sweeps across the world. By then, it's likely that all maritime powers will be involved, including us. So it's still good to enhance one's strength. After all, I can't guarantee that I'll always be by your side. Carl still wanted to persuade her to practice more, so that there would be more high-end combat power on their side in the future. A war sweeping the world? Karine asked, turning around. Yes. This world has been ruled by the celestial dragons for 800 years, and the endurance of the lower-class people has exceeded its limits. Haven't you noticed that more and more people are choosing to go to sea and become pirates? Carl said seriously. That's true, but since you have a captain to consider, I won't worry about it, she replied, continuing to read her novel. Seeing that his persuasion had failed, Carl thought to himself, all right then, I'm full, so I'm leaving. Carl didn't say much, as he wanted to see if Daphne was writing anything about the Dragon King as son-in-law. He picked up the packed afternoon tea and headed to the headquarters of the Shunfeng Express Company. Upon arriving at the entrance, he was surprised to find there was actually a security guard on duty. It was quite formal. Daphne really brought over the whole setup from her previous life. President. Seeing Carl approach, the security guard quickly stood up, bowed, and saluted. After all, this was their company's president, the Tiger God Carl. The two guards were very excited. It's okay, you guys carry on with your work. I'm just going up to take a look, Carl said as he went upstairs. Previously, Carl wanted Daphne to be the president of the company, but she adamantly refused, insisting that it was better for Carl to take the role, as he could exert a great deterrent effect on many people at sea. When he reached Daphne's office, he found that she was indeed writing diligently. So he watched her for a while. Honey, you don't really want to publish this novel here, do you? Carl said as he hugged her from behind. When did you arrive? No peeking. Daphne, surprised that Carl had quietly come up behind her and was watching her write, suddenly felt a bit embarrassed and quickly put away what she had written. I've been here for a while. You were just so focused on writing that you didn't notice. Are you really planning to sell it? I saw and in Karine looking at it. Carl sat in Daphne's office chair and pulled her onto his lap. Don't you think it's interesting? I feel like many people would love to read it. Just look at and in Karine, and you can tell that this kind of novel has a market here. Daphne said excitedly. But have you thought about the issue of piracy? There is no copyright protection here. Carl thought she was being too idealistic. Not necessarily. Even if there is piracy, it would be a minority. Once people see it's published by Shunfeng Company, who would dare to pirate it? Besides, I'm releasing it in volumes. If they want to continue reading, they can only buy it from me. Daphne was very confident in this. Just Carl's current reputation could deter most people. All right, let us eat something first. I just came from Karine's place and brought you some afternoon tea. Carl took out the packed afternoon tea from his storage ring and placed it on the table. Thank you, hubby. Daphne kissed Carl and then began to enjoy her afternoon tea. Carl was watching from the side, and sure enough, beautiful women eat so elegantly. Wife, when are you going to have a child for me? Puffed. Daphne couldn't help but spray her milk tea all over Carl's face when she heard him suddenly mention having children. Cough, cough, cough. Slow down, slow down. Carl quickly went over to pat her back. It's your fault for bringing up having kids out of nowhere, Daphne pouted, then used a handkerchief to wipe Carl's face. I just thought about Hancock being pregnant. I wondered if you and Ellie would be anxious or something. Carl smiled awkwardly. I'm not anxious at all. If I get pregnant, what will you do about the company? Besides, I'm not ready to have a child yet. Let's talk about it after Hancock gives birth. Daphne thought about how their business was rapidly developing, and she wanted to shine in this world. Okay, we're still young anyway, so there's really no need to rush. Carl said, not wanting to say much since there would be plenty of opportunities after having kids. By the way, dear, our company has already completed the layout for the first half of the Grand Line, and we even have some delivery stations in the New World. Shouldn't we expand to the Four Seas? Daphne asked. So soon? But can we handle so many places at once? We're here to enjoy life. We don't need to push ourselves so hard. I initially thought of doing some business just to keep busy, Carl replied. It hasn't been a few months, and it feels like this delivery company is about to be developed into a global giant by Daphne. But isn't that shipping king Umite probably feeling quite anxious now? That's actually slow, considering there's hardly any technical content involved. As long as there are people, the delivery stations can keep expanding. And this is nothing for me. Otherwise, when will we have time to write novels? Daphne said to Carl, her eyes filled with confidence. Okay, I just didn't want you to be too busy. But there's no need to rush. The Four Seas are the basic territory of the world government. If we expand our influence there too quickly, it might draw the world government's attention. Let's start from the EC and take it slow, Carl said, looking toward the EC. It's also time to check on Ace. All right, I understand. Let's start from the EC. Do you want to go see Ace? We should check on him. Otherwise, that kid will be too pitiful. but I need to go back to Tiger Roar Island to ask my sister. Carl spent some tender moments in Daphne's office before leaving. How can a man be so obsessed with beauty all day long? Well, that's what Carl thought as he left. And I'm going back to Tiger Roar Island for a bit. Do you want to come with me? When Carl returned home, he saw no longer reading novels, but practicing sword swings. Going back to Tiger Roar Island? Wait for me, Uncle. I need to pack a bit. I bought a lot of things for Mom and Grandpa and Grandma before. All right, make it quick. By the way, take a shower. You're all sweaty. And pause for a moment, feeling a bit scolded. And I might go see Ace tomorrow. Are you coming? As they flew in the sky, Carl suddenly asked an Ace, my brother? Uncle, I'm not ready yet. It's because of me that he never got to meet Mom in the beginning. I don't know how to face him. And you don't have to think like that. You can't choose your background, but you can choose what kind of person you want to become in the future. I'm sure your mom has told you about the situation back then. Do you think it was right to let Admiral Karp take you away in that situation? Your and your brother's origins destine you to be extraordinary people. He is a man and must know how to protect his sister. But Uncle, I could protect my brother too, and said a bit defiantly. That might be true for you now, but it's because you're with us that you have such a good opportunity to learn skills. However, in the future, he might need your protection as well. I will protect my brother well in the future. Anne's gaze was very firm. Her brother had been unable to reunite with the family since childhood, so she would make sure to protect him well in the future. Carl looked at but didn't say anything about his thoughts. Anyway, with himself around, he didn't believe anyone would dare to harm Anne. After a long time, Carl returned home to Tiger Roar Island with Mom. Grandpa and Grandma, you're precious, Anne is back. As soon as they landed, and happily rushed into the house. Carl followed behind and found only his sister, Lugio, and their mom at home. He didn't know where their dad had gone. My precious granddaughter, come let Grandma see you. It's good to have you back. Mom Emma was too busy looking at her granddaughter to pay attention to Carl. Carl, why do you have time to come back today? Lugio asked Carl. I missed you all, so I came back. By the way, where's Dad? Your dad is training with that group of young guys every day now. Don't mind him, Emma said irritably. Ever since they took the life potion that Ellie developed, although they were both over 60, their bodies remained strong. So, Berg had nothing to do and went to train with Darren. Haha, isn't that great? In the evening, when Berg came back and saw his granddaughter and son had returned, he was very happy. Carl also called Darren over to enjoy a joyful dinner together. After Berg and Emma fell asleep, Carl found Lugio to talk about going to see Ace the next day. He had never told his family that Lugio had given birth to twins and that Ace was outside. Carl, I also want to see Ace, is that okay? I've always felt so sad. Ace is so small and has to bear so much. As she spoke, Lugio began to cry. It's okay, sister. Besides, I now have the ability to bring Ace back, so you don't have to worry. Carl felt a bit uncomfortable seeing Lugio cry, thinking to himself, damn the plot. If the world government dares to come, then let's take them down as well. Really? Thank you, Carl. If it weren't for you all these years, I wouldn't know how to protect Ace, and then we are family. No need to say thank you. The next noon, Carl took Ruju and then back to Gaia Island, and couldn't stay on Tiger Roar Island, so Carl had to bring her back to Gaia Island. Sister Ruju, Daphne was also very happy to see Carl bringing Ruju out. She really liked this gentle big sister. Daphne, I heard you're managing the company now. Aren't you tired? Carl, how could you let Daphne handle such a big company alone? Don't you feel sorry for your wife? Ruju slightly blamed Carl. In her eyes, how could a girl manage these things? It's okay, Sister Ruju. I asked for this myself. And I'm quite talented in this area. Carl can't compare to me. Before Carl could say anything, Daphne defended him. Yeah, sister, and now Zoe is also helping Daphne. So there isn't much to handle at the company, Carl said. By the way, Sister Ruju, did you receive the things I sent back for you and Mom and Dad? Daphne often saw good products on Gaia Island and would send them back through the courier station. I received them. Daphne is the best, unlike Carl. After a few of them had lunch at the food court, Carl took Ruju and continued their journey. Windmill Village in the East China Sea was still a bit far, and they would probably arrive by midnight. Carl, I'm suddenly a bit nervous. What if Ace blames me? Don't worry, sister. Ace might have some complaints, but he won't blame his mother. In fact, Vice Admiral Garp had told me that he never informed Ace about having family to make him a strong man, saying that he would naturally know when he grew up. But this really fits Vice Admiral Garp style, haha. After Carl and Lugio arrived at the kingdom of Goya, it was already midnight. The two found an inn to stay in, planning to look for Ace the next day. However, Lugio was very restless. It had been 13 years since she last saw her son, and she was very nervous and concerned about Ace's attitude toward her. She couldn't sleep at all that night. The next morning, Carl got up and went to Lugio's room, where he saw her folding clothes for Ace. These were clothes she made herself. She would make a few sets for Ace and in every year. She didn't know if the clothes would fit Ace, whether he was thin or fat. While tidying up the clothes, Lucio said, "Don't worry, sister. No one knows a child better than their mother. The clothes you made will definitely fit Ace. Let's go. We should find him now. Let's go." It was evident that Lucio was feeling very happy, yet a bit nervous now. Carl brought Lucio to the bandit hideout on Colbo Mountain in Windmill Village. From a distance, he used his observation hotkey and found no sign of Ace there. Only Dayton and her few subordinates. "Sister, Ace isn't here. He should be in the forest. Let's go find him. Did Ace grow up here?" Lucio looked at the bandit hideout. Well, after all, this is Admiral Carp's hometown. It's the most hidden place. No one would suspect the son of the Pirate King is here. Carl brought Lucio to the forest, where they found Ace and Luffy coming back from hunt. The two of them had captured a large crocodile and were carrying it back to the bandits' home. Lucio looked at the boy behind them, whose hair was a bit messy and had some spots on his face, and she couldn't control her emotions any longer. Tears began to flow. "Hey, are you trying to steal our prey?" Little Luffy said angrily as he set down the crocodile's head. "Luffy, what are you doing?" Luffy suddenly dropped the crocodile, causing Ace to lose his balance. "Ace, I'm your mom," Lucio said, crying. Hearing that voice, Ace stared intently at the unfamiliar woman in front of him, filled with confusion. His mom? The old man never told him that his mother was still alive. He only said he was the son of the Pirate King, Roger. But Roger had already been executed. Lucio felt a bit lost, but slowly walked toward Ace, then suddenly hugged him tightly. "I'm sorry, my Ace woo-woo." Lucio cried as she held Ace tightly. Carl felt quite emotional. His little nephew was indeed pitiful, having lost the care of his father and mother since childhood. He had always harbored resentment towards his father, believing that he was responsible for his mother's death, which left him with little affection for Roger. Little Luffy was stunned. Ace actually had a mother? Who was Dayton? Being so oblivious, he had no idea what was going on. "Mom, is that really you?" Ace looked at the woman in front of him, feelings he couldn't describe surging within him. His heart was filled with joy, but he also had countless questions. Why had his mother never come to see him if she was alive? What was the reason she had found him this time? Her presence made him both excited and nervous. He didn't understand why she had been absent for so long. But at this moment, he truly felt the warmth of a mother's embrace, something he had never dared to hope for. "It's me, it's Mom. My Ace. I'm sorry for coming to see you only now. It's my fault," sobbed the woman. "Mom," Ace cried, the feeling of blood relation confirming for him that this was indeed his mother. "Why? If you were alive, why did you give me to Garp? And why haven't you come to see me for so long?" Ace cried out, questioning Lucio. "Ace, I had no choice back then. The world government was searching very strictly, and I could only take one of you siblings. For your sister's sake, I had to leave you in the care of Vice Admiral Garp. Can you forgive me?" Lucio explained. "I have a sister?" Ace asked. "Yes, your sister's name is Anne. She was supposed to come see you this time as well, but she felt embarrassed. She thinks she can live with our mother because of you, so she didn't feel right coming to see you," Carl told Ace. "Ace, this is your uncle. It was thanks to him that I was able to find you. Otherwise, I might never have seen you," Lucio said, wiping her eyes and holding Ace's hand. "Ace, you actually have a mother and an uncle. That's great," little Luffy exclaimed, happy that Ace had a mother and an uncle, which meant he had them too. "Uncle," Ace shyly called out, looking at the tall man in front of him, flushing for the first time in his life. "All right, let's head back. We can talk more later," Carl said. "Yeah, Dayton and the others are waiting for us to return from hunting." Little Luffy wanted to hurry back. He was already hungry. "Mom, I'm living at Dayton's house now, so," Ace said shyly. "I know all that. Let's go." "Mom wants to see where you grew up," Lucio said gently, her face breaking into a sweet smile. Looking at his mother's warm smile, Ace felt an unprecedented sense of security, and his face flushed again. "Hey, Luffy, hurry up and lift the crocodile," Ace said, rushing to grab the crocodile's tail. "Oh, coming." Little Luffy rushed over to support the crocodile's head, and then the four of them headed toward the banditess house. Can I also call you Mom?" Little Luffy turned back to Lucio and asked, thinking that if Ace could call her Mom, he should be able to as well. "Of course. You can call me whatever you like." Lucio smiled at Luffy. "Mom, this is my brother, Luffy. Yes, I'm Monkey D. Luffy, the man who will become the Pirate King." Luffy proudly stated his catchphrase. Lucio was momentarily taken aback, but quickly responded with a gentle laugh. "Becoming the Pirate King? What a great dream. But it's very difficult. Luffy, you have to work hard." "Hey, Luffy, don't talk nonsense. I'm the one who will become the Pirate King," Ace shouted at Luffy ahead of him. "No way. The Pirate King will definitely be me," little Luffy retorted back at Ace. The The two brothers bickered all the way back to Dayton's bandit house, causing Lucio to laugh continuously. Dayton, we're back. The two brothers kicked open the door of the bandit's house while carrying the crocodile. You little brats. I just repaired this door yesterday. And Ace, why didn't you stop Luffy? Dayton rushed over with a cigarette in his mouth when he heard the door kick open, but it was too late. Sorry, Dayton. Ace pulled Luffy and apologized. Forget it. What did you catch today? Who are these two? Dayton finally noticed there were two more people behind them. Oh right, Dayton. This is Ace's mom and uncle. They are also my mom and uncle. Little Luffy eagerly introduced them to Dayton. Yes, Dayton, this is my mom and my uncle. Hello, Ace's mom and uncle. I'm the bandit, Dayton. Dayton said, a bit stunned that Ace actually had a mother. That bastard Garp never mentioned it. What should I do? Dayton, thank you for taking care of Ace all these years. You've worked hard. Lucio thanked Dayton. No problem. Ace has always been very sensible. It hasn't been hard, Dayton said awkwardly. At first, he hadn't treated Ace very well, but slowly they developed feelings for each other and became like a family. Hey, Dayton, I'm hungry. I want to eat meat. Little Luffy exclaimed, wondering if they weren't hungry. Right. Ace's mom and uncle, please come in. I'll arrange for someone to cook this crocodile right away. Dayton hurriedly said. No need, Dayton. I brought a lot of food. It should be enough for everyone. Carl said. He had packed a lot of food on Kaya Island yesterday. More than enough for a feast. Wow. Uncle, did you bring food? Is there meat? Where is it? Little Luffy excitedly asked upon hearing that there was food. Carl walked into the hall and then took out a pile of food from his storage bracelet, with the most being meat from sea creatures. Wow, that's amazing. So much meat appeared with just a wave of his hand. Luffy's eyes sparkled with excitement. Dayton and the bandits were also shocked by Carl's trick. How did he make the meat appear? Ha. That's the ability of the devil fruit. No need to be surprised. Carl suddenly found it quite fun. Uncle, did you eat a devil fruit too? I did. I ate the gum fruit, and I'm a rubber man. As he spoke, Luffy pulled at his own mouth. Luffy, you're really impressive, being a devil fruit user at such a young age, Lucio said with a smile. Not at all impressive. Luffy can't even beat me right now. Ace felt a bit jealous, sure that his mother was praising Luffy. Ace is great too. But a good big brother should let his little brother win, Lucio said with a smile to Ace. I'll definitely defeat you in the future, Ace, little Luffy said defiantly, even though he had never beaten Ace. I'm waiting for you, Luffy, but you definitely can't beat me. All right, let's eat first, Carl quickly said. Or these two little ones might start fighting. Yeah, I want to eat meat. Little Luffy immediately grabbed a piece of meat and started eating without hesitation. Hey, Luffy, Mom hasn't eaten yet. It's fine, Ace, just eat. The dining hall slowly transitioned from everyone eating their own food to everyone scrambling for more. And Carl found the scene quite interesting. After the meal, it was already noon, and the bandits were cleaning up the dining hall, which was now a mess. But it was always like this. Wow, I'm so full. This is the first time I've had such delicious meat, little Luffy said while patting his belly. Luffy, you ate too much just now. There won't be any meat left for you at dinner, Ace said, trying to scare Luffy. No way. I barely ate anything. Luffy was genuinely worried that he might not have any meat for dinner because he had eaten too much. It's okay. There will be plenty of meat for dinner. Carl brought a lot, Lucio said, now finding the brotherly bond between Ace and Luffy quite interesting. Ace, the reason I came with your mother to find you is to see you and to bring you back. Now I have the strength to protect you both. What do you think? Carl said to Ace. For a moment, Luffy and the bandits were stunned by Carl's words and then turned to look at Ace. Lucio also hoped that Ace could go back with her. Ace was also stunned when he heard Carl's words. He certainly wanted to go back, or rather, to be with his mother again. He looked at his mother, then back at his brother and Dayton, and made a difficult decision. Mom, Uncle, I don't want to go back right now. Please don't misunderstand. I don't want to just go back with you like this. Ace quickly said, afraid his mother would think he didn't want to go back with her. Mom, I'm doing really well here, and I will definitely go to sea in the future. When that time comes, you'll hear my name out on the ocean. I'll come back to see you and Uncle. Okay, Mom? Ace looked at Lucio with a bit of pleading. Lucio felt a bit sad at that moment. It was impossible not to feel disappointed. But thinking back to how she had not been by Ace's side since he was little, she couldn't say much now. After all, Ace was now a big boy with his own ideas. All right, Mom agrees. Lucio reluctantly said this. She really wanted to be by Ace's side in the future and wanted to make up for the affection he had missed in the past 13 years. Thank you, Mom. I will definitely make a name for myself on the sea in the future. Ace felt relieved and happy when he heard his mother agree. He really didn't want to leave the bandits' home or Windmill Village just yet. Luffy and Dayton were also very happy to hear that Ace would not be leaving. After all, they had lived together for so long and had already become a family. Okay, Mom is waiting for you to make a name for yourself on the sea. By the way, Mom made you a few sets of clothes. I made them according to your sister's height, so I don't know if they will fit you. Carl, quickly take out the clothes I made for Ace. Karu took out the clothes and also brought out a few smaller sets, which are for Luffy. Here, these 3 sets are for Ace, and these 3 sets are for Luffy. Rucky took the clothes and handed them to Ace and Luffy respectively. Wow, do I have a share too? Thank you, Rucky Mom. Luffy said happily. Thank you, Mom. Ace looked at the clothes and was also very touched. As long as you like them, go change and let Mom see if they fit. If they don't fit, Mom will alter them. Okay, Mom. The 2 kids immediately ran back to change clothes, and after a while they came out. Little Luffy's fit well, but Ace's was a bit long. Thank you, Mom. I really like it. Me too, me too. Thank you, Rucky Mom. Over the years, their clothes were all made by Masuno, and this is the 2nd time they received clothes from someone else. Ace's is a bit long, but it will fit just right next year. The clothes Rucky made for Ace were tailored to Anne's height, so it must be a little taller than Ace. It's okay, Mom. I will grow taller soon. Carl and Lugio stayed on Corbo Mountain for 2 days before preparing to return. Although it was hard apart, today was the time for goodbyes. Ace, here are some of my insights on hockey. You will need them when you go out to sea in the future. Remember to keep them safe. Also, if you eat a devil fruit in the future, remember not to rely too much on its abilities. You must remember that in this sea, hockey is still the strongest. What is hockey? It's written here. Do you remember? Carl handed over some of his hockey training insights to Ace. Uncle, I remember. Ace thought about what Carl said seriously, wondering what hockey really was and that he needed to learn more about it in the future. And Luffy, this devil fruit of yours is not simple. It's not just a rubber fruit. If you want to use this devil fruit well, you need to use your imagination and be brave enough to turn the impossible into possible. Do you remember? I understand. Luffy rarely showed a serious expression. Ace, I'm leaving now, but remember to come back and see your mother, okay? And your grandparents, they haven't seen you yet. Your mother is also waiting to hear from you about your adventures at sea. Mom, I will. Knowing that his mother was still alive and that he had family, Ace finally felt less heavy-hearted than before. He just wanted to grow up quickly and set sail. Suddenly, Carl looked towards the forest, sensing a strong presence watching them. But he didn't pay much attention. After all, this was Carp's old lair, and no one would cause trouble here. Let us go, sister. Ace, Luffy, Mom is leaving, Lugio said reluctantly while holding the 2 little ones. Goodbye, Mom. Under the gazes of Ace, Luffy, and the mountain bandit family, Carl and Lugio flew into the sky on a flame cloud, disappearing shortly after. Mom, Uncle, Grandpa and Grandma, and are waiting for me. Ace thought silently as he watched the 2 disappear. Ace, Uncle Carl must be very strong. Little Luffy felt no sadness at the farewell. He had only one dream since childhood, to become stronger. Yeah, but I will definitely be stronger than Uncle in the future, Ace said confidently. Truly impressive, Tiger God Carl. Huh, Nagli? Where have you been these days? Luffy exclaimed upon seeing his suddenly appearing master, thinking he should have saved some meat for Nagli, but forgot because it was too delicious. Tiger Gul Call? Ace reacted to the words Nagli said. You guys didn't know? Nagli was a bit surprised, having heard the 2 little ones call Carl Uncle. Ace, Luffy, and the mountain bandit family all shook their heads, indicating they really didn't know. Tiger God Carl, bounty of 29 billion berries, known as the Emperor of the Sea. He is currently the most prominent figure. Nagli told everyone, not expecting that Tiger God Carl was actually Ace's uncle. 2 billion, 900 million berries. Ace and Luffy exclaimed in surprise one after the other. Don't you guys check the Navy's latest bounty notice? This is quite a remarkable person. Nagli recalled the way Carl looked at him, just like Roger did back then. Even Nagli says so. It turns out Uncle Carl is so strong. But I will definitely be stronger than Uncle Carl in the future. I will become the Pirate King. Luffy was not discouraged. Instead, he was even more filled with fighting spirit. Ace's eyes were also full of confidence, thinking that he would create a name even bigger than his uncle's and then return to see his mom. Ha ha! Truly impressive youth. Nagli felt very gratified to see that these 2 disciples were not intimidated. After flying for most of the day, Carl and Lugio returned to Guy Island. Seeing that Ace was now healthy and had a brother, Lugio felt very happy this time. Mom, Uncle, how is brother Ace? And eagerly asked as she saw Carl and Lugio return, having been waiting for them for the past few days. Daphne also looked over. Don't worry. Ace is doing great now. Yes, and Ace has his own brother now. He really likes the clothes his mother made for him, although they are a bit long. They will fit him next year, Lugio said cheerfully and started chatting with Honey. Daphne looked towards Carl. Don't worry, Daphne, nothing will happen. And now that I have gravity training, I'm even more confident. Once I'm master hockey, even Carp won't be my opponent. Carl knew what Daphne was worried about. And then he held her hand to comfort her, saying, Lucio rarely came out, and was here too. So they planned to stay on Gaia Island for a while before heading back. And was very happy and took Lucio shopping around Gaia Island. Also visiting Karen's food city every day to taste delicious food. After Carl returned from Windmill Village, Daphne also prepared to open a delivery station in East Sea. Lucio was very happy to know that she could send things to East Sea in the future, as she could buy some gifts for Ace and Luffy. In the forest next to the training base, Carl was sparring with several of his top fighters. First, Banson fought against Adrian and Carl. Then inOne fought against Jerry and Carl. Your hockey quality is quite good. It can be said that you wouldn't be at a disadvantage even against a Marine Admiral. inOne and Banson could hold their own against an Admiral without any problem, while Jerry and Adrian were still a bit lacking. The mood among the group was not great. They didn't expect their captain to be this strong now, and neither of them could win in a duel. But there's no need to be discouraged. Now we have the gravity machine. Don't underestimate the gravity machine. It's the fastest way to enhance our physical abilities. Moreover, the biggest gap between you and me is just one thing. Conqueror's Haki. Upon hearing this, the group felt quite powerless, as none of the four had awakened Conqueror's Haki up to now. They also knew that although mastering armament Haki to a certain level could rival Conqueror's Haki, the attacking power was still significantly different. Captain, there's nothing we can do about this. After all these years of fighting with so many powerful opponents, we still haven't awakened Conqueror's Haki, Adrian said helplessly. Today, I plan to see if you can awaken Conqueror's Haki under the full activation of my Conqueror's Haki. If you can't, then I can't help you. Awakening Conqueror's Haki starts with having unwavering confidence in becoming strong, as well as the determination to protect loved ones. We can't perform this here. Let's find an uninhabited island. Saying this, Carl created a flame cloud and took Banson towards the doldrums, with inOne and Adrian following closely behind. In the pirate world, uninhabited islands are most abundant in the doldrums. The five landed on a peak of an uninhabited island, which was densely forested and full of life. Are you ready? I'm going to unleash my Conqueror's Haki. Carl looked at the four. The four looked at Carl with firm eyes, and their meaning was clear. Then, a dominating aura emanated from Carl, causing the animals in the forest to flee in panic from the peak. Carl's eyes turned red as Conqueror's Haki radiated from him, and dark red lightning clashed in the air. The four were immediately suppressed by Carl's Conqueror's Haki, desperately looking for something to brace against it. What? Can't handle this intensity? You should know that even the pinnacle of Conqueror's Haki can render an admiral powerless from the distance of an island. If you can only reach this level, then you don't deserve to follow me forward. Follow me to the peak of this world. Under Carl's stimulating words, for the first time, the four showed defiance. Feeling that this was too disrespectful, seeing their expressions, Carl intensified the output of his Conqueror's Haki, and the dark red lightning in the sky clashed more violently. The ground was filled with flying sand and stones. The four felt unprecedented pressure, nearly bending over from Carl's aura. Ya ha ha ha, I'm a god. How could a god lose? inOne resisted Carl's Conqueror's Haki with all his might, recalling the times he was bullied as a child, the looks of the Sky Islanders who regarded him as an outcast. He thought of the destructive power he gained after eating the Rumble Rumble fruit. inOne did not want to be stepped on by others anymore. Suddenly, a powerful aura erupted from inOne, fiercely clashing against Carl's Conqueror's Haki. Ya ha ha ha. Captain, is this Conqueror's Haki? What a powerful force. Ya ha ha ha. inOne finally awakened Conqueror's Haki, and he was extremely excited, freely releasing his Conqueror's Haki. Banson, who was nearby, also became competitive. He was the first to follow Carl, and the second to awaken armament Haki after Carl. On the ship, he always thought he was the strongest after Carl. But now inOne awakened Conqueror's Haki before him. He couldn't accept that. He wanted to become stronger. He didn't want himself and his sister to be bullied like when they were kids. He wanted to protect his sister, protect his companions. Suddenly, Banson's pressure decreased sharply, and a wave of Conqueror's Haki erupted from him as well. Banson also awakened Conqueror's Haki. Now Banson's aura fundamentally changed, and his demeanor underwent a significant transformation. His eyes no longer lacked focus, as if they were shining. inOne and Banson had both awakened Conqueror's Haki. Carl was very pleased. However, Jerry and Adrian had not awakened. Jerry and Adrian were struggling to resist the Conqueror's Haki of the three, but there were no signs of awakening, and they were already sweating profusely. Seeing this, Carl knew that Jerry and Adrian would not awaken Conqueror's Hockey. As for Jerry, Carl understood that he was someone who could be content with a modest life and wouldn't have any grand ambitions. Adrian was the same, having lived on Fuchsia Island since childhood without facing any setbacks. Even after setting out to sea, he was under Carl's protection, so he didn't possess that ambition to conquer the world. Carl retracted his momentum, and inOne along with Benson also withdrew their Conqueror's Hockey. The moment their Conqueror's Hockey disappeared, Jerry and Adrian felt the pressure lift, and they immediately began gasping for breath. The captain looked at the two of them and said, "It seems we don't have the qualifications to awaken Conqueror's Hockey," Adrian said with difficulty, although he felt very unconvinced inside. However, there was nothing he could do. At this point, he still showed no signs of awakening. Jerry felt a bit sad as well, but this was within his expectations. He knew what kind of person he was. He was already very happy to have the strength he had now and to be able to live openly under the sunlight of the sea. It's okay. Awakening Conqueror's Hockey is not only about qualifications, but also related to each person's experiences. So, it's not surprising. I'm not surprised that inOne awakened. It has to do with his experiences since childhood, and I've always felt he had that potential. However, I was a bit surprised by Benson. I originally thought that only inOne among the four of you would be able to awaken. Benson's ability to awaken Conqueror's Hockey is truly a pleasant surprise. Carl was very happy, as he now had two super strong allies. To become a top powerhouse, Conqueror's Hockey is definitely an important element. Yahaha, Benson, you're not bad, inOne said smugly. inOne, it seems that it will be impossible for you to surpass my strength. Benson also smiled and teased inOne, as it was truly a pleasant surprise to awaken Conqueror's Hockey today. He really didn't expect that he had this potential. Before meeting Carl, he had always been submissive to others. As long as others didn't harm his family, he would almost never resist, which was related to his personality. However, Carl felt that this was like not dying in silence, but rather exploding in silence. Clearly, Benson belonged to the latter. After the three of them unleashed their hockey, many places on this island were already in ruins, with countless animals fainted. In order to avoid wasting food, Carl and the others set up a barbecue on the island. After all, they had just consumed a lot of energy, right? After replenishing their stamina, Carl and the others flew back to Gaia Island. Adrian, even though you haven't awakened the Conqueror's Hockey, your strength lies not in close combat, but in range support. You should now be well aware of the role your eagle fruit plays for a sniper. When they returned, Carl noticed that Adrian seemed a bit discouraged. So he comforted him. That's right, Captain, now I can really hit whoever I want. The brainwave positioning of the eagle is really too strong. Moreover, now with the enhancement from this devil fruit, my observation hockey can completely cover Gaia Island. Even in flight, others might not be able to detect my movements using their observation hockey. Hearing Carl talk about his eagle fruit, Adrian felt very happy. He prefers this feeling of being the hidden player rather than engaging in close combat. As long as you can make good use of this devil fruit, it's fine. And Jerry, although you chose not to eat a devil fruit, the Fishman karate from Fishman Island is also very strong, combined with your powerful physique. If your armament hockey can advance further, it's not impossible that you could be even stronger than Jinbei in the future. Carl has witnessed Tiger's Fishman karate, which is truly impressive. So until now, Carl still can't figure out how he ended up being killed. Don't worry, Captain, I haven't lost heart. The battlefield that suits our Fishman tribe best is in the sea. Now that we have the gravity machine, I am very confident that I will definitely surpass Jinbei in the future. With the help of the gravity machine, Jerry is very confident. Next, the group began their gravity training. Now, inOne, after enduring 10 times the gravity, is not so crazy anymore. Every time the four of them enter the gravity machine, it is Adrian who is responsible for the switch. They are really afraid that inOne might suddenly crank up the gravity again. They have already adapted to twice the gravity and are now preparing to practice at 3 times the gravity. Carl's situation is different. He has increased the gravity to 5 times. 5 times the gravity is indeed much stronger than 3 times. Carl now finds it even more challenging than when he first adapted to 3 times the gravity. However, he can still manage simple movements, and, as usual, he starts with a horse stance. Then he practices simple movement actions. Every time, Carl spends 3 days in the gravity machine, then comes out to rest for a day to regain his strength, and then continues training for another 3 days. A month has passed like this, and Carl has become less affected by the 5 times gravity when moving. However, using the Navy's 6 styles, a close combat technique, under 5 times the gravity still has a significant impact. Carl and the others were diligently practicing their cultivation, and Daphne was not idle either. She had already been to the East Sea with Daphne and had now designed delivery stations and bean nests in famous islands such as Rogtown, the Kingdom of Oikit, and the Kingdom of Goa in the East Sea. Daphne also set up one in Windmill Village, mainly to make it convenient for Lugio to send things to Ace, as Ace could now be considered her little nephew. The happiest one was Machino. She no longer had to pay exorbitant shipping fees to get wine from merchants. Moreover, she could buy famous wines from around the world through the express delivery station. It was rare for Daphne to stay in Windmill Village for a day. She was purely influenced by the events of her previous life and wanted to see what this so-called safest village in the pirate world was like. Hello, Machino. I am Daphne, the vice president of the express delivery company. Daphne arrived at Machino's tavern and looked at the legendary lover of the red-haired Shanks. She indeed seemed gentle and virtuous. Hello, Vice President Daphne, please take a seat. Would you like something to drink? Machino was a bit surprised. She didn't expect the famous vice president of the express delivery company to know her. No, I just came to take a look, and I'll leave soon. Actually, I have a question I want to ask you. Huh? Me? Go ahead, although I don't know what I have that would warrant you coming to ask me specifically. Machino found it strange. She was just an ordinary tavern owner and didn't know anything. It's about that red-haired Shanks. You know him, right? I heard he's your lover. Is that true? Daphne immediately leaned closer to Machino's ear and whispered, genuinely curious. Machino was taken aback for a moment, and then her face immediately turned red. She hurriedly retorted, No, that's not true. Who would like that careless, drunken idiot? At this moment, everyone in the tavern who was drinking turned to look at Machino. Machino has someone she likes? Who is it? I've never heard about it. Machino, you actually have someone you like? Come on, tell us who it is. Yeah, Machino. Tell us which man is so lucky. The people in the tavern were very curious, and of course, many were just trying to stir up trouble. Oh, you guys are talking nonsense. I don't have anyone I like. Stop saying that, Machino said, her face flushed and a bit angrily. Haha, look, Machino is shy. She definitely has someone she likes. Exactly, Machino. Come on, tell us who it is. If you keep talking nonsense, I'll charge you 10 times the bar bill. Oomph. It was Daphne's first time in such a tavern, and the atmosphere was indeed special. However, she didn't stay long. After having a glass of juice, she left. The bee nest here was already set up, so it was time to leave. Sister Daphne, why are we specifically setting up a station in this village? Is there something special about it? Zoe asked, confused. The people nearby also found it strange. They had already set one up in the Kingdom of Goa, and Windmill Village wasn't far from there, so it didn't seem worth it. This is the hometown of Navy hero Admiral Carp. Isn't that special enough? Come on, we should set off for the next island. Daphne didn't want too many people to know that Ace was here, as it involved too much. However, just as they were about to depart, a dog-headed warship appeared on the sea. Daphne looked at the warship, and, sure enough, it was Carp returning. What a coincidence. They had just set off and encountered Carp coming back. Could it be that Carp heard about Carl and Lugio visiting Ace? Since they met, Daphne couldn't pretend she didn't see it. Admiral Carp, Sassy is ignoring you. Waha, I remember you. What was your name again? Bogart. At this moment, Carp felt a bit awkward. He clearly remembered who this person was, but he forgot the name. Admiral Carp, it's Miss Daphne. Bogart leaned over and whispered, right? Her name is Daphne, right? Wow, what brings you here? Kapu's awkward expression instantly disappeared. He hadn't forgotten the purpose of his return trip and needed to hurry back to check on his grandson, or else he would be snatched away. Daphne saw Kapu's demeanor and thought it was indeed because Carl and Sister Lugio had been here. Vice Admiral Kapu, don't forget what I do. I came here to open a courier station. Our company's business has now expanded to the East Blue. Soon, people here will be able to enjoy the convenience of buying goods from all over the world without even going out to sea. I had almost forgotten about your courier company. That is quite impressive. But your growth is too rapid. Sengoku has been scolded by the 5 Elder Stars because of your company constantly. Vice Admiral Kapu, a young Navy officer nearby, reminded him. Oh, sorry. I shouldn't have said that. Let us pretend I didn't say anything. Wahaha, Bogart, you stay on the warship to keep an eye on those pirates. I'll head back to check on my grandson first. That's Daphne, right? Do you want to come along? No, Vice Admiral Kapu. The courier station here has already been set up, and we are preparing to head to the next island. I see. Then I'll be leaving first. After saying that, Kapu walked into Windmill Village, munching on rice crackers. Vice Admiral Kapu, is really interesting. Bogart said to Daphne, hello. Just now Vice Admiral Kapu mentioned there are pirates on the warship. Did you catch some pirates on this trip? Daphne thought to herself. The pirates in the East Blue are quite unfortunate. As soon as they show their heads, this naval hero comes back for a family visit. It was just a coincidence that a group of former Sun pirates had caused trouble here, and Vice Admiral Kapu just happened to catch them. Upon hearing this, Daphne thought, the former Sun pirates coming to the East Blue. Isn't that Arlong? Did Arlong and his gang get taken down, just like that? Will this affect Luffy's future encounters with Nami? She wondered. By the way, Arlong should have arrived in the East Blue in the year 1512 of the Sea Circle calendar. Did Belle Emery get killed? So that is how it is. Vice Admiral Kapu has really worked hard. We'll take our leave now. Goodbye, Bogart. After that, Daphne created a cloud and flew away with Zoe and the others. Luffy, Ace, Grandpa is back. From a distance, Kapu's voice reached the mountain bandit's home. Kapu, why is this bastard back at this time? Dayton felt a bit scared. Although she had developed some connection with Kapu, because she helped take care of Ace and Luffy, she still considered herself a mountain bandit. Grandpa is back. Ace, what should we do? Luffy was a bit nervous. He had been traumatized by Kapu's loving iron fists. Don't worry, Luffy, just don't talk too much. Grandpa 1T hit you. Okay. Luffy then stretched his mouth and tied it into a knot. Wahahaha, Luffy, Ace, did you miss Grandpa? Kapu pushed the door open to the mountain bandit's home. Old man, Ace obediently called out, as he was also a bit afraid of Kapu's iron fists. Kapu, why are you back at this time? Dayton asked carefully, smiling. Oh, I came back to the East Blue on a mission and thought I'd check on my two good grandsons. Luffy, don't you miss Grandpa? You don't even know to call me Grandpa. Suddenly, Kapu turned around and shouted at little Luffy, then punched him. Poor little Luffy immediately had a bump on his head, and the knot in his mouth came undone. It hurts. Grandpa, why did you hit me again? Luffy jumped up, holding his head, tears streaming down from the pain. Wahaha, the loving iron fist is unstoppable. Let us see if you dare to become a pirate again. Just returned, Kapu felt something was missing. Hearing Luffy's cries made him feel better. This was more like a family, lively and bustling. I don't care. I'm definitely going to sea. I'll become the Pirate King, Luffy said angrily, touching his head. Luffy, I'm training you so you can become an excellent Marine in the future. You need to become a Marine like Grandpa. Saying that, he landed 2 more punches on Luffy, and poor Luffy had 2 more bumps on his head before the first one had even gone down. I don't want to be a Marine. I want to be the Pirate King, Luffy shouted defiantly while running around. Ace stood quietly to the side, and Dayton and the others also didn't dare to speak, as Kapu's loving iron fists really hurt. In the end, Kapu got tired from hitting, and Luffy also got tired from running before they stopped. After resting for a while, Kapu looked at Ace, who felt the gaze and became tense. The old man isn't gonna hit me, right? I didn't say anything wrong. Kapu looked at Ace and noticed that his eyes were different from before. Now they seemed to have light in them. Ace, Grandpa heard that your mother came by. Is that true? Yeah, Mom brought a lot of things for me and Luffy. Hearing Kapu mention Rouge, Ace's mood also brightened. Yes, Grandpa. Mom Rouge made new clothes for me and Ace. And Uncle Carl brought us a lot of meat to eat. Luffy suddenly felt no pain anymore, and the bump on his head had disappeared, so he hurried over to say, Got it. Kapu felt relieved. He used to worry the most about Ace, who was always so gloomy and unhappy. Now he knew that his mother was still alive and that he had family, which brought some spirit back to his eyes. So, was it wrong for him to have kept this from Ace? Should he have told him these things earlier? Probably not. To become a true man, some things must be endured. Besides, Ace's situation was different. Kapu thought to himself that he hadn't done anything wrong. He was right. Ace, since you already know, do you still want to stay here? Of course. Luffy is my brother. Dayton and the others are great too. Ace felt very happy with Luffy at Dayton's place. Wahahaha. Then you should become an outstanding Marine, just like Luffy in the future. Kapu was very happy to hear Ace say that. All right, old man. Grandpa, I already said I want to be a pirate. I must become the Pirate King. As expected, Luffy was once again grabbed by Kapu and got beaten up. While Ace felt relieved that he hadn't said anything wrong. In the past, he would stubbornly say he wanted to be a pirate, just like Luffy. But ever since Rucky came to see him, his mood had changed a lot. Why argue with the old man now? After all, the old man wouldn't stay here for long. He wouldn't know when I set sail after he leaves. Sister Daphne, what are you thinking about? Zoe looked at Daphne, who was sitting on a cloud with a furrowed brow, as if deep in thought. It's nothing, by the way. Let's go to Kokasia Village first. I heard the oranges there are delicious, and they should have a good market in Paradise or the New World. Kokasia Village? I got it. At this moment, everyone in Kokasia Village was still immersed in the emotions of having survived a disaster. Many people had died in the year since Arlong's gang came here. Although Arlong's gang had been captured by the Navy, Nami and Nojiko couldn't feel happy. They were still young, not the age they would be in a few years. Nami had been captured by Arlong's gang for a year to draw maps, and now these two little girls were being looked after by the town's police. Aiken. Is this Kokasia village? Sister Daphne. Zoe looked at the townspeople, who seemed quite happy. It's probably because Vice Admiral Kapu just caught the pirates that were causing trouble here. Is Vice Admiral Kapu the one who caught Arlong's gang here? Zoe looked at these people. What are you all doing in Kokasia village? Aiken, the town's police officer, rushed over to ask when he saw Daphne and the other strangers. Hello, we are from the Wind Courier Company and would like to set up a courier station here. I heard your oranges are quite good, so I plan to purchase your oranges for delivery. Daphne said to the policeman with a small windmill on his head. Wind Courier? Is it the same Wind Courier that has been in the newspapers these days? Aiken asked, as there had been reports about a company called Wind Courier setting up a courier station in the EC. Yes, once the courier station is set up, you won't have to use merchant ships to transport your oranges. At that time, our courier station will purchase them uniformly and then airship them out. Really? What's airship? That's great. This way, future income will be secured, and we won't have to risk transporting them by ship to sell elsewhere. The people gathered there were very happy to hear that they could sell their oranges right in Orangetown, feeling that today was truly a lucky day for Kokasia Village. Sir, we need a piece of land to build a warehouse and courier station. Can you provide it? Daphne asked. Of course. By the way, my name is Aiken. I'm the police officer of Kokasia Village. Just call me Aiken. Come with me. Aiken said happily. With Aiken's help, Daphne directly chose Arlong Park, which had not yet been built, as the warehouse and courier station. Stonemason, tear all this down, and then build the courier station according to the village-level courier warehouse blueprint. Once it's done, Zoe, you can set up the nest on the top floor. Daphne said as she looked at the dilapidated Arlong Park. Okay, Vice President Daphne. The stonemason immediately got to work, and the construction debris from Arlong Park was repurposed to build a courier station. The stonemason was from Tiger's Roar Island, over 3 meters tall, and could use 2-color hockey. The first stone fruit that Ellie replicated was given to him. The townspeople heard the noise and ran over, and saw Arlong Park leveled to the ground. They also saw the stones slowly forming a large house. They were very surprised. What's going on? Vice President Daphne. What is happening? The people here, including Aiken, had never seen a devil fruit user before. This is the power of a devil fruit, the great treasure of the sea. Have you heard of it? So this is what a devil fruit ability is? That's amazing. Big sister, I heard from Aiken that you came from the Grand Line, right? Nami came over to ask Daphne. Yes, what's your name, little sister? My name is Nami. Big sister, can you tell me what the Grand Line is like? I heard that there are many islands in the Grand Line. Is that true? Of course it's true, the Grand Line. Then Daphne began to chat with Nami, while Nojiko felt that Nami was really bold. However, she was also very happy to see this scene. Her sister hadn't smiled since Belmare was killed, and today she finally smiled. Zoe, I've finished my work, it's your turn. The stonemason said to Zoe after he was done, seeing Daphne happily chatting with a little girl, and asked, what is the vice president talking about with that little girl? They seem to be talking about the Grand Line. I'll go set up the nest first. Listening to Daphne talk so much about the Grand Line, Nami was filled with longing. She decided that she would definitely go to the Grand Line in the future, and she would draw all the islands she passed. Sister Daphne, I've decided when I grow up, I will also go to sea. I want to draw a world map. Nami. Nojiko became nervous when she heard Nami say she wanted to go to sea. Drawing a world map? That's really a great dream. Daphne sighed. Sister Daphne, it's done. Zoe has already set up the nest on the top floor of the courier station. All right. Then Kokasia Village will be guarded by Jackson, Nathan, Caleb, and Thomas, with Thomas as the station master. Daphne said to these 4 people. Yes, Vice President Daphne. For all right, we should be leaving now, little Nami. I look forward to meeting you in the Grand Line. MHM. At this moment, Nami had the clearest dream of her life. Daphne smiled slightly at Nami. A world map? That truly is an incredible dream. Daphne created a cloud and then flew away from Kokasia Village with Zoe and the others. After 2 months in the EC, Daphne and Zoe returned to Gaia Island. Aunt Daphne, does this mean I can also send things to my brother in the future? Hearing that Daphne had set up a courier station in Windmill Village, where Ace was, and was very happy, as she could contact her brother in the future. Of course. But what do you want to send at Ace? I need to think carefully about that. And said seriously, stroking her chin. By the way, Carl, I ran into Vice Admiral Kapu in Windmill Village. He should know you in a Windmill Village. It's okay, I expected this. But I heard from Zoe that Arlong's gang was captured by Kapu. Yes, it's because those fishmen were planning to find the Navy in the EC, hoping to bribe them for protection. They didn't expect to mistake the wrong person and run into Garp. This operation really cracked me up. But Carl, does this really not affect anything? Daphne asked with some concern. Don't worry, I've already grasped some methods of hockey. So even if the world remains the same, I have enough ability to protect you all. Carl looked at the sea, his eyes filled with confidence as he spoke. Uncle, what are you talking about? And felt it was strange. She thought no one would dare to cause trouble on Jaya Island now. Not even the Navy. It's nothing. By the way, Anne, you should start your training for sea stone resistance now. Starting tomorrow, you'll begin training with the sea stone bracelet. Okay, I got it, Uncle, and said seriously, knowing this was an essential step in her physical training. Daphne, you too. You've already awakened your armament hockey, and your physique has reached a certain level. You can wear the sea stone bracelet in daily life from now on. Among the 3 wives, Daphne was the weakest, but luckily she ate the cloud fruit. Otherwise, Carl wouldn't let her run around freely. Don't worry, husband. I pay great attention to my personal strength. Daphne looked at Carl gently. Ugh, so mushy. Mom, let's go shopping. Saying this, and pulled Lucio out the door. Seeing that it was just him and Daphne at home, Carl had some mischievous thoughts. He hadn't had any intimacy for 2 months. Wife, look, it's already dark. You just came back, and you're covered in dust. Let's go wash up together. Carl looked at Daphne with fiery eyes. No, I still have things to do. Daphne knew what Carl was thinking just by looking at his expression, and quickly got up to leave, but it was too late. It's not too late to take care of things after washing up. Come on, I'll carry you. Carl picked up Daphne by the waist and strode towards the bathroom. God, put me down. Before long, the bathroom was filled with spring vibes, which then spread to the room. That night, Daphne had no chance to go out and attend her work. Fortunately, Carl's room had top-notch soundproofing, so no one outside heard the commotion inside. After the beautiful clothes were removed, the lights flickered gently and petals fell. Once the noise in the room quieted down, Carl felt an unprecedented sense of relief and a bit thirsty, so he got up to pour himself a glass of water. Turning to look at Daphne, her lips were rosy, her skin snow-white and delicate. Her pretty face still had a lingering blush. Amidst the calls of brother Carl, exhausted from labor, she had already closed her eyes and fallen asleep, her face showing only a few tear stains and a sweet smile. Carl thought this was also a form of cultivation. He returned to bed, holding her gently as he slowly fell asleep. The next day, when Carl woke up, he felt refreshed. Looking at the lovely person beside him, he reached out his hand, and that generous feeling made him unable to let go. The beauty suddenly trembled. Carl could clearly feel Daphne's heartbeat accelerating from her generosity. Knowing she was awake. Awake? Are you hungry? I'll go get you something to eat. Daphne realized she couldn't keep pretending and got up, saying, What do you think? Hurry. Get your hands off. I already said no. You made me leave so much work unfinished yesterday. Get up and quickly get me something to eat. Daphne said a bit angrily, her shy demeanor making Carl feel a rush of heat. Don't move. Get up quickly. I'm really hungry. Seeing Carl's gaze, Daphne quickly added that she was genuinely hungry. She didn't want to do any morning exercises right now. All right, wait a moment, my wife. With that, Carl immediately got out of bed, dressed quickly, and disappeared. Not long after, he reappeared in front of Daphne. Wife, this is the best breakfast Kareem made. Hurry up and eat. Carl placed a table full of food in front of her. Seeing so much delicious food, Daphne immediately dashed to the table. Thank you, husband. I'm starting. I'll put on some clothes first. Be careful not to catch a cold. Carl hurriedly handed her a robe to put on. Meanwhile, at the food city, Sister Kareen, where did my dish go? Mine too. The strawberry pie I just made. Mine too. Karen's face was full of black frost. She just realized it was that guy, Carl. Hurry up and make another one. Don't keep the customers waiting. Karen shouted. Yes, boss. The kitchen quickly became busy again. Damn, Captain, Karen muttered through gritted teeth. Mom, why haven't Uncle and Aunt Daphne gotten up yet? I was hoping Aunt could give me the Hailu stone bracelet. The Hailu stones are in the company's most important warehouse, and no one can take them out without Aunt Daphne's orders. And saw that it was almost noon, and Carl and Daphne still hadn't gotten up. She was getting anxious, knocking on the door with no response, and pressing her ear to the door. She couldn't hear any movement. They should be getting up soon, right? It's okay. Missing a day or two of practice isn't a big deal. I'll be going back to Tiger Roar Island in a few days. And come with me today to buy some gifts to take back for your grandparents and send some to your brother, Ruggiero said, knowing without a doubt why the two of them were still in bed. Sure, Mom. Let's go. First, we'll eat lunch at Karen's Food City. Then we'll go shopping. Let's go. Karen Chan's cooking is really delicious. These two really don't pay attention to the impact. Ruggiero murmured quietly afterward. Huh? What did you say, Mom? Nothing, nothing. Let's go. Honey, you haven't been up for long. Daphne lay in bed, having just finished breakfast, and now she was hungry again. But she really didn't have the strength to get up. Dear, you have to know that I was really energetic this morning, and you. Don't say it. Daphne immediately covered Carl's mouth. How embarrassing. I actually got up for breakfast without wearing any clothes. Hurry and bring me my clothes. I'm really starving. Besides, there are really important things to take care of today. Yes, wife. Carl quickly got up, got dressed, and brought a new outfit for Daphne. The new pajamas from last night couldn't be worn anymore. Honey, what important things does the company have today? Carl looked at Daphne, who was dressed and preparing to wash up, and asked, Didn't you say you wanted to collaborate with Dorag? During the 2 months I've been in the EC, I met the commander of the Revolutionary Army's Eastern Army, Bello Betty, and we agreed to meet today on Jaya Island. She should be there by now. Daphne replied while washing her face, mentioning that she had met Bello Betty in Rogtown. They chatted for a while, and when the topic of the Sky Island came up, Bello Betty showed great interest and said she could only decide after reporting to the leader. You actually met Bello Betty from the Revolutionary Army? Carl was a bit surprised. Yeah, at first I didn't recognize her. She called out to me and introduced herself as Bello Betty, and then I remembered she was the commander of the Revolutionary Army's Eastern Army. What do you think? Do you want to go meet her too? Daphne said as she got dressed. Well, let's go meet her then. To be honest, I'd rather meet that guy Dorag. Besides, I always feel like this person is quite mysterious. Just a Revolutionary Army member, and the world government knows the threat of the Revolutionary Army. Yet they can't eliminate it. Isn't that strange? That's true. It feels like the Revolutionary Army has forces or strengths that we don't know about. Otherwise, with the world government's power, they could easily uproot the Revolutionary Army. Daphne said, also incredulous. We'll find out when we meet Bello Betty in a bit. Let's go have lunch first. All right, dear, Carl said as he hugged Daphne and they flashed to the food city. When they arrived at the food city and reached Carlin's place, Carlin was overwhelmed with excitement upon seeing them. Captain, can you tell us what you did this morning? The food city almost received a complaint from a customer. Carl remembered what happened in the morning when he saw Karen's expression and apologized, saying, I'm sorry, Karen. I was too hungry this morning and didn't have time to greet you. Next time, I'll make sure to tell you first before taking some. Karen-chan, what happened this morning? Daphne asked while holding Karen's arm. Daphne, you need to keep an eye on the captain more. You have no idea what happened this morning. Karen and Daphne chatted about this morning's events as they walked to the fixed booth on the top floor. Daphne couldn't help but laugh, while Karen gritted her teeth as they reached the booth, only to find Lugio and having lunch there. Uncle, Aunt Daphne, you finally decided to get up. I've been waiting all morning. Without Aunt Daphne's orders, I wouldn't have been able to get the Sea Tower Stone bracelet. Both Daphne and Carl felt embarrassed, realizing they had forgotten about that. Sorry, and I was busy with some work last night and went to bed late, so I got up late today. I'll let you read the latest chapter of the novel later. Don't be mad, Daphne said, blushing a little. The adults who knew what was going on felt a bit awkward too. All right, since it's Aunt Daphne's work that caused the delay, I won't be mad. But I want to read the latest chapter of the novel later. Okay, just eat first, and I'll go get it for you soon. Carl, cook quickly. I want to eat what you make today. Daphne reassured him and then turned to shout at Carl, feeling truly embarrassed. Okay, I'm going now. Carl didn't dare to say no to Daphne at that moment. It's rare to see the captain so obedient. Daphne is really impressive, Karen said to Daphne. The five of them enjoyed a lunch made by Carl in the food court, and then Daphne and Carl headed to the company headquarters. Brother Carl, Daphne, you're here. Today, that Bello Betty came, along with someone in a cloak. I told her you might arrive a bit later. They said they would go to Magic Valley Town first. Zoe said quickly upon seeing them, feeling that the man was quite extraordinary. The person in the cloak? Does he have a shoe print-like scar on his face? Carl asked hurriedly. A shoe print? It seems like it. Most of his head was covered by the cloak, so I didn't see clearly. Zoe recalled the scar on the man's face, which did resemble a shoe print. That must be Dorag. I didn't expect him to come in person. Honey, I feel like he is here for you, Daphne said to Carl, not thinking that a military arms deal would require the leader of the Revolutionary Army to come himself. It seems so. Let's wait for them. We'll know when they arrive, Carl said, also a bit surprised that he really came. I'll write something first. It will definitely be useful later. Saying this, Daphne picked up a pen and paper and started writing at her desk. Then I'll go take care of other things, Zoe said before leaving. Carl felt bored, so he picked up the novel written by Daphne and started reading. However, the more he read, the angrier he became. And he asked Daphne, Honey, I really doubt if anyone is actually reading this novel of yours. Speaking of this, I feel frustrated. I tried out on Gaia Island and found that not many people bought it. Sigh, It feels like my novel plan is never going to be completed. Ha ha ha, actually, it's not anyone's fault. It's the age of exploration now, and everyone is busy struggling for basic needs. So they definitely don't have time to read novels. I just feel a bit sorry for it, since it took so much effort to write. It's okay, it's okay. Didn't In and Karen love reading? So it's not a total loss. Carl hurried to comfort her. Well, you're right. All right, stop bothering me. I need to transcribe this. After saying that, she lowered her head and continued to write diligently. Hearing this, Carl said nothing and quietly sipped tea in the office's reclining chair. By the time Daphne finished writing, she still hadn't seen Bello, Betty, and Dorag come over. Hey, husband, come take a look at the 2 books I wrote. Daphne looked at the 2 books she had transcribed and felt a great sense of accomplishment. All right, let me see what you wrote. Carl walked over and took a look. Gongchan's manifesto? Discussion on guerrilla warfare? Honey, are you serious? Carl stared at the 2 volumes in astonishment. Yes. Don't you think this stuff will be very useful for dragons? The Revolutionary Army wants a revolution. They need ideas, right? Then I'll give them an idea. Carl didn't know what to say anymore. Such a strong memory? Wife, you're amazing. Of course. It's a good thing I watched it a few more times before. Otherwise, I really might not remember. That's still impressive. Your memory is truly amazing. But do you really think this is suitable for the revolutionaries? Or suitable for this world? Carl had doubts about this. Whether it is appropriate or not is not something I need to consider. It depends on how Dorag thinks or views this matter. I just transcribed it and handed it to him. Well, who knows? Maybe Dorag really understands it. By the way, where did these 2 go? There is nothing much to see on Guy Island. The president, the vice president, and Bello Betty have come with that man. I told them to go to the conference room first, Zoe said as she entered. Speak of the devil. Let us go meet the Eastern Army commander of the Revolutionary Army and their legendary leader, Dorag. Carl and Daphne entered the conference room and saw Dorag and Bello Betty sitting on the sofa, looking a bit serious. Upon seeing Carl and Daphne, they stood up and looked towards Carl. Daphne-chan, it's great to see you again. Bello Betty greeted Daphne enthusiastically. Sorry to keep you waiting, but this is Daphne, she said, looking at Dorag. Let me introduce you. He is the leader of our Revolutionary Army, Dorag. I suppose the person behind you must be the legendary tiger god, Lord Carl. After introducing Dorag, Bello Betty turned to Carl. That's right, I am Carl. Hello, Bello Betty, and welcome, Leader Dorag. Lord Tiger God, I wanted to meet you for a long time. I hope you won't mind my uninvited visit today, Dorag said in a somewhat deep voice. No problem. Actually, I've long wanted to witness the legendary world's most notorious criminal. Huh. The reason I came this time is that I heard you visited the Windmill Corps a while back. So, I'm a bit curious about how someone like you ended up in that place in the EC. Carl looked at Drago, thinking that this guy really hasn't seen Luffy. It's nothing, just a bit curious about what the hometown of the Navy hero is like, and my company will eventually develop in the EC. Oh, is that so? Well, Bello Betty said you have some great weapons here called sky shells. Are they products from Sky Island? Upon hearing Carl's words, Drago understood that Carl was just casually brushing him off, but it didn't matter. He had come today just to get to know Carl. Yes, this is a special type of shell from Sky Island, but we can't demonstrate it here. Let's go to the beach. The group arrived at the beach, and then Carl took out a shock shell from his storage bracelet. This is called a shock shell, a type of shell that can absorb impacts and then release them freely. Daphne. Carl gestured to Daphne, and then Daphne threw a punch at the impact shell. Next, Carl released the impact absorbed by the impact shell towards a nearby coconut tree, which was instantly broken by the impact. Bello Betty's eyes lit up at this scene. This is a good thing. Immediately after, Carl took out a slash shell and handed it to Daphne. He then drew out his black knife and casually struck the slash shell. However, the slash shell showed no signs of being affected. Then, Daphne used the slash shell to unleash the slash that Carl had just created onto the beach, which immediately split open a crack. What do you think? With just these 2 types of empty shells, even an ordinary person can handle typical strong opponents. Moreover, there are also flame shells, flash shells, and repulsion shells. It can be said that any one of these empty shells can grant an ordinary person extraordinary power. Carl looked at the expressions of Bello Betty and Dorag and felt very satisfied. It's really great. We, the Revolutionary Army, want it. Dorag now understands the value of these empty shells and thinks that if the Revolutionary Army can equip a large number of these empty shells, their combat power will definitely see a significant increase. Haha, besides the cooperation on the empty shells, I have one more thing I want to collaborate with you, Revolutionary Army. Our company needs the blood of various devil fruit users. We are offering 100 milliliters of blood from each devil fruit user for 100 million berries. What do you think? Are you interested? But it can't be duplicated, okay? Just 100 milliliters of blood from one type of devil fruit user will be enough. Carl felt that the Revolutionary Army should be able to obtain the blood of the devil fruit users. After all, even someone like Carl, who has a god's perspective, doesn't know the true strength and influence of the Revolutionary Army. 100 million berries. Bello Betty was tempted when she heard this price. After all, the Revolutionary Army really needed money. She then looked at Dragon, her meaning clear. Dragon thought for a while, but didn't understand why Carl needed the blood of devil fruit users. In the end, he agreed to cooperate, as the Revolutionary Army could indeed obtain a lot of the blood of various users. Mr. Dragon, I have 2 books here that I hope can help your Revolutionary Army, Daphne said as she handed over the GCD Declaration and the treatise on guerrilla warfare that she had just transcribed. Oh, thank you very much, Miss Daphne, Dragon said. Although he was puzzled, he still accepted the 2 books. Then it's settled. Pleasant cooperation, Mr. Dragon. Carl extended his hand to Dragon, who also reached out to shake hands with him. Pleasant cooperation. Then I'll take my leave now. I look forward to seeing you again, Mr. Carl. With that, Dragon flew away like the wind. By the way, what devil fruit does Dragon eat? Oda hasn't revealed that yet. Being a leader is really nice. I don't have to worry about anything. Bello Betty complained a bit. Well, Betty, let us go discuss the details of our cooperation, Daphne said with a smile, covering her mouth. Okay, Daphne-chan. Then the 2 of them walked hand in hand, feeling like good sisters. Now there's nothing to do. Forget it. Let's continue with gravity training. Carl didn't think much of it and returned to the gravity room at the training base. He had now adapted to 5 times gravity and was preparing to train at 10 times gravity before starting his domineering cultivation. Has the Marine headquarters figured out what the Shunfeng Express Company is doing in the EC? Is it just for business? Brand New asked as he reported to Sengoku. Yes. Fleet Admiral Sengoku. From their current actions, it does seem they're simply doing business and no other motives have been discovered. What a troublesome ability. Using bees for logistics transportation? Major General Tsuru said. Well, if Carl's Express Company establishes delivery stations worldwide, they will have powerful transportation and intelligence capabilities, which is something we must guard against. Sengoku, known as a strategic genius, quickly saw through Carl's ulterior motives. Then Fleet Admiral Sengoku, do you need me to eliminate their delivery stations? Akainu, who also attended today's meeting, believed that anyone opposing the Marines was a target for him to attack. I think that's unnecessary, right? At least for now, the presence of Shunfeng Express Company at sea is a positive influence. Many countries are enjoying the convenience. Admiral Akiji rarely spoke at meetings and even directly countered Akainu's proposal, surprising the attendees, including Kizaru. Akiji, are you suggesting that the Marines allow this Shunfeng Express Company to continue developing? But this company has indeed brought great convenience to the sea, Admiral Akainu. Are you going to disregard public opinion and launch an attack on such a company? Everyone was a bit taken aback. Akiji's words were surprisingly intense today. Akainu looked at Akiji, veins bulging on his forehead. He was somewhat taken aback by Akiji's rebuttal, but couldn't find the words to respond. Although he usually wouldn't hesitate to use any means for his goals, such statements were not appropriate to voice in a meeting. All right, let's not debate this for now. Let's move on to the proposal for the Pirate Empress to recommend her new captain of the Kuja Pirates, Eflandra, to become a Shichibukai. Sengoku quickly intervened as he saw his 2 subordinates nearly arguing seriously. Everyone, I need to explain a bit about this new captain of the Kuja Pirates, Eflandra. Brand New pulled out Eflandra's personal information. Eflandra, female, 15 years old, height 3 meters, has giant lineage, can use 2-color haki. She is a paramecia-type user of the perfume fruit, and her displayed ability is confusion, using perfume to create environments. Additionally, she can poison people without color or smell. A very troublesome ability. Her recent achievement includes defeating the Iron Fruit user Dick, who had a bounty of 170 million berries. All 200 members of his Dick Pirates were silently poisoned by Eflandra's perfume fruit ability. Captain Dick is also missing. After this incident, the Navy has raised the bounty for this new captain of the Kuja Pirates to 190 million berries. That is all the information we currently have. After Brand New finished, he took a sip of water. So what are your opinions? Sengoku looked at the 3 admirals and Vice Admiral Tsuru, while Garp was still in the East Blue, reportedly finding many pirates to capture. Sengoku was so angry that he finished all the Senbei Garp had left at the Navy headquarters. How terrifying. She is already this strong at 15, Kizaru said lightly as usual. I think it's acceptable. After the Dick Pirates incident, her reputation is sufficient, and her strength is decent. I agreed to her becoming a Shichibukai. Akiji thought for a moment and then agreed, having heard that the pirate empress was the wife of the tiger god Carl. This relationship alone made Eflandra not simple in the future. Akainu, what do you think? Sengoku turned to Akainu. I agree, Akainu said expressionlessly, but in his heart, he actually wanted to eliminate her if possible. However, with 2 out of the 3 admirals agreeing, Sengoku's intentions were clear. It was but one voice among many. Then let's draft a notice after the meeting and publish it in the newspaper, Sengoku said to Brand New. Yes, Fleet Admiral Sengoku. After the meeting, Brand New quickly published the news. And in the following days, the news of Eflandra becoming a Shichibukai spread across the seas. As Mr. Carl said, it seems that taking down the Dick Pirates was the right move. Eflandra's reputation skyrocketed. The Navy immediately agreed to the proposal for Eflandra to become a Shichibukai. Old Lady Nyan and a few others discussed after learning of the news in the newspaper. The Boas sisters and Eri, along with Eflandra and Old Lady Nyan, gathered to study the situation. Previously, Hancock had proposed Eflandra's appointment as a Shichibukai to the Navy, but there had been no response, and then Hancock contacted Carl. Carl's idea was to take down a notorious pirate crew with significant influence at sea, and the bounty had to exceed 100 million berries. Granny knew, and Everlander studied it for a while and decided to eliminate the Dick Pirates. Now, everything has turned out just as Carl said. Everlander became a Shichibukai. Moreover, Captain Dick of the Dick Pirates was captured alive and became a blood slave for LES replication Devil Fruit. Indeed, after Everlander became a Shichibukai, Amazon Lily no longer had to worry about the Navy's raids. Hancock said, "It's the forced conscription from the Navy that makes me uncomfortable." After Granny New's guidance, Everlandra is no longer the little girl she used to be. Don't worry about it. If it's not something important, it's fine to go, Granny New said nonchalantly. Rest assured, as long as I'm on Amazon Lily for a day, everything will be safe. Since eating the snake fruit, Hancock's strength has improved significantly. However, she is currently pregnant and not suitable for training. Yes, now we still have the snake guards, which are also a powerful force. The happiest right now is Granny New. Everything is going smoothly on Amazon Lily, and the situation on Gaia Island is the same. The courier station has now covered all countries in Paradise, and even some remote islands have courier stations. Daphne is now considering how to expand Gaia Island, and is thinking about whether to use her cloud fruit ability to move an island from the Calm Belt. Moreover, she has also set her sights on the float fruit. But now the Golden Lion is still drifting somewhere, which is a bit tricky. Benson and the others have also begun their 5x gravity training. Although it's tiring, the feeling of rapid progress and strength each day makes it worth it. 16,844, 16,845. At this moment, Carl is doing sit-ups under 7x gravity. With each rise, Carl's powerful muscles are visible, and sweat has already drenched the ground. It's time to take a break for a few days. 7x gravity is really tough. After going home to take a shower, he went to the food city for a feast and then went to the company to see Daphne. What are you talking about? When Carl arrived at Daphne's office, he saw her chatting enthusiastically with Zoe. We were talking about Adrian and Zoe's date yesterday. You don't know, yesterday's Zoe. Daphne's sister, you promised me not to say anything. Before she could finish her sentence, Zoe covered her mouth. Ha 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 ha, I'm sorry, Zoe. I forgot for a moment. Honey, why do you have Tom come out today? I was tired from training, so I came out to rest for a few days. Although Carl wanted to gossip about what Daphne was about to say, it wasn't appropriate to ask with Zoe still there. By the way, Daphne, could you find some people interested in machinery or intelligent robots? I have a use for them. What do you need these people for? Are we going to research robots? Well, I'm planning to make a trip to the moon in a while. The moon? Are you planning to get those robots up there? Daphne immediately thought of the robots on the moon. What are you guys talking about? There are robots on the moon? Zoe listened to their conversation, feeling a bit bewildered. Yes, if we can get that technology, it will definitely be of great benefit to us. That is true. And maybe we could even develop computers. There should be this technology on the moon, right? If we can really use that technology from the moon to develop computers, it would be immensely beneficial. So, you should gather some talents in this area during this time. They will definitely come in handy. I got it. If we can obtain that technology, my plan can be implemented. Since coming to this world, Daphne has always had a fear of insufficient firepower. So, she has been quietly researching some things recently. So what exactly do you want to do? What is this computer? Zoe looked at the two of them talking, feeling like an idiot. It's nothing. Let's go, Zoe. We have things to do. Saying that, they pulled Zoe away. Then I'll go to Amazon Lily for a few days. Carl decided to visit Hancock and Ellie. Got it. By the way, Tell Ellie that the iron fruit is useful to me, and I might need several of them. Ask her to keep them. Daphne thought of the upcoming plan and turned back to Carl. All right, I'll tell her. After finishing, Carl went home to talk to Luju and buy some gifts. Half a day later, Carl arrived at Amazon Lily. Two beautiful wives, did you miss me? Carl saw Ellie chatting quietly with Hancock on the deck chair and flew directly in front of them. Honey, Lord Carl. Upon seeing Carl, Hancock and Ellie immediately sat up straight, and Carl sat down in between them, hugging them on both sides. What brings you here today? Didn't Daphne say you were busy training in the gravity chamber? Yes, Lord Carl. I tried to call you yesterday, but no one answered. After contacting Ellie, she said you were still training in the gravity chamber. I just reached 7x gravity, and it feels like I can't break through all at once. So I came out to rest for a few days. Did you take the medicine I prepared for you? Gravity training can be hard on the bones. Those medicines I gave you can help mitigate that damage. Don't worry, Ellie, we've taken them. By the way, when I came today, Daphne said to ask you to keep the iron fruit. She will need it later. I know, by the way. She sent over a weapon fruit user's blood the other day. It seems she got it from Doflamingo, saying this fruit is very important, and she wants it back as soon as it's copied. A weapon fruit? Got it. How has Hancock been lately? I noticed that Granny New and the others are not on Amazon Lily. Are they out at sea? I'm doing well. I feel very happy with Ellie by my side. Granny New had Everlandra take the Dick Pirates out for training, so they probably won't be back for a while. All right, then they won't be here. I especially had Karen make a lot of delicious snacks today. Wow, hurry and bring them out. Honey, I haven't eaten them in a long time. Upon hearing that Karen made snacks, Ellie swallowed. I want to eat too, Lord Carl. In the calm belt, there is an uninhabited island with dense trees and towering mountains. At this moment, the inside of a mountain peak has been hollowed out and built into several large laboratories. In laboratory number 1, more than 50 people wearing protective suits and gas masks are busy. Hunt, how's it going? We made a promise to the lady. This can't be rushed. The data from this experiment is getting close. I believe we will succeed soon. Hunt is a chemistry genius whom Daphne met at the slave auction in the Sabaody archipelago. At that time, Daphne was just there to see what talents would appear at the auction. Because the auction house often features talents like a princess from a certain country or individuals with unique skills. Hunt is one such talent, and Daphne spent 50 million berries to acquire him and his team. Okay, I know I was a bit impatient. The lady is truly a genius. Once this thing is researched, I believe everyone at sea will be shocked. Don't forget the confidentiality regulations. The things here absolutely cannot be exposed. Oh, sorry, Rail. I got a bit too excited. All right, Hunt, continue. Let's find out the reason for this experiment's failure. This time, it was due to insufficient density, which caused the boiling point to be too high. Next time, I definitely won't make this mistake. Yes, the molecular structure is also incorrect. The molar refractive index is 47. 13, and the isotonic volume is 406. 1. In laboratory number 2, a dozen people were also busy researching fuel. So everyone here was operating each step very carefully. However, their faces showed excitement because their research was close to success. Lucas, it's time for the outdoor experiment. This time it will definitely succeed. That's right. Let's go, everyone. I'll head to the power laboratory to get an engine. Ha ha ha. This time I believe they will be very satisfied with our experiment. Upon hearing that laboratory no, 2 was going to conduct an outdoor experiment, the power laboratory immediately brought out an engine. 2 groups of people arrived at an open area, and then Lucas and a few others filled the engine's fuel tank. All right, Gel, it's your turn. Lucas confidently told Gel. Then ignite. Gel gave the command. Immediately, a huge roar came from the fixed engine. Following that, blue flames appeared at the engine's tail, looking very beautiful. The people from Laboratory No. 2 were very happy because their experiment succeeded. It met the standards. The people in the power laboratory were now a bit nervous because this was not only an experiment for laboratory number 2, but also a test of their engine, which had to withstand such high temperatures. Time passed little by little, but no one left. After 5 hours, Gel felt it was about time. The engine had not malfunctioned for so long. Shut down the engine, Gel said. Slowly, the roar of the engine disappeared, and the scene quieted down. Then, the people from the power laboratory, wearing heat-resistant protective gear, immediately went to check the engine's condition. Gel, how is it? Lucas asked. It succeeded. The thrust is sufficient. The engine is intact. We did it, Gel said excitedly. Oh. It succeeded. The people on site cheered excitedly. All of this, Carl still did not know. The heads of the 2 laboratories immediately informed Daphne of this news, and she was very happy when she heard it. Next, let's see how the technology on the moon is doing but the doldrums is not very safe. It seems we still need to find the golden lion and the float fruit. Hee hee. Sister Daphne, what's wrong with you? Why are you smiling so ominously? Zoe just walked in and saw Daphne smiling deviously. It's nothing. By the way, Zoe, what do you need me for? Oh, Kamachi came to report that those CP agents we were monitoring have now shown unusual movements. They climbed over the wall from other directions on the island and were then captured by the guards. I suspect they want to find my bee nest, which must not be discovered by them. So I'm here to ask you what we should do now. Zoe didn't expect that these CP organizations would think of her bee nest in the forest. The nest on Gaia Island is the operational center. When Daphne heard that these fools had actually gone to the forest, she immediately got angry. These damn guys. We didn't move against them before because Carl was afraid of trouble. After all, killing one wave after another. It seems we don't need to keep them anymore. Notify the guards, get to work, and kill one wave after another in the future. As for the bee nest issue, I need to think about it. Originally, it was safest on Sky Island, but Sky Island isn't convenient in Shanghai. Got it. Use the stone fruit's ability to hollow out beneath the forest and then move the central nest underground. What do you think, Zoe? I agree. Then I'll go get ready first. After all, the central nest is too big. After saying this, Zoe went out. After Daphne finished handling her work, she also headed to the forest. Aunt Daphne, what are you doing? And saw Daphne leading a dozen people into the forest and asked, We're going to dig a hole in the forest. Do you want to come along? Daphne teased in a bit. Digging a hole for what? And was very curious. So she followed along. The group arrived at the nest in the forest. Jiabao, it's up to you now, but be sure to pay attention to leave the ground support. Don't let this place collapse. Daphne said to Jiabao, who was the second person to eat the stone fruit. I understand, Vice President, but what about the excavated BAS? Should we still pile in the forest? Jiabao asked Daphne, as they Sandia people are still used to calling land BAS. Let's do this. I'll create a cloud island, and then you can move everything you dig out onto the cloud island. I'll handle it later. Okay, Vice President. Then Jiabao disappeared. He had already gone underground. The remaining people stayed here, making sure no one approached until Jiabao was done. Yes, Vice President. At this time, people in Magic Valley Town were a bit anxious because the guards had captured dozens of people from here. What on earth is going on? Why would the guards arrest so many people? I know that guy. His name is Bro, and he often comes to eat at my restaurant. I didn't expect he was caught. Don't talk nonsense. I've heard that these are all agents of the world government, trying to cause trouble on Gaia Island. And now they've been caught by the guards. So that's how it is? These damned agents. Lord Carl treats us so well and has developed this place so prosperously. They actually want to come and destroy it. The onlookers discussed, some indignantly. Some of these people are natives of Magic Valley Town, while others have come from other places to do business. Because the taxes here are very low and slave trade is prohibited here, unlike other places where they are exploited, they have finally achieved a stable life here. After a while, everything in Magic Valley Town returned to calm. Intelligence came from CP that everyone we had in Gaia Island has been captured and executed. Elder Star's topman, Wulkulai Saint, said, It seems that their Thunderfruit user S observation hockey is really strong. Satan Saint said, The Navy is also waiting for our instructions. They mean that we shouldn't waste too much attention on Tiger God Carl, as they believe the biggest threat now still comes from those in the New World. Ma Saint said, In that case, we don't need to continue sending people to Gaia Island. But has the information about that devil fruit been clarified? Satan looked at Vajalai. Recently, the emergence of the stone fruit user, Mason, building express delivery stations for the Swift Express Company on various islands has led the world government to suspect that Carl and his group might have mastered the ability to create devil fruits. It's still unclear, but it seems unlikely at the moment. After all, Vegapunk failed to replicate Kaido's Azure Dragon fruit back then. Perhaps this is not the stone fruit, but a completely new type of devil fruit. Vajalai did not believe that Carl and his group could research such technology, and the other four old men share the same view. So let's continue to focus on a new world. Vice President, those agents have been cleared out. Kamachili reported to Daphne. I understand, but we cannot let our guard down on the island. You go ahead and get busy, she replied. Yes, Vice President. Zoe, have the East Blue people pay attention to whether there are floating islands in the sky. Daphne wants to see if they can find any traces of the Golden Lion Shiki. If not, we'll have to wait until they return from the moon to search again. Floating islands? Okay, I got it. By the way, Sister Daphne, we already have enough sea stone handcuffs and bullets. Why do we still need to keep buying? And you don't sell them. Zoe couldn't understand. Sea stone is very expensive, and Kaido didn't lower the price even a bit for knowing Carl. Speaking of this, Zoe, Sea stone is related to our survival in the future. The security of the warehouse must be upgraded to the highest level. Daphne said seriously. Don't be fooled by the current safety. When we reach that battlefield, all maritime forces will be involved. I have already planned the use of these sea stones from the very beginning. Is it that serious? And sometimes I feel you and Brother Carl are a bit mysterious. Do you know something? Zoe often followed Daphne and frequently heard strange things she said about Carl, feeling it was all very mysterious. Knowing these things now won't benefit you. Don't worry, Zoe, Carl will definitely protect us. And I am also preparing secret weapons. By then, we won't be afraid of anyone, including the world government. Daphne thought of the experiments on the Windless Zone Islands, her face filled with confidence. Yeah, I also believe in Brother Carl. Although Daphne didn't say it, Zoe felt it must be something very serious, because she rarely saw Daphne this serious. Let's go, work is over. Today, Corinne told me she has researched a few new dishes recently. Let's go support her. Daphne stood up and stretched. Her curvaceous figure showcased perfectly. A day of work was finally over. It had been a bit busy these days. Corinne has researched new dishes again. That's great. Let's hurry. Zoe said. By the way, Sister Daphne, your figure is so good. You really are a good match for Brother Carl. Yours isn't bad either. By the way, when are you getting married to Adrian? I don't know. Adrian hasn't said anything, Zoe replied, her face turning red and a bit shy. That Adrian, you two have already kissed. Don't you want to express something? Sister Daphne, you said you wouldn't say anything. The two girls held hands, chatting as they left work. 5 days later, on Nine Snake Island. Eily, wake up, Carl said as he got up, dressed, and patted Eily's delicate body. Oh, I don't want to get up. I'm still so sleepy, she said, curling back into the blanket. She was really tired last night. I'm going back to Jaya Island today. Hurry up. I'm having breakfast with you and Hancock. Hancock should be up by now. Carl took a cheap pow in her underwear, then lifted the blanket to pull Ellie up. I'm still so sleepy. I don't want to get up. It's all your fault. Ellie was extremely frustrated, as Hancock, being pregnant, couldn't help share the burden. Yes, it's all my fault. How about we get up, eat something, and then go back to sleep? Hancock is still waiting for us, Carl said while helping Ellie get dressed. I'm so tired. I'll dress myself. Ellie was no longer concerned about her appearance and quickly got out of bed and put on her clothes. After the two finished washing up, they came out to find Hancock indeed waiting for them. Lord Carl, Sister Ellie, you're up, Hancock said with a bit of a blush. The soundproofing in the room wasn't very good, and she hadn't slept well last night either. Sorry, Hancock, it's all this guy's fault. Otherwise, I would have gotten up earlier. Ellie yawned and said to Hancock, It's fine. I just got up not long ago, too. Let's have breakfast first. I've had some seafood prepared, Hancock said. After the three of them had breakfast, Carl prepared to leave. Lord Carl, is there any danger on the moon? When will you be back? Remember to tell me as soon as you return, Hancock said with a bit of concern. Don't worry, according to the data, there are just some robots on the moon. It won't be dangerous, Carl said to the two of them. Then I'll take my leave now, my two wives. Goodbye. Carl kissed each of them and then flew towards Gaia Island, quickly disappearing from sight. Let's go, Hancock. Let's go back and catch up on sleep. I'm so tired. Ellie supported Hancock back to the room. Okay, I couldn't sleep well last night either. Carl went straight to the company after returning to Gaia Island. President. The security guard at the entrance quickly saluted. Hello. Carl responded and continued upstairs. The president, Vice President Daphne, and Secretary Zoe were not in the company. They were currently in the forest. The security guard at the entrance quickly said, as they all knew that Carl was not in charge of things and usually came to the company to find Daphne. In the forest? Okay, I got it. Then Carl headed towards the forest. Zoe, the mother nest should be safer now, right? It's 200 meters underground. After several days of deep excavation by Jiebao, a huge space had formed beneath the forest. It is indeed safe now, and the exit is very concealed. Unless the world government wants to break relations with us and send in heavy troops to attack, they won't be able to find out. Zoe looked at the relocated mother nest, which was her hard work. However, there still needs to be someone patrolling the forest. It can also serve to confuse people, making it even safer. Jiebao, have those load-bearing columns been reinforced? This is very important, Daphne asked Jiebao as she turned around. Don't worry, Vice President. I've reinforced every load-bearing column. It definitely won't collapse. Jiebao said confidently. So this is where you all are. No wonder I didn't see you in the forest. Carl didn't expect that just a few days after leaving Gaia Island, the forest below had been hollowed out. Zoe's central hive had also been relocated. President. Jiebao and the guards quickly bowed. Honey, you're back. Daphne was also very happy to see Carl return, indicating that preparations for going to the moon were underway. Yeah, I just got back. Jiebao, you did a great job. This underground space is like a castle. Thank you for the compliment, President. Actually, this was the Vice President's idea. Hee. Jiebao scratched his head a bit shyly upon hearing Carl praise him. It's those world government agents. A few days ago, they actually sneaked into the forest, probably searching for Zoe's beehive, so I had to move the hive underground. I've already dealt with all the agents on Gaia Island. Otherwise, if they accidentally got hold of it later, it would be a loss. These rats really dare to act? Then there's no need to keep them around. Let's take them out one wave at a time. Carl didn't expect these rats actually wanted to stir up trouble. Yeah, I think the same way. Let's go. The hive has been relocated. Let's head back, Daphne said, eager to go to the moon. The group, except for the guards of the underground castle, all returned to the surface. After Carl returned home, Daphne ran back to her room and immediately took out a set of spacesuits. Are you all set? Carl asked as he looked at the spacesuit. Of course. I think since there were people on the moon before, it means there is oxygen on the moon. But there's no oxygen in space, so we'll have to rely on the spacesuits during our journey to the moon. During this time, Daphne specifically asked that guy, Gaji, to make dozens of spacesuits so that they could successfully reach the moon. I can't believe I didn't think of that. You're so considerate, my dear. Of course. By the way, who are you planning to take with you to the moon? I'll have inOne come along. We might need his Thunderfruit ability up there. Then, I think a dozen guards should be enough. Carl felt it wouldn't be good to bring too many people. Oh, and I want to go too. I've already promised her. Daphne said, all right then, let's take him with us. We'll set off tomorrow. Carl, I've thought about it, and I think it's better not to take guards. Daphne said seriously, Carl. Why? Are you worried about exposing what's up there? Carl pondered before asking. Yes. You have to understand that the things on the moon are from a long time ago, like future technology. And I always feel that the things on the moon are related to the Great Kingdom from 800 years ago. Intelligent robots. Those are the most advanced things in our world. If we can control the robots up there, we can obtain the moon's technology, and these things will truly make us powerful. Daphne said excitedly. Carl listened to Daphne's words and then thought seriously for a while.